It was just the lowest grade slime, yet it was priced at an astronomical 3 million. The air in the shop was tense, filled with conflict and contradiction, doubt and temptation intertwined. The young woman, Shen Yinyan, stood before the transparent container, her gaze cold and hard, her tone restrained yet unable to conceal her anger. She was bewildered, incredulous, almost ready to laugh out loud. A lowest grade pet beast worth only 3,000 on the market was actually priced at 3 million. She looked at the young shop owner Lu Yu, a chill running through her heart, convinced this was nothing more than a black market shop that survived on boasting and inflated prices. She had originally planned to purchase a pet beast cub for her initial contract, taking steady steps on the right path, never risking her future. She believed in common sense, trusted in established patterns, and knew clearly that a slime's limit was merely the third tier of awakening level, often unable to defeat even some unawakened wild beasts. Contract a slime? She declared it would be staking one's life on a worthless card. Yet Lu Yu remained unnaturally calm. He was in no hurry, his smile subtle and understated as he presented what seemed like an ordinary slime with the claim that it was destined to become the king of slimes. He reminded, emphasized, and stated, this was no ordinary slime, no common cub, but one capable of infinite growth. Through devouring, through accumulation, through resource stacking, whether star level, dark moon level, radiant sun level, or even higher, as long as the path was provided, it could ascend all the way to sovereign level. These words were too bold, almost defying common sense. Shen Yinyan drew a sharp breath, never expecting to hear such an exaggerated prediction from a shop owner. Even the chancellor of magic capital Beast-Taming University was merely a sovereign-level beast tamer, and she understood well the weight of sovereign level capable of destroying cities at will, once called natural disasters in ancient times. Now, to claim that a slime had the potential to reach that level? Her first reaction was absurdity, her second was anger, but her third sparked a hint of curiosity. She pulled reason from her fury, choosing to let facts speak. She proposed an immediate test. She produced a water blue crystal, a silver-level water-type resource called blue crystal, quite valuable and something any ordinary shop would handle with utmost care. She stated her conditions clearly, yielding not an inch. If the slime could devour this blue crystal, she would acknowledge the truth of his claims. If it was a scam, she would turn around and report this black market shop to the Beast Tamer Association. The container lid was lifted, and the blue crystal dropped inside. The slime's soft body trembled slightly, as if drawn by an indescribable force. With a small "ya" sound, it directly swallowed the blue crystal into its body. Shen Yinyan watched intently, unblinking and unmoving, witnessing an incredible moment. The blue crystal slowly dissolved within the slime's body, transforming into pure water-type energy that merged completely into its soft form without a trace remaining. Energy surged, light flashed, its level suddenly rose, and its aura transformed. Her emotions immediately froze, her eyes lighting up with the amazement she was unwilling to admit, yet unable to deny. Lu Yu showed no surprise, as if he had known the outcome all along, casually pointing out the result. The power of the silver-level resource lived up to expectations. The slime leaped from Awakening Tier 1 to Awakening Tier 5, and its potential level also improved from Awakening Level 3 to Awakening Level 9. More crucially, it had comprehended the silver-level skill Water Flow Ribbon, with water flowing around its body, moving at will, all power under complete control. In this moment, the judgment of lowest grade was shaken, and the prejudice of no compatibility was shattered. Shen Yinyan leaned closer to the container, repeatedly confirming, missing no detail. She saw the energy, she saw the change, and she also saw a growth path that common knowledge had never documented. She was unwilling to admit her heart was moved, yet could no longer use doubt to mask her shock. She finally understood this was no ordinary slime. Lu Yu timely concluded the topic, his tone showing no pushiness, no longer persuading. He simply stated the price again, 3 million, worth every penny, available for purchase to willing buyers. Shen Yinyan fell silent. She weighed, calculated, laid out everything she had learned on the table, then compared it once more with this slime's performance. She admitted that this choice wasn't as foolproof as all her previous ones, yet she also knew such opportunities were rare. The doubt in her heart gradually retreated, replaced by restrained excitement and vague certainty. She suddenly looked up and simply said one word: buy, then added another phrase: credit card. The card went through the machine with a soft beep. The moment the transaction completed, the taut string in Lu Yu's heart quietly relaxed. He appeared calm, but inside surged an indescribable relief. The first pet beast had finally been sold. His bank account balance jumped, the numbers now 3 million higher. Simultaneously, a system notification flashed through his mind, coldly and precisely announcing the achievement: first pet beast sold. Reward: beast taming space opened. Random SS level beast taming talent. Claim? Yes, no. He didn't hesitate and chose to claim. Beast taming space successfully opened. SS-level beast-taming talent Dark Hell awakened. In that moment, he sensed a real, tangible space added to his mental world and felt something deep in his soul ignited by a certain mark. He remained silent, restrained, not muttering excitedly to himself, yet clearly understanding what this change meant for him. Having crossed into this world 18 years ago, lacking talent essence in his body, he couldn't awaken beast-taming talent, much less embark on the path of a beast tamer. Taking the college entrance exam 2 months ago, he was destined to fail, only able to attend a liberal arts junior college. Even his girlfriend of 3 years, Bai Weiwei, had broken up with him under the shadow of a hopeless future, leaving behind only coldness and silence. Heaven never seals all exits. In the suffocating desperation, he awakened the super divine pet shop system. So he opened his shop near Magic Capital University, lighting a lamp on this gray path of life. Until today, until selling the first system-created pet beast cub slime, he had finally become a beast tamer. Even if only at the awakening level starting point, even if still standing at the mountain's base, he could already see the path ahead. On the other side, Shen Yinyan completed the contract. She gently picked up the slime, closed her eyes, and sensed the detailed information from the contract feedback devouring talent. Like an endless vortex, as long as resources continued, its growth would have no ceiling. She understood what this meant, knew there would still be difficulties and costs on this path. But with this talent alone, sovereign level was no longer just a legendary title used to frighten or inspire awe. She turned to look at the shop owner and unusually voiced a judgment that surprised even herself. This slime's value far exceeds 3 million. You could easily price it 10 times higher. Lu Yu responded calmly, saying little, his words measured. He spoke of life being more than immediate struggles, said he wasn't interested in money, and if she felt indebted, she could consider it his investment in her. In fact, he had considered raising the price, but the system's pricing was like iron law, neither increasing nor decreasing, not even by a penny. He kept this helplessness in his heart, leaving only a casual remark on the surface. After hearing this, Shen Yinyan felt an inexplicable guilt rise in her heart. She remembered her earlier words, her previous doubts, and briefly apologized without dragging it out. Liu didn't mind. He smiled and concluded with congratulations on contracting the slime. Congratulations on becoming a true beast tamer. She nodded, holding the slime, her eyes filled with irrepressible hope. Having obtained such potential with her initial pet beast, the path of a beast tamer seemed paved smooth beneath her feet, with clear roads ahead and a bright future. At this moment, the shop door was gently pushed open. A familiar figure entered, walking unhurriedly with slightly hesitant eyes. The moment Bai Weiwei saw Lu Yu, her expression froze, then she called out his name. Shen Yinyan turned her head, suppressing curiosity, and softly inquired whether this was the shop owner's friend. Bai Weiwei glanced at her coolly, showing no courtesy or mercy, stating clearly ex-boyfriend. She hadn't expected to meet here in this shop. Shen Yinyan was secretly shocked that this girl was actually the shop owner's ex-girlfriend. She instinctively compared them, her gaze moving back and forth between the two, discovering that whether in looks or figure, Bai Weiwei was far inferior to herself. She couldn't help but ask, her tone calm, yet puzzled. How could someone as excellent as the shop owner break up? Bai Weiwei laughed, a laugh without warmth, filled with judgment. She gave her answer directly, coldly, without any softening. Excellent? Bai Weiwei sneered. He hasn't even awakened beast-taming talent, destined never to become a beast tamer, and didn't get into any beast-taming university in the college entrance exam. How could this be considered excellent? Impossible, Shen Yinyan retorted, clutching the soft slime in her arms tightly. The shop owner casually sold me such a precious slime hatchling. How could he not be a beast tamer? A slime? Bai Weiwei's gaze fell on the translucent green gelatinous creature, her lips curling into an unmistakable sneer. Slimes are the lowest tier pet beast species. At most, they awaken to third tier as adults, and their entire race can't even produce a single transcendent level being. How dare you call such trash pet beasts precious? Shut up. You don't understand how powerful slimes can be. Shen Yinyan straightened her spine, stung by the contempt. This is a specially bred mutant slime with more potential than any other pet beast. Bai Weiwei gave her a dismissive glance before turning to Lu Yu behind the counter with a mocking laugh. Lu Yu, you didn't trick this little girl, did you? Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his voice turning cold. Bai Weiwei, if you're here to buy pet beasts, you're always welcome. If you're here to cause trouble, then get out. The words get out left Bai Weiwei stunned. When had Lu Yu ever dared speak to her in such a tone? She looked around, confirming this pet beast shop was indeed Lu Yu's property, and snorted coldly. Buy pet beasts? Fine, I'd love to see what decent merchandise your shabby shop can offer. Let me be clear, I have very high standards. I have plenty of pet beasts with excellent potential. The question is whether you can afford them. Lu Yu replied indifferently. I recall your beast taming talent is grade soul flame, correct? That's right. Bai Weiwei lifted her chin. I can contract both necromancy and fire-type beasts. Tell me, Do you have any necromancy-type pet beasts here? Don't tell me you don't. Necromancy types are much rarer than fire-type small shops. Without proper scale, simply can't breed them. Of course I do. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yu had already retrieved a transparent container from behind the shelf. Bai Yuewei leaned forward with curiosity, only to see a pale, tiny skeleton lying inside, with a wisp of ghostly blue soul fire floating within its ribcage. After a moment, she jerked her head up, fury flushing her cheeks. Lu Yu, how dare you mock me? How am I mocking you? Lu Yu's expression darkened. This is clearly the lowest grade lesser skeleton from the necromancy category. Bai Yuewei pointed at the container, her voice rising. It's trash just like that slime. I'm a grade soul flame user. You think I contract something like this? The lesser skeleton is trash? Lu Yu chuckled softly. This is a lesser skeleton that grows stronger by killing enemies, destined to reach the pinnacle of necromancy and evolve into a death emperor. Is this how you scammed this little girl? Did you boast about that slime the same way? Bai Yuewei sneered coldly. If you think I'll fall for it too, you're dead wrong. The shop owner didn't lie to me. Shin Yinyan lifted her head stubbornly. My slime can devour any resources for unlimited growth. You don't understand anything. I trust the shop owner. This lesser skeleton must also possess the talent to grow stronger through killing, just as he said. Bai Yuewei crossed her arms, laughing mockingly. Devouring resources for growth? Growing infinitely stronger through slaughter? How could such heaven-defying talents possibly exist in the lowest-tier pet beasts like slimes and lesser skeletons? Bai Yuewei sneered mockingly. Do you really think I'd fall for such a pathetic lie? She crossed her arms, her gaze haughty, and continued. I'm a freshman at Magic City Beast-Taming University. Only true genius beast-tamers can get into that place. Do you think you're the only one who made it to Magic City Beast-Taming University? Shun Yinyan's face darkened slightly as she retorted. I never imagined our Magic City Beast-Taming University would have such a narrow-minded student. I can't be bothered to waste more words on you. Feeling ignored, Bai Yuewei immediately lost interest. She brushed off her sleeves and spoke dismissively. I'm just supporting my ex-boyfriend's business, that's all. How much for this little skeleton? I'll take it. In her mind, a lowest-tier skeleton was worth at most 1,000 or 2. She couldn't care less, her attitude of casually throwing money around, written all over her face. 3 million, Lu Yu stated flatly, his voice calm, yet striking like a stone hitting water. Not a penny more, not a penny less. What? 3 million? Bai Yuewei gasped, feeling publicly humiliated. She demanded coldly. Lu Yu, have you gone mad with greed? A broken little skeleton has a market price of just 1 or 2,000, and you dare ask for 3 million? Shin Yinyan blinked, feeling like she'd seen this scene before, though she couldn't quite remember where. Buy it if you want it, get lost if you don't, Lu Yu replied coldly. I told you, it's destined to reach the pinnacle of the undead. If your insight is lacking and you can't see its talent, then don't come here to slander it. I don't understand. Bai Yuewei laughed angrily. I scored nearly perfect on the beast-taming theory section of the college entrance exam. Before coming here, I visited several pet beast shops, and even took a fancy to a dragon descendant cub. You people actually treat slimes and little skeletons like treasures. It's ridiculous. Since that's the case, let me show you what a high-tier pet beast looks like. As her words fell, she raised her hand and made a phone call. Manager Yang Qing, that dragon descendant pet beast I was interested in earlier, I'll take it. Deliver it to Mythical Pet Beast Shop. After hanging up, she shot Lu Yu and Shun Yinyan a provocative look, then sat down on the sofa with her legs crossed, casually picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Shun Yinyan whispered to Lu Yu. Manager, that's a dragon descendant pet beast. It must be worth nearly 1 million, and when it matures, it'll at least approach star level, right? Dragon descendant pet beast? Lu Yu shrugged indifferently. It's nothing more than a lizard with a bit of dragon bloodline. Even a true dragon species can't compare to the little skeleton. Exactly. It can't compare to my slime either. Shin Yinyan patted the counter, her tone firm. Before long, a delivery truck stopped outside the shop, and a young man carrying a transparent container hurried inside. Excuse me, he began, but his words cut off abruptly as his gaze was drawn to the slime and little skeleton on the counter. The young man was named Yang Qing. As a beast tamer, he had awakened a rare clever talent data eye. With this ability, he could always discover mutant individuals among ordinary pet beasts, making his pet beast shop's business flourish. At this moment, invisible data streams flashed before his eyes. Slime. Attribute, water. Level, awakening 5th tier. Potential, awakening 9th tier. Talent, devour special growth type. Can devour all resources to strengthen itself. Skills, 1. Flexibility. 2. Water ribbon. Status, healthy, already contracted. Yang Qing's heart shook violently. Awakening 9th tier potential? This was clearly a slime king. Glancing at its talent special growth type, he nearly held his breath. With sufficient resources, this slime could grow without limits, unconstrained by potential or level. The slime species' reputation as the weakest was about to be completely overturned by this one. Unfortunately, it was already contracted. Thinking of how the beast tamer who owned it would have a smooth path ahead, Yangqing couldn't help but feel envious. Suppressing his regret, he turned his attention to the nearly motionless little skeleton in the container. The next second, his eyes widened suddenly, his heart pounding violently as excitement surged through him uncontrollably. Little skeleton attributes: undead level, first tier awakening potential, third tier awakening talent, slaughter special growable talent, can infinitely strengthen itself through killing, level up through slaughter, enhance potential through slaughter, and comprehend and improve skills through slaughter. Skills: 1. Hardening. Status: healthy, uncontracted. Another special growable talent that could become infinitely stronger through killing. This was destined to become a future skeleton emperor. Yangqing's heart suddenly contracted, his fingertips trembling with excitement. In the wilderness, fierce beasts lurked. In the depths of secret realms, alien races surrounded them. Beast tamers had countless targets they could kill. With the ability to evolve through slaughter, such a terrifying talent would eventually reach the absolute peak. Even more incredible was uncontracted. Yangqing scanned his surroundings and finally understood the situation. The little skeleton was sealed in a transparent container, one of the young beasts for sale in the pet store. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and he made his decision on the spot no matter the cost. He had to buy this little skeleton. Manager Yangqing, you're here. Bai Yuewei smiled with pursed lips. Yangqing suppressed his emotions and forcibly shifted his attention away from the little skeleton. Is what's in this container the dragon-descended pet beast I ordered? Yes. Yangqing answered aloud, but his mind was entirely focused on the little skeleton. A flame lizard with a trace of dragon bloodline can reach transcendent 10th tier when mature, with high probability of advancing to stellar first tier, priced at 800,000. I'll take it. Bai Yuewei snorted softly, sliding her bank card into the card reader. The moment the transaction completed, the power of the contract transformed into red light and merged with the flame lizard. Bai Yuewei held the young beast, feeling the contract's feedback, and a sense of superiority arose naturally. Luyu, do you see? My flame lizard is a truly high-grade pet beast. Your little skeleton can only kneel and submit before it. Luyu compared the prices and complained inwardly. This so-called dragon descendant was nothing more than an oversized lizard, only reaching transcendent 10th tier when mature, and not even guaranteed to break into stellar rank. Yet selling for 800,000? Before the words had finished echoing, Yangqing had already walked around Bai Yuewei and stood before Luyu, his expression so serious it bordered on obsessive. Will you sell this little skeleton? Name your price. I happen to have an empty beast tamer slot, and whatever price you can offer, just say it. You want to buy the little skeleton? Luyu's lips curved slightly upward. That's right. Yangqing's gaze burned intensely. No matter the price, as long as I can afford it. Bai Yuewei gasped in shock. Manager Yangqing, have you lost your mind? That's just the lowest grade little skeleton. Only beast tamers who've awakened the lowest grade talents would contract with it. You're a transcendent level beast tamer with the potential to impact even the abyssal moon realm in the future. Why would you want to buy a little skeleton? In her eyes, Yangqing had already been a transcendent beast tamer during university, and after graduation had opened a sizable pet beast store. His potential was enormous, with excellent prospects of reaching stellar rank, or even abyssal moon. Yet now, he actually wanted to contract with the lowest grade little skeleton? The lowest grade little skeleton? Yangqing frowned, his passion for the little skeleton burning so intensely that he couldn't tolerate any disparagement. With displeasure, he said, this little skeleton has clearly awakened a special growth-type talent. It can grow infinitely stronger by killing enemies, destined to become an unprecedented skeleton emperor. Such a heaven-defying little skeleton, and you dare call it inferior? Yangqing had his reputation, status, and future at stake, so naturally he wouldn't grovel before Bai Yuewei. If she continued to displease him, even if she bought the flame lizard, he wouldn't give her the slightest courtesy. When his gaze turned to Luyu, Yangqing immediately showed respectful deference, instinctively distancing himself from Bai Yuewei, fearing he might miss the chance to contract the little skeleton. What? Bai Yuewei's pretty face instantly turned pale, but her heart was full of doubt as she asked reluctantly, how do you know this little skeleton possesses a special talent? I awakened a crank beast taming talent data. I can see this little skeleton's uniqueness at a glance. Yangqing snorted coldly, speaking rapidly. It possesses a growth-type talent slaughter. Through killing it grows stronger. Through killing it enhances its potential. Through killing it learns new skills. Such a beast cub is something one might never encounter again in a lifetime. So naturally, I must seize this opportunity. You actually awakened data. Bai Yuewei looked utterly stunned. She had long heard of this extremely rare beast taming talent, though only crank. It was comparable to a rank abilities, capable of easily seeing through hidden bloodlines and talents, finding countless treasures. She didn't believe that Yangqing, with his promising future, would joke about his own prospects. Data growth-type talent, slaughter. Bai Yuewei took a deep breath, finally realizing how ridiculous her earlier arrogance had been. Such a monstrous little skeleton. Forget 3 million. Even 100 million would be enough to make powerful beast tamers fight each other. Shen Yinyan stood with arms crossed, looking at Bai Yuewei with immense satisfaction, snorting lightly. I told you long ago that the shop owner wouldn't lie. Unfortunately, someone didn't believe it and missed out on a treasure. Shut up. Bai Yuewei exploded in fury, her voice shrill. What right do you have to speak? Just because you contracted a slime and ruined your own future? You foolish woman. Short-sighted. Yang Qing sneered coldly. This beautiful lady's slime is equally rare, having awakened a growth-type talent devour, capable of unlimited growth by consuming resources. If I'm not mistaken, you've used water-type resources on your slime, haven't you? Its level, potential, and skills have long surpassed ordinary slimes by miles. That's right. I used a silver-grade water resource blue crystal. Shen Yinyan was extremely pleased, her eyes sparkling with joy as she faced Bai Yuewei directly. Now my slime has reached awakening 5th tier strength, with potential reaching awakening 9th tier, and has even learned a silver-grade skill. Just one silver resource achieved this effect. Imagine what gold-grade or platinum-grade resources could do. Yang Qing was stunned, muttering in shock. Just one silver-grade resource produced such dramatic growth? After several calculations, he became even more certain that Shun Yinyan's slime had potential far beyond imagination. Lu Yu. Bai Yuewei looked toward him with reddened eyes. Is everything they're saying true? Lu Yu shrugged and spread his hands. I warned you long ago, but you simply didn't believe me. Lu Yu, why didn't you warn me repeatedly? Bai Yuewei questioned him, as if losing control. This little skeleton should have been mine. I awakened a brank beast-taming talent Soul Flame M, the most suitable beast-tamer for it. The atmosphere around her felt suffocating. The pride that came with the flame lizard crumbled completely at this moment, her delicate body trembling slightly. It wasn't that she couldn't afford 3 million. Her scholarship, savings, and brank talent subsidies combined to just over 3 million. She had been perfectly qualified to purchase the little skeleton, yet had personally given up the opportunity. How absurd and laughable. Do you think that with such an excellent cub as the little skeleton, I still need to beg you to buy it? Lu Yu suddenly stood up, looking down at her, his voice cold as ice. Bai Yuewei, you don't have that qualification. Lu Yu's cold words exploded in Bai Yuewei's ears. Bai Yuewei's eyes quickly reddened as the image of that little skeleton, which might one day ascend to become the skeleton emperor, flashed through her mind. She felt as if her heart was being repeatedly carved by a sharp blade. Biting her lip tightly, she held back tears that threatened to fall, looking utterly pitiful. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to look at her expression. His gaze fell on the young man not far away, his voice devoid of any emotion. Sir, are you certain you want to purchase the little skeleton? Absolutely. Yang Qing's expression was serious, without a hint of jest. Shopkeeper, please name your price. 3 million. Lu Yu casually stated the figure, as if he were merely commenting on the weather. What? 3 million? Yang Qing was stunned for half a second, almost thinking he had misheard. Shopkeeper, are you sure this little skeleton is only priced at 3 million? Yes. Lu Yu smiled slightly and asked casually, will you buy it? Of course. This price was like a gift from heaven, and Yang Qing wouldn't dare miss it. He quickly pulled out his bank card. I'll pay by card right now. The card reader chimed. The transaction was complete, and Lu Yu's bank balance instantly surpassed 6 million. At the same time, Yang Qing successfully formed a beast contract with the little skeleton. He held the bone-white little creature tightly in his arms, his face full of excitement, as if he could already see his brilliant future. The shopkeeper is truly generous, selling such a precious beast cub for only 3 million. I, Yang Qing, will remember this kindness. He laughed heartily. For him, this contract could be the turning point of his destiny, and Lu Yu was the benefactor who would change his life. After Yang Qing completed his contract, the last glimmer of hope in Bai Yuewei's heart shattered. Even if she still suspected Yang Qing was a shill hired by Lu Yu, no amount of acting fees could make someone waste a precious contract slot to bind with a lowest-grade little skeleton. Her face flushed red, and her desire for a future finally overcame her pride. Bai Yuewei gritted her teeth and spoke. Lu Yu, do you have more beast pets like the little skeleton and slime in your shop? Lu Yu smiled lightly, his tone as flat as if he were stating inventory. I have as many beast pets like slimes and little skeletons as you could want. Then, a glimmer of hope flashed in Bai Yuewei's eyes. When I reach the transcendent level and unlock my second contract slot, can I still come here to purchase beast pets? No. Lu Yu's voice suddenly turned ice cold. I already gave you a chance. My shop refuses to do any business with you, and I won't sell even a single beast cub to you. You. Bai Yuewei completely lost her composure, hatred flashing in her eyes as she angrily questioned. You're a waste who hasn't even awakened beast-taming talent. Even if you can breed these excellent cubs, can you protect them? Without power, precious beast pets will only bring you disaster. That's none of your concern. Lu Yu remained indifferent. Besides, I have already awakened my beast-taming talent. As his words fell, everyone felt the air suddenly grow heavy. Bai Yuewei's pupils contracted as she seemed to see boundless darkness rising behind Lu Yu, with evil and ominous auras surging forth, creating pressure as heavy as purgatory. What kind of talent is this? How can it have such terrifying pressure? Yang Qing was pressed into a cold sweat by that divine might, his voice trembling. That darkness seems capable of imprisoning even demon lords. Shen Yinyan's eyes sparkled like stars as she struggled against the pressure and exclaimed, a ranked beast-taming talent could never have this kind of presence. Could it be the highest level Shrank beast-taming talent? Shrank? How could you possibly awaken Shrank talent? Bai Yuewei bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with shock, regret, and even shame. Her prized grade beast-taming talent was nothing compared to Scrade talent. In the beast-taming world, anyone who awakened in Scrade talent would at least grow into a overlord-level beast-tamer, joining the upper echelons of Xian Nation with nearly unlimited resources and power. Even among the 3 great beast-taming academies of Xian Nation, those prodigies with Scrade talents were as rare as phoenix feathers, standing high above the masses. Lu Yu quietly sipped his tea, his gaze calm. The beast-taming talent he had awakened wasn't merely Scrade, but the legendary SS Scrade Dark Hell. At this thought, a faint curve touched the corner of his lips. Lu Yu, do you really have to be this ruthless? Bai Yuewei bit her lip, regret churning in her eyes. We were together for 3 years, 3 whole years. Don't you care at all? She suddenly realized that if she hadn't broken up with him, with a boyfriend like Lu Yu, she could have at least reached the threshold of a monarch-level beast tamer in the future. You're the one who suggested breaking up. Lu Yu gently set down his teacup, his tone calm, yet distant. Leave. You're not welcome here. Bai Yuewei clenched her fists and smiled bitterly. She finally understood that the Lu Yu before her was destined to become someone far beyond her reach. With her flame lizard, she turned and left like a lost soul. Lu Yu's expression remained unruffled throughout. Nothing Bai Yuewei did could stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. Not far away, Yang Qing and Shun Yinyan exchanged glances, both feeling fortunate. Thankfully, they hadn't completely offended Lu Yu like Bai Yuewei had. If they couldn't purchase beasts from the Mythical Pet store in the future, they would regret it for life. Shin Yinyan especially blushed slightly, remembering her initial doubts. Compared to her agitation, Lu Yu remained composed throughout, his mature and indifferent demeanor making her heart flutter even more. Shop owner, could we exchange contact information? Shin Yinyan fidgeted with her fingers, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. With her beautiful features and graceful curves radiating youthful vitality, her bright eyes seemed to sparkle with moisture. This was her first time actively asking a man for his contact information. Yang Qing beside her also smiled and pulled out his phone, afraid of missing this opportunity. No problem. Lu Yu readily agreed. Shun Yinyan was from Magic City Beast Taming University, a freshman. That institution was one of Xian Nation's 3 great beast taming academies, gathering countless second-generation tamers and genius beast tamers. Lu Yu clearly understood the potential customer base behind this. As for Yang Qing, though he also ran a pet store, Lu Yu didn't see them as competitors. On the contrary, Yang Qing's customers could very well become his own. With this thought, Lu Yu seemed to already envision streams of customers flowing in through their recommendations. After exchanging contact information, Shin Yinyan and Yang Qing prepared to leave. Shop owner, thank you. Shin Yinyan said softly. I'll train my slime well and won't disappoint you. I look forward to it. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. Watching them leave, he stretched lazily and leaned back on the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea. First day of business, sold 2 pets, opened a beast space, and awakened a dark-type SS grade talent. Now I have 600 points, enough to exchange for an initial beast. He pulled up the system panel, his fingers sliding across the light screen. In the system's beast shop, pets like little skeletons and slimes were completely free, requiring no points at all, but once placed on the shelves, they sold for 3 million. Today he sold 2, with total revenue reaching 6 million. The system stipulated, every 10,000 in revenue converted to 1 point. So Lu Yu had accumulated exactly 600 points. Since he had awakened the dark-type Dark Hell, contracting dark attribute beasts would naturally be most compatible, narrowing his selection. Apocalypse Demon Dragon 600 points. Fallen Angel 580 points. Demon Lord 570 points. Hell Cerberus 550 points. In the shop, countless legendary pet screens glowed, seeming to call his name. Lu Yu's gaze deepened as he fell into contemplation. Looking at the countless legendary pets in the shop, Lu Yu pondered deeply. Which one should he exchange for as his initial beast? Although Lu Yu had opened his beast taming space and awakened the SS Shrank beast taming talent Dark Hell, he hadn't contracted a pet beast yet, so he wasn't truly a beast tamer. The thought of soon having his first contracted pet beast made his breathing quicken with excitement. Cerberus, just a watchdog of hell, doesn't match my style. My Dark Hell doesn't need a guard dog. Demon Lord? Way too ugly. It's practically an eyesore. Fallen Angel, that seems nice. inherently evil, and like the little skeleton, it also grows stronger through killing? But I need to stay at the pet shop, where I have the system's invincible status. Outside, I'm just an awakening level beast tamer who just opened my beast taming space. The fallen angel is good, but not suitable for me. Besides, its appearance can't compare to the 12-winged archangels of the holy faction. After this stream of self-talk, he finally took a deep breath, his gaze settling on the most prominent name on the list: Apocalypse Demon Dragon. Apocalypse Demon Dragon. Direct exchange. The only thing that made him hesitate was the glaring exchange price, 600 points. After the exchange, he'd be completely broke, with no funds to purchase other treasures. But thinking it over, with the system in hand, he could just sell a few more pet beast cubs if needed, so he hesitated no more. The system prompt immediately echoed in his mind. You have exchange for the pet beast cub, Apocalypse Demon Dragon, deducting 600 points, remaining points, 0. With a surge of humming energy, a half-meter-tall juvenile demon dragon appeared before the counter. Its ink-black scales reflected cold light, its hoof-like claws were sharp and frigid, and two pairs of pitch-black bone wings pressed against its spine, faintly crackling with tiny dark purple arcs. Roar! The deep dragon roar made the glass tremble slightly. Holy crap, this is way too cool. Lu Yu's eyes practically sparkled with stars as he grew more satisfied the longer he looked. This was the true representative of Dark Hell. And this was just the juvenile stage. According to the system's description, adult apocalypse demon dragons could easily grow to over 1,000 meters. With its fearsome appearance and massive size, any giant dragon species or longevity species would be mere ants before it. True to its name, an adult stage apocalypse demon dragon could destroy an entire world. With a thought, the system panel appeared before his eyes. She didn't need detection talents to see all the data clearly. Apocalypse Demon Dragon. Attributes: Dark Dragon. Level: Awakening Tier 1. Potential: Overlord Tier 10. Talents: 1. Dark Progeny Incarnation of all darkness. Can absorb dark power for unlimited growth. 2. Demon Dragon. Dragon abandoned by the dragon god. Can infinitely absorb dragon-type power. Can plunder everything from slain dragons. Skills: 1. Destruction Dragon Breath. Purple crystal breathes dragon breath, filled with destructive aura. 2. Dark Dragon Eyes. Purple crystal eyes containing endless destruction and darkness, with dragon majesty that can annihilate souls with a single glance. 3. Demon Dragon Body. Purple crystal dark power infused into the body. The more darkness absorbed, the stronger the physical form. 4. Dragon Dark Domain. Crimson Star constructs a violent domain that can suppress and slaughter all enemies within. Status: Healthy, uncontracted. Through the panel, the young dragon easily reflected its terrifying future potential. Lu Yu's palms trembled with excitement, but he quickly calmed himself to prepare for the formal contract. After all, once successfully contracted, from this moment on, with Overlord Tier 10 potential, reaching adulthood meant Overlord Tier 10, ready to break through to Holy Spirit level at any time. In this beast-taming world, power levels are divided into Awakening, Transcendent, Starlight, Abyssal Moon, Radiant Sun, Monarch, Overlord, and Sacred Spirit tiers. Legend has it that beyond Sacred Spirit tier, one can touch the realm of divinity. Lu Yu knew this hierarchy while the principals of the three top institutions, Magic City Beast Taming University, Capital Beast Taming University, and First Beast Taming University, were merely 10th-stage Monarch tier. Beast tamers who could reach Overlord tier already stood at the pinnacle of the Xian Nation's pyramid. Now before him stood an infant apocalypse demon dragon, possessing both Dark Progeny and Demon Dragon talents. Dark Progeny grants infinite evolution potential. Demon Dragon makes it the natural nemesis of all dragonkind. Lu Yu's heart surged with wild joy. In terms of talents alone, no slime or skeleton could even compare. Looking at its skills made the difference even more stark. This infant apocalypse demon dragon already possessed 3 amethyst tier skills and 1 crimson star tier skill. Resources and skills were ranked in 9 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, amethyst, crimson star, and mystic radiance. Among these, amethyst corresponded to overlordier potential. As for crimson star, only beasts with sacred spiritier potential qualified to learn such skills. Contract. Form the contract immediately. Without hesitation, Lu Yu established the beast-taming contract with the apocalypse demon dragon. Roar. As the contract sealed, the dragon growled affectionately and nuzzled against Lu Yu's palm. The rough, hard dragon scales felt incredibly real, and an unprecedented bond formed instantly between them. Dark Inferno infuse. Lu Yu activated his beast-taming talent, pouring massive amounts of dark source energy into the dragon like a tidal wave. Roar. Roar. The dragon roared with delight, frantically devouring the dark essence as its aura climbed rapidly. Awakening 3rd stage, 5th stage, 7th stage. It soared straight to Awakening 10th stage before hitting a bottleneck, failing to break through to transcendent tier and forced to halt. Meanwhile, the dragon's form expanded wildly from less than 1 meter to over 2 meters tall, towering over Lu Yu with majestic presence, no longer showing any trace of its infant appearance. It seems I'm limiting its growth. Lu Yu sighed inwardly. Having not yet cultivated himself, his beast space remained at the lowest awakening tier, utterly incapable of accommodating a transcendent tier beast. He had originally planned to exchange rare resources through the system to enhance his beast space, but with his points depleted to zero, he had to postpone. His gaze fell upon the massive dragon, and he frowned slightly. You're too large, the shop can't accommodate you. Apocalypse Demon Dragon, shrink down a bit. Roar, roar. The amethystier skill Demon Dragon body activated, and the dragon's form contracted sharply. Most of its volume vanished instantly as it returned to a compact form barely half a meter tall. Size manipulation was merely the most basic application of this skill. Roar. The dragon flapped its wings lightly, flew onto the long table, curled into a ball, and rested quietly. Lu Yu settled back into his soft chair, sipping hot tea leisurely. His gaze occasionally swept over the small black-scaled dragon, feeling increasingly hopeful about the future, and he couldn't help but close his eyes contentedly. As night fell, Shen Yinyan emerged from the beast-taming resource store with her backpack stuffed full of water element materials she had just purchased. She cradled a soft, squishy slime in one arm while carrying shopping bags in the other hand, catching the last subway train to reach Magic City Beast-Taming University. The independent villa in the girls' dormitory area glowed with warm light. As soon as the door to room 301 was pushed open, the spacious living room came into view with its wide leather sofa and built-in bookshelves. Her roommate, Du Ryun, who had been watching videos on the magic net, immediately rushed over and threw her arms around her. Ninian, welcome back. Shen Ninian smiled and pinched her slightly chubby cheeks. Where are Xiaoying and Xiaoyi? Chu Ying and Jiang Yai, the other two residents of room 301, weren't as close to her as Du Ryun, but they generally got along well enough. Du Ryun pouted in protest at the face punishment and shouted upstairs. Xiaoying, Xiaoyi, Ninian's back. Footsteps echoed on the wooden staircase as the second-floor door opened, and Chu Ying and Jiang Yi descended side by side. Chu Ying immediately fixed her gaze on the slime in Shen Yinyan's arms, her brow furrowing tightly. Shen Yinyan, we agreed when we moved in that aside from our contracted beasts, no pet animals would be kept in the dorm. What's the meaning of bringing that thing back? I haven't violated any rules, Shen Yinyan replied in a steady tone. Haven't violated any rules? Chu Ying narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me you've contracted this slime? How could that be possible? Du Ryun protectively linked arms with Shen Yinyan. Ninian awakened an rank beast-taming talent heavy water. She has the best talent among all of us. Why would she contract the lowest grade slime? Chu Ying's tone remained firm. Regardless, non-contract pets cannot stay overnight in the dorm. Send it away immediately, do you hear me? Shen Yinyan shook her head, clearly displeased with Chu Ying's domineering attitude. Chu Ying had become a beast tamer back in high school, and was now at the 10th tier of awakening level, having contracted a steel element beast with stellar grade potential in Iron Wolf. At Magic City Beast Taming University, where strength ruled supreme, Chu Ying's high ranking naturally gave her speech a commanding tone. The so-called dorm rules of room 301 were mostly the product of her unilateral decisions. Chu Ying's expression grew increasingly cold. Shen Yinyan, did you or did you not contract this slime? Contract a slime with a rank talent? Ninian isn't stupid. Jiang Yi shook her head. But Du Ryun suddenly trembled, her voice becoming uncertain. Ninian, you wouldn't really be that foolish, would you? This slime. Is it actually your initial beast? That's right. Shen Ninian nodded with unwavering certainty. I contracted the slime, so I brought it back. I haven't violated any dorm rules. As her words fell, she focused her thoughts, and a deep blue beast-taming formation appeared in her palm. The slime transformed into a stream of water light and disappeared into her beast space, only to be summoned out again the next second, landing back in her arms. She immediately recalled the slime into her beast space again, then summoned it back out with another thought, holding it in her arms with obvious affection and care. Witnessing this scene, Du Ryun and Jiang Yi exchanged glances, both seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Du Ryun instinctively stepped forward, speaking rapidly. Ninian, don't be foolish. Why don't you break the contract while you still can? You've only been contracted with the slime for 1 day. If you can endure the backlash period for a year, you'll recover completely. There's still time. Shen Ninian gently shook her head, her tone soft yet firm. I won't break the contract. The slime is the most suitable starter beast for me. Please stop trying to persuade me. The dull sound of a chair being pushed back interrupted her words. Chu Ying stood up, looking down at everyone with eyes like ice. I originally thought that with your awakened rank beast-taming talent, you'd become a valuable connection I could rely on in the future. Now I see I was wrong about you. Your stupidity has completely ruined your future. Xiaoying. Du Ryun quickly grabbed her arm. Even if Nian made a mistake, she's still our friend. How can you say such things about her? Friend. Chu snorted coldly, brushing away the other's hand. Someone who wastes their talent doesn't deserve to be my friend. You've gone too far. Jiang Yi, who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't hold back, her voice rising. I've gone too far. Chu smiled contemptuously. Contracting with a slime and still wanting to be my friend, if that's not insulting, what is? Jiang Yi was momentarily speechless. She knew Chu too well, domineering, arrogant, and pragmatic. If it weren't for valuing her roommate's talents, Chu probably wouldn't even bother maintaining casual acquaintanceships. A slime? Chu scoffed. Nothing but a trash beast. Her gaze swept over the slime on the floor. Shen Yin, regardless of whether you've contracted with this slime or not, I never want to see such a garbage beast again. Chu. Shen Yin looked up, her voice not loud, but every word crystal clear. You can say whatever you want about me, but the slime is absolutely not garbage. Its uniqueness and growth potential are things you'll never understand. Unique? Growth potential? Chu acted as if she'd heard the joke of the century. Slimes are trash beasts, that's a universally acknowledged fact. Are you really trying to argue otherwise? Jiang Yi hesitated for half a second before finally asking. Nian, were you scammed? Where did you buy this beast? How much did you spend? I wasn't scammed. Shen Nian answered decisively. I bought it from Mythical Beast shop near the school. The owner was very nice. I only spent 3 million to buy this slime. 3 million? Du Ruiyun's eyes widened. Selling a slime for 3 million? That's definitely a scam shop. Jiang Yi closed her eyes to sense, then suddenly opened them. Wait, this slime's level isn't Awakening 1st tier, it's Awakening 5th tier. Awakening 5th tier. Du Ruiyun remained incredulous. Didn't they say slimes can only reach Awakening 3rd tier at most? To advance further requires evolution, and the resource consumption is ridiculously high, it's simply not worth it. So what if it's Awakening 5th tier? Chu dismissed it with disdain. A slime is still a slime, with the lowest combat power in its tier. You don't seriously think that just raising its level will make it capable of fighting, do you? Du Ruiyun and Jiang Yi looked at each other and finally nodded silently. Slimes were recognized as having an upper limit of only Awakening tier, with skill potential capped at Iron rank. Compared to Stellar rank potential beasts with Silver rank skills, the 2-tier gap was insurmountable. The slime would inevitably be defeated instantly. Trash beasts will always be trash. Chu dropped this statement and turned to leave. Chu. Shen Yin called out to her. Since you look down on slime so much, open your eyes wide and see just how special it really is. With a thought, she summoned from her beast space a pile of light blue crystals and 3 crimson, teardrop-shaped orbs. As light refracted through them, the entire dormitory was instantly filled with water element energy. These are 30 silver rank resources blue crystals and 3 gold rank resources crimson water pearls, worth a total of 1.6 million. Shen Yin looked directly at Chu. As far as I know, the resources you've spent cultivating your steel wolf have already exceeded 2 million, haven't they? So what? Chu frowned. Are you trying to say that with these resources, your slime will be stronger than my steel wolf? Exactly. Shen Yin's expression grew serious as she raised her hand and fed all 30 blue crystals to the slime. Yi, the slime squealed with delight and immediately devoured all 30 thumb-sized blue crystals. Its translucent aqua body churned and rolled as 30 brilliant blue lights became visible within its gelatinous form, instantly dissolving into liquid essence. Blue waves erupted in layers throughout its body. 30 blue crystals, and they all dissolved completely? Du Ruoyan gasped in disbelief. Violent spiritual energy fluctuations exploded outward. The slime's aura began climbing tier by tier. Jiang Yi focused intently, her voice trembling. Awakening tier 6. Tier 7. It's still rising. This is insane. How is this speed even possible? So what if it reaches Awakening tier 10? Chu forced herself to remain composed, coldly dampening the mood. A slime is still just a slime. Its ceiling is only the Awakening level. No matter how high its realm, low potential makes it worthless. Any resources invested would be wasted. However, the aura continued to surge. The water flow on the slime's surface suddenly condensed into ribbons, wrapping around its body in circles. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. This intensity is definitely not silver-level water flow ribbon. It's a high-tier gold skill azure water silk. A slime can comprehend gold-level skills. Du Ruoyan gasped, her heart shaken. Chu clenched her fists. For her steel wolf to master gold skills, she would need to push its potential to the nether moon level, but she couldn't even gather the required resources. Not to mention her beast space couldn't support it until she herself broke through to transcendent. Yet this slime before her had directly bypassed all those barriers. Jiang Yi continued sensing, then suddenly cried out. Its aura has become more restrained, and its eyes are much clearer. Its intelligence has improved. This is a potential leap. Transcendent level. Correct. Shen Yin gently stroked the slime and spoke calmly. After consuming 30 blue crystals, it has reached Transcendent Tier 10. Impossible. Chu Ying immediately objected. Resources worth less than 1 million absolutely cannot push anything to Transcendent Tier 10. Whether you believe it or not is none of my concern, Shen Yinyan replied with serene composure. Moreover, Transcendent Tier 10 is merely a step before the summit. It has already touched its limits and needs only one final push to leap into stellar level. With those words, she produced a crimson water pearl and offered it to the slime. Boom. Crimson light exploded as the slime's aura surged violently, and a stream of scarlet water condensed into a spear before its body. Jiang Yi nearly shrieked. Stellar level potential. And crimson water spear. Another gold level skill. Azure water silk, crimson water spear, 2 major gold level skills. Her voice grew hoarse, her heart churning like stormy seas. This slime is already invincible at the awakening stage. Du Ruoyun exclaimed in amazement. Shen Yinyan remained calm as she fed the remaining 2 crimson water pearls to the slime. Sensing that the slime's potential had reached stellar grade 9th tier, she nodded with satisfaction. In just one night, this slime, once considered the weakest of all creatures, had skyrocketed in value to at least 6 million. She had only paid 5.6 million for both the slime and the pile of water element resources, making this an absolute steal no matter how she calculated it. Thinking about how her advantage would only grow exponentially with continued resource investment, her gaze became increasingly resolute. Chewing stared at the soft, squishy slime, yet felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart. How could a mere low-grade pet beast make her instinctively feel she couldn't win? Chewing. Shen Yinyan looked up, her voice calm. You said before that contracting a slime made me unworthy of being your friend. Does that statement still stand? The air suddenly grew heavy. Chewing pressed her lips tightly together, realizing their friendship had completely shattered. In the past, she would have scoffed at this, but now, for the first time, she felt regret. Shen Yinyan had elevated the slime to awakening 10th tier in just one night, with stellar grade potential no less, surpassing her own combat power. From here on, this gap would only widen like a chasm until she could only look up in despair. The mere thought left her breathless. Yinyan, you're amazing. Du Ruyan pounced over, nuzzling Shen Yinyan's cheek like a kitten. Ryun, spending 3 million on this slime was indeed worth every penny. That pet beast shop isn't a scam, it's legitimate. Do you understand? Shen Yinyan chuckled softly. Yes, yes. Du Ryun nodded eagerly, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. That shop, it's called Mythical Pet Beast Shop, right? Hee hee, I'll go buy a pet beast there in a few days too. The next day, sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps as Lu Yu awakened. After washing up, he casually stroked the cool scales of the world-destroying demon dragon, playing with his initial pet beast. Roar, the dragon let out a low rumble, rolled over, and continued sleeping. Its clumsy appearance formed a stark contrast to its world-destroying name. Lu Yu idly pulled out his phone. The first unread message was a long voice note from Shen Yinyan, vividly recounting everything that had happened in the dormitory the previous night. The slime reached awakening 10th tier with stellar grade 9th tier potential. Lu Yu nodded to himself. Not bad. Truly worthy of awakening the devouring talent. With sufficient resources, it can advance rapidly. What pleased him even more was Shen Yinyan's mention that Du Ryun, the only one in the dormitory without a contracted pet beast, would likely visit Mythical Pet Beast Shop soon to select her initial pet beast. Good wine needs no advertisement. Business would come to him naturally, so he wasn't in any hurry. During his leisure time, he continued channeling dark source power into the world-destroying demon dragon. The tremendous feedback flowed into his beast-taming space, causing the star-speckled domain within that darkness to continuously expand. Without spending a single resource, relying solely on the dragon's feedback, my beast-taming space has reached awakening 5th tier, full 500 square meters. Lu Yu calculated silently. Other beast tamers of the same level typically had spaces only 100th this size, and his came with pure dark source power, making this foundation nearly impossible to replicate. Awakening 1st tier corresponded to 1 square meter, yet he had started with 100. Now at awakening 5th tier, his space had expanded to 500 square meters, equivalent to 4 large apartments. In a few more days, he would naturally advance to transcendent grade. With this thought, Lu Yu felt cheerful, and time flew by in anticipation. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. Outside the pet beast shop, a young man with an arrogant demeanor strode confidently inside. When Loaza stepped into the mythical beast pet shop, he immediately surveyed his surroundings, taking in the unremarkable decor with a flash of disappointment crossing his face. The shelves were worn, the floor was weathered, and the air even carried a faint scent of wood shavings. Nothing about this place reflected the prestige that the word mythical should command. Just as dissatisfaction began to brew within him, his eyes fell upon a slumbering black dragon in the corner, none other than the legendary world-destroying demon dragon. Its wings were folded, its obsidian scales seeming to devour light itself, and even in sleep, It radiated an oppressive draconic aura. Loaza's eyes blazed with sudden interest, all disappointment replaced by burning desire for possession. His gaze shifted to the young shop owner Lu Yu behind the counter. A quick spiritual scan confirmed the man was merely at the awakening realm, and Loaza immediately grew bold, even allowing a contemptuous smirk to play at his lips. Lu Yu caught the change in his expression and frowned slightly, yet maintained his politeness. "How may I help you, sir?" Loaza's attention, however, remained entirely captivated by the world-destroying demon dragon. His eyes burning with barely concealed fervor. Not only did its appearance perfectly match his aesthetic preferences, but that subtle draconic presence felt like a silent invitation. Born into the prestigious Luo family of beast tamers in the demon capital and raised with elite education, he immediately recognized its potential, and desire spread through him like wildfire. He cut straight to the point. "Shop owner, this subdragon beast is quite impressive. Name your price, I'll buy it right now." "Subdragon?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, as if he'd heard a joke. "It's not a subdragon, but a demon dragon species that surpasses even giant dragons, a true world-destroying demon dragon." "Demon dragon species? World-destroying demon dragon?" Loaza was stunned for half a second, then scoffed. "Are you insane? Even top-tier giant dragons only reach king level during their growth phase, let alone demon dragon species that can stand alongside divine dragons. Those reach overlord level upon maturity. This young black dragon before us is only at the 10th tier of awakening, and so small in size it's clearly a juvenile subdragon." Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to argue, simply dismissing him with, "Short-sighted fool." The more Loaza looked, the more he liked what he saw. Suppressing his irritation, he pressed again. "Will you sell it or not? Name your price. This young master can afford it." "Sorry, but this is my contracted beast. It's not for sale." Lu Yu shook his head indifferently. Hearing this answer, Loaza sighed with regret, having expected that such fine merchandise would already be claimed, and reluctantly shifted his focus. "Then do you have any other beast cubs here?" "I do, but they're not cheap." Lu Yu's tone remained calm. Loaza had always been wealthy and generous, frowning as he replied, "I told you, this young master has plenty of money." He surveyed the surroundings. The shabby shop didn't even have proper display cases, filling him with doubt. Could such a place really have the high-potential beasts he sought? "My beast-taming talent is grade black flame, so preferably dark or fire element. I won't take any low-potential trash." He decided to give it a try anyway. Without further explanation, Lu Yu simply retrieved an alloy container from beneath the counter and placed it on the desk. Loaza leaned in to examine it, his expression immediately darkening. "How dare you mock me? This shop treats all customers fairly and never deceives anyone." Lu Yu's tone remained unhurried. Loaza pointed at the container and raged. "You're trying to fool me with the lowest grade crimson flame chicken? You want me to contract a crimson flame chicken? Huh. I wouldn't even want this thing served on my dinner table." This was no ordinary crimson flame chicken. Lu Yu's lips curved into a smile, completely unfazed by Luo Zhe's tone. "This is a blazing chicken that can devour flames, even consume the strange fires between heaven and earth, and completely control the power of strange fire. Imagine a blazing chicken wielding bone dragon cold fire and supreme demon flame. Wouldn't it be destined for invincibility?" His tone was full of certainty. "Devour flames and control strange fire?" Luo Zhe's heart pounded violently. If such a pet beast truly existed, it would be an openly invincible path. He looked down at the blazing chicken in the cage, only to see the creature foolishly pecking at its own tail feathers, looking utterly stupid. Luo Zhe sneered. "A blazing chicken controlling strange fire? You can actually make up such lies? If such a beast existed, it would cost at least tens of millions. I couldn't afford it." Lu Yu seemed to have a sudden realization, the corner of his mouth curving into a subtle arc. "Oh, so you're just a pauper. You're courting death." Luo Zhe's face turned red with rage, fury surging through him. He almost summoned his pet beast on the spot. However, catching sight of the world-destroying demon dragon lying on the table, he changed his tone. "I absolutely won't buy this blazing chicken. How about this? You cancel the contract with that black dragon subspecies, and I'll compensate for any damage caused. I've already said, the world-destroying demon dragon is my pet beast and absolutely not for sale. If you're not sincere about buying a pet beast, then get lost." Lu Yu suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What kind of attitude is that? I'm a customer." Luo Zhe could no longer contain himself. With a flick of his wrist, a transcendent first-order black feather crow appeared in midair. Dark aura spread out, corroding the air with a sizzling sound. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? My willingness to contract your black dragon subspecies is your honor. Get lost or die." Lu Yu's voice was ice cold. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon resting on the table sensed its master's anger and suddenly opened its eyes, its cold gaze locking onto Luo Zhe and his black feather crow. Under those vertical pupils stare, Luo Zhe's entire body stiffened, as if he had fallen into the darkest abyss, trembling uncontrollably. "Black feather crow," he called out in panic. "Don't bother calling. Lu Yu reminded indifferently. Your black feather crow is about to die. Luoze looked down to see his black feather crow entangled by boundless dark power, its feathers rapidly withering, its aura weakening at an alarming rate. The world-destroying demon dragon hadn't even moved a finger with just a glance. It had brought his prized pet beast to the brink of death. Lu Yu's earlier words suddenly echoed in Luoze's mind. Could this so-called black dragon subspecies actually be a true demon dragon species? At this possibility, Luoze trembled all over. Countless beast tamers dreamed of contracting a giant dragon. If they could also master the complete method of cultivating giant dragons, it would be enough to rapidly elevate a family. The Lu family, the foremost beast-taming family in the demon capital, was one of Xia country's 3 great dragon-taming families. Their descendants all called themselves dragon tamers and only contracted giant dragons. As for demon dragon species, they were hailed as beings that surpassed giant dragons, equal to divine dragon species representing the dark side of the dragon race. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Our Xia country's guardian divine dragon is a divine dragon species pet beast. How could this young black dragon possess a bloodline as magnificent as the guardian divine dragon? Luoza's eyes were filled with disbelief. The scene before him had turned Lu Yu's earlier warning into ironclad proof. If it weren't a demonic dragon species, how could an awakened 10th-tier pet beast kill an extraordinary-level black feather crow with just a glance? The black feather crow possessed the brank beast-taming talent, Black Flame, that could be activated at any moment, allowing it to battle even extraordinary 3rd-tier opponents for extended periods. Black feather crow, come back. Luoza dared not hesitate any longer, forcibly recalling the black feather crow into his beast space through their contract. The next second, his face turned ashen, his chest tightened, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Through their soul bond, he clearly sensed dark source power surging like a tide within the beast space, frantically eroding the spatial barriers. Cracks spread everywhere like dried mud ready to crumble at any moment. What kind of power is this? It's actually destroying my beast space across dimensions. Extreme panic gripped Luoza as he turned to look at Lu Yu, feeling that young face was shrouded in demonic shadows, cold and cruel. After the dark source power was exhausted, the beast space barely stabilized, though it was utterly devastated. Thinking about how repairing it would cost millions in spatial resources, Luoza's heart ached like being cut by knives. He took a deep look at Lu Yu, filled with regret but unable to harbor any resentment that was a demonic dragon species. As long as it grew smoothly to adulthood, it would definitely be overlord level. The gap was so vast that even hatred seemed laughable. He dared not linger any longer and stumbled out of the pet shop. Roar! Behind the counter, the world-destroying demonic dragon lazily yawned, its metallic dragon teeth gleaming coldly under the lights. That extraordinary-level black feather crow hadn't even qualified as a warm-up. Lu Yu raised his hand to stroke the dragon's head, his fingertips gliding over the rough black gold dragon scales as he smiled. Don't worry, you'll encounter true powerhouses in the future, even face giant dragons heathen. Roar roar. The demonic dragon's eyes snapped open, dark red vertical pupils surging with excitement as drool dripped from the corner of its mouth, clearly asking, giant dragons taste so good, when can I eat them? Lu Yu chuckled, though he understood in his heart the world-destroying demonic dragon with its demonic dragon talent was born to be the nemesis of all dragons. Whether giant dragons or divine dragons, they were ultimately just nutrients for its growth. Magic City Beast Taming University, first affiliated hospital. Luoza walked out of the emergency building supporting himself against the wall, his face deathly pale with bloodstains still on his clothes. Recalling that pitch-black demonic dragon, he trembled uncontrollably. Such a terrifying demonic dragon. I almost died. At this thought, his heart ached, yet he dared not harbor any thoughts of revenge. Demonic dragon species were destined to reach overlord level, with threat levels comparable to divine dragon species. Lu Yu, who could contract a world-destroying demonic dragon, absolutely couldn't possess only the surface-level awakened tier cultivation. The upper limit of pet beast potential that ordinary awakened beast tamers could handle was merely star level. If they truly attempted to contract an overlord potential demonic dragon, their bodies would explode before the contract was complete. Luoza thought about why beast tamers from dragon-taming families could have giant dragons as their initial pet beasts. They bound their beast-taming talents completely with dragon species, dedicating their entire lives to contracting only one dragon. Even so, only those who have awakened strength dragon-type talents can form contracts with dragon species possessing sovereign-level potential. Luoza frowned, refused to believe the other party could possibly have the legendary S-rank beast-taming talent. He snorted coldly to himself. It had been at least 7 or 8 years since Xia Kingdom had produced anyone with S-rank beast-taming talent, hadn't it? His thoughts still churning, he carried a stack of medical bills to the payment window. Rare spatial restoration resources, 2 full bags of potions, and the fees for personal treatment by a support-type beast tamer all added together. The final amount settled at 5,087,300 over 5 million. This sum was enough to buy a stellar rank, 7th-tier potential beast cub. Luo Zhe's heart felt as if a chunk had been brutally carved out. He took 2 deep breaths, wanting nothing more than to slap himself twice. Why did he have to provoke him? That was a monster who had contracted with a demonic dragon. In the hospital corridor, the smell of disinfectant made his nostrils tingle. Just as Luo Zhe stepped out the main entrance, a pressure as scorching cold as frozen flames hit him heated, causing his steps to falter. Those blue-white flame patterns dancing in those pitch-black pupils were all too familiar to him. The newcomer was none other than his nominal elder brother and the Luo family's acknowledged next family head, Luo Tianyan. Luo Tianyan possessed exceptional talent, having awakened the rank beast-taming ability, Cold Flame. Only when fire-type talents advanced to a rank could they manifest in the form of mystical flames. In a sense, he was equivalent to an ability user who controlled mystical fire. Even without relying on beast companions, that single strand of cold flame gave him combat power sufficient to clash heat-in with transcendent-level opponents. As a junior at Magic Capital Beast Taming University, he consistently ranked at the top of his class. More importantly, at only 21 years old, he was already a stellar rank beast tamer. Elder brother. Luo Zhe hastily bowed, his voice trembling. Faced with this incredibly brilliant brother, the pride in his bones instantly crumbled, leaving only shame and self-loathing. Speak, Luo Tianyan said coldly. Who beat you up like this? Since you are a descendant of the Luo family, I will personally seek justice for any humiliation you've suffered. The rumors of Luo Zhe fleeing to the hospital had already caused quite a stir at Magic Capital Beast Taming University. A second-generation beast tamer elite who possessed a stellar-level potential black feather crow and was a transcendent-level beast tamer himself had actually been forced into hospitalization with severe injuries. Everyone was talking about it, yet no one knew who the perpetrator was. No need. Luo Zhe shook his head frantically, his voice carrying uncontrollable fear. Elder brother, please don't provoke him. Our Luo family cannot afford to offend him. Shut up. Luo Tianyan's brow furrowed tightly, the cold flames flickering slightly with his emotions. Though the Luo family may not be the premier clan in the magic capital, we're certainly not soft persimmons for anyone to squeeze. Besides the dragon-controlling Lu family, who else could make the Luo family yield? Even our Luo family cannot afford to provoke him. Luo Zhe was almost choking up. Elder brother, you have no idea what I faced. Luo Tianyan burned with rage. Who exactly was it? Luo Zhe swallowed hard. A beast tamer who has contracted with a demonic dragon species. Recalling that scene, his entire body still trembled uncontrollably. With just one look, my black feather crow was instantly killed. The dark source power that surged through the beast contract nearly tore my beast space to shreds. If he hadn't shown mercy, my beast space would have completely collapsed long ago. What? A demonic dragon species? Luo Tianyan's pupils contracted sharply, and the contempt on his face instantly vanished. Killing a black feather crow with a single glance was still comprehensible, but striking directly at the beast space through the contract, this had transcended the realm of conventional combat, approaching methods that could destroy one's very foundation. Such terrifying methods would instill fear in any beast tamer. For a beast tamer, the beast space is their absolute foundation. If the beast space were to be completely destroyed, no matter how high their level, they would instantly become a cripple. Luo Tianyan shook his head with a bitter smile. As arrogant as he was, he understood that only beasts of the divine dragon or demon dragon class possessed the terrifying power to directly destroy a beast space. If a beast tamer were to truly contract a demon dragon, not just the Luo family, but even the 3 great dragon taming families at the pinnacle of power would have to think twice before acting against them. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind before Luo Tianyan snapped back to reality and said in a deep voice, Luo Zhe, lead the way. Luo Zhe froze. To where? Take me to see that senior and offer an apology. Luo Tianyan scolded harshly. The man has contracted a demon dragon, and you want to drag the entire Luo family down with you? There are no eternal enemies in this world. Don't you even understand that? Initially, Luo Tianyan had planned to step in and save face for his younger brother after hearing about Luo Zhe's injuries. But now, all such thoughts were extinguished. At best, the Luo family could produce a king-level beast tamer, but against an adult demon dragon, even a king-level tamer would stand no chance. Luo Zhe's face turned deathly pale as he finally understood. The opponent's demon dragon was only in its juvenile stage, yet its awakening level 10th tier strength had effortlessly crushed him. What would happen when it matured into its growth stage or worse, its adult stage? That would be a terrifying overlord-class existence capable of annihilating a city with a single breath of dragon fire. The thought of the potential catastrophic retaliation left him trembling. He quickly stammered, I'll take you there right away. At this moment, in the pet store, Lu Yu sipped his tea calmly, tossing some sliced fruit to the doomsday demon dragon resting on the counter. The juvenile demon dragon lounged lazily with its eyes closed, occasionally stretching its pitch-black wings. The doorbell chimed softly as Luo Tianyin and Luo Zhe entered one after the other. Lu Ye's gaze turned cold. I spared your life and didn't destroy your beast space. Yet you brought someone here to cause trouble? No, not at all. Luo Zhe hurriedly bowed low. I wouldn't dare. I brought my elder brother here to represent the Luo family and offer our apologies. Apologies? From the Luo family? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further. Luo Tianyin's eyes fell on the counter. The juvenile demon dragon appeared to be asleep, yet it exuded an unfathomable darkness that seemed to swirl from within. The cold flame of alien fire in Luo Tianyin's bloodline was instinctively suppressed, causing him to tremble slightly. Even with its eyes closed, the dragon's presence made his heart pound like a drum. If it opens its eyes, I might be consumed by the darkness in an instant, Luo Tianyin thought, his heart gripped with dread. At last, he understood why Luo Zhe had been shattered by just a single glance. His younger brother truly lacked the experience to handle such a being. After Luo Zhe finished speaking, Luo Tianyin stepped forward cautiously, holding out a black gold gift box with both hands. His movements were deliberate, careful not to disturb the demon dragon. Senior, this is a platinum-grade spatial resource, the Void Crystal. It's a humble offering, and I hope you can forgive Luo Zhe for his offense. Platinum-grade, spatial resource, Void Crystal? Just one of these was worth millions. The Void Crystal's primary function is to expand the beast space. In theory, with enough Void Crystals, a beast space could extend infinitely. Lu Yu hadn't expected Luo Tianyin to offer such a rare treasure right away, and he couldn't help but silently admire the man's sincerity. Leave it here, Lu Yu said, his mood visibly improved as he gestured casually. I never intended to pursue the matter further, so you can rest assured. Your generosity humbles us, but the Luo family cannot let this go without expressing our gratitude, Luo Tianyin replied respectfully, carefully placing the Void Crystal on the table. His demeanor was solemn, and beside him, Luo Zhe stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The once proud heir apparent of the Luo family now carried himself like a junior in the presence of Lu Yu, showing just how highly he regarded him. Luo Zhe knew full well that Luo Tianyin's actions were a declaration. Lu Yu was far more than a mere awakening-level beast tamer. He was, without a doubt, a seasoned dragon tamer hiding his true strength. Roar! Suddenly, the doomsday demon dragon opened its eyes, and in an instant, a strand of pitch-black energy enveloped the Void Crystal. Using the bond of its contract, the dragon pulled the crystal into Lu Ye's beast space before closing its eyes again to continue resting. Luo Tianyin instinctively met the dragon's gaze, and in that brief moment, cold sweat drenched his back. Despite the lack of any outward pressure, the sheer presence of the dragon left him, a first-tier starlight-level beast tamer, paralyzed, unable to summon even a shred of fighting spirit. Those pitch-black eyes seemed to contain boundless darkness, an abyss so deep that it defied comprehension. After steadying himself, Luo Tianyin took a deep breath and asked, since you've opened a pet store, do you have any suitable young beasts? I've just broken through to starlight level and unlocked my third beast slot. What talent did you awaken? Lu Yu asked. Cold flame, and a grade beast tamer talent. Luo Tianyin replied with utmost respect. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. Cold flame and a grade elemental talent like yours is already considered a rare ability. With such a unique flame, I imagine ordinary fire-type beasts wouldn't be compatible with it. Your insight is remarkable, Luo Tianyin said with a wry smile. This flame is icy and incompatible with most fire-type beasts. I've searched far and wide, but haven't found a suitable match. Fortunately, Lu Yu said with a cheerful laugh, pulling out a transparent container. I happen to have the perfect beast for you, this scarlet flame chicken. It's yours for 3 million. Lu Yu had been worried about the scarlet flame chicken's inability to sell for quite some time. If it remained unsold for too long, the system would deduct points from him. Agreed, Luo Tianyin said without hesitation. He'll buy the scarlet flame chicken. Lu Ye's expression darkened, and he scolded coldly. Do you think him joking? Do you think him trying to mock you by offering you a scarlet flame chicken? I wouldn't dare, Luo Tianyin replied with a bitter smile, though he admitted honestly. It's just the scarlet flame chicken's rank is too low. Even an ordinary grade fire-type beast tamer might not choose to contract it. It's born with the ability to refine all flames, including elemental flames like yours. It can even absorb and refine your cold flame. Lu Yu snapped, pointing to Luo Zhe. I once considered selling it to him, but his short-sightedness led him to demand I break my contract with the Doomsday Demon Dragon, which angered me. If you don't believe me, release your cold flame and let the scarlet flame chicken refine its sea for yourself. Refine elemental flames? Luo Tianyin's heart raced as he turned to Luo Zhe for confirmation. Luo Zhe nodded emphatically, convincing him almost entirely. To test it, Luo Tianyin unleashed his talent, summoning his elemental flame. A cold, icy blue fire emerged, instantly lowering the room's temperature by more than 10 degrees, filling the air with a biting chill. Cluck cluck. The scarlet flame chicken, sensing the cold flame, grew visibly excited. It broke free from its container and, like a whale swallowing a river, absorbed the icy blue fire entirely. In an instant, it refined the flame. Luo Tianyan's face turned as pale as paper. Before his eyes, the strange fire called cold flame from his beast-taming talent was swallowed in one gulp by the crimson flame chicken. The cold flame and blazing flame clashed within the red-winged bird's body, and moments later, they transformed into a deep blue fire lotus that flickered mysteriously among its feathers. Since the crimson flame chicken wasn't his contracted beast, the violent power surged back like sharp needles piercing through Luo Tianyan's blood vessels. But when that blue flame settled steadily on the chicken's feathers, he was utterly shocked at it had actually refined the fire. This wasn't just a chicken, it was clearly a newborn flame emperor. His hands trembling uncontrollably, Luo Tianyan's eyes blazed with wild joy, his voice cracking with excitement. Senior, this crimson flame chicken, I'll buy it. I want to form a contract with it right now. Is that possible? Yes. Luo nodded calmly. How could this be? On the other side, Luo Zhe looked as if struck by lightning, all color draining from his face as he forced out hoarse words. It can even devour cold flame and make it its own? What kind of terrifying talent is this? Only now did he realize that this crimson flame chicken capable of refining strange fires should have been his, but he had foolishly let it slip away due to his short-sightedness. What stung even more was the 3 million price tag compared to the 5 million in medical fees he'd just paid at the hospital, barely enough to repair his nearly shattered beast space. Luo Tianyan paid without hesitation, his fingers flying across the light screen for confirmation, each tap reflecting firelight in his eyes. Once payment was complete, he immediately formed a beast contract with the crimson flame chicken, so eager that he showed none of the composure expected of a young master of the Luo family. Pain and regret tore at Luo Zhe simultaneously. His heaving chest aggravated his injuries, and fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the drop of blood falling to the floor. It seemed like the final straw that crushed his dignity. Bang! His knees hit the ground hard as he collapsed, tears streaming uncontrollably. Senior, please give me another chance. I deeply regret my mistakes, please forgive me. Luo Zhe's humble figure made even Luo Tianyan's heart tighten. But Lu Yu remained coldly indifferent. Your kneeling is useless. I won't pursue your crimes, but that doesn't mean I forgive your offense. You should never, ever have dared to set your sights on the world-destroying demon dragon. Luo Zhe trembled all over, painfully realizing he had lost all chips to reverse his fate. Luo Zhe, go back. Luo Tianyan sighed. You're an adult, now take responsibility for your actions. Remember, the senior won't pursue this further, but if you dare harbor other schemes, I'll kill you myself. I understand. Luo Zhe seemed drained of his soul. He bowed respectfully to Lu Yu and left with hollow steps. The hall fell quiet again, flames mixing heat and cold dancing on the crimson flame chicken's wings. Luo Tianyan gently touched the fire and said solemnly, Senior, the crimson flame chicken's potential far exceeds 3 million. I'll remember this kindness forever, please rest assured. He clearly understood that Lu Yu couldn't possibly be unaware of its true value. The 3 million was merely an investment. Lu Yu had contracted a young demon dragon and was destined to reach the pinnacle of beast-taming. To stand alongside such a person, he could only accept this investment and draw closer to him. Lu Yu smiled and shook his head. I may not need you to do anything. If your strength is insufficient, you can't help me anyway. Since the contract is complete, you should leave now. Luo Tianyan nodded, but then glanced at the world-destroying demon dragon. A thought flashed through his mind, and he asked respectfully, Senior, since you've contracted a demon dragon, do you have any relationship with the Lu family, one of the 3 great dragon-taming families? The Lu family? A mysterious look crossed Lu Yu's eyes as he said coldly, I have no relationship with the Lu family anymore. Luo Tianyan dared not ask further questions. After bowing respectfully, he took his leave. As he stepped out of the courtyard gate, a thought arose in his mind. Senior Lu and the Lu family probably weren't without connections. There must be some grudge between them. Even a dragon-taming family would suffer severely if they provoked a beast-tamer who had contracted a demon dragon species, wouldn't they? At this thought, a chill ran down his spine, and he quickened his pace to leave. After seeing Luo Tianyan off, Lu Yu withdrew his gaze and immersed his consciousness into his beast space, channeling his source power to refine the platinum-grade resource, the Sky Control Crystal. 4 beast tamers, the beast space was their foundation. As the space expanded, their realm would surge accordingly. The Sky Control Crystal transformed into clear points of light that infused into the space, as if the walls were being stretched outward. An ordinary awakened stage 1 beast space was only 1 square meter, but Lu Yu possessed a full 100 times that when he awakened 100 square meters. At this moment, the world-ending demon dragon had reached its limit at awakened stage 10 and could no longer advance in level. All the dark hell power it devoured was feeding back to Lu Yu. Before the refinement began, Lu Yu's own realm had already reached awakened stage 5. As the crystal's source power surged in, the space expanded directly from 500 square meters to 1,000 square meters awakened stage 10. The crystal continued to dissolve, but the space stopped expanding, as if hitting some bottleneck. The next instant, a thunderous roar exploded in the depths of his consciousness. The beast space underwent explosive expansion, its area soaring to 10,000 square meters as Lu Yu stepped into Transcendent Stage 1. Using spatial resources alone to advance realms is indeed extravagant. Lu Yu smiled slightly. A platinum-grade sky control crystal was merely a drop in the ocean for him. With a thought, he opened the system space and purchased 30 diamond-grade sky control crystals without hesitation. You have purchased sky control crystal diamond grade 30, consuming 300 points. Current remaining, 0 points. 30 blue-black diamond-grade crystals fell into the beast space, gleaming like stars. One crystal instantly melted, its vast source power surging as the space expanded again 100,000 square meters. Transcendent Stage 10. One crystal only consumed a tenth of its energy. Lu Yu calculated silently. Once I fully refine one, I can break through to Star Grade Stage 1. The enormous beast space spread like a world in his mind, and his SS grade talent, Dark Hell, grew wildly along with it. Demonic energy boiled upward while shadows sank to the lower layer, dividing Hell into 2 levels: the upper demon prison and the lower dark prison. Through the beast contract, Lu Yu continuously channeled the pure dark source power from Dark Hell into the world-ending demon dragon. As the tide-like dark power surged in, the demon dragon raised its head and roared, its scales glowing with ethereal light, breaking through to Transcendent Grade in just one breath. When Lu Yu advanced to Star Grade, the demon dragon would leap forward with him, possessing even more terrifying combat power. Your contracted beast world-ending demon dragon has broken through to Transcendent Grade and comprehended the Crimson Star skill Dragon Slaying Demon Soul. The skill information emerged. Dragon Slaying Demon Soul Crimson Star Grade Boundless Darkness condenses into Demon Soul Servants. The Dark Demon Dragon's soul manifests, destroying souls and slaying dragons. A system notification chimed, and Lu Yu was instantly overjoyed. After breaking through to the Transcendent level, the world-destroying Demon Dragon had comprehended a new skill: the Crimson Star tier, Dragon Slaying Demon Soul, Soul Annihilating Dragon Execution, with power comparable to the Dragon Dark Domain. It truly lived up to its reputation as the natural enemy of all dragonkind. Lu Yu looked up, his mind flashing through his understanding of dragons. 1. Subdragon species. Anything bearing the name dragon was synonymous with immense power. 2. Pureblood ancient dragon species, the backbone of the 3 great dragon taming families, existing independently of the Beastmaster system, with dragon tamers holding supreme status. 3. Divine dragon species, the guardian divine dragon of the Xia kingdom, supreme above all. Yet whether subdragons, ancient dragons, or even the legendary divine dragons, all would likely meet the same fate before the world-destroying demon dragon, becoming its prey. Roar! The demon dragon, wreathed in black flames, raised its head and roared, then looked pitifully at Lu Yu. Since its birth, it had never truly tasted dragon flesh. This made the mighty demon dragon's face burn with shame, hardly daring to call itself world-destroying anymore. Don't worry, someday I'll let you feast on ancient dragons until you're stuffed, Lu Yu said, rubbing its obsidian horns. The warm touch of his fingertips instantly transported him back 12 years, when he was only 6 years old. Lu Yu, we adopted you solely for that strand of strength dragon-type talent essence within you. Your parents died fighting for the family headship and lost. You're nothing but a discarded pawn. Extract your essence for your younger brother, and he'll become an unprecedented dual-strength talent holder, capable of contracting 2 top-tier ancient dragons. Don't you adore him? You wouldn't refuse to give him your talent, would you? After losing your talent, your future will depend entirely on your brother. As for you, just live out your days peacefully as a worthless nobody. That night, the excruciating pain of having his talent forcibly stripped away was etched into his very bones. 12 years had passed, yet that agony still clung tightly to the depths of his soul. He sighed softly. Even now, having advanced to the transcendent level and possessing the world-destroying demon dragon, he still couldn't immediately shake the deeply rooted dragon-taming families. But he believed it wouldn't be long before he would look down upon that family from above. Let's continue cultivating, Lu Yu said in a low voice, pressing his palm against the demon dragon's forehead scales. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon sensed its master's emotions, and determination blazed in its dark eyes. Time passed unnoticed during cultivation. When Lu Yu emerged from his meditation, he realized that 2 full days had passed since he absorbed the sky-soaring crystal and had the demon dragon refine the dark source power. During this time, The boundless dark power had been devoured by the demon dragon, like a whale consuming krill. Lu Yu's SS rank beast-taming talent, Dark Hell, and its source power had become the demon dragon's most precious cultivation resource. The result, its level had been pushed to the absolute limit of the transcendent realm, transcendent 10th order. In terms of strength, hadn't it improved by more than 100-fold? What astonished Lu Yu was that although the world-destroying demon dragon had reached the current limit of its realm, its aura seemed to be continuously growing stronger. Is it consolidating its foundation? He keenly captured that subtle change, feeling delighted in his heart. Once he broke through to the starry sky level, the world-destroying demon dragon might instantly advance to the second tier, or even the third tier of starry sky. As his thoughts shifted, he remembered he had been cultivating in seclusion for 2 whole days, and not a single customer had appeared in the shop, definitely not a good sign. Even though the mythical pet shop was located right next to Modu Beast-Taming University, it was still a new shop, and business remained sluggish. He picked up his phone, and a message from Shun Yinyin popped up on the screen. Shop owner, my roommate is already on her way to the mythical pet shop. You must arrange the best pet cub for her. Following the message was a cute emoji of a cat stretching out its paw. Lu Yu could almost imagine the playful expression on Shun Yinyin's exquisitely beautiful face when she sent the message, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yinyin's roommate was indeed on her way. 2 days ago, Shun Yinyin had mentioned that her roommate Duryun hadn't contracted an initial pet yet, and had explicitly stated she wanted to select one from the mythical pet shop. Duryun understood the special nature of slimes, so this deal was practically guaranteed. Unfortunately, although he was already an extraordinary level beast tamer and had unlocked his second beast slot, he hadn't saved up any points to exchange for a pet that could rival the world-destroying demon dragon. He needed to sell at least 2 more cubs to gather 600 points. His second pet absolutely had to match the world-destroying demon dragon's level. While slimes, little skeletons, and flame chickens had remarkable talents and boundless future potential, compared to the world-destroying demon dragon, the gap was still obvious. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Yu suddenly sensed an aura outside the shop. He looked up to see a youthful and beautiful girl standing outside the glass door. Du-ryun wore a light white shirt that outlined her slender figure. A pale pink skirt swayed above her knees. White overknee socks accentuated her long, snow-white calves, and she wore a pair of brown leather shoes on her feet. Her entire being radiated the fresh aura of a university student. She looked up at the mythical pet shop sign, blinked, and complained softly. Nian Yin is really something, so focused on cultivating her beast space that she doesn't even have time to accompany me. Despite her small complaint, Duryun understood that with Shun Yinyin's awakening level realm, her slime's level and potential had already been cultivated to the extreme. The awakening level beast space was extremely fragile. If the slime grew any stronger, the space itself would collapse first. Only when Yinyin broke through to the extraordinary level could she continue cultivating her slime. Shun Yinyin had been admitted to Modu Beast-Taming University, one of Xia country's top 3 beast-taming universities, and had contracted a slime with astonishing potential. Of course, she would cultivate desperately. Thinking of this, Du-ryun couldn't hide her envy. Slimes only needed to devour resources to improve, and could also feed water tribute resources back to the beast space. Some common water element materials could even achieve the effects of space element resources, so Yinyin wouldn't be far from the extraordinary level. Contracting a pet of this caliber could indeed change a beast tamer's destiny. Standing at the shop entrance at this moment, Du-ryun was also welcoming her own opportunity. Usually poised and graceful, she couldn't help but hesitate when facing this choice that would determine her future, a trace of timidity rising from her heart. Suddenly, she saw a tall and handsome young man inside the shop watching her with a gentle smile. You must be Yinyin's friend? Lu Yu said with a warm smile and a soft voice. You've been standing at the door for so long, aren't you planning to come in? Du-ryun met Lu Yu's gaze, feeling his teasing tone, and for some reason her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly said, I haven't been standing here that long. She rarely spoke with boys, and as soon as the words left her lips, she quickly walked into the mythology pet beast shop. When she first heard this shop could breed slime hatchlings, she assumed it would be quite large. But upon pushing open the door, she found the store was less than 100 square meters, with shelves that had turned gray with age and peeling paint in the corners hardly impressive at all. What surprised her even more was the shop owner. She had expected an experienced middle-aged man, but instead she was greeted by a young man around her own age. He was tall and handsome, with a gentle and approachable demeanor that put people at ease like a soft breeze. Du-ryun's face reddened slightly as she looked up to meet his eyes again, and for a moment she was mesmerized. Those deep black pupils seemed to contain endless whirlpools that drew people in irresistibly. Lu Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly suppressed the strange phenomenon in his eyes. After advancing to the transcendent level, his SS rank beast-taming talent, Dark Hell, had evolved into twin hells. His left eye became Demon Prison, and his right eye Dark Prison. The talent's power was so strong that even when hidden deep within his soul, it still emanated a trace of coldness. Anyone who looked directly at him might glimpse shadows of hell. To avoid frightening the girl before him, he quickly lowered his gaze. He smiled gently and took the initiative to speak. I heard from Yin Yin that you haven't contracted an initial beast yet. Du Ryun snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly. I only awakened my brank beast-taming talent Holy Light before the college entrance exam. It can enhance pet support abilities. Lu Yu nodded slightly. No wonder you haven't contracted one yet. Support specialized pets are already rare, and limiting it to light attribute makes them even harder to find than undead hatchlings. The Holy Light talent meant she was destined to follow the support path. Whether she became a healing beast tamer or a core support member of a team in the future, she would be valued by all parties. However, to grow stronger, the first hurdle was contracting an initial pet, and this step alone was enough to stump many talent holders. Du Ryun smiled bitterly. The school has been helping me make connections, but light attribute support hatchlings are just too scarce. Several freshmen who awakened to rank support talents are ahead of me in line, and before them are sophomores and juniors who also urgently need these types of pets. Since they all have to wait in line, I can only wait even longer. After speaking, her grip on her backpack strap unconsciously tightened. Watching her roommates successively contract initial pets and rapidly improve their strength while she remained stuck in place, unable to become a true beast tamer even though she usually appeared composed and confident. Only Du Ryun herself knew the anxiety and bitterness in her heart. Lu Yu nodded slightly and began explaining the procurement channels of the Magic Capital Beast Taming University, which were essentially several large pet beast stores in the city. Even when the school wanted to purchase a support-type cub with stellar-grade potential, they had to wait in long queues. If they also required it to have light attributes, it became even more difficult. He speculated that they would likely have to wait until Du Ryun finally confirmed her application before the school would place an order with the pet stores, and only then would the stores begin targeted breeding. In reality, most support-type cubs on the market were monopolized by major families and factions. The strategic value of support-type beast tamers was undeniable. Every family and legion wanted to recruit them with scarce resources. Once a team gained a support-type beast tamer, their overall combat effectiveness would immediately increase, they would fight more courageously, and they would have fewer worries about the rear. Besides going through university channels, support-type beast tamers had another path: military service. Joining the Xia Kingdom's military meant directly facing brutal alien legions, with death rates unimaginably high for ordinary people. Thinking of this, Du Ryun lifted her head slightly and asked quietly, "Store manager, do you have any pet beast cubs that meet my requirements?" "Of course I do," Lu Yu replied with a smile. For other pet stores, even large chains, obtaining such cubs required advance orders and slow cultivation, but for him, it was effortless. With a thought, he retrieved a transparent container from his spatial equipment and placed it on the table. Du Ryun felt a surge of anticipation, but when her gaze fell upon the container, her expectations instantly plummeted. A completely green worm was slowly wriggling inside. This? She was stunned. Lu Yu smiled and said, "That's right. This is the lowest grade insect type pet Biasta green cotton worm." Du Ryun pressed her lips together, staring at Lu Yu with a hint of grievance. "Are you making fun of me, store manager?" High school textbooks clearly stated that green cotton worms were so weak they occupied nearly the bottom of the food chain, and any bird-type pet beast could treat them as snacks. Among thousands of green cotton worms, not even one might survive to adulthood, and even if they did, very few could reach the first awakening stage. However, if properly cultivated, green cotton worms had one chance to form a cocoon before adulthood. If successful, they would evolve into green cotton butterflies, reaching third-stage awakening combat power, on par with slimes and small skeletons. But among all species, green cotton worms remained pitifully weak. Lu Yu hadn't expected such a strong emotional reaction from her, but continued explaining with a smile. "This isn't an ordinary green cotton worm, it's one capable of infinite cocoon evolution." Infinite cocoon evolution? Du Ryun was dumbfounded. Exactly. Lu Yu held the worm in his palm. The creature, no thicker than a pinky finger, wriggled on his palm, emanating a lustrous green glow. It possesses the special growth-type talent cocooning. When you provide it with different resources and its absorption reaches the limit, it will cocoon again and evolve again. Du Ryun's disappointment was instantly replaced by excitement. She thought of Shen Yinyan's slime, which could also grow infinitely through resources. The green cotton worm's talent was more intuitive and directly linked to evolution. For any pet beast, each successful evolution was a complete transformation. If it could truly cocoon infinitely, this green cotton worm's future potential was immeasurable. Her eyes lit up, and she spoke faster. "If I feed it light-type resources and constantly nurture it with my beast-taming talent Holy Light, the green cotton worm will cocoon and evolve into a light-type support pet beast?" "Correct." Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. Du Ryun pondered. If Lu Yu's words were true, this green cotton worm was undoubtedly the most suitable initial pet beast for her. Conceivably, Any awakening stage beast tamer wouldn't refuse a green cotton worm with infinite potential. As for the possibility of being deceived, even if it truly lacked this talent, the green cotton worm itself hadn't even reached the first awakening stage, so breaking the contract would only prevent her from contracting a new pet for a month. Since she would have to wait several months in queue for a light-type cub anyway, there was virtually no loss. After weighing the pros and cons, she immediately made her decision to purchase and contract this green cotton worm. Manager, how much does this green cotton worm cost? Du Ryun looked up, her eyes clear and determined, though a trace of absurdity still flickered in her heart. Was she really going to form a beast contract with a fluffy little worm? She thought of her friend Shun Yinyan's expression of no regrets when she left the shop leading that soft, squishy slime, and her slightly wavering resolve instantly solidified. If Yinyan could do it, so could she. Perhaps Yinyan's feelings back then were exactly the same as her own right now. Green cotton worm, 3 million yuan please. Lu Yu raised his hand in a 3 gesture, his tone casual. 3 million for a green cotton worm. The comparison still struck Du Ryun as bizarre. But she didn't hesitate. The slime had the same price tag of 3 million, and she had specifically saved up for this. With her scholarship money plus years of savings, she had about 5 million on hand. After paying 3 million, the remaining 2 million would be enough to buy light element cultivation resources. As long as what the manager said was true, a green cotton worm capable of unlimited cocoon evolution would be worth an instant purchase for any beast tamer. Soon, the transaction was complete. As the bank notification chimed, Lu Yu's account balance broke through 12 million yuan, enough to buy a house outright, even in a place like Magic City where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. However, more delightful than the hefty balance were the 300 points added by the system. Just one more hatchling sale would give him the 600 points needed to exchange for that terrifying creature comparable to a world-destroying dragon as his second pet. Du Ryun took the crystalline contract stone and met the green cotton worm's gaze, nervously channeling her spiritual power. Instantly, contract information flowed into her mind like a warm current, and her eyes lit up. Beast contracts never lied. Special growth-type talent. Cocoon formation. She took a deep breath and murmured solemnly to herself. Its potential is definitely no less than the slime's. How is it? Are you satisfied? Lu Yu asked with interest. Very satisfied. Du Ryun nodded gently, her bright eyes sparkling. Manager, thank you. I'll take good care of the green cotton worm. Lu Yu smiled. Now you know I wasn't trying to scam you, right? Under his teasing gaze, her pretty face flushed red. Thinking of her earlier doubts, guilt welled up in her heart, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'm sorry, manager. It's fine. Lu Yu waved his hand. I'm not blaming you. When your friend contracted the slime, she called this place a scam shop right to my face. Selling the green cotton worm was arguably the smoothest transaction since Lu Yu opened his shop. He felt secretly pleased. Indeed, customer referrals and word of mouth were the best ways to do business. Scam shop. Du Ryun's face reddened again. She seemed to have harbored similar suspicions too. For the rest of the time, Lu Yu, adhering to his principle of honest dealing, carefully explained the key points and taboos in the green cotton worm's cultivation, cocooning, and evolution processes. Du Ryun listened obediently, nodding like a pecking chick from time to time, even taking out her tablet to record everything seriously. After leaving the mythical beast shop, Du Ryun first made a trip to the trading company to purchase numerous light attribute resources before taking the subway back to Magic Capital University. Girls' dormitory, room 301. Pushing open the door to the villa-style dormitory, she first glanced around the empty living room, then walked along the floor-to-ceiling windows to the courtyard behind. A breeze carrying moist water vapor hit her face. Shin Ninian was soaking in the swimming pool, wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit, her fair arms and thighs glowing softly in the sunlight, wet strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. In the center of the pool, a slime swam joyfully, suddenly conjuring a reddish stream of water that shot out straight like a spear, creating a water column over 10 meters high before crashing down with a splash. Gold tier skill Crimson Water Spear. Usually only beast companions with Minjiutier potential had a chance to master this technique, yet Nianyan slime could already wield it with ease. Combined with the equally gold tier Azure Water Ribbon, this slime even had the confidence to challenge extraordinary tier beast companions above its level. Du Ryun stood by the poolside, her eyes filled with envy. Only then did Shun Yinyan notice her, scooping up the slime and stepping onto the slippery tiles to get out of the pool. Tiny water droplets rolled down the girl's collarbone and waistline as she held the slime tightly against her chest. The slime, feeling suffocated, struggled briefly before plopping back into the water with a splash. I'm back. Du Ryun stepped forward and embraced her gently, letting the cool water droplets soak her shirt as she pressed against the body, radiating youthful energy. Ninian, your slime has gotten stronger again. Hee hee. Shin Ninian was in high spirits, squinting as she nodded. By the way, didn't you go to the mythical beast shop? What kind of hatchling did the shop owner pick for you? Du Ryun had planned to show her. She walked to the pavilion, running her fingertip across the stone table as a summoning circle lit up and quickly faded. The next second, a small green insect lay in her palm. Shen Yinyan blinked. This is a green cotton worm. That's right. Du Ruyan carefully cradled the small insect, explaining gently. The shop owner said its potential is comparable to your slime. The shop owner really doesn't follow conventional paths. Shen Yinyan shook her head lightly with a sigh. I thought my slime was already outrageous enough, but a green cotton worm is even more absurd. I thought so too. Du Ruyan pursed her lips slightly, then added. But the shop owner is really kind. I once doubted him, yet he didn't mind at all. Yes, the shop owner is indeed very kind. Shen Yinyan agreed. The two girls looked at each other, trust and admiration appearing in their eyes simultaneously. In that instant, they reached a mutual understanding. Just then, Jiang Yi walked over carrying books. Seeing the small insect in Du Ruyan's palm, she paused. Ring, you went to the mythical beast shop and just bought a green cotton worm. Shen Yinyan immediately put on a serious expression. Since it comes from the mythical beast shop, this is definitely not ordinary. It must have some special talent, right? Yes. Du Ruyan's gaze fell tenderly on the green cotton worm. It can undergo infinite cocoon evolution. I've prepared plenty of light attribute resources, and combined with my beast-taming talent Holy Light, I should be able to cultivate it into a powerful support-type butterfly beast companion. Infinite cocoon evolution. Jiang Yi exclaimed in shock. This kind of special talent is no less impressive than a slime's devouring ability. Congratulations. Shen Yinyan smiled gently and nodded slightly, saying, you don't need to wait for the school's arrangement. From now on, you're an auxiliary-type beast tamer. Auxiliary-type beast tamers generally don't have much combat power, but I'll protect you well. The afternoon breeze swept through the courtyard, making the leaves of the tall sycamore trees rustle. Inside the wooden pavilion, the stone table had been wiped clean, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, are you going to start cultivating the green cotton worm now? Du Ruyan softly responded with a raised her hand with a gesture, and opened her beast space. A gentle white light curtain spread beneath the pavilion as resources were brought out. Silver-white luminous leaves gleamed brilliantly. Golden healing grass emanated a warm medicinal fragrance. Most striking of all was a fist-sized platinum-grade clear light stone, translucent throughout, as if it contained moonlight within. All these resources together must cost nearly 2 million, right? Jiang Yi gasped in astonishment. I spent 2.12 million, Du Ruyan replied in a gentle tone, though her seriousness was unmistakable. The shop owner said that during the green cotton worm's first evolution, it can better absorb resources during the cocooning period, so he recommended I purchase as many resources as possible to help with the evolution. With that, she picked up a luminous leaf and gently offered it to the green cotton worm, which was only as long as a finger joint. The worm's soft body trembled slightly, then opened its tiny mouth and began to nibble. Jiang Yi felt conflicted, her gaze shifting between the green cotton worm and the pile of invaluable resources. It looked no different from an ordinary green cotton worm, with its pale green surface even appearing somewhat endearing. In the courtyard trees outside the pavilion, many birds were attracted by the radiance, fluttering their wings restlessly. If not for the slime having already extended its water blue ribbons to isolate the entire pavilion within a protective barrier, birds of prey might have swooped down at any moment. She found it hard to imagine that such an seemingly ordinary green cotton worm could possess a cocooning talent comparable to devouring, capable of infinite evolution. Moments later, an entire luminous leaf had been consumed completely. The green cotton worm's abdomen was slightly swollen, and it lazily sprawled in the center of the stone table, its gently swaying antennae suggesting it was dozing. That's it. Jiang Yi blinked. But before she could voice more doubts, she saw the green cotton worm suddenly raise its front half, open its mouth parts, and streams of fine silk poured forth from between its lips, white as silk ribbons. This was an iron-rank skill silk spinning, also the green cotton worm's only racial ability. The silk threads wrapped around its body, quickly forming a pale green initial cocoon shell. Shen Yinyan exclaimed, the green cotton worm is about to evolve. The green cotton worm had completely formed its pristine white cocoon, wrapping itself entirely within. Du Ruyan took a deep breath and raised her hand to release her beast-taming talent Holy Light. Instantly, brilliant and warm radiance spread like a tide, engulfing the cocoon as if it had merged with the sacred light itself. The light element resources piled nearby were similarly enveloped, and precious materials worth over 2 million began to disintegrate one by one in the holy light, transforming into streams of luminous energy that continuously seeped into the cocoon. The shop owner had warned that the first evolution would take at least an hour. Du Ruyan pressed her lips together and calculated before whispering. The more resources used, the longer it takes. This time, it might take 2 hours. Do you have to maintain the holy light the entire time? Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask. With your current strength, it would be difficult to sustain your beast-taming talent for so long, wouldn't it? Shen Yinyan looked toward Du Riyun, her voice gentle yet firm. I believe in her. Du Riyun closed her eyes, sensing through the beast contract the green cotton worm's steadily rising aura. With only one thought in her heart, it was worth it. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later. Crack, crack. Fine fissures appeared on the cocoon's surface. Is it about to break free? Jiang Yi exclaimed. The green cotton worm is about to evolve. Shen Yinyan stared intently at the cocoon shell, responding softly. Jiang Yi's expression grew strange. Normally, even if the green cotton worm succeeded, it would only transform into a green cotton butterfly, comparable to slimes or small skeletons. Her own contracted phantom butterfly specialized in psychic illusions and charm, making her well aware of how low green cotton butterflies ranked among butterfly-type beast pets. Yet Du Riyun had invested over 2 million in light element resources for this evolution. If the result was merely a green cotton butterfly, it would be absurd. She suddenly realized that this green cotton worm's evolution would definitely not be so simple, and certainly wouldn't result in just a green cotton butterfly. Crack. The fissures widened, and the cocoon shell completely shattered. A pair of wings, white as snow and nearly transparent, emerged first, their pure white scales slowly unfurling as radiance flowed from their tips. Then, a snow-white butterfly the size of a palm fluttered away from the broken cocoon and finally settled on Du Riyun's palm. Du Riyun's complexion was slightly pale, but she wore a satisfied smile. Through their contract, she quickly obtained information about her newly evolved beast pet. Moonlight butterfly. Level, awakening 10th tier. Jiang Yi released her psychic perception and gasped in shock. Moon, tell us quickly, what level of potential does it have after this evolution? The moonlight butterfly's potential is Starry Sky 10th tier, Du Riyun answered softly. Starry Sky 10th tier potential. Shen Yinyan couldn't help but exclaim. That's even higher than my slime. Chirp. The moonlight butterfly sensed its master's weakness and gently flapped its wings, scattering sacred radiance. Gold tier skill, Sacred Radiance. Jiang Yi's eyes widened. It can heal injuries, soothe fatigue, and remove negative effects. This is top tier, even among gold-level support skills. After being healed, Du Riyun's spirits lifted, and she raised her hand with a light laugh. There's more. Chirp. The moonlight butterfly flapped its wings again, and silver light replaced the sacred white glow. Gold tier skill, Silver Moonlight. Jiang Yi's voice trembled. Under the silver moon, beast pets think faster and gain comprehensive boosts to strength and speed. This is the most precious group enhancement skill. Ruoyun, congratulations. Shen Yinyan said sincerely. The moonlight butterfly has mastered 2 gold tier support skills, Sacred Radiance and Silver Moonlight. No matter which beast-taming legion you join in the future, you'll immediately receive massive resource allocation. In the moonlit courtyard, the moonlight butterfly in Du Riyun's arms fluttered its wings gently, silver light flowing across them. Shen Yinyan's eyes burned with intensity. To some extent, a support-type beast tamer who understands group buffs is the core of any legion. You've just become a beast tamer and already show such potential. Your future is limitless. Du Riyun chuckled softly, lowering her voice. My moonlight butterfly has no combat abilities whatsoever. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Shen Yinyan immediately patted her chest in assurance. Yep. The slime leaped from the stone table, landing like jelly on the ground. Raising its head, defiantly, it too had the strength to protect its companions. The moonlight butterfly gracefully settled atop the slime's head, its clear radiance reflecting against the deep blue glow. Du Riyun and Shen Yinyan exchanged smiles, the scene resembling a moonlit oil painting, serene yet captivating. In the corner of the courtyard, Chu Ying stood with clenched fists, her gaze fixed on the slime and moonlight butterfly, a wave of melancholy washing over her heart. She had spent years bringing her steel wolf to awakening tier 10, yet in just a few days, she had been left far behind by Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun. Both the slime and moonlight butterfly had limitless futures, while her once proud steel wolf now seemed utterly ordinary. On the outskirts of Magic City, at a livestock slaughterhouse, under dim yellow lights, bloody water trickled along drainage channels toward the distance. Yang Qing wiped sweat from his forehead, sitting beside the slaughter table with the small skeleton standing silently at his side. It gripped a pitch-black blade formed from necromantic energy, a gold-tier skill Death Reaper blade. Under normal circumstances, once the Death Reaper blade struck, flesh would be completely corroded, but during these 2 days here, it could only use this terrifying weapon as an ordinary butcher's knife. Hey there, this batch of chickens is coming. You better get ready, shouted a loud-voiced woman nearby, causing the surrounding workers to burst into laughter. Yang Qing is an extraordinary tier beast tamer. He's already killed 100,000 chickens in just 2 days. Does he need your reminder? Hee, I heard he's a top student from Magic City's second beast-taming university and runs a large pet beast shop. Truly accomplished at such a young age. Working with him saves us so much effort, and he's generous too, even shares his wages with us. 100,000 chickens in 2 days. Yang Qing's heart is colder than the slaughterhouse knives. You've been killing chickens for 10 years, and you have the nerve to talk? Laughter echoed throughout the chicken slaughter area, though the air was thick with the smell of blood and damp feathers. Yang Qing smiled helplessly. Everyone, today is my last day killing chickens. A slaughterhouse worker blinked. You planning to quit? Makes Sunshan extraordinary tier beast tamer is overqualified for this slaughterhouse. No. Yang Qing shook his head. I'm planning to kill pigs. Everyone was stunned, unable to understand why he insisted on staying in the slaughter industry. Killing chickens was dirty enough, let alone slaughtering pigs. However, Yang Qing offered no explanation and continued working diligently for the entire day. Another 100,000 chickens fell beneath the Death Reaper blade, and though they were all meat chickens not even reaching Awakening Tier 1, the small skeleton's level successfully climbed to Extraordinary Tier 3. As night fell and lights flickered back on, Yang Qing submitted his transfer application, requesting to move to the pork slaughter section. Given the efficiency he had demonstrated, approval came almost instantly. Kill pigs for a few more days, then transfer to cattle slaughter. Looking at the blood-soaked yet silent small skeleton beside him, Yang Qing's eyes flashed with bright light. Maybe even get a slaughter certification to work at higher-level slaughterhouses, butchering Awakening Tier, even Extraordinary Tier fierce beasts. He could already envision it. After slaughtering another 100,000 pigs and 100,000 cattle, the small skeleton could break through to Extraordinary Tier 10. If he then slaughtered 100,000 Awakening Tier fierce beasts, not only would the small skeleton reach Stellar Tier 10, but he himself would advance to Stellar Tier as well. The future held promise. Surrounded by carnage, Yang Qing harbored no complaints, only hope for what lay ahead. Mythical Pet Shop. Lu Yu looked at the messages on his phone, nodding from time to time. Du Ruyun actually managed to evolve that green cotton worm into a moonlight butterfly? Just imagining those pristine white wings shimmering under the moonlight, he could picture her joy at this moment. Yang Qing's little skeleton was also progressing smoothly in its training. Though this guy's approach was quite unconventional, instead of properly managing his large pet shop, he went off to work at a slaughterhouse killing chickens and pigs. Thinking about this, Lu Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. The little skeleton he contracted was destined to become a future skeleton emperor, yet he was willing to lower himself to such work. They say killing leads to imperial power, but you've become a butcher first. Despite his complaints, Lu Yu had to admit that the slaughterhouse was indeed the perfect place for the little skeleton's killing talent to reach its full potential, making up for quality with quantity at terrifyingly high efficiency. He had always been optimistic about Yang Qing's future, though I was only a crank talent and couldn't match brank cultivation speed. It was precisely because of this that Yang Qing had chosen to contract with the little skeleton back then. If he had awakened a brank talent, he probably would have been directly admitted to one of the 3 top beast-taming academies instead of graduating from Magic City's 2nd beast-taming university. Now, with his resilient character and the little skeleton as his companion, his beast-taming path had been completely opened. Lu Yu could almost see the future where Yang Qing would slaughter millions of chickens, pigs, and cattle, proving his way through carnage and ascending to become a Nether Moon rank or even Radiant Sun rank beast tamer. Ding dong. Yang Qing's message popped up again. Manager, a customer just contacted me, and I've already recommended them to visit Mythical Pet Shop. This kid knows what he's doing. Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction at the screen. He was exactly in need of customers, and Yang Qing's pet shop clientele could be perfectly converted into his own customers. Right after, Luo Tianyan's avatar lit up. Senior, my sister just awakened her beast-taming talent, and I'm planning to bring her to Mythical Pet Shop. Is that okay? Of course, Lu Yu replied readily, then put down his phone, took a sip of tea to calm his excitement, and leaned back in his soft chair to wait patiently. Roar. Inside the beast space, the world-destroying demon dragon was absorbing the source power of the dark hell, its scales gleaming like iron amid the swirling black mist, its realm becoming increasingly stable. If not for the limitations of the beast space, it could break through to stellar rank at any moment. Even with the diamond-grade sky crystal, it would still need at least 5 more days to complete the advancement. Lu Yu gently stroked his ring, comforting it. You'll advance soon, don't be anxious. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon nodded in response. Compared to the growth cycles measured in tens of thousands of years in its inherited memories, reaching the 10th tier of Transcendent in just a few days after becoming Lu Yu's contracted beast left it completely satisfied. At this moment, outside Mythical Pet Shop, Jiang Shorong stood at the entrance, examining the unremarkable storefront with furrowed brows. If not for Yang Qing's strong recommendation, Jiang Shorong would probably have turned around and left. Even so, when Jiang Shorong saw how small the Mythical Pet Shop was, not even 100 square meters, she still felt slighted and couldn't help but feel a surge of nameless anger. This Yang Qing is merely an extraordinary level beast tamer, yet he dares to toy with me? Jiang Shorong snorted coldly to himself. Even if you ran a large pet store, what could you do after offending the Jiang family? The Jiang family is a century-old prestigious clan in the magic capital, and the family head is a radiant sun-level beast-tamer. As a member of the Jiang family, even though his status within the clan was ordinary, his pride remained undiminished. Although he was deeply displeased with Yang Qing's recommendation, if he didn't enter the store to take a look, he would have no grounds to cause trouble. Jiang Shorong suppressed his emotions and pushed open the door to enter the mythical pet shop. The interior was simply decorated with sparse shelves, appearing quite spacious. Behind the counter, a young man with a youthful appearance was looking up to size up the visitor. Are you the manager of this pet shop? Jiang Shorong's frown deepened. That's right. Lu Yu smiled slightly, his voice gentle. Sir, what can I help you with? Jiang Shorong looked Lu Yu up and down, his tone cold. A wet behind Thier's brat who doesn't go to university dares to open a pet shop? Is this mythical pet shop a branch of Yang Qing's pet shop? Yang Qing is just one of my customers. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, already sensing the hostility, yet maintained his professional demeanor. Mythical Pet Shop has no connection to Yang Qing's pet shop. If we must make comparisons, my positioning only targets the highest-end pet market. High-end? Jiang Shorong scoffed, glancing around the cramped store. With just this? The store is so small, how high-end can it be? Environment doesn't determine everything. Lu Yu shook his head lightly. A pet shop's value depends on the quality of the cubs it sells. Quite the boastful tone. Jiang Shorong sneered. Lu Yu said no more and directly inquired. What kind of pet does this customer wish to purchase? Jiang Shorong thought of his family mission and said in a deep voice, I come representing the Jiang family. The Jiang family is preparing to expand into the breeding field, cultivating distinctive pets belonging to our house. We need a pet with superior genes to serve as a breeding animal. I was originally going to Yang Qing's place, but he told me to come here instead. I do indeed have pets with superior genes here. Lu Yu nodded, slightly surprised. So the visitor wasn't buying for personal use, but for breeding purposes. He recalled that many families possess their own exclusive pet species. The dragon-taming house of Lu, with the crimson giant dragon as their family totem. The Luo family controlled the fire secret realm, capable of nurturing purple fire spirits that could elementalize. The core descendants of these families, as long as they had suitable talent, would contract their family's exclusive pets. Even though the purple fire spirit had limited potential, the Luo family still regarded it as a symbol of their bloodline. This showed the importance of a genetically superior breeding animal to a family. You really have such a thing here? Jiang Shorong was full of disbelief. Then bring it out, and let me see. Lu Yu offered no further explanation and produced a transparent container with a flip of his hand, gently placing it on the long table. Jiang Shorong looked down, and his anger instantly peaked, his gaze sharp as a blade. I come representing the Jiang family, and you dare to mock me? Do you truly think the Jiang family has no one? Doesn't this pet have superior genes? Lu Yu's brow furrowed tightly. Jiang Shorong was furious beyond measure, pointing at the creature in the container and roaring. This is clearly a lowly goblin. You actually dare to say that a goblin possesses superior genes? Jiang Shorong stared at the creature in the container, an ugly, diminutive green-skinned monster, and felt uncontrollable rage surge through his heart. A goblin. As everyone knew, goblins were not native beasts of Blue Star, but an alien race from another dimension. 300 years ago, interdimensional portals suddenly appeared within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, leading directly to the goblin world. 1,000,000 goblins mobilized upon hearing this news, launching a full-scale invasion in an attempt to turn all of Blue Star into their breeding ground. The Xia Kingdom was thrown into panic, but when the Beast-Tamer Legion reached the front lines, they were shocked to discover that this so-called million-strong army was surprisingly weak. Adult goblin warriors were merely first awakening tier. Elite goblin commanders, 1 in 100, were only second awakening tier. The generals commanding 100,000 goblins all peaked at third awakening tier. As for their emperor, revered as their strongest warrior, he possessed only 5th awakening tier strength. In an instant, the goblin army crumbled, and the entire goblin nation became a vassal of the Xia Kingdom, with a status no better than slaves. The most dangerous and grueling underground mining operations were almost entirely carried out by them. At this moment, the mere thought that the Jiang family's exclusive beast species, perhaps even their family totem, might be forced to become goblins filled Jiang Shorong with humiliation, his face flushing red with anger. He abruptly summoned his own Biasta Transcendent 6th-tier Azure Fox, its blue and white twin tails rising as if ready to explode alongside its master's fury. What exactly do you mean by this, customer? His voice carried a chilling edge. Lu Yu frowned in response. Don't you want to know what makes this goblin special? Absolutely not. Jiang Shorong snapped. I gave you a chance to connect with the Jiang family, but you didn't treasure it. Instead, you dare to insult my family. Lu Yu's expression also turned cold, and just as he was about to argue further, the wind chimes outside the pet shop suddenly rang. A young man with eyes like intertwining ice and fire entered slowly, accompanied by a girl in a red dress. The young man's tone was indifferent yet sharp as a blade. The Jiang family of Magic City? Quite impressive, aren't you? That ice and fire pressure instantly swept through the shop, causing the azure fox's fur to stand on end as it cowered and trembled. Jiang Shorong's body stiffened as he recognized the newcomer, stammering, "Young Master Luo, what brings you here?" He dared not show any disrespect and immediately bowed. The Luo Familia top-tier wealthy clan of Magic City, with a family head who was a king-tier beast master. In some smaller nations, king-tier masters could establish palaces and command armies. In the Xia Kingdom, king-tier masters belonged to the highest echelon, enjoying countless privileges. Compared to the Luo family, the Zhang family was utterly insignificant. Many of their businesses could only survive with Luo family support. The person before them, Luo Tianyan, was recognized as the future heir of the Luo family. Never mind that this Jiang Shorong was merely a minor steward of the Jiang family. Even the head of the Jiang family wouldn't dare to offend him in the slightest if he were here. Luo Tianyan couldn't be bothered with Jiang Shorong's threats. He strode to the counter, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. "Senior." Beside him, the red-dressed girl Luo Jingqing quietly observed Lu Yu, her bright eyes flashing with surprise. This young shop owner before her was tall and handsome, completely overturning her stereotypical impression that reclusive masters must be white-haired elders. The girl's gaze fell upon the table, where a magic dragon as black as night lay curled in slumber. Remembering her brother's mention of magic dragon species, she couldn't help but look a few more times out of curiosity. At that moment, the magic dragon's eyelids seemed to crack open just a sliver. That single line of darkness sent chills down Luo Jingqing's spine, as if she had glimpsed the terrifying scenes of the abyss and hell. Cold sweat instantly soaked through her red dress, clinging to her skin with bone-chilling coldness. In the blink of an eye, the magic dragon's eyes closed tightly again, as if they had never opened. Luo Jingqing quickly averted her gaze, secretly recalling. Her brother had mentioned that this magic dragon, with just one glance, had nearly destroyed the black feather crow and could even backlash against an opponent's beast-taming space through their contract. "Senior." Jiang Shorong looked toward Lu Yu, his voice trembling. "Young Master Luo, why do you address him as?" "Shut up." Luo Tianyan's brow furrowed. "Did I give you permission to speak?" Jiang Shorong's face was filled with humiliation, yet he dared not retort. He knew very well that once the Luo family pursued the matter, he would have no place to stand even within the Jiang family. Luo Tianyan looked down at him with a cold tone. "Your Jiang family acts quite arrogantly, but Senior Lu is someone our Luo family treats as an honored guest, and you dare to be disrespectful?" With just that one sentence, Jiang Shorong was so frightened that his knees trembled slightly. His previous arrogance vanished completely as he lowered his head, not daring to breathe heavily even without understanding the full situation. He already realized that the young shop owner of the Mythical Pet store was not someone he could provoke. Only then did Luo Tianyan turn to Lu Yu and respectfully introduce, "Senior, this is my younger sister, Luo Jingqing." "Senior, just call me Jingqing." Luo Jingqing withdrew her gaze from the magic dragon and curtsied gracefully to Lu Yu. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Earlier, when Jiang Shorong had wanted to vent his anger on the pet beasts, his mood had already soured considerably, and even the slumbering world-destroying magic dragon had nearly been awakened. Losing a customer and being offended had already irritated him. Fortunately, the Luo siblings appeared in time, and at least he could close a deal. When Luo Jingqing looked toward the display case, a half-human hate glass container came into view, inside which crouched a thin and ugly goblin hatchling. The girl gasped softly, vaguely understanding why Jiang Shorong had been angry. The Jiang family had recently been planning to cultivate their own exclusive pet beast species, but what lay before them was actually a goblin. The mere thought felt humiliating. However, Luo Tianyan remained calm. Ever since he had contracted the flame chicken cultivated by Lu Yu and witnessed the miracle of refining strange fire, he no longer dared to underestimate any seemingly ordinary hatchling goblin. "Senior, is this goblin for sale? I'll buy it." Luo Tianyan spoke directly. Lu Yu's lips curved slightly. "You'll buy it without asking about the details first." "I trust Senior's judgment." Luo Tianyan's attitude was consistently sincere. "Senior, I'm also curious to know what makes it special." Luo Jingqing's eyes were full of curiosity. Jiang Shorong also pricked up his ears. He vaguely sensed that this goblin must have something extraordinary about it. Otherwise, why would the Luo siblings value it so highly? Lu Yu lifted the container and placed the goblin on the table. Its weak body trembled, looking utterly unremarkable. Lu Yu calmly explained. "It possesses a special talent through reproducing offspring. It can absorb qualities and power from each descendant. The more offspring it has, the higher its own strength and potential become." He paused and added, "As the main body continuously grows stronger, the probability of producing high-quality offspring also increases accordingly, forming a perfect positive cycle." As his words fell, Luo Jingqing was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened. Given time, wouldn't this goblin be able to reproduce an incredibly powerful species? and the goblin itself would become the ancestor of this species, possessing strength that surpasses the entire clan. To reproduce and create an entire race? Jiang Shourong's heart pounded violently as his gaze locked onto the scrawny, ugly goblin on the table. His previous disdain and disgust vanished instantly, replaced by a burning obsession had to contract this goblin. He could almost envision it. Once successful, all of the Jiang family's cultivation resources would flow toward him like a torrent. As long as he could nurture the goblin population to sufficient strength, the goblin's own potential and realm would rise accordingly. This was undoubtedly the most direct and smooth path to power. However, when he snapped back to reality, he saw the same blazing fervor burning in Luo Jingqing's and Luo Tianyan's eyes. That look hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering him. Such a special beast, even if just a goblin, was far beyond what the Jiang family could monopolize. If they truly bought it, not only would it fail to become the Jiang family's trump card, but it might even bring catastrophic destruction upon them. Even if they forcibly signed a contract, they would eventually be compelled to dissolve it, and the goblin would ultimately be seized by more powerful forces. The beast-taming world never lacked bloodshed and cruelty. Regret grew wildly in his heart. If not for his earlier arrogance, he should have bid without hesitation and contracted the goblin immediately. That way, the secret would have remained solely with the Jiang family. After decades of hidden breeding, once the population gained momentum and emerged into the world, it would already be an unstoppable force. Senior, Luo Tianyan stepped forward, his tone earnest. Please be sure to sell this goblin to our Luo family. This time, he abandoned personal pretense and spoke on behalf of the entire Luo family. Luo Tianyan understood clearly that once the Luo family acquired the goblin, the family's future would be tightly bound to Lu Yu. Though he'd heard that Lu Yu had poor relations with the Lu family, one of the 3 dragon-taming houses, he didn't care. Once the blazing chicken matured under his cultivation, he would control the Luo family. Even if the Luo family's foundation couldn't match the Lu family's, with his connections and channels, self-preservation wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, with the addition of the goblin, if he could cultivate a powerful new race, it would be equivalent to forging the Luo family's foundation. The 3 great dragon-taming houses stood unshakable precisely because they controlled dragon species. A glint of ambition flashed in Luo Tianyan's eyes. If he could someday breed a goblin population comparable to dragon species, the Luo family could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon-taming houses. Are kings, nobles, and generals born to their stations? Very well, Lu Yu didn't refuse. Since the goblin was already exchanged and couldn't be returned, it made no difference who bought it. Luo Tianyan already favored him, and if he could make the entire Luo family dependent on him, Lu Yu would have no more worries in the magic capital. After a moment's consideration, he added, however, you must immediately arrange for a beast tamer to form a contract with the goblin. Can you do that? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Luo Jingqing beside him, thinking to himself, a beauty paired with a goblin, what a strange combination that would be. Luo Jingqing's eyes sparkled as she looked over the goblin. With the discerning eye of a Luo family heir, she understood that any ordinary cub could hardly compare to this goblin's potential. Even if the talent attributes didn't match perfectly, it seemed worth the gamble. However, Luo Tianyan blocked her line of sight. I'll immediately notify my trusted subordinates to come over. Please wait a moment, senior. Brother. Luo Jingqing immediately protested, complaining in a low voice. Why won't you let me contract the goblin? Luo Tianyan gazed at her solemnly. Jingqing, this goblin is probably just something the senior casually cultivated. Do you really think the senior can't breed beast cubs suitable for you? From various details, Luo Tianyan could tell that what they regarded as incredibly precious pet cubs that could change their destinies like the flamed chicken and goblin seemed to mean nothing to this young shop owner. In his eyes, Lu Yu was definitely not an ordinary young man, but more like a powerful beast master who had been reborn, or even a master who had broken through dimensional barriers to enter this world. Otherwise, how could one explain his contract with a dragon species and those heaven-defying cubs he could produce at will? Goblins, casually bred? Luo Jingqing blinked and carefully inquired. Senior, do you have other pet cubs here? Naturally. Lu Yu's lips curved slightly. What kind would you like? Hearing the affirmative answer, Luo Jingqing immediately felt relieved. Compared to the excessively ugly goblin with breeding talents, she really couldn't associate that image with her own beautiful girl persona. After a moment's thought, she said softly, I awakened an rank beast-taming talent called Ice Soul. I'd like to contract an ice-type cub, preferably one that can absorb exotic ice like my brother's flame chicken. At this point, she also felt her requirements were harsh. If such a thing could really be bred, it would probably take a very long time, right? That's possible. Lu Yu chuckled lightly and raised his hand to produce a transparent container, from which a faint chill immediately spread. Jiang Shourong, who had missed out on the goblin, was curious about what other treasures Lu Yu was hiding. He immediately leaned over but almost doubted his own eyes. This, an ornamental pet ice fox. In the frigid northern lands, ice foxes were only kept as ornamental pets. They only awakened to third rank upon maturity and never learned skills, making their combat power the lowest in their tier. Jiang Shorong was about to mock this, but when he glanced at the Luo siblings' serious expressions, he suddenly realized he might be the fool here. Right, if even goblins can be bred with special talents, why would ice foxes be any different? He swallowed nervously. Could this ice fox really absorb exotic ice? Extreme environments often gave birth to exotic fire, exotic water, and even exotic ice and exotic lightning. Jiang Shorong had only heard of pets borrowing exotic fire and water to unleash their power, but had never heard of beings that could control natural exotic fire and water. If they could truly refine such forces, that would be an inexhaustible source of evolutionary resources. Thinking of this, he looked up and met Luo Tianyan's cold gaze. His heart trembled, and he immediately promised, "Young Master Luo, I absolutely won't spread word of today's events." Luo Tianyan ignored him and only looked at Lu Yu. "Senior, can this ice fox truly refine exotic ice?" "Smart." Lu Yu smiled without answering, which was tantamount to confirmation. Getting the hint, Luo Tianyan nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Jingxing activated her rank talent, Ice Soul, and a massive extreme cold swirled before her, the Ice Soul power condensing without dispersing. Squeak. The ice fox was greatly attracted and suddenly pounced forward, biting off most of the cold current and refining the power in the blink of an eye. Its originally pure white fur instantly took on a light blue luster. Luo Jingxing's face paled slightly, but she couldn't hide her excitement. "Senior, I want to purchase and contract this ice fox. Please grant my request." "Very well." Lu Yu nodded. "The ice fox and goblin are 3 million each, 6 million total." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianyan directly swiped his card. The Luo family's young master paid decisively, and Lu Yu's bank account balance jumped to over 18 million, with system points also increasing by 600 to reach 900 points. A good mood arose spontaneously. Counting the slime, little skeleton, flame chicken, green cotton worm, goblin, and ice fox, all 6 cubs had been sold out. The system notification promptly appeared. Achievement unlocked. Cumulative sale of 5 pet cubs. Reward. Randomly obtain 1 SS rank beast-taming talent. Claim reward? Yes, no. Lu Yu was utterly shocked. A second SS level beast-taming talent? Beast tamers who awakened 2 talents were already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone both talents being the highest SS level. This was simply heaven-defying. Claim it. Without any hesitation, he uttered these words. "You have awakened the SS level beast-taming talent God-slaying heavenly fire." The system notification echoed like a great bell in his consciousness. Immediately after, a wisp of deep purple terrifying flame began to gestate and surge in the depths of Lu Yu's soul, blazing like hellfire and emanating a scorching aura capable of incinerating all things. This was the heavenly fire capable of slaying gods, the SS level talent. God-slaying heavenly fire. Lu Yu felt elated and calculated silently. "It seems I don't need to contract a dark-type beast for my second companion. I'll go directly for fire-type. Fire attributes have top-tier destructive power, and combined with God-slaying heavenly fire, the might will surely be terrifying." More importantly, his points had skyrocketed from the initial 600 to 900. A cub exchanged with 900 points would likely have potential surpassing even the world-destroying demon dragon. "Senior." Luo Tianyan beside him stared at Lu Yu as if facing a blazing divine flame. The A-level beast taming talent, Cold Flame, inscribed in his soul, trembled uncontrollably, as if bowing to a higher-ranked flame. Cold Flame was in fear. Luo Tianyan was horrified, his chest feeling compressed by an invisible force, sweat instantly soaking his forehead. Lu Yu noticed the anomaly. With the SS level status of God-slaying heavenly fire, even leaking a trace of its aura was unbearable for an A-level talent. Especially since Cold Flame belonged to fire before God-slaying heavenly fire, it could only submit. When Lu Yu restrained that aura, Luo Tianyan finally felt relieved, his back nearly soaked with sweat. He was certain that Lu Yu had awakened an extremely high-level fire talents level, S level, or the legendary SS level. Just casually leaking a trace made my Cold Flame nearly submit, at least S level, possibly even SS level. This thought made his breathing rapid, but he dared not think further, only bowing respectfully, as if nothing had happened. Lu Yu smiled and returned the courtesy, inwardly appreciating. Someone who knows when to advance and retreat, understands trade-offs. Such people are precious. Little Ice Fox. After completing the transaction, Luo Jingxing immediately formed a contract with the Ice Fox. Contract power flowed into her soul, her eyes gradually lighting up. The Ice Fox in her arms had snow-white fur, was spirited and affectionate, making her unable to put it down, filling her with hope for the future. Lu Yu chuckled softly. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "So satisfied. Senior, you're truly amazing." Luo Jingxing's beautiful eyes sparkled, her admiration almost overflowing. I really can't imagine how you managed to cultivate this ice fox. An ice fox that can refine exotic ice is just like my brother's flame chicken. Luo Tianyin gave her a reproachful look. Calmed she be a bit more respectful when dealing with a senior? He quickly noticed that Lu Yu showed no signs of displeasure, which put his mind at ease. Indeed, Luo Tianyin silently mused, how broad-minded was Senior Lu? Unless his bottom line was crossed, how could he easily become angry? Before long, a youth of about 16 hurried into the shop. The young man was named Luo N, precisely the trusted confidant Luo Tianyin had summoned. Luo Tianyin raised his hand, pointing to the goblin on the table, and gave a concise order, contract it. Yes. Luo N's expression was resolute, and without any hesitation, he completed the contract. Complex information flooded his mind. His eyes suddenly blazed with light. Then he knelt on one knee and declared loudly, "Thank you for this generous gift, young master." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, quite surprised by such loyalty. He's certainly devoted to you. Just a few words, and Luo N was willing to risk contracting the goblin. Such loyalty was indeed rare. Luo Tianyin shook his head and explained, his name is Luo N. He's the illegitimate son of the previous family head, who wandered outside with his mother for many years before recently returning. Luo Jingjing added, Luo N's mother was secretly killed by the previous family head's legitimate wife. He returned to the Luo family carrying a blood feud. Hearing the two discuss past events, hatred flickered in Luo N's eyes before he suppressed it. Lu Yu fell silent for a moment, gazing deeply at the youth. As a discarded son of the dragon-taming house of Lu, he understood this situation all too well. Luo N's enemy was likely a king-level beast tamer, making revenge almost a pipe dream. This goblin had opened a sliver of hope for him. For this thread of possibility, he could only proceed step by step, hiding his burning hatred while silently accumulating strength. You don't need to thank me. Luo Tianyin waved his hand, pointing to the goblin. This was personally cultivated by Senior Lu. Not just you both, Jingjing, and I owe Senior great gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Luo N bowed sincerely. Lu Yu shook his head lightly and said no more. Watching Luo Jingjing and Luo N contract excellent beasts one after another, Jiang Shorong thought of his own vacant contract slot and finally couldn't contain himself, saying urgently, Senior, I also wish to purchase a beast cub. Not for sale. Lu Yu's voice turned ice cold. Originally, I planned to sell this goblin to you, but you've already missed your only chance. Jiang Shorong's face turned ashen, regret flooding his reason like a tide. Luo Tenyin gazed at Lu Yu, seemingly contemplating, yet unconsciously emanated a chilling killing intent. Jiang Shorong was pressed rigid by that murderous aura, suddenly realizing perhaps he knew too much. Goblins that grew stronger through reproduction, flame chickens and ice foxes that refined exotic fire and ice, plus the previous family head's illegitimate son seeking revenge. These secrets were enough to cost lives. Jiang Shorong's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. It seemed he had long since lost any path of retreat. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to look further and casually waved at everyone, issuing an order to leave. With a thought, the entire pet shop was under his control, and an invisible force lifted the four people, instantly pushing them outside the door. Luo Tianyin was shocked. What kind of technique was this? Escape. Jiang Shorong almost instinctively mounted his azure fox and urged his mount to flee at full speed. But just as he rushed around the street corner, he encountered Luo Tianyin again. Facing a stellar-level beast tamer, he, a mere transcendent level, didn't even have the qualification to run. Cold flames rained down like soul-burning punishment. Inside the mythical pet shop, Lu Yu paid no attention to Jiang Shorong's fate. If Jiang Shorong had been willing to listen more, control his temper, and wait for Luo Tianyin's arrival, he would have believed him and had the chance to contract the goblin, completely changing his destiny. Unfortunately, he had destroyed his own future. Those who bring disaster upon themselves cannot be saved. Lu Yu shook his head without a trace of pity. With a shift in thought, he raised his palm, purple flames dancing between his fingers. SS-level beast-taming talent. God-slaying heavenly fire. I now have 900 points, enough to exchange for a second beast. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with anticipation. If the dark hell was the ultimate in darkness, capable of imprisoning demon lords, then the god-slaying heavenly fire was the pinnacle of fire, supremely violent and fierce, incinerating all spirits, even capable of burning gods to death. To match the god-slaying heavenly fire, he naturally needed to exchange for a fire-type beast cub. At this thought, Lu Yu's heart surged with excitement. Beast cubs exchanged for 900 points were all beings that reached Holy Spirit level upon maturity. In the system store, any pet beast costing over 500 points rivals the world-destroying demon dragon in power. Cubs in the 500-point tier reach Overlord level 10th rank upon maturity, while those priced at 800 points and above leap directly to Holy Spirit level. Their bloodlines are so potent that even the world-destroying demon dragon pales in comparison at the same stage. If one costs a staggering 5,000 points that represents Divine Descendant tier, reaching demigod status upon maturity. Lu Yu had even glimpsed Born Divine, legendary pet beasts in the deepest product listings, wielding unimaginable magnificent power after reaching adulthood. However, their prices were equally astronomical, leaving him sighing in despair despite his accumulated wealth. Still, he believed that as long as the Mythical Pet store continued operating, he would eventually save enough points to personally exchange for such a divine beast cub born as a deity. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon beside him sensed its master's thoughts and let out a low growl tinged with worry. Lu Yu reached out to stroke the rough, pitch-black dragon scales, chuckling softly in comfort. Don't worry. Even if I contract cubs with higher bloodlines in the future, I won't neglect your development. After all, you're my starter pet beast, understand? Roar, roar. The giant dragon lowered its head, allowing Lu Yu to caress along its neck ridge, satisfaction gleaming in its dark dragon eyes. After soothing his companion, Lu Yu reopened the system store and used keyword filtering to narrow down pet beast cubs matching his plans and budget to 4 options. 1. Purple Flame Emperor Bird, 900 points. 2. Crimson Flame Divine Dragon, 900 points. 3. Azure Phoenix Flame Bird, 900 points. 4. Red Lotus Flame Beast, 900 points. Staring at the interface, Lu Yu suppressed his excitement and weighed his options carefully. Crimson Flame Divine Dragon immediately eliminated. His thoughts raced. He had already contracted the world-destroying Demon Dragon of the Demon Dragon species, while the Crimson Flame Divine Dragon belonged to the Divine Dragon species. The two races were naturally incompatible. If kept together, the Crimson Flame Divine Dragon would inevitably attempt to hunt the world-destroying Demon Dragon, and vice versa, though the world-destroying Demon Dragon would more likely lose control of its instincts and devour the other. The world-destroying Demon Dragon was the abandoned dragon of the Dragon clan, while the Crimson Flame Divine Dragon represented dragon nobility. The two were virtually destined to be natural enemies. With this realization, he decisively crossed out that option. Red Lotus Flame Beast won't work either, too ugly. The Red Lotus Flame Beast resembled a turtle creature, its shell covered with shallow craters like volcanic vents. Lu Yu's normal aesthetic sensibilities simply couldn't accept it, so he eliminated that choice as well. His gaze fell upon the Azure Phoenix Flame Bird. It possessed a trace of Phoenix bloodline with decent talent, but the description noted, bonds better with contractors of pure heart. Lu Yu shook his head self-mockingly, having contracted the world-destroying Demon Dragon and awakened the SS rank Dark attribute talent, Dark Hell. He was hardly associated with pure heart. Poor compatibility would not only weaken his beast-taming abilities, but also hinder the pet's growth. The risk was too high, so he had to abandon this option. Only one candidate remained from all his alternatives. Lu Yu took a deep breath and focused on the Purple Flame Emperor Bird. If this one proved unsuitable, he would lower his standards and examine cubs priced at 800 points. After all, anything above 800 points reached Holy Spirit level upon maturity, essentially belonging to the same bloodline tier. Purple Flame Emperor Bird. It's actually an elemental being. The description made his eyes light up, and he instantly made his decision. Purple Flame Emperor Bird exchange immediately. You have successfully redeemed the Purple Flame Imperial Bird hatchling, deducting 900 points with 0 points remaining. As the system notification faded, a cluster of pale purple flames suddenly materialized in the air. The flames quickly stretched and condensed, with feathers taking shape one by one. Blazing wings became clearly visible, and tail feathers of pure purple flame cascaded down like a waterfall, swaying gracefully with such magnificence that it was impossible to look away. Screech. The hatchling tilted its head slightly, its round pupils revealing a hint of innocence. This simple gesture alone made Lu Yu's heart tighten. The noble aura emanating from its very bloodline transcended all racial aesthetics, carrying an indescribable sense of sanctity. In ancient times, it would surely have been revered as a national totem. More extravagant legends would even claim that those chosen by the Purple Flame Imperial Bird were destined to become emperors. As the pale purple flames flickered, the young bird's body appeared and disappeared intermittently. This wasn't an illusion, but a true form condensed from purple flames. In battle, the Imperial Bird could freely disperse or gather its blazing form at will, consuming almost none of its essence. As long as even a wisp of purple flame existed in the world, it would never perish. Purple Flame Imperial Bird. Attributes: Fire type, Elemental type. Level: Awakening 1st tier. Potential: Sacred Spirit 2nd tier. Talents: 1. Flame Spirit, an elemental being composed of purple flames. As long as a single wisp of fire remains, it can exist eternally. 2. Purple Flame Supreme among all fires. Can absorb all fire-type resources and even refine mystical flames to infinitely strengthen itself. Purple flames can be recalled at any time and never extinguish. 3. Imperial Bird, symbol of imperial power. All beings with potential inferior to the purple flame imperial bird will be suppressed by its aura. Skills. 1. Flame Feather Amethyst Grade. Launches a feather condensed from purple flames, possessing tremendous destructive and cutting power. 2. Flame Soul Crimson Star Grade. Purple flames collapse and condense into the Flame Soul Emperor form, greatly enhancing all attributes. 3. Purple Flame Domain Crimson Star Grade. Creates a flame domain that burns all things, suppressing, scorching, and incinerating enemies within. 4. Flame Burial Crimson Star Grade. Instantly releases all flames, completely burning away enemies' bodies, souls, and traces of existence. Status. Healthy, uncontracted. Lu Yu held his breath, his heart nearly ignited by overwhelming joy. Sacred Spirit second-tier potential. Once its potential was fully developed in adulthood, the purple flame imperial bird could naturally advance to Sacred Spirit second tier. For the current blue star, Sacred Spirit level was recognized as the absolute pinnacle. The Xia Kingdom's Guardian Divine Dragon was merely Sacred Spirit first tier. Only the Divine Eagle Kingdom's Guardian Divine Eagle could match an adult purple flame imperial bird's Sacred Spirit second tier. Looking across the entire world, only the 6 most powerful nations each possessed a Sacred Spirit level Guardian Divine Beast. Once this imperial bird reached full maturity, it would surpass the Xia Kingdom's Guardian Divine Dragon, reaching or even overwhelming the level of the Guardian Divine Eagle. At that time, if Lu Yu wished, he could easily rally support and establish a 7th nation to stand alongside the 6 great powers with the purple flame imperial bird as its totem, ascending the throne as a supreme emperor. The purple flame emperor bird actually possesses 3 talents? Lu Yu couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He quickly organized the information in his mind. 1. Flame Spirit Talent. The purple flame emperor bird is a pure elemental being, its entire body formed from purple flames. As long as even a single wisp of flame remains, it can reconstruct its physical form and achieve eternal immortality. 2. Purple Flame Talent. It can absorb any fire tribute resources, even claiming the legendary strange fires that people dream of possessing, refining them in an instant. 3. Emperor Bird Talent. Born with imperial majesty, once facing opponents with lower potential, they are immediately suppressed, struggling even to breathe. These 3 talents combined are simply invincible. Lu Yu's heart trembled with excitement, his gaze burning with intensity. Next, he turned his attention to the purple flame Emperor Bird skill list, and his heart skipped a beat among the 4 skills. Only one was purple crystal rank, while the rest were all red star rank. It's worth noting that the world-destroying demon dragon of the same tier, at first stage awakening level, had a skill distribution of 1 red star, 3 purple crystal. The purple flame Emperor Bird was completely the opposite. The sole purple crystal skill, Blazing Feathers, appeared ordinary but was its most fundamental attack. With a gentle wing flap, it could shoot scorching feather blades that slice and incinerate enemies. Since its body was elemental flame, the feathers could be recalled at will. If it unleashed hundreds or thousands of feathers in an instant, the power would rival red star level skills. What made Lu Yu's pupils contract even more was that the purple flame Emperor Bird possessed a second form. Once it activated the red star skill Flame Soul, it would transform into the Flame Soul Emperor, with its combat power surging instantly. Following that was Purple Flame Domain, corresponding to the world-destroying Demon Dragon's Dragon Dark Domain, a suppressive domain skill. Once the domain activated, all spiritual flames in heaven and earth would obey its command, making it nearly impossible for enemies to advance. When the final skill name appeared before his eyes, Flame Burial, Lu Yu felt his mouth go dry. Red Star rank Flame Burial. Instantly unleash all purple flames, completely erasing the target's physical body, soul, and even traces of their existence. If it were an ordinary fire-type beast companion, such a mutual destruction technique would leave the user barely alive after use. But the purple flame Emperor Bird was different. Each wisp of its purple flame bore a soul imprint, allowing it to recall them all with a mere thought, with virtually no after effects. Flame Burial with almost 0 cost. What kind of monster is this? Lu Yu took a deep breath, his chest trembling as thoughts raced through his mind. 3 major talents, 3 red star skills, an immortal elemental body, dual form transformation. The purple flame Emperor Bird was undoubtedly a heaven-defying existence. The next second, he was unwilling to waste another moment. Contract. Direct contract. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu immediately formed a beast-taming contract with the purple flame Emperor Bird. Screeched the purple flame Emperor Bird sensed the beast-taming contract's connection and affectionately perched on Lu Yu's shoulder. The purple flames swirling around its body burned with intense heat, yet felt as warm as sunlight against his skin, leaving not even a trace of burning pain. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon standing opposite let out a low growl. Despite being at the 10th tier of transcendent level, It had previously been suppressed by an invisible imperial pressure from the first-tier awakening level purple flame emperor bird, only able to exert 90% of its power. Now, as the contract was officially established, the two beasts' relationship instantly transformed from adversaries to companions, and the oppressive feeling receded like a tide, finally allowing the dragon to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yu's thoughts stirred slightly, deliberately restraining the purple flame emperor bird's imperial pressure, and only then did the dragon completely relax. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon swished its tail wings in grievance, its eyes flashing with unwillingness. It had always prided itself on its bloodline and talent, yet now found itself thoroughly suppressed by the newly contracted purple flame emperor bird, dealing a severe blow to its draconic pride. Lu Yu chuckled and raised his hands soothingly. Once I sell another beast, I'll buy you resources to enhance your bloodline potential. Roar, roar! The dragon immediately perked up, lowering its massive head to gently nuzzle his palm with its forehead horn. If others saw this dozen soft-meter-stall giant dragon acting cute, they would probably be struck speechless. Screeched, the purple flame emperor bird flapped its wings and glided over, its eyes revealing a hint of playful amusement. It seemed to deliberately tease the dragon, landing directly on that fierce dragon head. The dragon shook its neck in frustration, but the bird remained steady as a rock until Lu Yu gave a subtle signal, causing it to move to the dragon's back instead. Roar, roar! The dragon's eyes looked pitiful. It clearly understood that once the purple flame emperor bird matured, it would definitely be at a disadvantage in same-tier battles, so it might as well learn humility now. Lu Yu shrugged, letting the two beasts interact on their own. He observed the purple flame emperor bird and discovered that this noble and magnificent divine bird actually harbored a somewhat mischievous nature. In contrast, the outwardly majestic dragon now looked like a victim of bullying. It seemed this pair would certainly provide plenty of entertainment in the future. Purple flame emperor bird, come here. With a spread of its wings, the purple flame emperor bird soared into the air. Lu Yu raised his palm and summoned his SS-level beast-taming talent god-slaying heavenly fire. Deep purple flames burned in his palm, countless levels higher than purple flame, something even gods would struggle to withstand. The purple flame emperor bird's gaze was instantly drawn to this heavenly fire, its longing evident. Wisps of god-slaying heavenly fire seeped into the bird's body along its feathers, making the purple light even more intense. As the source power flowed in, the purple flame emperor bird's plumage visibly deepened by half a shade, its aura skyrocketing until it finally stabilized at the 10th tier of awakening level. Only then did Lu Yu withdraw the god-slaying heavenly fire. If you want to break through further, you'll have to absorb source power on your own. Compared to immediate combat strength, he valued his beast's ultimate potential more, preferring to spend time gradually developing it. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon gazed outside the pet shop, suddenly letting out a low growl, its dragon eyes filled with cold indifference. Lu Yu followed its gaze and felt a sharp gust of wind sweep past the window frame before vanishing instantly. He frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "What did you sense?" Roar! Roar! The demon dragon's deep roar carried a bone-chilling coldness. It conveyed information to its master in dragon tongue that gust of wind had concealed the aura of its kin. The demon dragon's perception of dragon bloodlines had never failed. This could not be an illusion. A dragon's surveillance? Lu Yu's eyes turned ice-cold. In the Xia Kingdom, only the three great dragon-taming houses could stably contract with dragon species, and within the magic capital, only the Lu family with whom he shared the deepest connection remained. He let out a cold laugh. So they finally can't sit still anymore. My identity isn't exactly a secret. If you know I've awakened my beast-taming talent, you must be losing sleep over it, desperately wanting to kill me immediately, right? The world-destroying demon dragon's vertical pupils flickered with dark light as it released an expectant growl. Perhaps. Lu Yu gently stroked its cold scales. You'll soon taste your first meal of dragon meat. Magic Capital, City Center. A luxurious villa sprawling across several acres, its garden filled with exotic flowers and rare plants. Outside the pavilion, a ferocious red dragon, nearly 20 meters long, lay coiled lazily, its entire body crimson red. Sparks scattered with each breath, making the air seem to twist from the heat. Lu Hongda strode quickly into the garden, gazing at the red dragon with reverent awe. As the steward of the Lu family's main branch, he knew well that this dragon was the family head's contracted beast. In the dragon tamer system, even someone as noble as the family head could only contract one dragon, but this single dragon was enough to sweep away multiple beasts of the same rank. Even so, Lu Hongda was no weakling himself. He was an 8-star beast tamer who had contracted a gale-flying dragon that reached lunar moon level upon maturity. Limited by the contractor's level, the flying dragon remained at 10-star level, yet could still easily fight above its class. He first bowed respectfully to the red dragon before entering the pavilion and prostrating himself. "Madam." In the pavilion sat an elegantly dressed, exquisitely made-up noblewoman. carefully examining her pale golden manicure. She was the current Lu family head's wife Suyaji. Speak. Suyaji's tone was flat, yet carried undeniable authority. For all these years, I've only had you watch one thing. Monitor that little beast Lu Yu. Though his parents are dead, their assets have vanished without a trace. Any leads? Lu Hengda's heart tightened, knowing this madam's ruthless methods. He quickly knelt and reported. Madam, the assets remain untraceable. But I've discovered new intelligence. Lu Yu has opened a pet shop near magic capital Beast-Taming University. He has reawakened his beast-taming talent and contracted a subspecies, black dragon. What? Suyaji shot to her feet, her gaze sharp as a blade. Awakened beast-taming talent? And contracted a subspecies black dragon? His talent origin was clearly extracted. How dare he use a dragon as a pet? This is an insult to our Lu family bloodline. Lu Hengda kept his head lowered, not daring to voice his more shocking suspicion that it was likely a true dragon species, possibly even a demon dragon descendant. The sound of high heels clicked crisply on the ground. Suyaji walked slowly forward, suddenly stepping on the back of Lu Hengda's head, her voice ice-cold. Whatever Lu Yu's parents left behind, since he dares to become a beast tamer, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. You understand, don't you? Yes. Lu Hengda prostrated on the ground, his voice trembling yet resolute. I will kill Lu Yu tonight. Whatever secrets he's hiding, I will uncover them all and present them to you, madam. Light fell. The dim glow of a wall lamp was the only light in the pet store. Lu Yu reclined on a soft sofa, half asleep. At his feet lay the doomsday demon dragon, its massive body curled up neatly. Its thick tail and wings were tucked in, and its pitch-black head rested obediently on Lu Yu's arm. Perched lazily on the dragon's back was the violet flame emperor bird, its golden-dread tail feathers draping over the armrest of the sofa, shimmering faintly in the light. Bang! A sudden explosion shattered the silence. Glass shards flew in all directions as the pet store's front door was violently kicked to pieces. Lu Yu slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sharp and cold as a blade. Roar! The doomsday demon dragon let out a deep, guttural growl, sending a wave of scorching heat through the room. Its vertical pupils locked onto the intruder, radiating a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. In the doorway, under the glow of the light, hovered a gale wyvern with wings spanning several meters. Its scales gleamed as the night wind rippled across its body. Standing atop the wyvern was a middle-aged man with meticulously tied gray hair. Lu Yu recognized him instantly. Lu Hengda, the steward of the Lu family's main branch, and an 8th-tier, starlight-level dragon tamer. The violet flame emperor bird, being only at the awakening level 10th tier, was far too fragile to face an opponent of this caliber. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yu sent the bird back into his beast space in a flash of light. He raised his eyes to Lu Hengda, a faint smile curling his lips. So impatient are we? Earlier that day, Lu Yu had already sensed Lu Heng's presence nearby. Now, as soon as night fell, the man had come charging in with his dragon, not even bothering to wait a moment longer. Lu Yu, Lu Hengda said, his voice as cold and sharp as grinding metal, as he looked down at the young man standing in the wreckage of the store's entrance. After leaving the family, you could have lived out your days as an ordinary man, perhaps attending some second-rate college. The family wouldn't have bothered with you, a mere ant. But Noyo had to awaken a beast tamer talent and foolishly aspire to become a beast tamer. His tone shifted to one of mocking disdain, a sneer spreading across his face. How arrogant. You think you control everything, but the moment you encounter something beyond your grasp, you rush to destroy it? Lu Yu chuckled coldly. One of the 3 great dragon taming families, the Lu family? The day I left the Lu family, I swore that one day, I'd see it completely destroyed. Destroy the Lu family? Lu Hengda laughed as if had just heard the most absurd joke. With what? You a worthless nobody whose talent core was extracted? Lu Yu's gaze grew even colder. The Lu family dared to touch my talent core? Do they think they're worthy? Lu Hengda narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a menacing low. I don't know how you managed to regain your beast tamer talent, but you must pay a steep price. Let me guess, did you pledge your loyalty and faith to an angel? Or did you sell your soul to a demon? He studied Lu Yu closely, searching for the slightest crack in his expression. While it was rare, the recovery of a talent core wasn't entirely impossible in the vast and mysterious world of beast tamers. Miracles happened. But Lu Yu's reawakening posed a direct threat to Suyaji, and that was something Lu Hengda couldn't allow. That was why he had come personally to eliminate him. When Lu Yu's face betrayed no emotion, Lu Heng's gaze shifted to the doomsday demon dragon. A look of realization crossed his face. I see now you gave everything to the demon dragon. You've become its most loyal servant, haven't you? What does that have to do with you? Lu Yu's voice was icy, his brows furrowed. This was just a steward of the Lu family's main branch. Even if the current head of the family, his so-called adoptive father, were to question him directly, Lu Yu wouldn't bother explaining himself. Lu Heng's killing intent surged, his aura oppressive. You never should have allied yourself with a demon dragon. Dragons and demon dragons are natural enemies. Even after you left the Lu family, the family head was willing to spare your life. But by colluding with a demon dragon, you've betrayed the Lu family and the entire dragon race. Betrayal? Lu Yes' laugh was cold, his expression utterly devoid of warmth. He recalled the scene from 12 years ago when his innate talent was forcibly extracted and said coldly, I've said it before, I will see the Lu family completely destroyed. I've never considered myself a member of the Lu family. As for dragons, perhaps the dragon race seems like a superior species to you, but to me, they're nothing more than food. How dare you? Lu Hengda could no longer suppress the rage burning in his chest, his killing intent surging. You dream of destroying the Lu family and dare to blaspheme the dragon race. You deserve death 1,000 times over. Even without the matriarch's orders, I would make sure you die without a burial ground. Roar. The Gale wyvern raised its head and roared furiously, clearly understanding Lu Yu's contempt. Fierce wind swirled from its massive wings, forming brownish-green wind walls that made it appear like a sovereign of the winds. In the next instant, the air suddenly condensed, and countless sharp wind blades materialized around it, gleaming with cold light. Hundreds of wind blades shot out like swift arrows, yet Lu Yu remained calm, showing not the slightest trace of fear. A cruel smile curved Lu Hengda's lips. I've been watching you all along. Even though you've awakened your talent and contracted a demon dragon descendant, you've only just become a beast tamer. Before my Gale wyvern, you have no power to resist. Is that so? Lu Yu responded indifferently, his gaze piercing through the howling winds. A Gale wyvern, one of the weakest dragon species, merely low-grade ingredients. Silence. Lu Hengda's fury exploded as his beast-taming talent erupted. Rank talent, hurricane. The originally straight wind blades suddenly accelerated, transforming into spiral cutting edges that devoured space and split the earth. Die. However, at the center of the storm, Lu Yu remained completely motionless, his dark eyes even showing faint disdain. Boom. A violent explosion shattered the sky. Lu Hengda's pupils contracted sharply. This is a demon dragon. Blazing black bone wings spread from behind Lu Yu like two canopies, blocking all hundreds of wind blades without leaving a single mark. As the wing shadows folded, a demon dragon over 10 meters tall emerged, its dark aura covering the sky and earth, a world-destroying demon dragon. Roar! The murderous dragon's cry shook the mountains and wilderness. The demon dragon's vertical pupils blazed with savage fury, chilling Lu Hengda's soul and making his body tremble uncontrollably. Lu Yu walked forward slowly, his voice ice cold. Lu Hengda, since you knew about what happened back then, I'll use the most brutal methods to ensure your complete annihilation. Boom. Dark source power poured out like waves, merging with the night. Within several kilometers, all elements and spiritual energy instantly went berserk, as if heaven and earth had transformed into purgatory. In the boundless darkness, Lu Hengda regained a trace of consciousness. Looking at the hellish scene before him, his mind froze and his legs trembled beyond his control. A domain. This is a dragon domain. Lu Hengda cried out in shock. How could the demon dragon descendant you contracted possess a dragon domain? Dragon descendants are at most comparable to giant dragon species, and this dragon descendant was only at the 10th tier of the extraordinary level. The dragon domain is a power that only true divine dragon species and demonic dragon species can master. A terrifying possibility suddenly struck him, and that fear completely consumed his heart. When did I ever say I contracted a dragon descendant? Lu Yu spoke with cold indifference. Remember this is a demonic dragon species, one that feeds on giant dragons, the world-destroying demon dragon. Countless torrents of violent darkness completely engulfed Lu Hengda. Roar. The Gale dragon tried to manipulate wind elements, only to discover that all wind elements were suppressed, leaving it unable to summon even a trace of power. Even moving had become an impossible luxury for the Gale dragon. When it attempted to struggle, it met a pair of cold, brutal dragon eyes. Vicious, razor-sharp claws pierced through the Gale dragon's skull, and dragon blood sprayed from the wound. Roar. The Gale dragon's consciousness began to fade, and in its final moments, it saw the world-destroying demon dragon open its massive maw, continuously drinking the spurting dragon blood, its cold, brutal eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. In despair, the Gale dragon died completely. On the other side, Lu Hengda crashed to the ground, his body utterly broken, corroded by dark energy beyond recognition, without a single patch of intact skin remaining. Lu Hengda stared blankly at the dead Gale dragon, feeling the dissolution of the beast contract. When he witnessed the world-destroying demon dragon devouring the Gale dragon's flesh and blood in great gulps, his pride as a dragon master was trampled to pieces. Lu Yu looked down at Lu Hengda and said slowly, "Die." He raised his foot, aimed at Lu Hengda's head, and stomped down mercilessly. Even until his death, Lu Hengda couldn't believe he had been so easily crushed by Lu Yu. Achievement unlocked. Defeat a beast master enemy. Reward. 1 random crimson star tier resource. Claim reward? Yes, no. A random red star tier resource? Lu Yu's mind reeled with shock. Any red star tier resource was a supreme treasure second only to Mystic Radiance grade, several times more precious than diamond or amethyst tier resources, requiring at least 500 points to exchange in the system shop. Claim it. He barely hesitated, confirming with one click, though his gaze fell upon the world-destroying demon dragon feeding nearby. If he could happen to draw a resource it could use, that would be perfect. A system notification appeared. You have obtained a red star tier resource Demon Heart. Demon Heart contains all the dark insights accumulated throughout an adult demon lord's lifetime. When absorbed by dark-type beast companions, depending on comprehension level, it can transform one or multiple amethyst tier dark skills into red star grade. Lu Yu immediately checked the system shop, price exactly 500 points, not a cent off. He had to sell 2 beast companion cubs to scrape together 600 points, yet now, merely by slaying Lu Hongda, he'd obtained this premium resource that perfectly matched the world-destroying demon dragon's attributes. What an unexpected windfall. Nearby, Roarburp, the several meter tall Gale Wyvern was reduced to mere remains. The world-destroying demon dragon let out a satisfied belch, casually folded its pitch-black wings, compressed its massive form into a half-meter tall young dragon, and lay on the ground, kicking its stubby legs. Lu Yu walked over, storing the remaining dragon meat in his spatial storage, sighing. I'll keep the leftover dragon meat for now. When you're hungry, go eat it in the beast companion space yourself. With that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The promised dragon meat feast was delivered. The young dragon narrowed its golden vertical pupils, affectionately nuzzling his calf with low growls, seemingly praising the Gale Wyvern's delicious taste. You little glutton. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly and began cleanup. Rubble, craters, bloodstains. He raised his hand, and air currents swept the street debris aside, while the shattered glass door reassembled itself like new with a casual wave. Within the pet shop's domain, his authority was nearly omnipotent. After handling the scene, he pulled out his phone and called Luo Tianyan. I had a fight at the pet shop entrance. The street damage is pretty severe. Come clean up, I am going to rest. Without waiting for a response, he yawned and stepped into the shop. 10 minutes later, Luo Tianyan arrived riding his towering Crimson Flame Wolf King. The glass door was tightly shut, and he had no complaints, but when he stepped onto the street, it felt like entering ruins shrouded in shadow. The cratered, cracked ground reeked of pungent blood, walls were charred black, as if carpet bombed by artillery. His heart skipped a beat as he murmured, what level of battle could destroy a street like this? Stepping deeper, increasingly oppressive dark energy hit him in the face. This was Senior's demon dragon at work. Suddenly, he noticed a large patch of dark red bloodstains spreading nearly 10 meters ahead. Crouching down, he dipped his finger and sniffed, his pupils contracting sharply. Purebred dragon blood. Gale Wyvern. Scattered flesh and bone fragments among the stains confirmed his suspicion. Not a trace of demon dragon blood on the ground. This was complete one-sided domination. The Gale Wyvern had been decisively defeated and became the world-destroying demon dragon's prey. Just the thought of it filled Luo Tianyan with dread, making him incredibly grateful that he had brought Luo Zhe to apologize and subsequently established a connection with Lu Yu. Without that, if the Luo family had provoked such a ruthless enemy, they would likely have been completely destroyed in the future. The Gale Dragon. It truly came from the Lu family, the renowned dragon-taming clan. At this realization, Luo Tianyan's heart sank. It seemed the senior and the Lu family were now locked in a fight to the death. Since he had already chosen his side, he would never regret it. No matter how powerful the Lu family was, they would never easily give away their dragons to outsiders, while Lu Yu had genuinely changed Luo Tianyan's destiny. Unless it's a top-tier dragon species, nothing can compare to my Crimson Flame Rooster, Luo Tianyan thought, shaking his head. Only the highest echelons of the Lu family were qualified to contract with top-tier dragon species. Given time to let his Crimson Flame Rooster devour more mystical flames and grow to its limit, it could stand toe-to-toe with even top-tier dragon species of the same level. Moreover, the Luo family also had Luo Jingqing with her contracted ice fox capable of refining mystical ice and Luo On's goblin tribe, which would surely nurture formidable combat power in the future. Luo Tianyan could almost foresee that the Luo family would rise under these 3 pillars to become a force rivaling the dragon-taming clan itself. How could he possibly regret his choice? With this thought, he immediately called to gather the beast tamers from his clan, specifically summoning water and earth-type contractors to clean the streets. Throughout the entire night, they filled cracks and washed away bloodstains. By dawn, the street surface had been restored to pristine condition, as if the great battle had never occurred. After completing the task, Luo Tianyan stood before the pet shop, bowed deeply toward the interior, then turned and departed. The next morning, Lu Yu opened his eyes to find the world-destroying demon dragon absent from his room, instead coiled in his beast space guarding the half-corpse of the Gale Dragon. It would take a few bites whenever hungry, looking completely satisfied. The purple flame emperor bird, disgusted by the fishy smell, kept its distance. Lu Yu shook his head at the sight. This guy? Is it actually guarding its food? He called out with his mind. Roar. Sensing its master's call, the world-destroying demon dragon looked up in delight and immediately left the dragon corpse. Lu Yu chuckled inwardly. It seemed he had misunderstood. There was no sign of food-guarding behavior at all. Wait. Lu Yu had a sudden thought and retrieved the still-beating demon heart, letting it float before the world-destroying demon dragon. The pitch-black heart emanated a sinister, cold aura that made the dragon's eyes brighten instantly, its chest surging with intense desire. It raised its dragon head, showing pitiful eyes as if asking, Master, are you really giving this to me? Go ahead and eat it, Lu Yu said softly. You've always wanted to improve your strength. This demon heart can enhance your skill levels. Once all your skills reach red star grade, with a little more effort, breaking through to Holy Spirit level, first tier won't be difficult. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon trembled with excitement. Holy Spirit level. It glanced at the purple flame emperor bird in the distance. See if it could break through to Holy Spirit level potential. It would certainly not be weaker than its counterpart at the same level. As Lu Yu's first contracted beast, it had to maintain its position as the big brother. Lu Yu was about to warn. This demon heart contains the extremely dark and brutal will of a demon lord, so be careful when absorbing, but before he could finish, the world-destroying demon dragon had already opened its mouth eagerly and swallowed the heart whole. Instantly, countless cruel and bloody images along with tyrannical will surged forth, accompanied by all the demon lord's insights into the path of darkness, flooding directly into the world-destroying demon dragon's soul. Roar. The world-ending demon dragon let out a low growl, pain and savagery flashing through its pitch-black, draconic eyes. Lu Yu couldn't finish his words and could only raise his hand helplessly. The moment he spoke, the world-ending demon dragon had already tilted its head back and swallowed the dark, pulsating demon heart, immediately suffering fierce backlash. Every demon lord was the incarnation of cruelty and tyranny, naturally attuned to the demon realm, easily comprehending its rules and receiving its favor. They possessed exclusive lordship territories with countless demons under their command, able to tear open dimensional passages with a single thought to invade and slaughter other worlds. In the system shop, a demon lord youngling cost as much as 570 points, only 30 points less than the world-ending demon dragon, which sufficiently demonstrated their nearly equal status. Both would become 10th tier overlord existences upon reaching maturity. In his high school history textbook, Lu Yu had read about the demon war 300 years ago, when the demon realm passage opened that time. The situation was completely different from the goblin invasion. What was instantly destroyed wasn't the demons, but a massive nation comparable in strength to the Xia kingdom. The passage appeared in the heartland of the ancient elven kingdom. Countless demons rampaged, blood flowed like rivers, even giving rise to the demon realm's corrupted race, the Dark Elves. Even though the passage was eventually sealed, the ancient elven kingdom suffered grievous losses, with its strongest warriors fallen, never recovering from that devastation. The demon heart, now pulsating within the world-ending demon dragon, was an extremely precious Crimson Star resource, containing thousands upon thousands of years of dark comprehension from a demon lord. Massive waves of violent emotions instantly flooded into the dragon's body, almost too much for even the world-ending demon dragon to bear. Roar. As its will was being corrupted, its battle instincts were triggered. The demon dragon unfurled its dragon dark domain, deep and pitch-black origin power surging within the domain, ultimately converging into its bones, flesh, and scales. Yet violence and evil continued to madly assault its consciousness, black flames of destruction churning in the depths of its draconic eyes. Boom. A mighty yet brutal dragon soul erupted skyward from within. This was the Crimson Star skill the world-ending demon dragon had comprehended only after breaking through to the transcendent level. The demon dragon soul capable of obliterating souls and slaying dragons. Lu Yu clearly saw masses of blood mist-like demonic power entangling the dragon's soul, transforming into whispering murmurs, attempting to corrupt its essence. The world-ending demon dragon had been born mere days ago, while the demon heart preserved the spiritual imprint of a demon lord's endless ages. With its transcendent 10th-tier power, the difficulty of completely refining this object was beyond imagination. Lu Yu quickly assessed it would take at least half a month, enduring unimaginable agony. He had long been mentally prepared for this. The dark attribute was inherently cruel and violent, and refining a Crimson Star dark resource naturally demanded a terrible price. He took a deep breath, ultimate darkness and intense demonic intent surfacing in his pitch-black eyes. In the next instant, a terrifying dark hell manifested, completely suppressing the demonic power emanating from the demon heart, even the fragmented demon soul. Even demon lords, with all their profound demonic power, are as weak as ants when facing the dark hell. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon, just recently subdued, violently trembled its massive body and instantly awakened. Its metallic scales shed fragments as its vertical pupils filled with lingering fear. Lu Yu sighed softly and channeled the refined dark hell power into his palm. The purified demonic essence was no longer rebellious, yet still carried an icy, oppressive aura as it flowed. He raised his hand and pressed down, sending the essence flooding into the world-destroying demon dragon like a black river flowing backward. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon's shock turned to joy as it greedily absorbed every strand of essence and the vast insights contained within. It occasionally turned back to gaze at Lu Yu with worshipful eyes, as if saying, "Master, you're truly invincible." Time dissolved in focused cultivation. Eventually, the world-destroying demon dragon closed its eyes. Both its dragon's soul and body were enveloped by the demonic essence, making the entire dragon appear like a demon god crawling from the abyss. An indescribable transformation was brewing within, as the last trace of demonic origin was devoured. Roar! A hoarse yet exhilarating low growl shook the air. Its dragon eyes transformed into dark abysses, rolling with evil intent and brutality. Its pitch-black scales became even more menacing, surrounded by a measurable dark aura. Your contracted world-destroying demon dragon has completely refined the red star grade resource, Demon Heart. A system notification suddenly appeared. Dark Dragon Eyes have evolved into Evil Demon Dragon Eyes. Dragon Body has evolved into Demon Dragon Body. Evil Demon Dragon Eyes, a red star grade skill that condenses endless evil demon will. A single glance can annihilate souls and inflict mental corruption. Demon Dragon Body, a red star grade skill containing ultimate evil and dark power, explosively enhancing physical strength to terrifying levels. Lu Yu observed the notifications and nodded with satisfaction. One Demon Heart had directly forged two red star grade skills, Evil Demon Dragon Eyes and Demon Dragon Body. He looked at the demon dragon before him, noticing traces of evil madness hidden in the cracks between its scales, yet it hadn't lost its true nature. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon sensed the changes and grinned foolishly, seemingly already fantasizing about leaping to the top position among the beast team. Lu Yu shook his head with amusement and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The demon heart had been completely refined and purified by the dark hell first, with all negative effects eliminated, so the world-destroying demon dragon's mind remained unharmed. Don't celebrate too early. He focused his thoughts and sensed the state of the destruction dragon breath. Although the destruction dragon breath absorbed considerable demonic origin, it's still at purple crystal grade, just one step away from transformation. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon licked its fangs, drool nearly dripping from its mouth, its eyes clearly asking, "Master, is there more demonic origin?" "No more." Lu Yu patted its horn. "While the residual power remains, focus on pushing the destruction dragon breath to red star grade." Roar! The demon dragon dejectedly lowered its head. Lu Yu added another comment. "Once you upgrade the destruction dragon breath, you'll lead the purple flame imperial bird in skill count. The purple flame imperial bird still has one skill stuck at purple crystal grade." Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly widened its evil demon dragon eyes, battle intent surging throughout its body. It immediately dove back into the beast's space and began breathing out destruction dragon breath. The black-red dragon flames rolled under the dark hell's restraint without a single wisp escaping. Lu Yu watched the dragon's diligent cultivation with barely contained laughter. He knew well that although the purple flame imperial bird's flame feathers were labeled purple crystal grade, their power already matched red star grade due to the elemental being's special nature. But the world-destroying demon dragon was easy to fool, saving him considerable trouble. Gazing at the figure desperately breathing dragon flames, he smiled with satisfaction. Who would complain about their beast being too strong? The stronger the world-destroying demon dragon became, the better. Roar! Within the beast-taming space, the world-destroying demon dragon continued unleashing its dragon breath without restraint. Flames erupted from its massive maw, crimson-black, blazing fire streaking across the sky like meteors, carrying the ultimate aura of destruction, each blast capable of instantly incinerating a stellar-grade beast companion. As its wings trembled, the world-destroying demon dragon's scales flickered with deep purple lightning. It was gradually adapting to this destructive power, and with each breath, a hint of demonic darkness seemed to seep into the violent destructive aura. Lu Yu silently calculated the progress once the demonic will fully integrated. The world-destroying demon dragon's amethyst-grade skill, destructive dragon breath, would undergo a true transformation. At this moment, his extraordinary 10th-tier beast-taming space had expanded to a full 100,000 square meters, spacious enough to rival an ordinary lunar 10th-tier space. Such a vast area could easily accommodate both the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame imperial bird. Not far away, the purple flame imperial bird perched on a rock burning with purple flames, folding its wings as it quietly observed the world-destroying demon dragon's cultivation. Each gentle flutter of its feathers scattered elegant purple fire, like a noble princess gracefully approaching. But Lu Yu saw deeper that unconsciously revealed majesty and sharpness resembled more of a born emperor. Elemental beings had always been mysterious. People only knew they originated from nature. Rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, thunder, and fire could all potentially birth consciousness and take spiritual form. Lu Yu pondered silently. The purple flame imperial bird was clearly born from extremely rare mystical fire, but that innate imperial bearing suggested something far more complex than mere mystical fire. He focused his attention, various theories swirling through his mind. Screech. The purple flame imperial bird blinked its crimson purple eyes, spread its wings gracefully, leaving a trail of burning fire in the air before landing on Lu Yu's shoulder. Its noble purple crest gently brushed against his cheek, its feathers warm and supple. Lu Yu smiled, his fingertips stroking the distinct flame feathers like touching a finely crafted work of art, all distracting thoughts instantly vanishing. That innocent and sincere affection was crystal clear. The purple flame imperial bird regarded him as a father, and this emotion needed no further words. This was enough. Magic City, the courtyard of the Luo family villa. Luo Tianyan. Luo Jingxing had been driven outside the courtyard and was angrily pounding the fence rails, her face flushed with embarrassment and rage. What gives you the right to kick me out? I'm your sister. Cough, cough. Luo Tianyan stood on the other side, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly, looking somewhat awkward. Luo and I need to handle important business. It's not appropriate for you to be present. Huh? Luo Jingqing snorted coldly, raising an eyebrow disdainfully. Important business? You mean letting that goblin pony play stud, breeding it with those extraordinary grade, or even stellar grade female beasts, right? You think I don't know anything? Luo Tianyan helplessly pressed his palm to his forehead. His sister had hit the nail on the head. He had doted on Luo Jingqing since childhood. In others' eyes, she was an elegant and dignified young lady from a prestigious family, constantly praised by the family elders. But once home, she reverted to her spoiled nature. Luo Jingqing had just turned 18. Not only was she beautiful, but she had also awakened an grade beast-taming talent no less impressive than Luo Tianyan's, stepping into the ranks of beast tamers. She no longer held the childhood admiration for her brother, which left Luo Tianyan feeling quite dejected. Facing his sister, he could never bring himself to speak harshly, only sighing. Anyway, you're still young. Goblin breeding scenes aren't appropriate for you to witness, understand? I'm not young anymore. Luo Jingqing let out a soft snort and unconsciously puffed out her chest, which not only had considerable weight, but also trembled slightly. It's just beast breeding. I'm not even interested in watching. Luo Tianyan couldn't be bothered to argue with her and raised his hand to stop her, explaining seriously. The goblin's special talent can create an entire clan. When I inherit the family leadership, the clan created by the goblin will become the foundation of the Luo family. You're just a young girl, so please don't interfere, okay? Fine, I get it. Luo Jingqing pouted with a delicate huff, then quickly remembered her own request. But what about my ice fox? You can't just focus on the goblin and neglect my little ice fox. Don't worry. Luo Tianyan glanced at his phone with a smile tugging at his lips. I've already ordered exotic ice and fire from the resource hall. Both the ice fox and the flame chicken will receive cultivation today. The logistics shows the resources have been delivered. Really? Luo Jingqing's eyes lit up as she immediately summoned her snow-white ice fox and rushed excitedly toward the Luo family's resource hall. Luo Tianyan didn't follow her and instead returned to his own courtyard. The aftermath of last night's frenzy still marked the ground, and walls scattered stones, claw marks, and scorched grass patches created a shocking sight. The Crimson Flame Wolf King immediately approached, standing guard vigilantly beside its master. His gaze swept across the courtyard before settling on the green-skinned creature called Goblin, and he couldn't help but feel pity. The goblin lay sprawled in a spread-eagle position, its ribs clearly visible and limbs twitching, as if drained of life force. Dark circles hung heavily under its eyes, and its cracked lips were nearly bleeding. Around it lay 8 female beasts, 5 transcendent level and 3 starlight level. They were of various races: monkey, pig, wolf, tiger, and even a subdragon species ice lizard. Without the Crimson Flame Wolf King's suppression, it never would have succeeded last night. Luo Tianyan silently lamented the goblin race's weakness. Other beasts simply looked down on it, and these 8 were the least resistant he could find. The effects of the drugs hadn't worn off yet, and the female beasts' bellies were already slightly swollen, their expressions filled with shame and anger. Even Luo Tianyan could only awkwardly console them. Once the goblin grows stronger, it will surely treat you well. The female beasts coldly turned their heads away. The goblin becoming stronger? What a joke. Luo Tianyan didn't explain further. Beast mating preferences were simple: the stronger, the more attractive. If the goblin advanced to Nether Moon, Radiant Sun, or even Sovereign level in the future, these females who bore its first offspring would never regret it. Young master. Luo En approached and bowed respectfully. Use all the prepared resources, Luo Tianyan instructed. It's best if they give birth today. Yes. Luo En immediately brought special resources to accelerate embryo formation and fed them to the 8 pregnant female beasts. He solemnly reiterated the goblin's talent. Reproduction when its potential and strength are lower than its mates. The offspring inherit the maternal race. Otherwise, pure goblins are born. Regardless of type, as long as they carry goblin bloodline, they will enhance the goblin itself, making it infinitely stronger. Luo Tianyan nodded, still marveling at this talent that defied natural law. Once the offspring are born, send them to pet shops under the Luo family, or let talented members of affiliated families contract them for free. We must spare no cost in the early stages to quickly strengthen the goblin. He added, your beast master level must also improve simultaneously. Don't hold it back, understand? Understood. A flash of determination and gratitude passed through Luo En's eyes, becoming Luo Tianyan's confidant, gave him hope for revenge. Once the goblin showed promise, he could publicly reveal its talent and rise rapidly with the Luo family's resources. Even if the previous family had interfered, it would be too late. Luo Tianyan waved his hand. Don't thank me. Without Master Lu, you'd never have had the chance to contract the goblin. Even I only gained the opportunity to contract the flame chicken and pursue top-tier beastmaster status thanks to Master Lu's favor. Speaking of this, his gaze swept over the fired chick in the courtyard, his eyes filled with hope. He knew well that with only a level beast-taming talent, even with the Luo family's full support, he could only reach sovereign level before death sealed his path forever. Contracting the flame chicken gave Luo Tianyan the chance to achieve top-tier sovereign status, or even break through to overlord level. As the designated heir of the Luo family, Luo Tianyan remained remarkably clear-headed. He understood deeply that no matter how great one's potential, it only mattered when transformed into real strength. He looked at Luo En, his voice steady and low. The Luo family is not a unified block, and my position as heir is not yet completely secure. Before we accumulate sufficient power, the special nature of the Crimson Flame Chicken, Goblin, and Ice Fox must never be revealed to anyone. Yes. Luo En nodded respectfully, then turned his gaze toward the female beast in the distance, her belly swollen with pregnancy. She was about to give birth, and he secretly anticipated that once the offspring arrived, the goblin's potential might undergo a qualitative transformation. Go tend to them, Luo Tianyan instructed. I'll have the Crimson Flame Wolf King assist you. With that, he turned around and saw Luo Jingqing approaching quickly with a bronze-colored spatial container, so he went to meet her. Brother. Luo Jingqing almost ran up to him, her eyes dancing with joy. You exchanged for 6 types of exotic ice and 6 types of exotic fire all at once. And some are even ranked on the exotic fire and exotic ice lists. Though they're only at the bottom of the rankings, they're still incredibly precious. You must have used up all your family contribution points, right? She knew well that anything that made it onto the rankings, whether exotic fire, ice, or lightning, was comparable to an A-grade talent. Once a beast successfully absorbed them, its foundation would rapidly surge, possibly even allowing it to comprehend the principles of exotic fire or ice and transform them into its own skills. Even if unable to fully refine them, they would still greatly enhance physical constitution. Luo Tianyan took the container and examined it carefully. Inside were 12 separate compartments, with 6 exotic fires and 6 exotic ice blocks isolated from each other by ceiling patterns. Extreme cold and blazing heat coexisted without conflict. He sighed softly. Indeed, I spent everything. In the outside world, even spending tens of millions might not guarantee acquiring these 12 types of exotic fire and ice. 97th on the exotic fire list, Crimson Heart Earth Fire. 99th on the exotic ice list, Purple Mystic Extreme Ice. Luo Jingqing's face flushed bright red with excitement. Hee, I never expected my Ice Fox could directly refine Purple Mystic Extreme Ice on its first absorption. Luo Tianyan shook his head, his expression serious. Jingqing, both the Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Mystic Extreme Ice are reserved for Senior Lu. I'll extract them separately later and deliver them personally. What? Luo Jingqing was stunned, feeling reluctant to part with them. Brother, these are ranked exotic fire and ice. You're really going to give them away? You need to think long-term, Luo Tianyan said firmly. I've never seen beasts like the Crimson Flame Chicken and Ice Fox that can refine exotic fire and ice. If Senior Lu cooperated directly with the Luo family, the selling price for the Crimson Flame Chicken and Ice Fox alone would definitely exceed 100 million. As for the goblin, its value surpasses them both. Yet now, with these 3 types of beasts in his hands, each costs only 3 million. Such an opportunity is worth far more investment than the Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Mystic Extreme Ice. Luo Jingqing remained silent for a moment, understanding in her heart that her brother spoke the truth. The higher one stood, the clearer one could see the true value of these beasts. She took a deep breath and finally placed her hand on the container, saying softly, "Brother, let's give both the Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Mystic Extreme Ice to Senior Lu." "Very good," Luo Tianyan said gently. "Even after giving away the Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Mystic Extreme Ice, we each still have 5 lower-grade Strange Fires and Ice Essences that can be refined by the Flame Chicken and Ice Fox." Luo Jingqing's eyes lit up as she blinked playfully and said, "Brother, I don't feel reluctant at all. I'm grateful that Senior Lu allowed me to contract with the Ice Fox. Besides, you paid for this Purple Mystic Extreme Ice yourself. You want Senior Lu to remember my kindness, don't you?" Luo Tianyan chuckled and ruffled her hair affectionately, saying, "Good that you understand. We've both awakened a grade beast-taming talents, and both the Flame Chicken and Ice Fox have chances to make it onto the Strange Fire and Ice Essence rankings. There's no need to underestimate ourselves." After the siblings finished speaking, they each opened their summoning arrays. The Flame Chicken emerged with spread wings, its tail feathers igniting with dark blue cold flames. The Ice Fox stepped forward gracefully, with faint ice essence floating beside it. As soon as the 2 spirit beasts appeared, they eagerly fixed their gazes on the spatial container Luo Tianyan had opened. "Let's begin." As Luo Tianyan's words fell, 5 clusters of lower-grade strange fires and 5 pieces of lower-grade ice essences were taken out one after another, flying toward the 2 spirit beasts like streams of light. The Flame Chicken raised its neck to swallow the fires, with blazing flames and cold fire churning within its body. The Ice Fox opened its mouth to absorb the ice, with ice essence and cold energy intertwining. In moments, both auras rapidly surged, yet became increasingly complex. "Wait, something's wrong." Luo Tianyan's eyes widened suddenly. The Flame Chicken is using the cold flame as its core to fuse the other 5 strange fires. Luo Jingqing held her breath and looked at her Ice Fox, seeing that the cold current was similarly using the ice essence as its axis, condensing into a higher level of ice intent. They actually want to create their own stronger strange fire and ice essence? Their potential is even more incredible than we thought. Luo Tianyan whispered in amazement. In the blink of an eye, a silver flame appeared between the Flame Chicken's wings, cold and dazzling. The beast contract directly transmitted information into Luo Tianyan's mind-secret silver cold fire, ranked 82nd on the strange fire list. Almost simultaneously, deep blue ice crystals appeared at the Ice Fox's tail tip, with bone-chilling cold light. Luo Jingqing clenched her fists and exclaimed excitedly in a low voice, "Blue Soul Extreme Ice, ranked 89th on the Ice Essence list." What shocked both of them even more was that their respective grade beast-taming talents actually resonated through the contracts. Luo Tianyan's Cold Flame and Luo Jingqing's Ice Essence were being reversely strengthened, faintly advancing toward higher levels. After a long while, Luo Tianyan exhaled a breath of hot air and smiled bitterly. "What Senior Lu gave us is an incredible fortune. I can clearly sense now that if the Flame Chicken continues to advance, my beast-taming talent might very well evolve to Scrade. Scrade beast tamers are all prodigies of heaven." Luo Jingqing held her Ice Fox tightly, her voice full of longing. "Once I achieve Scrade Ice talent, I could rank in the top 10 of the Ice Essence list." Luo Tianyan raised his hand to stroke the Flame Chicken's head, his gaze burning with intensity. In comparison, those strange fires and ice essences like Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Mystic Extreme Ice that rank at the bottom really don't matter. As time passed, the Flame Chicken's realm climbed to the 10th tier of Transcendent level, with potential approaching the 10th tier of Nethermoon level. The Ice Fox broke through to the 10th tier of Awakening level, with potential stopping at the 10th tier of Starry level. After all, it had refined only low-tier ice essences, and Luo Jingqing's beast space was nearing its limit. Luo Tianyan didn't mind at all, murmuring, "Strength can always be traced, but the evolution of beast-taming talent has almost no precedent. In the past, only by using purple crystal level or even red star level resources could this possibly be achieved. That's the level only overlord-class beast tamers or even nation-guarding divine dragons are qualified to access." He collected his thoughts and looked seriously at his sister. "Jingqing, I must personally visit Senior Lu. You stay home and cultivate with all your might, striving to break through to Transcendent level soon. Otherwise, if the Ice Fox fuses with another strand of higher-grade ice essence, your beast space might shatter directly." "I understand." Luo Jingqing nodded obediently while holding her Ice Fox. "Senior Lu." Luo Tianyan gently placed a palm-sized black gold spatial container on the table, his tone respectful. "These are the Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Mystic Extreme Ice, both ranked on the Strange Fire list and Strange Ice list respectively. Please accept them, Senior Lu." It's not a holiday or special occasion. Why are you suddenly giving me gifts?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing some confusion. He was naturally familiar with rankings like the Strange Fire list and Strange Ice list, along with others such as the Thunder list, Sacred Wood list, and Divine Wind list. The Crimson Heart Earth Fire and Purple Mystic Extreme Ice that made it onto these lists were equivalent in value to platinum-grade resources and among the very finest of that tier. Normally, platinum-grade resources were only affordable for solar-rank beast tamers. Lu Yu was merely at the transcendent level, so bronze-grade resources would theoretically be the most cost-effective choice for him. Unfortunately, the system store he was bound to only opened at level 1 permissions at minimum, where platinum-grade resources were the starting point, all priced at 1 point each, and it didn't even carry special materials like strange fires or strange ice. If he had to buy from the market, with his liquid funds of less than 20 million, setting aside connections, he could only afford one Crimson Heart Earth Fire at market price. Using the Luo family's connections, he might barely manage to obtain one piece of Purple Mystic Extreme Ice as well. In other words, Luo Tianyan's gift this time was more valuable than the platinum-grade Sky Control crystal from his previous compensation, worth at least 20 million. For Lu Yu, Sky Control crystals could be exchanged from the system anytime, but Crimson Heart Earth Fire couldn't be obtained out of thin air unless he continuously completed achievement tasks to upgrade his system permissions. Consider it a small token of gratitude for Senior's kindness. Luo Tianyan continued explaining. Jingjing and I discovered that after the Flame Chicken and Ice Fox refined the strange fire and strange ice, they could actually enhance our beast-taming talents in return. Over time, this might even cause our talents to evolve. The Flame Chicken and Ice Fox originally cost only 3 million each. How could we forget Senior's investment in us? This small gift is just a gesture of our appreciation. Please don't feel burdened by it, Senior. So beast-taming talents could actually evolve. Lu Yu was secretly amazed, then smiled wryly to himself. His beast-taming talent was already SS rank, and he wondered if there was still room for evolution. After pondering for a moment, he finally reached out to accept the gift. Then I'll accept it. Please don't think poorly of it, Senior. Luo Tianyan bowed slightly, his attitude sincere. How could I think poorly of it? Lu Yu waved his hand gently. Having delivered his gift, Luo Tianyan didn't linger and soon took his leave. This trip was indeed solely to personally present his tribute as a show of respect. The room returned to quiet. Lu Yu opened the container to find the Crimson Heart Earth Fire floating silently like dark red molten lava, while the Purple Mystic Extreme Ice huddled on the other side with its chilling aura, forming a stark contrast. The Crimson Heart Earth Fire was originally violent by nature, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions, but under the suppression of the god-slaying heavenly fire, it cowered like a tamed beast. Screech! A clear cry pierced the air. Sensing its master's intention, the purple flame emperor bird swooped over, its tail feathers trailing fiery tracks, its golden red pupils fixed intently on the Crimson Heart Earth Fire with undisguised longing. It looks like this Crimson Heart Earth Fire would be quite beneficial for you. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, already forming a plan in his mind. Lu Yu had initially assumed that since the purple flame emperor bird constantly absorbed the source power of the god-slaying heavenly fire, it wouldn't have much desire for a lower-tier, strange fire like the Crimson Heart Earth Fire. However, when he sensed the purple flame emperor bird's urgency that nearly overflowed their contract bond, he realized his misjudgment. Since his beloved pet wanted it, he simply waved his hand generously, feeding it both the god-slaying heavenly fire and the Crimson Heart Earth Fire together. Screech! The purple flame emperor bird spread its wings and cried joyfully, lifting its head and opening its beak. A mass of Crimson Heart Earth Fire was instantly absorbed into its body, with blazing firelight flowing along its feather patterns like tiny molten gold veins. Lu Yu observed intently and quickly discerned the key, though the Crimson Heart Earth Fire itself wasn't high grade. Its core contained a strand of core fire essence. As long as that fire essence remained unextinguished, the Crimson Heart Earth Fire could regenerate endlessly. Refining this strand of essence could fill the tiny gaps originally present in the purple flames. As that trace of fire essence was absorbed, the purple flame emperor bird's aura surged upward like a raging wind. The next moment, accompanied by a muffled, thunder-like rumble, the energy barrier within its body was easily torn apart. Boom! A breakthrough. Lu Yu's heart leaped with joy. This wasn't a deliberate attempt to break through, but rather the purple flame emperor bird naturally crossing into the transcendent level after reaching its limit at the awakening level. Ding! Your contracted beast, purple flame emperor bird, has broken through to the transcendent level and comprehended the Crimson Star level skill, Flame Bird True Form. Flame Bird True Form. Crimson Star level skill that allows the boundless purple flames to undergo supercharged reorganization, transforming into a true flame bird form with greatly enhanced flame control capacity. As the system notification ended, Lu Yu was utterly astonished. Besides its original Flame Soul Emperor form, the purple flame emperor bird had actually birthed a third form, the flame bird. He examined his beloved pet on his shoulder. The current purple flame emperor bird was entirely composed of condensed purple flame feathers, only palm-sized and less than 20 centimeters tall. But if it deployed its flame bird true form, its size would increase at least tenfold. and the purple flames it could manipulate would leap by several times, even dozens of times. For an elemental being, the total amount of flames it could control directly equated to destructive power. More importantly, in flame bird form, its capacity to devour the god-slaying heavenly fire would also be greatly expanded. This form is ridiculously powerful, Lu Yu mused to himself. He casually reached into his beast space and glanced at the world-destroying demon dragon that was training hard. The dragon's muscles rippled like black obsidian, with fist-sized sweat drops, or rather, dragon blood drops constantly falling, yet it continued repeating its strength training. Lu Yu couldn't help but show a pitying expression. In terms of talent alone, no amount of effort seemed able to catch up to the purple flame emperor bird. Then he remembered that both were his pets, and his eyebrows lifted slightly. Well, they're both mine, so that's fine. Screech. The purple flame emperor bird folded its wings and gracefully landed on his shoulder, its noble purple-gold eyes sparkling brightly. Clearly still savoring the taste of the crimson hard earth fire, it occasionally cast longing glances his way. There will be plenty more in the future, don't rush, Lu Yu said with amused helplessness. His thoughts turned to his other beloved pet's preferences. The world-destroying demon dragon favored dragon meat, specifically from giant dragon species, and might even require divine dragon-level food in the future. The purple flame emperor bird was even more extreme, feeding on strange fires. Just their daily feeding costs alone could bankrupt him. At this thought, he took a deep breath, realizing the difficulty of nurturing top-tier pets. Contracting the two most noble pets during his most financially strapped period was tremendously stressful. Screech. The purple flame emperor bird paid no mind to its master's worries. As an elemental being, it could directly absorb heaven and earth elemental energy. Moreover, it possessed the SS-level god-slaying heavenly fire to draw from. Even among the strange fires at the top of the rankings, others could hardly compare. If not for the core fire essence of the crimson heart earth fire providing such great benefit, it might not have bothered consuming it. Lu Yu stored the purple profound extreme ice in his storage space. Though he had no immediate use for this strange ice, simply collecting such high-level resources lifted his spirits. He lifted the curtain to look at the street, seeing only sparse pedestrians, mostly students hurrying along, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Magic Capital Beast-Taming University seemed to have officially started classes, with military training long finished. Now that most first-year students had contracted their initial pets, selling pet cubs in the shop would only become increasingly difficult. Fortunately, since the shop had few customers today, he might as well focus on improving the purple flame emperor bird's cultivation level. As for business, walk-in customers were already unreliable. Referrals from regular customers were the real path forward. He picked up the purple flame emperor bird, allowing it to continue absorbing the god-slaying heavenly fire. Screech. The purple flame emperor bird absorbed the god-slaying heavenly fire, its cultivation level continuously rising, immediately showing a satisfied expression. At Modu Beast-Taming University. In the public classroom of Fanqing Teaching Building, freshmen filled nearly every seat in the long, tiered lecture hall. Early autumn sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft, bright glow on the desks and chairs. Students, this is your first class since being admitted to Modu Beast-Taming University. Lu Luochan stood at the center of the podium, her clear voice carrying across the room as her gaze swept over pairs of expectant eyes. You are all exceptional talents who stood out in the college entrance exams, so I won't dwell on basic knowledge. I assume most of you have already contracted your initial beast companions. For our first lesson, we'll dive straight into beast combat. Students who have contracted their initial beasts, please raise your hands. I'll select 2 volunteers from those who raise their hands to demonstrate beast combat, then provide detailed explanations. Nearly 100 freshmen raised their hands in unison, with several male students in the front rows getting so excited they stood up directly. Lu Luochan was only 26 years old, yet she was already a 6th-year Minji-level beast tamer and the youngest female instructor in Modu Beast-Taming University's history. Her fitted professional dress accentuated her graceful curves, and beneath the knee-length hem, her slender legs wrapped in black stockings gleamed with subtle luster under the pure white lights, drawing lingering glances even from the most composed students. She had once been a student at this very university, staying on as an intern after graduation until officially becoming faculty this year. This public lecture was the first university class for the 100-plus freshmen below, and equally her first official teaching session as an instructor. Students, please remain seated. Lu Luochan smiled faintly and began selecting participants. Her gaze first fell on a female student sitting by the window. This young lady. Then she looked toward the other side at a confident-looking male student. And you? Please come up and prepare. The moment she finished speaking, the classroom erupted. Isn't the girl teacher Lu Pic Du Ryun one of the 4 campus beauties from Dorm 301? Dorm 301. Out of our freshman class's 10 campus beauties, their dorm has 4. It's so unfair. Why wasn't I born a girl? Du Ryun is so beautiful, with that girl next door charm. I absolutely adore her. I heard she awakened a support-type talent. She could easily join any beast legion in the future. Wait, if she's a support-type beast tamer, does she actually have combat ability? Before the chatter died down, another wave of discussion arose. Holy crap, the guy teacher Lu picked is actually Yin Xiaopeng, ranked in the top 3 among this year's freshmen, only behind the 2 dragon tamers Lu Su and Gu Tian. Yin Xiaopeng? He awakened the A-rank beast talent armoring, right? He can equip his beasts with armor that blocks all damage, so he chooses purely offensive creatures. His initial beast companion, the frenzied blade werewolf, just broke through to transcendent first tier a few days ago. Sitting in the corner, Shun Yin rested her chin on her hand, watching the drama unfold with schadenfreude as she whispered to her companion. I told you not to raise your hand. Now you're in trouble, aren't you? Du Ruyun clenched her fists lightly, still looking nervous. I never expected that out of nearly 100 students who raised their hands, Teacher Lu would pick me. Hee, your opponent is Yin Xiaopeng with his transcendent first-tier frenzied blade werewolf. He's going to slice off your moonlight butterfly's wings. Shin Yin covered her mouth and giggled mischievously. Du Ruyan shot her a reproachful look. Oh my, you're actually gloating. Du Ruyan panicked and said, you have to help me think of something. It's simple. Shen Yin raised an eyebrow and lowered her voice. I'll go up in your place. Won't that work? Is that okay? Du Ruyan was still in complete turmoil. Haven't you noticed? Teacher Lu is getting panicked too. Shen Yin glanced at the podium and added, this is her first public class for freshmen. If I substitute for you, I'll be helping her out of a tight spot. She'll definitely be happy about it. Please, Yin. Du Ruiyun grabbed her hand. I told you I'd protect you. Shun Yin patted the back of her hand reassuringly. I'll help treat the slime afterward. Slimes are strong, how could it possibly get hurt? Just wait and see. After their brief whispered exchange, Shin Yin pushed back her chair and walked straight toward the battle arena. The classrooms in the Starlight Teaching Building were exceptionally spacious, with a central area that could accommodate battles between Starlight-level beast tamers. If the destructive power of Moonlight-level or even Sunburst-level tamers were unleashed here, the walls could still hold, but the doors and windows would instantly shatter, and even bulletproof glass wouldn't help. Therefore, the limit for indoor battles was set at Starlight level. The moment Shin Yin stepped into the battle zone, all the students below widened their eyes in unison. The person standing there wasn't Du Ryun at all. Teacher Lu. She spoke with a smile. My roommate is a support-type beast tamer who just contracted her first pet, so I'm taking her place. Is that all right? Of course. Lu Luochan was visibly relieved and looked at Shun Yin gratefully before turning to the other side. You don't have any objections, do you? None at all. Yin Xiaoping's gaze moved back and forth between Shun Yin and Du Ryun, secretly marveling. One was the pure campus beauty type, the other the girl next door type. Battling either one would be a win. His mind stirred as he summoned his Blade Wolf. The Blade Wolf wasn't native to Blue Star, but originated from an alternate dimension, with genuine Starlight-level potential. It gripped cold, gleaming blades in both hands as its transcendent-level aura burst forth. Please summon your pet, Yin Xiaoping said politely. All right. Shin Yin nodded. White light swirled as a summoning circle appeared and quickly faded. The next second, a round slime bounced into the center of the arena. Am I seeing things? Is this an illusion? Campus Beauty Shin actually summoned a slime? A student at Magic City Beast Taming University actually contracted a slime. Talk about ruining her future. This is Bad Slime versus Blade Wolf, and the opponent is Transcendent first rank. One slash, and it'll be split in half. Discussions erupted everywhere, and even Lu Luochan was stunned. Are you sure you want your slime to battle the Blade Wolf? Teacher Lu, I'm still just an awakening level beast tamer. I've only contracted this one slime. Shin Yin smiled softly. Lu Luochan was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Calling on a support-type beast tamer was already a classroom accident, but she hadn't expected Shin Yin, the substitute, to be even more heavyweight, actually contracting a slime. A pet that even community college beast tamers wouldn't choose had appeared at Magic City Beast Taming University. So you're Shin Yin? Yin Xiaopeng frowned slightly. I suggest you step down. I have no interest in battling a slime. It would only weaken my Blade Wolf's fighting spirit. Sorry, I don't want to step down. Shin Yin shook her head. Did I not make myself clear? Yin Xiaoping's voice now carried a chill as he spoke slowly. What I mean is, the slime you contracted isn't worthy of battling me. Do you understand? Yin Xiaoping's attitude caused an uproar throughout the venue. In the stands, chaotic discussions erupted instantly. What kind of attitude is that? How dare he show such disrespect to Goddess Yin? What goddess? So what if she's pretty? In the beast taming world, strength is everything. Shin Yin actually contracted a slime? Isn't she ruining her own future? I support Yin Xiaopeng. There are plenty of beautiful girls at liberal arts colleges too, but would you go there to find a girlfriend? I suggest School Beauty Shin should just step down. A slime versus a frenzied blade werewolf? She's just humiliating herself. Du Ryun sat in the front row of the audience, Her pretty face flushed red with anxiety as she gripped the hem of her school uniform tightly. Finally unable to hold back, she raised her voice. Stop talking. Nyan slime is actually very strong. The only response she received was a wave of disdainful snickers. A girl nearby raised her eyebrows mockingly. A slime is strong? Why don't you say that cottontail caterpillars are strong too? Du Ruiyun was left speechless. She actually wanted to retort that cottontail caterpillars are strong too, but she opened her mouth and couldn't bring herself to say it had never been good at arguing against crowd skepticism. In the center of the arena, amidst the chaotic clamor, Shun Yin remained completely calm. She lifted her gaze slightly, surveying the entire venue, her voice clear and unhurried. We're all freshmen here, so let me teach you your first lesson: never underestimate any beast. Ridiculous. Yin Xiaopeng laughed angrily, veins bulging on his shoulders. The next second, he forcefully unleashed his rank beast-taming talent, armor enhancement. Heavy water. The air trembled. Shen Yinyan likewise raised her hand, activating her own heavy water talent without hesitation. But everyone present knew that Yin Xiaopeng was a transcendent-level beast tamer, and using the same rank talent through his transcendent-level beast space provided far greater amplification than Shun Yinyan's awakened level could achieve. However, Shun Yinyan's gaze remained resolute. Boom. As both talents activated simultaneously, the frenzied blade werewolf's imposing form was covered by a layer of translucent phantom armor, metallic luster flowing across it, and no one doubted the defensive power of that protective layer. On the other side, water currents around the slime gathered into a vortex, becoming more viscous and heavy, yet not affecting its movement in the slightest as it continued to flow like a living thing. Bang! The frenzied blade werewolf caught its master's angry emotions, its vertical pupils blazing with fierce light as killing intent suddenly erupted. This species was renowned for frenzied slaughter, their twin blades wrapped in dark red patterns, and the blood they had spilled seemed to transform into a miasma of murderous aura. Silver rank skill-killing aura? Shin Yinyan quickly assessed, her voice still steady. But can you break through the slime's defense? Splash! Massive amounts of water materialized from thin air, wrapping the slime in layer upon layer. That sharp, killing aura struck the water curtain, but was completely blocked. In the crowd, someone cried out in shock. That's a silver rank skill, water ribbon? Everyone knows slimes only have one iron rank skill, softness. Didn't they say slimes couldn't possibly learn even bronze rank skills? Could it be that Shin Yinyan gave her slime specialized training and forcibly taught it water ribbon? No. Someone's eyes widened as they pointed at the water currents in the arena. Are you all blind? That's not water ribbon at all. That's clearly a gold rank skill, Azure Water Silk. A gold rank skill? Exclamations rose one after another. That's an advanced skill that only beasts with abyssal moon level potential can learn. The entire venue was stunned. Just moments ago, they had been certain the slime would be instantly defeated, even worried that the automatic protection of the beast space wouldn't be enough to save its life. Now, they watched with their own eyes as the slime sat steadily at the center of the vortex, not only more than capable of protecting itself, but having actually mastered a gold rank skill. Over 100 freshmen looked at each other in bewilderment. Except for Du Riyun, none of their contracted beasts could master gold rank skills. They suddenly realized that their understanding of slimes might have been completely wrong. Awakened level beast tamers could only contract beasts with potential limits of starfall rank. Azure Silk. Lu Luochan's eyes widened in the spectator seats as she immediately recognized the rare skill renowned for its comprehensive protection that the slime was displaying. The fact that a slime could use Azure Silk completely shattered her understanding of this lowest-tier magical pet. At the center of the arena, Yin Xiaopeng was also stunned for a moment, but as a combatant, he had no time to ponder. Only one thought remained in his mind: victory. Frenzied Blade Werewolf. Charge in, he growled. Contempt still flickered in the depths of his pupil. So, what if it was Azure Silk? A slime was still a slime. With its awakening tier third-order potential limit, whether in strength, defense, or speed, it couldn't compare to his extraordinary first-order Frenzied Blade Werewolf. Shen Yinyan smiled faintly. Protection? Slime, strangle it. Yi. The water curtain exploded with a thunderous crash, transforming into hundreds of azure water ribbons. Each one was heavy as lead due to the heavy water talent, yet moved with unmatched swiftness through the characteristics of Azure Silk, binding toward the frenzied blade werewolf from all directions. Cut them down, Yin Xiaopeng commanded in a deep voice. The frenzied blade werewolf's twin blades danced, weaving a curtain of steel. Swish, swish, swish. Large swaths of water ribbons were severed, broken water cascading across the arena. Only a few ribbons penetrated the blade light, wrapping around the werewolf's waist and limbs, but they were blocked by the transparent armor, leaving not a single mark. Is this all you've got? Yin Xiaopeng sneered. You've lost. Lost? Shen Yinyan's tone remained calm. That would be you. Yin Xiaopeng froze, about to counterattack, when the pool of severed water at his feet suddenly surged. A crimson hue spread rapidly, condensing into a blood-colored water dragon in the blink of an eye. Gold tier skill crimson water spear. Lu Luochan exclaimed. The slime had not only mastered 2 gold tier skills, but its manipulation of water flow was absolutely masterful. She almost suspected it was a water-type elemental being, but after repeated sensing, she could only confirm. This was indeed just a slime. You think this can make me lose? Yin Xiaopeng scoffed. So what if the frenzied blade werewolf can't dodge in time? Armor formation isn't a rank talent powered by an extraordinary tier beast space you can't break through it. Crack. The crimson water dragon pierced through with tremendous force, the sound of shattering transparent armor piercing the air. Had it not been off by half an inch, the frenzied blade werewolf's torso would have been completely penetrated. Even so, a bloody gash opened at its waist, blood flowing into the accumulated water, making the crimson even deeper. The backlash from the shattered armor formation reminded Yin Xiaopeng had lost. His prideful frenzied blade werewolf had actually fallen to an awakening tier slime, and his supposedly unbreakable armor formation had been easily pierced through. Impossible, he roared. You only contracted 1 slime, how could you possibly defeat me? I told you, never underestimate any beast companion, Shen Yinyan said calmly. The beast-taming world is full of infinite possibilities. Even if it's a slime, can you guarantee it won't be able to rival dragons in the future? At this, she thought of that tall and handsome young man, murmuring softly. A slime beating up dragons pretty awesome, right? Does this feel impressive? Yin Xiaopeng didn't think so at all. He had actually lost to a slime that looked soft and harmless. If his opponent hadn't shown mercy, his prize-contracted beast the blade wolf would probably be severely injured and unable to recover. With hundreds of eyes in the classroom staring at him, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Looking up again at that translucent blue gelatinous creature, Shun Yinyan's previous words, a slime that could beat dragons, echoed in his mind. When he first heard it, he had scoffed dragon species were synonymous with power, capable of easily defeating opponents across levels or even realms. But thinking about it now, this slime was only at the awakened level, yet it was 10th tier awakened, and had forcefully defeated his 1st tier transcendent blade wolf. Wasn't this exactly cross-realm combat? Shen Yinyan's words seemed far from exaggerated. After a few seconds of silence, the entire class erupted. Holy crap, a slime actually took down a blade wolf. The blade wolf is 1st tier transcendent. This is absolutely insane. Beating a blade wolf, Shen Yinyan's slime could easily make the top 5 freshmen, right? Forget top 5, its combat power is higher than mine. Can someone tell me how this slime was trained? Even the geniuses at Magic Capital Beast-Taming University couldn't understand. If slimes could truly be cultivated, given their massive population, why had no related news ever emerged? Ninian, you're amazing. Du Ryun rushed down the steps, glancing at the disheveled blade wolf nearby, and asked softly, your blade wolf is badly injured. Does it need treatment? Yin Xiaopeng's pride had nowhere to go. Looking at the crisscrossing wounds on the blade wolf's chest, he could only nod. Thank you for the trouble. Shen Ninian snorted lightly. Now you know how to be polite. Yin Xiaopeng scratched his head and said quietly, sorry. Du Royan smiled, and a summoning circle suddenly lit up. A butterfly with a moon-white body gracefully emerged, pure white radiance cascading like a waterfall. The blade wolf's wounds healed at a visible radia gold-level skill, Sacred Radiance. Lu Luochan raised her eyebrows in surprise. This butterfly, could it be a white moon butterfly with abyssal moon-level potential? But even the larval moonlight worms of white moon butterflies have gone extinct. The beast-taming era had been long, with many beast species disappearing while new ones emerged. Du Ryun shook her head. It's not a white moon butterfly, it's a moonlight butterfly, evolved from a blue cotton worm. A moonlight butterfly evolved from a blue cotton worm? Lu Luochan remained skeptical, but still gestured for the 3 to return to their seats. She then provided a detailed analysis of the battle. Shen Yinyan used azure silk to confuse the enemy, quietly established a water field, and finally delivered a killing blow with a hidden crimson water spear. The entire strategy was clear-minded with precise timing, earning her abundant praise. The class ended quickly. Seeing her students' focused expressions, Lu Luochan showed a satisfied, gentle smile and announced the end of class. After class, Lu Luochan felt increasingly that something was off. She searched through numerous sources but couldn't find any records about the moonlight butterfly. Lu Luochan decided to call Shun Yinyan and Du Ryun over, getting straight to the point. I've been thinking carefully, and if even a slime can defeat a rageblade werewolf, then a cotton worm evolving into a moonlight butterfly isn't entirely unacceptable. Du Ryun smiled softly. Teacher Lu, I didn't expect you to believe in these things too. The beast-taming world is full of infinite possibilities. Lu Luochan shook her head, her tone serious. On the surface, our beast-taming civilization appears prosperous, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, there existed a civilization that reached its absolute peak. A civilization from the previous era? Du Royan blinked. Exactly. Lu Luochan continued. Back then, there was a profession that rivaled beast-tamers breeders. They're extremely rare nowadays. If someone possessed exceptional skills, even slimes and cotton worms could be bred into powerful beings. Legend has it that the strongest breeders could even transform loaches into dragons. Loaches into dragons? That's way too exaggerated. Du Ruoyun looked completely skeptical. Shun Yin added quietly. Anyone who studied history would know teacher Lu speaks the truth. It's just that the complete breeder system has been lost. Today's breeding relies heavily on big data and countless trial and error attempts, lacking theoretical foundation. Du Ruoyun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be the shop owner is actually a breeder? If it's him, forget Lochesh could probably breed earthworms into dragons. Shop owner. Lu Luochan looked puzzled. Shin Yin explained. Our slime, the cotton worm that can transform into a butterfly, and the little skeleton all came from that mythical pet shop outside campus. The shop owner is very likely the breeder you mentioned. Look at the special talents of the slime, cotton worm, and little skeleton, they all defy fate itself. Isn't this ability comparable to the strongest breeders? Transcendent 10th tier. Lu Yu put away the god-slaying heavenly fire, looking at the breakthrough purple flame imperial bird with satisfaction. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon sensed that the purple flame imperial bird had reached the same tier, and its dragon heart instantly shattered. Although there was no imperial pressure suppressing it, it still felt an insurmountable sense of defeat. Roar. It howled in grief and anger. So what if you have superior innate racial strength? As long as Lu Yu is willing, someday he can breed me to be even stronger too. Chirp. The purple flame imperial bird tilted its head, seeing that big brother dragon was emotionally unstable, and simply landed on its back to rest comfortably. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon was on the verge of tears. You're lying on my back, can't you consider my feelings? Aggrieved.jpg. Lu Yu chuckled helplessly and could only reach out to pat its head as consolation. Outside the mythical pet shop, a silver-white sports car pulled up steadily at the entrance. The door opened, and a long leg in black stockings stepped onto the ground, with exquisite high heels clicking crisply. Lu Luochan, dressed in a sexy professional outfit, got out of the car and removed her sunglasses, looking up to confirm the sign. This should be the place. She stepped through the shop door and immediately saw a half-meter-tall black dragon crouching pitifully beside a handsome young man. On the dragon's back, a delicate purple phoenix was leisurely napping. Sensing the visitor, the phoenix lightly flapped its wings and flew to the young man's shoulder. Lu Luochan's gaze became fixed the moment it met the phoenix's, unable to look away. The purple flame imperial bird emanated an aura of supreme dominance. She was shocked to discover that she couldn't move, and even had a vague feeling that if the purple flame imperial bird didn't permit it, even deploying a summoning circle would become an impossible luxury. Lu Luochan stood frozen, her gaze locked onto the purple flame emperor bird, her eyes trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt like a pilgrim before an imperial throne, her breathing instinctively slowing. The purple flame emperor bird merely hovered in the air without releasing even a trace of energy fluctuation, yet its imperial might forced her thoughts and movements to sluggish crawl. Only when her summoning array manifested through sheer survival instinct, with source power surging from her beast space, did she regain control of her body. When Lu Luochan came to her senses, she gasped in shock that purple flame emperor bird had done nothing, yet its mere existence had paralyzed her for several seconds. On a real battlefield, those few seconds would have been fatal. She dared not imagine what would happen if the purple flame emperor bird unleashed its true power. What supreme, invincible majesty that would be. Lu Yu noticed Lu Luochan's predicament and, with a thought, recalled the purple flame emperor bird to his beast space. He smiled apologetically. Sorry for startling you. The purple flame emperor bird can't fully restrain its innate power yet. That imperial might is actually a talent? Lu Luochan whispered in disbelief. Recalling what had just happened, she hadn't detected any energy surge, leaving talent as the only explanation. Lu Yu nodded in confirmation. The purple flame emperor bird's talent is called emperor bird, naturally emanating imperial might. Any creature with lower potential suffers invisible suppression. For instance, the world-ending demon dragon, whose potential is only 2 tiers lower, can only exert 90% of its combat power at most. A pet beast with monarch tier potential could probably only manage 70% in its presence. As for solar tier potential, they'd struggle to reach even 30%. He paused here, somewhat surprised himself. I originally thought the imperial might only affected pet beasts, but it works on beast tamers too. It nearly immobilized a lunar tier powerhouse. Lu Luochan's heart raced as she listened. She calculated silently that awakening a talent required either a physical mutation or heaven's blessing. However, Blue Star's world essence was so robust that only creatures with monarch tier potential or above had any chance of receiving such blessing. As a 6th-stage lunar tier beast tamer, she was well versed in this knowledge. Among her 3 contracted beasts, the one with the highest potential had even reached 10th-stage solar tier, yet none had awakened any talents. She recalled an example circulating in their field. The Goblin Emperor who had invaded Blue Star years ago, uniquely blessed by his homeworld's will, had awakened the mind-controlling talent, Dominion. Later, after the Goblin Emperor surrendered to Xia Nation and was forcibly cultivated to solar tier, he used his Dominion power to control numerous foreign beast tamers and alien races, becoming spies embedded in the other 5 nations and alien territories. A single solar tier pet beast had created strategic impact at national, even racial level, showing how terrifying innate talents could be. Unfortunately, the goblin race's potential was too low. The resources spent raising him to solar tier could have cultivated over 100 monarch tier beasts, or even produced a overlord. When Lu Luochan learned about this incident, her first reaction was that the Goblin Emperor was probably the weakest solar class being in history. To think that such a lowly race as goblins could awaken the Dominion Talenta power so overpowered, it was practically cheating. Lu Luochan felt both amazed and regretful. Such a supreme ability that could alter the tide of wars had fallen to a mere goblin, truly a waste of precious talent. If the guardian dragon of the Xia Kingdom possessed the Dominion talent, the blue planet might have been unified long ago. She couldn't help but shake her head slightly. As the thought passed, she recalled that majestic purple flame imperial bird. With that bird's bloodline and mysterious imperial aura, it might very well rule the world someday. The brief reverie quickly faded as Lu Luochan collected herself and focused on Lu Yu behind the counter. "I'm Lu Luochan, an instructor at the Magic Capital Beast Taming University," she said seriously, though unable to hide her curiosity. "I heard from Shun Yinyin and Du Ryun that you personally raised both the slime and the moonlight butterfly?" "More or less," Lu Yu shrugged. "I only provide the beast cubs. The fact that the slime and the green cotton worm evolved into a moonlight butterfly is mainly thanks to Shun Yinyin and Du Ryun's efforts. It doesn't have much to do with me." He spoke casually, but inwardly felt quite pleased. It seemed this customer was indeed referred by his 2 regular clients. Lu Luochan didn't believe him for a second. She had met both Shun Yinyin and Du Ryun, and knew the 2 girls were not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. There were countless slimes and green cotton worms in the world. Why did they specifically stand out? The answer clearly lay with this young man before her. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Are you a breeder?" "A breeder?" Lu Yu paused slightly. He had seen this term in ancient texts. It was an extremely prestigious profession from the previous era, with status even higher than beast tamers. He thought for a moment and smiled faintly. "If you think I am, then I can be." This casual response left Lu Luochan momentarily speechless. What did he mean by "it's not what you think, but what I think"? She took a deep breath, the curves beneath her white shirt rising and falling slightly as she tried to calm herself. "This is a pet beast shop, right? I still need a 4th beast. Do you have any cubs suitable for me?" "Of course I do." Lu Yu's eyes lit up, finally getting to the point. He leaned forward slightly, his tone gentle. "What specific requirements do you have for your beast?" "I awakened in a class beast taming talent called Dragon Wings," Lu Luochan said softly, but clearly. "In battle, I can grant my contracted beasts a pair of flying dragon wings with extremely strong cutting power. If the beast already possesses dragon bloodline, the wings become even more powerful. In fact, I've already contracted 3 subdragon species with ancient dragon blood. A class talent, dragon wings." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his amazement. "What's your relationship with the Lu family, one of the 3 great dragon taming clans?" A struggle flashed in Lu Luochan's eyes, but she ultimately shook her head. "I don't want to say." Lu Yu didn't press further. He had seen plenty of great family secrets, and besides, they had just met. There was no need to force answers. After pondering for a moment, he turned and retrieved a crystalline container from behind the counter. Within the pale purple energy seal, a curled-up juvenile form was barely visible, its scales gleaming with dark gold luster. Lu Yu gently placed the container on the counter, a smile playing at his lips. "Since you've already contracted 3 subdragon species, why not consider contracting a real dragon?" "A real dragon?" Lu Luochan's delicate body trembled slightly, her gentle and alluring eyes filled with shock. "Could it be? Do you have dragon hatchlings for sale here?" she asked instinctively, her voice tight with tension. The Xia Kingdom had 3 great dragon-taming families who held a near monopoly on dragon species. "Want to contract a dragon?" "Sure, provided you sign a contract, pledge absolute loyalty, and become a retainer of one of the 3 great families. Complete this step, and you could obtain a dragon hatchling. If you already had other contracted beasts, you'd have to release them all." The arrogance and greed of dragon species were well known. They only allowed bonding with one type of beast-taming talent. Unless you awakened 2 beast-taming talents, you could only contract 1 dragon in your lifetime. Having more would be a desecration of their bloodline. Think the restrictions are too heavy? Then try your luck in the wilderness, risking being torn to shreds by adult dragons. racing to complete a contract the instant a dragon egg hatches or a hatchling first opens its eyes. Beyond that, there was one path of extreme difficulty: contract a subdragon species, then use countless heavenly treasures to purify its bloodline. In theory, when the bloodline concentration reached 100%, the subdragon would naturally transform into a true dragon. In reality, however, even countless king-level beast tamers would get stuck at 99%, unable to cross that final threshold no matter how close they came. Lu Yu's ex-girlfriend by Yuewei was a living example. She had contracted a subdragon species called flame lizard, ambitiously trying to cultivate it into a flame dragon. But Lu Yu had never been optimistic. That path was simply too difficult. Lu Luochan was now a 6th-tier Mingyou-level beast tamer, with 3 subdragon species under her command, all at the 10th tier of Mingwa level. She had long abandoned the fantasy of achieving 100% bloodline purity, setting her cultivation goals on the strongest dragon species like golden dragons and gem dragons. Even if the bloodline could reach 99%, the potential would be at least 1st-tier king level. This was all she dared hope for. Precisely because of this, when she heard real dragon, she naturally assumed Lu Yu intended to sell dragon hatchlings. Dragon species? You underestimate me far too much. Lu Yu's expression remained calm as he raised his hand slightly, pointing to the shadow beside him that blotted out the sky, a smile playing at his lips. This is merely my pet beast, the world-destroying demon dragon. It's a true demon dragon species. Dragons? They're nothing more than snacks for demon dragons. Demon dragon species? Lu Luochan's heart pounded. Though the world-destroying demon dragon's appearance wasn't particularly striking, she inexplicably felt a chill. In her beast space, her 3 subdragon species had been resting quietly, but now they all trembled in unison. The strongest one, already at the 10th tier of Mingwa level, cowered on the ground as if seeing a natural predator, its fear flowing into Lu Luochan's soul through their contract. She took a deep breath, suppressing that bloodline-born tremor, but her eyes grew brighter. Demon dragon species, a supreme bloodline that ranked alongside divine dragons. If she could also contract a demon dragon. As soon as the thought arose, Lu Luochan smiled bitterly. Such an existence was beyond even her wildest dreams. Lu Luochan shook her head gently, not daring to harbor such extravagant hopes. Yet she harbored an extravagant hope. Even contracting just a direct descendant of a demonic dragon would likely rival the most powerful dragon species. At this moment, Lu Luochan stood before the pet shop's display window, her heart pounding like thunder. Inside the transparent alloy container floated a tender juvenile creature. She had expected to encounter a demonic dragon descendant ready to spread its wings and soar. But when her gaze truly fell upon the water's surface, her excitement was instantly frozen solid. There was a crimson little carp, leisurely swimming in circles, its scales gleaming with modest luster under the lights. She stood stunned, unable to recover for a long while. Where was the promised demonic dragon descendant? What the hell was this carp? Could it possibly be tonight's dinner? Shop owner, did you perhaps get the wrong one? Lu Luochan tentatively asked. Behind her, Lu Yu adjusted his glasses with his hand, leaning down to carefully examine the container, his tone confident. No mistake at all. Huh. Lu Luochan's eyes widened. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a red carp, right? Isn't this a common farm fish? Even when fully grown, it only reaches 1st-tier awakening level. She simply couldn't accept this. If it wasn't a dragon species or a true demonic dragon descendant, at least give her a subdragon species. What was the deal with this red carp? Lu Yu chuckled softly, pointing his fingertip toward the water's surface. This is no ordinary red carp. Have you heard of the carp leaping over the dragon gate? The carp leaping over the dragon gate. Lu Luochan was startled. Isn't that from ancient legends, the greatest opportunity for dragon descendants? It's said that any creature, as long as it crosses the dragon gate, will completely transform into a dragon. It seems you're quite learned. Lu Yu nodded approvingly, his gaze filled with appreciation. Lu Luochan looked back and forth between him and the red carp, incredulous. Are you saying this red carp can cross the dragon gate and truly become a dragon? Exactly. Lu Yu was generous with his praise. You're not only learned but also very clever. This carp, as long as it leaps over the dragon gate, can completely transform into a dragon. Lu Luochan smiled bitterly, a sense of helplessness rising in her heart. Leaping over the dragon gate to become a dragon. Everyone understands that saying. But the dragon gate disappeared long ago and hasn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. Where would it find a dragon gate? It seems you still don't quite believe it. Lu Yu spread his hands, as if revealing the answer to a riddle. Do you know that this red carp has awakened a special talent? It can construct an ancient dragon gate by itself. Construct an ancient dragon gate. Lu Luochan was so shocked her voice trembled. The dragon gate has long since vanished. How could it possibly be constructed again? All things are possible. Lu Yu's expression remained composed. Its talent is called leaping the dragon gate, allowing it to absorb resources and construct a dragon gate that only it can pass through. Once it leaps over, the carp will completely absorb the dragon gate, and its bloodline will transform into that of a true dragon. Lu Luochan's heart raced wildly. Any pet beast with special talents was incredibly valuable. The Goblin Emperor, with just a command talent, could be cultivated to the Radiant Sun level. Moreover, this red carp's talent was growth type, capable of infinitely driving its own evolution. She recalled Shun Yinyan slime and Du Riyun's moonlight butterfly. They all relied on growth type talents. Everything would make perfect sense. Lu Yu, as if fearing her hesitation, casually added, as long as resources are sufficient, it can construct dragon gates again, and one day, transform into a true divine dragon. Lu Luochan felt dizzy, gazing at that leisurely swimming red carp, finding Lu Yu's words quite believable. She took a deep breath to calm herself and looked up directly into the shop owner's eyes. Shop owner, name your price. Lu Luochan said word by word, solemnly. I'll buy this red carp. That'll be 3 million, thank you. Lu Yu smiled warmly, his fingertips lightly tapping the counter, while inwardly, he couldn't contain his joy. Another successful sale of a pet beast cub, 3 million credited to his account, and his system points increased by 300 simultaneously, truly a double blessing. Upon hearing the price, Lu Luochan hesitated, not because it was too expensive, but because it seemed too cheap. A cub that could evolve into a divine dragon species and potentially stand alongside the nation's guardian dragons in the future for only 3 million? If it were priced at 300 million, she would probably struggle briefly before heading to the bank for a loan. Such a low price gave her a sense of unreality. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? She probed. Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone cooling by half. I've already explained the red carp's special nature clearly. If you don't believe me, I won't force you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Luochan panicked immediately. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. She was truly afraid of angering Lu Yu and having him refuse to sell. She cursed herself inwardly. Lu Luochan, aren't you being brainless despite your assets? The various phenomena of the purple flame imperial bird and the world-destroying demon dragon had already proven that Lu Yu was no ordinary beast tamer, someone who could contract with a demon dragon species and control an imperial phoenix. How could such a person possibly deceive you? She quickly swiped her card and picked up the red carp. Lu Yu said nothing more. Understanding her reaction was normal. At least she didn't shout, scam shop. She just thought the price was too low. Since the system pricing couldn't be changed, he could only hope that after his authority level increased, he could set prices independently. Seeing his account increase by 3 million and his points by 300, he was in excellent spirits. Lu Luochan immediately formed a beast-taming contract with the red carp on the spot. In the mental link, she lingered long on the talent section, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. Special talent. Leaping the dragon gate. As long as it absorbs single attribute resources, it can leap over the dragon gate unlimited times and gain corresponding dragon bloodlines. If it absorbs multi-attribute resources, it could even possess multiple attributes. She was so excited her breathing tightened, her gaze fixed intently on the crimson hue of the red carp in her arms, unable to calm down for a long time. After collecting herself, she solemnly bowed deeply. Store manager, I shouldn't have doubted you earlier. Please forgive me. She maintained her bowing posture, but Lu Yu remained silent for quite some time. Lu Luochan looked up to find him turning his face away, scratching his cheek with his finger. Only when she looked down did she realize. She had bent over too forcefully, causing the buttons on her blouse to pop open. Through the gaping shirt, not only could one see her soft curves, but the black lace edges were also faintly visible. Even she, who was usually composed and graceful, instantly blushed, frantically covering her chest with a helpless charm. Glancing toward the store entrance, she said in a low voice, Store manager, I have spare clothes in my car. Could you help me get them? Lu Luochan handed over her sports car keys, saying earnestly, Please. Lu Yu reluctantly took the bag. With people constantly coming and going outside, he couldn't let Lu Luochan, a young woman, go out there herself. Not only would others see her in her current state, but rumors might spread by tomorrow. Gossip, like pet shop owner uses seductive coercion, would spread like wildfire, and his reputation would be completely ruined. At this thought, a chill ran down his spine, and he immediately headed toward the door. A silver supercar sat quietly by the roadside, its streamlined body gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, like a slumbering metal beast. Lu Yu stood beside the car, unable to resist taking a few extra looks. In this world, supercars remained astronomically expensive luxury items, with even the most basic models costing millions. Legend had it that the top-tier models were embedded with intelligent chips, possessing both supercar and mecha forms as true mechanical life forms that could even form contracts with beast tamers. Those cost at least 100 million, something he wouldn't dare even dream about. He pressed the door button, and the car doors silently lifted upward. Sure enough, an exquisite handbag sat on the passenger seat, releasing a subtle fragrance. Lu Yu opened one corner and found a set of blue spare clothing inside. even the fabric exuding understated luxury. He quickly closed the bag, shut the car door, and returned to the shop. Lu Luochan waited by the counter, her delicate face flushed pink, her alluring eyes seeming to shimmer with moisture. Lu Yu maintained his composure and handed over the bag. Lu Luochan bit her lip, took the handbag, and quickly entered the restroom. Soon, the door opened again. Her business suit had been replaced by a light blue dress, its soft hem accentuating her slender waist and long legs, perfectly highlighting her natural grace and charm. Lu Luochan raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, but her mind wandered. Did he see that set of blue lingerie inside? The shop's lighting was soft, and Lu Yu maintained his nonchalant smile, proactively breaking the awkward tension. Since you've contracted the crimson carp, what are your plans for its future development? Brought back to the main topic, Lu Luochan also collected herself. She knew this young shop owner was very likely a skilled breeder, and just a few words of guidance from him could benefit her for life. She said earnestly, I previously contracted 3 sub-dragon species gold, water, and wind elements. The crimson carp definitely can overlap with them. I plan to use thunder attribute resources to construct a dragon gate and let the crimson carp evolve into a thunder dragon. Thunder attributes are supremely young and powerful, with destructive force comparable to fire elements. An excellent path, Lu Yu nodded approvingly. Joy flashed in Lu Luochan's eyes, and suddenly her tone became serious. Shop owner, I have a request. Go ahead, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. I'd like to have the crimson carp leap the dragon gate here at the Mythical Pet Shop. I'm willing to pay 5 million as a venue fee. Would that be possible? Just providing the venue for 5 million Lu Yu naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, in his own shop he was absolutely invincible, perfectly capable of protecting the crimson carp and ensuring complete success. He also understood that what Lu Luochan truly wanted was to personally witness the crimson carp's successful evolution. The venue fee is no problem, Lu Yu readily agreed. Thank you. Lu Luochan immediately swiped her card. After the 5 million was transferred, she hurriedly left the shop to purchase thunder attribute materials, making final preparations for the crimson carp's dragon gate. Looking at the payment notification, Lu Yu felt slightly regretful. This money obviously wouldn't be recognized by the system and couldn't be converted into points. However, his bank account balance still jumped steadily to 26 million. 26 million in savings. Looking at his bank account balance, Lu Yu's mood immediately improved. The premier trading house of the demon capital. As the largest state-owned trading house in the demon capital of the Xia Kingdom, this establishment not only purchased various rare ores and beast materials, but also sold resources to the public at fair prices with comprehensive selections. It was regarded as a treasure trove of resources by faculty and students of the demon capital beast-taming university. All instructors and students from the university could enjoy exclusive discounts. With proper identification, instructors received a 30 discount with a credit limit of up to 100 million, while students enjoyed a 20 discount with a 10 million credit limit. For those not immediately interested in purchasing, these discounts could be converted to cash. Instructors could withdraw 20 million directly per year, while students could withdraw 1 million. However, most people were reluctant to forfeit their discounts, as nurturing pet beasts constantly required substantial financial investment. Converting discounts to cash early meant losing the benefits when purchasing resources later, which was truly counterproductive. Today, Lu Luochan stepped through the luxuriously decorated entrance of the trading house, feeling particularly cheerful. The lighting cast gentle halos on the marble floors, and various resource counters were arranged in perfect order. As a 6th-tier Mingweb beast tamer and a beautiful instructor at the demon capital beast taming university, wherever she went, sales staff bowed respectfully and enthusiastically introduced the latest precious materials in stock. Lu Luochan had a clear objective for this visit: stockpiling lightning-type resources. She visited nearly every lightning attribute counter throughout the entire trading house: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold grades, selecting from each category without exception, all to ensure her red carp could absorb them progressively at each stage. In less than half a day, she had spent 50 million points, including 5 platinum-grade lightning-type precious materials. After confirming her list, she used the communicator on her wrist to inquire about dragon-type resources. Soon, the store manager's reply appeared, carrying a hint of disdain. Dragon-type resources? Unnecessary. So-called dragon-type resources are nothing but scraps from dragon species: dragon blood, dragon meat, and the like. Those dragon species haven't even crossed the dragon gate, so these materials are completely unworthy of constructing a dragon gate. The cold yet blunt words made Lu Luochan's fingertips tremble slightly. After a brief moment of shock, she realized the store manager's words hit the mark, and her deep-seated reverence for dragon species unconsciously dissipated by more than half. Dragon species. She raised her eyes, her gaze distant, murmuring to herself, the 3 great dragon-taming families have deified dragons too much to maintain their prestige. Strip away the mythical facade, and what are dragons really? Her thoughts returned to her own origins, the Lu family, one of the dragon-taming families. Since childhood, her impression of the family had been almost worshipful. But the store manager's few sentences seemed to tear away the sacred halo that shrouded the Lu family. The noble dragon-taming families. Lu Luochan chuckled softly. What do they amount to in front of the store manager? They could spend their entire lives and never touch the dragon gate. Clenching her fists, she made a vow in her heart. When her red carp broke through the waters and transformed into a dragon, someday she would personally drag those lofty dragon-taming families down from their pedestals. After organizing her purchase list, Lu Luochan confirmed once more. Black iron, bronze, silver, and gold-grade lightning resources were all accounted for, and the 5 platinum-grade lightning precious materials were also packed and ready. While these platinum materials couldn't be called treasures of the store, they were strongly recommended by Lu Yu. Lu Yu had told her whether resources were rare or not was merely a definition within beast-tamer civilization. But when constructing the Dragon Gate, only the concentration of energy mattered, along with its purity. Rather than wasting money on those rare lightning-type resources, it would be better to buy more common lightning-type resources and save the funds to purchase a couple more items. This way, the red carp's first evolution could transform into a higher-grade dragon form. Lu Yu's unique insight struck like a bolt of lightning, bringing sudden clarity to Lu Luochan. Her eyes lit up as she murmured to herself, "The world is foolish, determining value by rarity while overlooking that resources are only valuable when they're suitable." The shop owner's insight is truly profound. Though I'm a professor at Magic City Beast Taming University, I still have so much to learn. Filled with deep respect for Lu Yu, Lu Luochan immediately purchased an entire batch of lightning-type resources and returned to the Mythical Pet shop. The moment she pushed open the door, she suddenly discovered that the shop's interior had expanded 100-fold. The shelves stretched into the distance, and the ceiling was so high it was almost invisible. She blinked her bright eyes and murmured in confusion, "Am I lost?" "You're not lost." Lu Yu's voice came from ahead, calm and certain. Lu Luochan looked toward the sound, and saw Lu Yu's expression remained composed, as if this dramatic change was perfectly ordinary. Her heart surged with waves of emotion. Could it be that the shop owner had contracted another powerful space-type pet beast? Did he expand the shop's space 100-fold just to construct a dragon gate for the red carp? She didn't know that Lu Yu possessed absolute authority within the pet shop, and expanding the space was merely effortless for him. However, such expansion required continuous concentration to maintain, and normally, he couldn't be bothered. Only because Lu Luochan had invested 5 million at once did he make this exception. "Let's begin," Lu Yu indicated. "All right," Lu Luochan nodded, laying out the lightning-type resources she had just purchased one by one, arranged by grade from black iron level to higher tiers, with black iron level being the most numerous. The overall collection piled up like a small mineral vein on the ground. Lu Yu surveyed the scene, his expression remaining calm. Having seen high-end resources before, he had even fed a red star-level demon heart to the world-destroying demon dragon, so naturally, he remained unperturbed. Lu Luochan understood this too, given Lu Yu's status. These resources were merely ordinary. After everything was arranged, Lu Yu casually offered guidance. Slimes can devour resources infinitely, possessing extremely strong capacity for absorption. Cotton worms have special states during cocooning that allow unlimited absorption as well. Red carp is different. Infinite devouring. Cocoon evolution. Lu Luochan was greatly shocked. So slimes and cotton worms possessed such talents, not inferior at all to the red carp's dragon gate leap. Lu Yu looked up and said slowly, "For red carp to construct a dragon gate, the foundation must be solid. The higher the dragon gate, the more advanced resources needed later. Its current level is too low, it must start absorbing from black iron level first. Otherwise, it could easily die from energy overload." Understood. Lu Luochan quickly noted down each precaution, secretly feeling fortunate. If not for being in the mythical pet shop, had she rashly let the red carp construct a dragon gate, losing resources would be minor, but damaging the red carp's foundation would bring lifelong regret. Blub. The red carp surfaced, releasing a string of bubbles. Under Lu Luochan's intense, yet nervous gaze, it first made contact with several relatively mild black iron-level lightning crystals. Its body surface swelled slightly as lightning patterns lit up between its scales. The next moment, electric arcs coiled around it with crackling sounds. The red carp steadied its tail fin, absorbing energy steadily as lightning radiance flickered involuntarily across its body. Lu Luochan lifted her head slightly and discovered that above the crimson carp, countless lightning rays were converging, actually forming an incredibly miniature archway. "You can feed various resources into that thunder gate one by one," Lu Yu reminded in a low voice. Despite his vast experience, he couldn't help but marvel at this moment, witnessing the ancient dragon gate for the first time. Even in its miniaturized form, it still emanated an infinite aura of the great Tao that made one's soul tremble. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon raised its head to gaze at the Thunder Gate, its draconic eyes instantly becoming entranced as instinct drove it to reveal its complete, true form. The massive demon dragon's body, over 20 meters long, suddenly expanded within the pet shop. Its black and crimson scales interlocked like steel blades, and its evil aura swept wildly through the space, far more terrifying than the 10-meter form it had displayed when battling the gale-flying dragon earlier. Lu Yu frowned deeply, raising his hand to suppress that violent force to prevent it from interfering with the Crimson Carp's dragon transformation process. A demon dragon. Lu Luochan stared at the dark giant shadow before her, feeling as if her heart was being crushed by a giant hand. The oppressive presence of the transcendent 10th Order demon dragon left her completely devoid of fighting spirit. She knew very well that even her strongest beast, the 10th Order Abyssal Moon Subdragon, would struggle to last long against this demon dragon. Don't get distracted. Lu Yu spoke with slight reproach, his tone serious. As long as you nurture it with care, the Crimson Carp can also evolve divine dragon bloodline. What he didn't say aloud was, even divine dragon species, if their grade is insufficient, might still end up on the world-destroying demon dragon's menu. The weakest divine dragons and demon dragons reach Overlord First Order upon maturity, while the world-destroying demon dragon belongs to the strongest demon dragon lineage, directly reaching Overlord 10th Order at maturity, plus possessing two special talent sets practically synonymous with darkness itself. Can the Crimson Carp really become a divine dragon? A firm conviction flashed through Lu Luochan's heart. She composed her emotions and focused all her attention on the miniature dragon gate in the air. The Thunder Dragon Gate resembled a burning furnace, instantly devouring and reforging any lightning attribute resources thrown into it. Lu Luochan took a deep breath, her snow-white slender hands consecutively casting 5 platinum-grade Thunder Element treasures. Each one that fell into the Dragon Gate caused electric arcs to explode thunderously, like adding the purest fuel to a furnace. Within mere moments, the Thunder Archway, originally less than 2 meters tall, grew steadily higher, finally stabilizing at 10 meters with surging ore. This was now a complete small-scale Dragon Gate. After making his assessment, Lu Yu spoke in a very low voice, yet still unable to conceal his excitement. Once it passes through this gate, the Crimson Carp will ascend directly to a level comparable to top-tier giant dragon species. Lu Luochan called softly, "Crimson Carp." Bloop! The Crimson Carp blew a bubble, dove into the bubble, and leaped toward the Dragon Gate. The Crimson Carp, wrapped in shimmering bubbles, grew increasingly infused with the aura of a dragon as it approached the Dragon Gate. Roar! The Doomsday Demon Dragon extended its head from the void, its gaze fixed on the Crimson Carp, a glimmer of hunger flashing in its eyes. It was craving. Behind the barrier, Lu Yu watched the dragon's overwhelming presence, feeling a sense of relief. If he hadn't sealed its aura earlier, the carp wouldn't have stood a chance of approaching the Dragon Gate, let alone leaping through it. The countless insights emanating from the Dragon Gate surged into the soul of the Doomsday Demon Dragon, sharpening its focus on the Crimson Carp. On one hand, it wanted to satisfy its hunger. On the other, it was eager to witness the most primal and awe-inspiring process of evolution transformation into a dragon. This transformation was the ultimate secret of the dragon race, a process that, even if witnessed by ordinary beings, would yield no understanding. But the Doomsday Demon Dragon was different. As a top-tier demon dragon that had devoured a demon lord's heart and inherited its lifetime of insights, the Doomsday Demon Dragon dared to attempt deciphering the entire process of a mortal creature's transformation into a dragon. Such audacious thoughts, if spoken aloud, would surely provoke the wrath of countless true dragons. Yet Lu Yu welcomed this ambition. If the Doomsday Demon Dragon could indeed uncover even a fraction of this mystery, its potential could instantly ascend to the Holy Spirit level. Boom! As the Crimson Carp drew closer to the miniature Dragon Gate, the pressure emanating from the gate grew heavier. "Store manager, what should we do?" Lu Luochan asked nervously, clenching her fists. "Will the carp fail?" "It won't," Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. "This Dragon Gate originates from the carp's innate talent. The resistance it feels now will eventually transform into its strength." Reassured by his certainty, Lu Luochan's heart settled. Her trust in Lu Yu had long since become absolute. However, Lu Yu suddenly chuckled. "If you want to help the carp, it's not impossible." Lu Luochan's eyes lit up. "Store manager, what should I do?" As a beast tamer, her instincts drove her to assist her companion beast in times of struggle. Use your beast tamer talent Dragon Wings. Technically, the carp should break through on its own to follow tradition. But given the deep bond between Lu Luochan and the carp, it was only natural for a beast tamer to support their beast's evolution. Lu Yu also wanted to test whether the carp's leap through the Dragon Gate, under the enhancement of Dragon Wings, would lead to unimaginable changes. Got it. Lu Luochan didn't hesitate. In an instant, she activated her grade beast tamer talent Dragon Wings. A pair of fiery red bone wings erupted behind the carp, resembling blazing sides that bore the brunt of the dragon gate's pressure. Lu Luochan, however, staggered under the backlash, dropping to one knee as her shoulders trembled. Yet her eyes shone brightly, and her voice thundered like lightning. Crimson Carp, leap through. Boom. With a powerful beat of its dragon-like wings, the Crimson Carp shot forward like an arrow, crossing the dragon gate in a flash. Lu Yu looked up, noticing Lu Luchan's hair lifting as if caught in an invisible wind. Faint dragon patterns began to emerge on her skin. He murmured softly to himself, "It's not just the carp that leapt through the dragon gate. Perhaps." What? Lu Luochan froze, confused. "Perhaps you'll transform into a dragon as well." Roar. The power of the dragon gate surged like a torrential flood into the crimson carp's body. However, the carp's current level couldn't fully contain the essence of dragon energy. The excess spilled over, pouring into the fiery wings behind it. Lu Luochan felt the pressure suddenly lift, and a gentle crimson glow enveloped her body. After a brief moment of disorientation, she immediately began examining her condition. Repeatedly, her beast-taming talent was truly evolving. Only after confirming it several times did she believe this wasn't an illusion, her breathing becoming rapid. Talent evolution was something that, throughout the entire history of the Xia Kingdom, had only occurred in a handful of cases, and now it was happening to her. Her originally awakened beast-taming talent was already a rank, and if it advanced further, that would be the legendary rank. At this thought, a brilliant light flashed in her eyes as she instinctively looked toward Lu Yu. The young man's eyes held only pure appreciation, without a trace of jealousy or resentment, and that openness struck her heart like a thunderbolt. Her talent's evolution was entirely due to Lu Yu's guidance and reminders, and as this thought emerged, old memories surfaced as well. "You are my daughter, the sole heir of the Lu family. Yet you only awakened an ranked talent? Dragon wings? With a dragon's physique, why would it need you to bestow dragon wings? Ridiculous." The Gu family produced and shrank dragon tamer this generation, and the Lu family gave birth to an unprecedented dual shrank talent dragon tamer. In contrast, the Lu family's only heir has merely a rank. Your existence only tarnishes the Lu name. The scolding and resentment echoed in her ears like a cold wind. Lu Luochan silently asked herself, if her talent truly advanced to shrank, would she still return to the Lu family? The answer was clear no. She raised her head, her gaze resolute. Boom. Crimson dragon wings suddenly spread from her back, flame-like patterns extending along their span. A dragon phantom materialized, fierce dragon head, elongated horns, sharp claws, with a form resembling snake, qilin, and dragon all at once. Shrank, beast-taming talent shadow of the flood dragon. Talent information instantly flooded her mind. If the contracted beast was a sub-dragon species, it would immediately possess combat power comparable to true dragon species. If it was already a dragon species, it could temporarily rival top-tier dragons. Lu Luochan's heart surged with excitement, nearly crying out in joy. The dragon gate's radiance gradually faded, and through the chaotic thunder, a crimson flood dragon emerged from the lightning clouds, its appearance nearly identical to the dragon phantom. Crimson Thunder Flood Dragon. Attributes: Thunder, Dragon. Level: Transcendent 6th tier. Potential: Sovereign 4th tier. Talent: Leaping the Dragon Gate. Skills: 1. Thunder Cannon 2. Dragon Wings 3. Thunder Dragon Shadow 4. Crimson Thunder Dragon Soul. Status: Healthy, Contracted. Congratulations. Lu Yu quickly scanned the attribute panel and offered sincere congratulations. This Dragon Gate evolution was quite successful. Sovereign 4th tier potential has reached top-tier dragon species standards, second only to golden dragons and gem dragons, those super-tier dragons, and far superior to red dragons and green dragons. Lu Luochan had only purchased 50 million worth of thunder tribute resources initially, never expecting to directly reach the highest tier of dragons, so this result was already a pleasant surprise. Yet looking at the several meter-long Crimson Thunder Flood Dragon in its serpentine form, she couldn't help but wonder. Its form doesn't look like a dragon at all. Lu Yu smiled. It belongs to flood dragon species. He briefly explained. The dragon clan had many factions. True dragons resembled giant lizards, while flood dragons were more snake-like. If the Crimson Thunder Flood Dragon's potential increased to overlord level, it could evolve into something that stood alongside divine dragons and demon dragons, yet with a unique form of true dragon species. True dragon. Lu Luochan's heart trembled. She recalled ancient records. In primordial times, true dragons roamed freely, and the dragon clan was divided into divine dragon and true dragon factions, when demon dragons weren't yet scorned. It wasn't until most true dragons left the blue planet and internal dragon conflicts intensified that demon dragons were expelled from the dragon realm. Now, her Crimson Thunderflood dragon actually had a chance to touch that lost bloodline. Just then, the world-destroying demon dragon let out a low roar, its tail wings trembling slightly, and the sky seemed to darken for an instant. What's wrong with it? Lu Luochan turned her head. The Crimson Thunder Flood Dragon faced the Demon Dragon's pressure with slightly raised scales, its eyes full of fear. Even after evolving into a Flood Dragon, it still couldn't match the Demon Dragon in terms of life essence. Lu Yu's gaze was gentle as he raised his hand to stroke the Demon Dragon's scales, saying softly, "After the Crimson Thunder Flood Dragon's evolution, it seems my Demon Dragon is about to transform as well. No special talent can be defined by mere levels. The opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate lay before them, offering tremendous benefits even to the most powerful bloodlines like the world-destroying Demon Dragon. Unfortunately, the Dragon Gate constructed by the Crimson Thunder Jiao was accessible only to itself, leaving other dragon species unable to share even the slightest benefit. Though the world-destroying Demon Dragon couldn't leap through the gate, it was already a supreme-tier Demon Dragon, its bloodline just one step away from the dragon origin itself. The moment its draconic eyes drew close to the Dragon Gate, it fell into enlightenment as vast torrents of origin insights flooded into its soul. Witnessing the complete transformation of the Crimson Carp breaking through the water, leaping over the Dragon Gate, and becoming the Crimson Thunder Jiao, plunged the Demon Dragon's soul into the deepest depths of the Dragon Realm's origin. In the next moment, behind the world-destroying Demon Dragon, a magnificent and vast world phantom silently materialized. It was the Dragon Realm. Countless majestic divine dragons roared within it, furious that a mere demon dragon could attract the favor of the origin. How noisy! Lu Yu's eyes turned cold as he casually waved his hand. The supreme power surging from the pet shop spread across the sky, instantly dispersing all the prying gazes projected from the Dragon Realm. This scene left Lu Luochan's mind reeling. Each divine dragon projection within that Dragon Realm phantom filled her with an insurmountable sense of defeat. The weakest were at the Overlord level, with many reaching the Sacred Spirit tier. If these dragons truly descended upon Blue Star, even the 6 great nations combined might not be able to withstand them. Yet Lu Yu had scattered all their gazes with a mere wave of his hand. She probed again. Lu Yu's cultivation was indeed only at the transcendent level, yet she dared not measure him by transcendent standards. Could it be a powerful being reborn? Lu Luochan couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps this shop owner was originally a top-tier beast master and supreme breeder from the previous era, reborn in this era with his remaining power transcending time and space. Even with just a wisp of divine ability left, he showed no fear of the Dragon Realm. This theory quickly solidified in her mind. Boom! The Dragon Realm phantom suddenly pressed down, as if a giant palm gripped heaven and earth. Roar! The world-destroying Demon Dragon raised its head and bellowed, defiance written across its fierce visage. Though it could act cute and playful before Lu Yu in daily life, the noble and supreme Demon Dragon bloodline in its bones had never weakened by half. At this moment, bearing the pressure of the entire Dragon Realm, it greedily absorbed the endless origin power within. After an unknown amount of time, the Dragon Realm phantom finally receded like a tide. The world-destroying Demon Dragon's scales erupted with dark radiance, as if the Lord of all Demon Dragons had descended. It slowly opened its eyes, and a wisp of Sacred Spirit aura suddenly permeated the air. Your contracted pet, world-destroying Demon Dragon, has had its potential elevated to Sacred Spirit Level 1, awakening the talent, Sacred Dragon. The Amethyst-grade skill, Breath of Destruction, has evolved into the Crimson Star-grade skill, Realm-breaking Breath. Sacred Dragon, a sacred demon dragon, whose aura embodies both holiness and demonic power. Enemies locked onto by it will endure endless sacred demonic pressure. Realm-breaking Breath, a Crimson Star-grade skill that unleashes a destructive breath capable of shattering dimensional barriers. After refining a wisp of Dragon Realm origin, though the world-destroying Demon Dragon had only advanced by 1 tier, it had crossed from the Overlord Realm into the Sacred Spirit Great Realm. Possessing Sacred Spirit potential and favored by the Dragon Realm, it directly awakened its 3rd talent, Sacred Dragon. From the description, the Sacred Dragon talent appeared to be the same type as the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's Emperor Bird talent. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird can unleash Imperial Majesty, while the world-destroying Demon Dragon can release Sacred Demonic Aura, intimidating all enemies. At this moment, black and gold spirals seemed to swirl around the dragon's body, creating an invisible pressure that made the air itself appear to freeze. Simultaneously, its Breath of Destruction, cultivated over many years, finally transformed into Red Star-level realm-breaking Brea. The single exhale of this blazing dragon breath could annihilate an entire realm. Roar! The unimaginable aura instantly converged as its massive form, spanning dozens of zhong, suddenly shrank to a half-meter-tall black-scaled dragonling. It swayed its head playfully as it walked to Lu Yu's feet, appearing completely harmless. Witnessing this scene, Lu Luochan found it impossible to connect this pet with the terrifying demon dragon that had perfectly merged evil and sacred power moments before. The red thunder Jiao hid behind her, its scales trembling slightly, fearing it might catch the demon dragon's attention and become its prey. Lu Yu glanced toward the door, where the crimson sunset cast long rays of light, and casually reminded, "It's getting dark, the shop is closing." Only then did Lu Luochan snap back to reality. She recalled the red thunder jiao and bowed respectfully. "Shop owner, thank you." "Don't mention it." Lu Yu chuckled softly. In truth, from observing the dragon gate this time, the world-destroying demon dragon had gained even more benefits than the red carp. The red carp had leaped through the dragon gate to defy fate and transform into a jiao, but the world-destroying demon dragon was already supremely powerful even without borrowing the dragon realm's origin power. Its transformation was inevitable. Lu Luochan said nothing more and bowed deeply. When she raised her head and caught Lu Yu's somewhat distant gaze, she instinctively looked down to check herself, confirming her dress hadn't torn open, yet still couldn't help but blush slightly. Leaving the mythical beast pet shop, she got into her sports car and floored the accelerator. The engine roared as she disappeared into the sunset. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon growled softly, in excellent spirits. Its potential had leaped to Holy Spirit first rank, only one rank below the purple flame emperor bird. It had also comprehended a third talent that could rival Imperial Majesty. The gap between them had suddenly narrowed, and in a real fight, victory was no longer certain. Chirp! The purple flame emperor bird appeared, tilting its head in confusion. Lu Yu laughed. The demon dragon was eager for battle, while the emperor bird had always been laid back and didn't care about status. Clapping his hands, he turned to wash them in the bathroom, only to discover a neatly folded set of clothes in the laundry basket with black lace lingerie placed on top. Lu Yu turned his head away and muttered to himself, "Just a small tear, and she changed even her underwear?" Truly the obsessive nature of a beautiful woman. As night fell, Lu Luochan returned to her private dormitory at Magic Capital University. Alone in the spacious villa, she collapsed onto the sofa and suddenly remembered she had left her entire professional outfit, including her lace stockings, in the pet shop's bathroom. At this thought, her face flushed again. Will the shop owner think I left them there on purpose? Having never been in a relationship, she picked up her phone and honestly texted, "I left my clothes in the bathroom." Lu Yu replied instantly, "I've put them away safely for you. You can pick them up next time." Lu Luochan thought for a moment and sent another message, "I really did forget. It was my fault for not reminding you. Take good care of the red thunder jiao. I look forward to seeing the red thunder true dragon." Yes. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. True dragons were comparable to divine dragons and demon dragons, reaching overlord status upon maturity. Even the three great dragon-taming families found them difficult to cultivate, yet she had this path available to her entirely, because Lu Yu had given her the chance to contract with the red carp. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted her thoughts as her phone rang simultaneously. The caller ID showed, Duan Xianghua, principal of Magic Capital University. Duan Xianghua has been teaching at the Demon Capital Beast-Taming University for over 50 years. 50 years ago, he was already a true king-level beast tamer, and today his reputation and strength still rival those of the current governor of Demon Capital. To Lu Luochan, he is not only the principal, but also her mentor and father figure. 8 years ago, Lu Luochan was admitted to Demon Capital Beast-Taming University and left the Lu family in the imperial capital. Duan Xianghua took a liking to her, not only personally teaching her courses, but also accepting her as his final disciple. Lu Luochan's initial contracted beast possessed starry grade 10th tier potential. With Duan Xianghua's repeated assistance, she subsequently contracted her second and third beasts, both subdragon species, with solar grade potential, comparable to some weaker dragon species. Her current contract lineup owes much to Duan Xianghua's contributions. This evening, Lu Luochan had just finished teaching her first class to new students when her phone rang. It was Duan Xianghua calling. She immediately answered and got up to open the door. Outside stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, leaning on a black sandalwood cane, his back slightly hunched and his steps slow. Though his eyes were cloudy, they radiated kindness and composure. This seemingly ordinary figure had once suppressed countless fierce beasts across thousands of miles of monster wilderness and trained numerous renowned beast tamers. Lu Luochan helped him inside and settled him comfortably on the soft sofa. Duan Xianghua looked at her with a smile, his voice gentle and low. "Luochan, how did your first class go today?" "It went very well." Lu Luochan smiled softly, shedding her mature, sophisticated demeanor in his presence and appearing particularly well-behaved. "I discovered two geniuses that you might want to pay attention to." "Oh." Duan Xianghua stroked his beard, his interest piqued. "For you to call them geniuses outright, tell me about them." "They're both freshmen from dormitory 301, Lu Luochan said seriously. "Shun Yinyin and Du Ruiyun." Duan Xianghua nodded. "I know of them." Shun Yinyin awakened the grade talent, Heavy Water, and Du Ruiyun awakened the rare grade support talent, Holy Light, which is comparable to a grade in effectiveness. However, a grade and grade talents are merely the threshold for entering Demon Capital University. Do they have other special qualities? Lu Luochan continued her explanation. Shun Yinyan's contracted slime has awakened the special talent resource devouring infinite growth. Du Ruyun's contracted moonlight butterfly was originally a green silkworm that evolved into a moonlight butterfly after awakening infinite cocoon evolution. While their basic talents may not be the strongest this year, combined with these beasts' special growth potential, their futures are limitless. Special growth type talents? Duanxiang was eyes lit up. With his experience, he naturally understood how extraordinary such talents were. As long as the contractors didn't perish midway, they could at least reach king level, with a significant chance of achieving overlord level. King level beast tamers were qualified to serve as provincial governors, while overlord level ones were national treasures. Even so, he cautiously inquired, is this information reliable? Absolutely reliable. Lu Luochan nodded, then hesitated briefly before speaking. Actually, I've also contracted a beast no less remarkable than the slime and moonlight butterfly. It started as merely a red carp that hadn't even reached first-tier awakening level, but has now evolved to king-level potential. Duanxiang was suddenly straightened up, exclaiming in shock. What? Prime Minister Duan shot to his feet in shock, his walking stick clattering to the floor. His eyes blazed with astonishment as he spoke urgently. Quickly, summon it so I can see. Lu Luochan had never witnessed her teacher lose his composure like this. Prime Minister Duan was always unflappable, yet now he could barely contain his excitement. This showed what a special talent, meant to any beast tamer. Even a veteran king-level powerhouse couldn't remain calm. Special talents were inherently rare, requiring the favor of an entire plane to awaken, and leaping the dragon gate was a growth-type special talent at that. With a thought, Lu Luochan summoned the Crimson Thunder Jiao. The several-meter-long Crimson Thunder Jiao coiled and circled through the living room, its crimson bone wings motionless, yet its massive body floating effortlessly. Prime Minister Duan's voice trembled. This is a dragon species. He stared in stunned silence at the thunder-infused serpentine form, murmuring, dragon species and true dragon species left blue star long ago for the vast cosmos. Yet you've actually contracted a dragon species. At this moment, he harbored not the slightest doubt about Lu Luochan's words. Without a growth-type special talent, how could the previously unrecorded Crimson Thunder Jiao have been cultivated? Lu Luochan then demonstrated the Crimson Thunder Jiao's bloodline abilities and played the day's class video. A slime defeating a frenzied blade werewolf above its level of footage was stunning. Prime Minister Duan watched with complex emotions. Is this still a slime? Next, he viewed combat clips of the moonlight butterfly, sighing softly. Similar in appearance to the azure cotton butterfly, yet thousands of times more powerful. Lu Luochan explained gently. I owe today's achievements to Shun Yinyan and Du Riyun's help. They enabled me to contract the Crimson Carp and evolve it into the Crimson Thunder Jiao. She then recounted the mythical beast shop's origins and operations. However, she omitted her speculations about the powerful being's reincarnation, as well as matters concerning the dragon realm's descent and the world-destroying demon dragon's transformation. Prime Minister Duan confirmed in amazement. So you're saying the slime, moonlight butterfly, and your Crimson Thunder Jiao all came from that mythical beast shop owner? Yes. Lu Luochan nodded. Teacher, that owner only charged me 3 million for the Crimson Carp. This suggests selling cubs isn't his true purpose. Perhaps he wants to cultivate talented beast tamers. Maybe even establish his own faction eventually. Prime Minister Duan pondered for a moment. What do you think I should do? I don't recommend testing him. Lu Luochan smiled warmly. The owner is truly a wonderful person. Teacher, you could select trustworthy young beast tamers and have them visit the shop to purchase and contract beast cubs. As for those who can't be trusted, don't let them make contact. We shouldn't risk offending the owner. I'll seriously consider your suggestion. Prime Minister Duan took a deep breath, then smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, I'm too old to contract new beasts, otherwise I'd go buy one myself. Lu Luochan looked at this kindly old man, her heart aching. Prime Minister Duan had suffered severe injuries in his youth, and even in old age, he sent his beasts to the front lines to battle foreign races. Now only one contracted beast remained by his side. His beast space was nearly shattered, and his remaining lifespan was short. He had devoted his entire life to the Xia kingdom, owing only those beasts who had died in battle. Teacher, Lu Luochan suddenly felt an impulse and said, my beast-taming talent has evolved to strength. Lu Luochan gazed at the elderly man until a gratified smile appeared on his face, and he gently stroked the dark strands of hair at her temples. It's because you've contracted the Crimson Thunder Flood Dragon, isn't it? Prime Minister Duan's tone was gentle, carrying the unique affection of an elder. Since ancient times, why have growth-type special talents been so sought after by beast tamers? Once you cultivate the Crimson Thunder Flood Dragon to Overlord level, even if it was originally just in Frank talent, it will evolve to S rank along with it. From the subtle changes in Lu Luochan's aura and the intelligence he had gathered, Prime Minister Duan had already deduced that her talent was evolving. What truly pleased him was that the girl was willing to share this secret with him. What about SS rank? Lu Luochan hesitated for a moment before voicing her greatest doubt. What SS rank? Prime Minister Duan shook his head with a sigh. At least in this epoch, no one has awakened an SS rank beast-taming talent. But ancient texts record that every beast-tamer who has stepped into SS rank has, without exception, become a god. An indescribable shock exploded in Lu Luochan's heart. Throughout this entire epoch of human civilization, not a single SS rank talent had emerged. Given Prime Minister Duan's status and access to countless secrets, she didn't dare doubt his conclusion. Even after the elderly man boarded the business car and the door closed, Prime Minister Duan's solemn and hoarse warning continued to echo in her mind. The beast-taming civilization of the previous epoch was destroyed by a god-level beast-tamer with SS rank talent. Luochan, remember, if someone awakens SS rank talent after they become a god, there are only two possible outcomes: either they lead Blue Star into the cosmos, or they destroy the world. If you're fortunate enough to encounter such a person, you must befriend them. This concerns not just you personally, but the entire human beast-taming civilization. Lu Luochan remained unsettled for a long time before suddenly arriving at a bold speculation. Could the shop owner be SS rank? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Very likely. Even if not SS rank, at least S rank. In her view, Lu Yu's ability to cultivate pet beasts of the caliber of the crimson carp, slime, and green caterpillar could only be explained by at least S rank talent. She even suspected that the SS rank beast tamer who destroyed the civilization of the previous epoch might be this mysterious shop owner. At the mythical pet shop, Lu Yu reclined on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. When pet beasts with special growth-type talents evolved, they could actually enhance their tamer's talent as well. The system data had never mentioned this. Only now did he understand why Luo Tianyin had suddenly come bearing gifts, and such generous ones at that exotic fire and ice from the rankings. It seemed that Luo Tianyin and his sister Luo Jingqing's beast-taming talents had already shown signs of reaching strength. Damn system, is your brain broken? Selling such heaven-defying pet cubs for only 3 million. At this thought, Lu Yu cursed angrily with heartache. He was certain that even at a price of 1 billion, beast tamers would break down the doors of the mythical pet shop. Give them away for free? Never. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Those he found disagreeable wouldn't get one no matter the price. Those who knew gratitude, like Shun Yinyin and Yang Qing, only they would be considered. As his thoughts churned, his gaze gradually brightened. Perhaps I could establish a faction? Lu Yu pondered the idea, finding it increasingly feasible. He thought to himself that this organization would need extremely high entry standards. Actually, forget about standards. Even if they're useless, I can train them up. The most important thing is loyalty. Their character must be thoroughly vetted. Countless thoughts swirled through his mind as he sketched out a rough framework, though he hadn't finalized the details yet. Reining in his thoughts, he closed the pet shop space that had been expanded 100-fold. The previously spacious interior instantly contracted back to less than 100 square meters. Maintaining the spatial expansion required continuous mental energy, and since it was late at night and he planned to rest, he naturally didn't want to waste any more focus. Before resting, he pulled up the system panel to review the achievement tasks. On the interface, various colored icons twinkled like stars. 1. Business achievements: sell your first pet beast cub and sell 5 pet beast cubs in total, were both marked as completed, with the reward being a random SS grade beast taming talent. 2. Combat achievements: slay your first beast tamer enemy, was also completed. After he killed the dragon tamer Lu Hongda, the system directly produced a crimson, star-grade rare resource demon's heart. 3. Higher-tier combat achievements, such as slay 5 beast tamer enemies, slay powerful alien races, and slay large numbers of fierce beasts, had much harsher requirements, at least slaying 1 king-level alien or eliminating over 10,000 fierce beasts to qualify. The achievement categories were diverse, with universally strict conditions. However, Lu Yu noticed one that he could complete almost any time: own your first shop. The reward for this task remained shrouded in gray mist, impossible to glimpse. But having completed 3 achievements already, he had awakened 2 SS-grade beast-taming talents: Dark Hell and God-slaying Heavenly Fire, plus obtained the top-tier Crimson Star resource, Demon's Heart. The system had always been generous, so this reward would surely be no less impressive. Recalling when he first opened the shop, he had simply taken over a rundown pet store, skipping even renovations and just changing the sign. The space was rented at 50,000 per month. For Magic City, this price wasn't outrageous. Commercial properties near Magic City Beast Taming University averaged around 150,000 per square meter. With his current savings of 28 million, making Mythical Pet Shop his permanent asset would be effortless. 28 million can't buy dragon bloodline flesh, let alone several types of mystical fire. But if I can exchange it for system rewards, that would be absolutely fantastic, he chuckled softly. The next morning, after washing up, he messaged the shop owner, Jiang Shanhe, straightforwardly expressing his willingness to pay 17 million for the property. Based on the average price of 150,000, this shop's total area of 98 square meters should cost no more than 14.7 million. With the current real estate downturn in Magic City's declining property prices year after year, many owners would sell for 15 million. His offer was already well above market rate. However, Jiang Shanhe didn't immediately agree, only replying, 17 million is still too low. We'll discuss the specific price when I come over in person. Lu Yu sent another message. Boss Jiang, 17 million is already very generous. The other party quickly responded, I told you, it's not enough. Wait until I come discuss it in person. Can't you understand plain language? Lu Yu set down his phone, his brow furrowing slightly. In just a few short days, he was no longer that college entrance exam failure who hadn't even awakened beast-taming talents. Back then, he could barely open shop relying on his parents' inheritance. Now, he was a transcendent 10th order beast tamer himself, contracted with the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird, with combat power comparable to nether moon-level beast tamers. Nether moon-level tamers could even serve as deputy mayors in some smaller cities. Beyond combat prowess, having sold 7 pet beast cubs, he had also accumulated considerable connections. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless, he thought coldly. Lu Yu's eyes turned icy. Lu Yu waited patiently in the shop. Jiang Shanhe was nowhere to be seen, and it wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Yu finally had to send a message urging him. If he really couldn't get away, they could reschedule. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Shanhe's reply came. I'm still busy right now. Since we need to talk, let's do it today. Stay in your shop, I'll be there soon. If I arrive and you're not there, wasting my precious time, then there's no point in talking anymore. Lu Yu didn't reply, his lips involuntarily tightening as a cold expression crept across his face. He took a deep breath to suppress his emotions and looked up toward the shop entrance, just in time to see 2 similar-looking young men walking side by side, clearly a pair of brothers. Customers. His eyes immediately lit up, and his annoyance with Jiang Shanhe was instantly forgotten. Such a person wasn't worth affecting his mood. Outside the shop, Duan Dongwen looked up at the Mythical Beast Pet Shop sign and said quietly to his brother, Brother, this is the shop Grandpa mentioned, right? Duan Shiwu nodded, barely containing his excitement. Grandpa said the shop owner here is absolutely a master, and the pet cubs he breeds are all extraordinary. We only have level beast taming talent, so if we want to catch up with those geniuses in the family, we must choose the best starter pets. Duan Dongwen glanced at the modest storefront and muttered, Can such a shabby place really produce good pets? What do you know? Duan Shiwu retorted. The greatest masters hide in plain sight. Would a true expert care about appearances? You know Shen Yinyan, right? Yes. Duan Dongwen nodded. I heard her contracted slime defeated a first-tier extraordinary razor-claw werewolf in battle. Absolutely incredible. Duan Shiwu smiled proudly. That slime was bought from Mythical Beast Pet Shop. Not just the slime. Du Ruyan's moonlight butterfly also came from here. Holy crap, Duan Dongwen exclaimed. Both the slime and moonlight butterfly were bred by this shop owner? No wonder even Grandpa speaks so highly of him. Let's go, Duan Shiwu urged, his eyes full of anticipation. If we can contract cubs comparable to that slime, Grandpa will definitely be thrilled. Yeah, Duan Dongwen was also getting excited. As grandsons of Minister Duan, both brothers had extremely high standards for starter pets. Even though they had already entered Magic Capital Beast Taming University and begun classes, they still hadn't found satisfactory contract partners. Their grandfather's strong recommendation, combined with the legendary achievements of the slime and moonlight butterfly, left them with nothing but respect for Mythical Beast Pet Shop. The two pushed open the door and entered, their eyes filled with expectation and reverence. A handsome young man about their age approached them. Duan Dongwen spoke up. Hey there, we want to buy pet cubs. Could you get your shop owner for us? The young man replied gently. I am the shop owner. Huh. Duan Dongwen's mouth fell open, and he stammered. You re the shop owner? You're still so young. If you told me you were a student at the Magic Capital Beast Taming University, I'd totally believe it. I'm not a student. Lu Yu shook his head slightly, his expression remaining calm and unruffled. Duan Shiwu noticed his brother's impropriety and immediately tugged at Duan Dongwen's sleeve. Brother, watch your words. The shop owner may be young, but that doesn't mean he lacks ability. Don't judge a book by its cover. I'm sorry, shop owner. Duan Dongwen came to his senses and hurriedly bowed in apology. I just didn't expect someone so highly praised by even our grandfather to be so young. I truly meant no offense. Please don't take it to heart. The brothers' quick turnaround amused Lu Yu, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of goodwill toward them. He took the opportunity to ask, Your grandfather? Lu Yu tried to recall the customers he had served, but he couldn't remember any elderly visitors. At the mention of their grandfather, Duan Shiwu immediately straightened up with pride. Our grandfather is none other than the principal of Magic Capital Beast Taming University, Duan Xianghua. He specifically instructed us to come here to buy pet beasts. Duan Xianghua? Lu Yu was momentarily stunned. The name was far from unfamiliar to him. He had once aspired to enter the magic capital beast-taming university himself, only to receive an acceptance letter from a junior college for liberal arts instead, failing to make the cut. He had always held the deepest respect for the elderly man who had sacrificed so much for the Xia nation. I have great respect for Principal Duan as well. Lu Yu smiled politely. However, even though you're his grandsons, I won't give you any discounts. No discount needed. Duan Dongwen waved his hands repeatedly. We've brought ample funds. As long as the cubs are of good quality, we won't haggle over the price. Lu Yu thought to himself that the pleasantries were over, and besides, he didn't have pricing authority anyway. Even if he wanted to offer a discount, he couldn't. He put away his smile and got down to business. So what are your requirements? Duan Dongwen spoke first, his tone tinged with bitterness. I awakened a brank beast taming talent accelerated growth. It can only assist pet beasts in growing. Calling it brank feels like an overstatement to me. I also awakened a brank talent. Duan Shiwu quickly added. Rending annihilation. It grants my contracted pet beasts tearing and annihilating attack properties. It's primarily offensive. Duan Dongwen's gaze clearly showed envy. Your talent is top tier among branks. The attack properties it grants are perfect and can greatly enhance combat power. Meanwhile, my accelerated growth. Even the name sounds embarrassing. I'm afraid after graduation I'll end up in the family's pet beast industry, spending every day helping cubs deliver and grow, day after day. Thinking of such a future, his tone grew even more dejected. Lu Yu could see that this customer had high aspirations, so he chuckled softly. Sir, there's no need to sell yourself short. If accelerated growth has been rated brank by the Blue Star's will, its power is certainly not inferior. Have you considered the most terrifying combat style in beast taming, the swarm style? Swarm style. Duan Dongwen's eyes widened. Of course he'd heard of it. This style was famous for overwhelming enemies with beast tides. A single swarm-style beast tamer could often crush all opposition with terrifying hordes. I have considered it. He sighed again. With my talent, I could rapidly develop beast swarms. But all the officially announced swarm-style pet beasts have at least radiant sun-tier potential. I've just awakened, and my beast space is only awakening tier. It can't accommodate such cubs. If I wait to switch styles later, the time wasted early on can never be recovered. You needn't worry about that, sir. Lu Yu smiled with complete confidence. Since I brought it up, I naturally have pet beast cubs suitable for your contract and perfect for the swarm-style path. Really? Duan Dongwen was overjoyed and quickly said, Thank you, manager. Duan Shiwu stood beside him, a flash of naked envy crossing his eyes. That was the swarm strategy. Beast tamers who followed the swarm path often had to exhaust their family's resources, and many, like dragon tamers, would contract only one beast companion for their entire lives due to the enormous upfront costs. But once fully developed, a beast tamer commanding tens of thousands of beast soldiers on the battlefield against foreign races was equivalent to a mobile war machine, capable of sweeping through thousands of enemies. Lu Yu nodded slightly, then turned to Duan Shiwu and said, As for you, your awakened brank talent, Annihilation, is naturally suited for contracting beast cubs with extremely devastating destructive power, allowing you to push destructiveness to its absolute limit. Yes, yes, yes. Duan Shiwu's eyes instantly lit up as he nodded repeatedly. As long as destructive power is maxed out, offense is the best defense no enemy can withstand it. Hearing Lu Yu tailor a growth path specifically for him, Duan Shiwu's envy immediately vanished. No matter how strong the swarm strategy was, it wasn't necessarily suitable for him. There were countless beast tamer schools, and the most compatible path was the true way. Duan Dongwen's lips curved into a confident smile as he said, My foolish brother, you still don't understand. When I have 10,000 beasts under my command forming an army, even your strongest destructive power will be overwhelmed. Huh? Duan Shiwu snorted coldly. Brother, you're the one who doesn't understand. In the face of absolute destruction, even if you gather your beasts into 10 legions, I can annihilate them all. You don't know shit. Duan Dongwen got agitated, his voice rising. Do you know what it means to be a one-man army? TSK. I think you're the one who doesn't understand what it means to face 10,000 alone and destroy heaven and earth. Duan Shiwu showed no weakness, and the two brothers were at daggers drawn. Fine. Duan Dongwen slammed the table hard. When my troops form an army, let's see how you'll defend. Then let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? Duan Shiwu clenched his fist in response. The brothers argued until their faces were red, and Lu Yu raised his hand to his forehead, sighing helplessly. You two haven't even contracted beast companions yet, and you're already eager to duel? Ahem. Sorry, manager, we lost our composure. Duan Dongwen sheepishly quieted down. Duan Shiwu also immediately suppressed his anger, his face full of anticipation. Manager, quickly bring out the beast cubs, we can't wait any longer. All right. Lu Yu smiled. With a thought, he took out 2 transparent containers and gently placed them in the center of the long table. The glass walls gleamed with cold white light under the illumination. The two brothers almost simultaneously leaned toward the table, lightening their breathing as they stared intently at the container's interiors. The next second, both faces showed identical bewilderment. Wait, where are the beast cubs? Duan Dongwen was stunned, murmuring, where did my destined beast cub that would form a swarm army go? Yeah, where are they? Duan Shiwu's mouth nearly dropped open. The initial beast companion that's a complete stranger, yet naturally capable of destroying heaven and earth. Why can't I see even a shadow of it? The brothers looked at each other, both seeing the same confusion and dismay in the other's eyes. The containers were completely clean, as if empty. Lu Yu said with great interest, look more carefully, the beast cubs are in the containers and definitely can't escape. Hearing Lu Yu's words, the Duan brothers, Dongwen and Shiwu, had no choice but to carefully examine their respective containers, scrutinizing every corner. Found it! Duan Dongwen suddenly exclaimed, pressing his finger against the transparent inner wall. There's an ant here. It's so tiny, I completely overlooked it earlier. I see it too. There really is an ant in the container. Duan Shiwu quickly confirmed. The brothers looked at each other in bewilderment, then glanced again at the tiny black specks in their containers that were barely more visible than dust particles. They were completely stunned. Two ants? This was nothing like the excellent pet beasts they had envisioned. Duan Shiwu looked up with a bitter smile. Manager, you're not joking with us, are you? These two little ants don't look anything like pet beast cubs. Duan Dongwen was frantic, his voice rising several pitches. Manager, please bring out the real cubs. We brothers can't handle this kind of joke. I'm not joking at all. Lu Yu smiled lightly, his tone confident. These two ants are the cubs you're meant to contract with, and they're the most suitable pet beast cubs for you. What? Duan Dongwen's mouth gaped, so wide you could fit an egg in it. They're so weak and tiny, barely visible to the naked eye. Do they even have a chance of advancing to the first awakening tier in this lifetime? How are we supposed to contract them? After a moment of contemplation, Duan Shiwu recalled the slimes, moonlight butterflies, and his grandfather Duan Xiang with serious instructions. Not daring to be careless, he asked solemnly, Manager, is there something special about these two ants? You're very perceptive. Lu Yu clearly appreciated Duan Shiwu more. Compared to your brother, you have better emotional control and judgment. Only then did Duan Dongwen realize his mistake, and he joined his younger brother in listening attentively. Lu Yu smiled and said, the two ants before you have both awakened a special growth-type talent called inscription. Special growth-type talent? Inscription? The brothers exclaimed almost simultaneously. That's right. Lu Yu gestured for them to continue observing the containers. Inscription can imprint complete evolutionary paths onto the ants. Duan Shiwu's eyes lit up. So you're saying that as long as I set a form for the ant, it can evolve along that path? It could even follow a swarm strategy. Duan Dongwen also suddenly understood, his face filled with shock. Theoretically, they can evolve into any form, but the path must be reasonable, otherwise problems can easily arise. Lu Yu pointed to the two spatial containers and explained, to meet your needs, I've already imprinted complete evolutionary paths for you. Take a look for yourselves. With that, he pulled out 2 sheets of A4 paper and pushed them toward the brothers. Duan Dongwen was the first to scan the page, his pupils contracting sharply. My ant can eventually evolve into an ant queen mother with overlord level 10th tier potential, and it can easily breed demon god ants, army breaker ants, sky ants, and other king level troops. Duan Shiwu quickly finished reading his own sheet and clutched his container tightly, breathing rapidly. Worker ant, giant crocodile ant, sword cutter ant. The final form is heaven splitter ant. Also overlord level 10th tier, wielding terrifying cutting power that can split the sky itself. Manager, I'll contract with it. Duan Shiwu declared immediately, afraid someone might snatch his container away. Yes, yes. Duan Dongwen also pressed down on his container, his voice urgent. Manager, name your price. We'll pay right now. These 2 ant-type beast cubs were priced at 3 million each. Lu Yu gently touched the 2 glossy black worker ants, his tone casual yet sincere. That'll be 6 million total. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu didn't hesitate for a moment, almost simultaneously pulling out their black gold cards and swiping 3 million each. The silver card slots flashed briefly as payment confirmation appeared instantly. Then they each extended a finger to touch the antennae of their respective baby ants, and a faint golden contractual light rose from their palms. The beast-taming contract was officially sealed. The moment the contract was completed, a flood of information rushed into both their minds. Every evolutionary stage from the weakest worker ant form to the ultimate 10th tier overlord form. The specific resources and precise ratios needed for each level of evolution. Resource grades, origins, substitutes, and success rate variations. Every detail appeared as clearly as if displayed on a list. All the resources are marked so clearly. The 2 brothers looked at each other in amazement, joy written across their faces. No matter how precious evolutionary resources might be, they could be prepared in advance. What truly terrified beast tamers was extinction. Once resources completely disappeared, Even the most precise substitute formulas would cause success rates to plummet, or even completely cut off evolutionary paths. Now, this concern had been entirely eliminated. As soon as the card transactions finished, Duan Shiwu was the first to bow. Store manager, thank you. The Rift Sky Ant's evolutionary path, you specifically selected it for us, didn't you? I have channels to obtain any evolutionary resource. Liu nodded. Duan Shiwu clenched his fists, eyes burning with excitement. That means as long as we have sufficient funds, my little ant will definitely reach the 10th tier overlord level and become a Rift Sky Ant. Duan Dongwen also bowed. In the future, my little worker ant will definitely become an ant queen, without any bottlenecks. Store manager, we're incredibly grateful for your care. Liu smiled slightly. He knew both little worker ants had awakened the inscription talent, and he had specifically filtered through countless evolutionary branches to find the two most compatible paths, all to maximize their potential. No need to thank me. Raising them well is the best repayment you can give me. His tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Don't waste their talents, understood? Understood, the brothers replied in unison. Seeing their solemn expressions, Liu nodded with satisfaction. Having sold 2 ant cubs and taken extra care to select their evolutionary paths, he naturally hoped both the little ants and the Duan brothers would grow successfully. Though his plans to establish a faction weren't fully formed yet, he was already laying the groundwork in secret. When all the pieces came together, perhaps an invincible force capable of shaking the entire Blue Star would truly emerge. He held the Duan brothers in high regard, being grandsons of the magic capital beast-taming university's president carried significant weight. As for how they learned about the mythical pet shop, Liu suspected Lu Luochan had revealed it to Duan Xianghua, who then informed his grandsons. Just how much had Lu Luochan revealed? The more elder Duan knew, the closer her relationship with the Duan family likely was. Thinking of this, Liu pondered briefly but felt no concern. Elder Duan was already a respectable senior, and now he had specifically sent his 2 grandsons to patronize the mythical pet shop. This was clearly a gesture of goodwill. How could he not understand? Even though there was a hint of testing involved, it was still within Lu Yu's acceptable range. After Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu each signed contracts with an ant clan larva, they carefully placed them into their beast-taming spaces, nurturing them with source power almost every moment, terrified that these fragile little creatures might suddenly die. Liu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight the larvae they had chosen were the weakest in initial form among the batch he was selling, with combat power less than 1/10th of a first-tier awakening level, truly insignificant ants in every sense. However, this humble beginning didn't represent their future ceiling. According to the ant clan bloodline evolution path, even if they could grow into ant queens or skyrending ants, that still wouldn't be the end. They could continue to evolve into even higher forms. Liu Yu deliberately kept this fact to himself, lest the 2 men harbor unrealistic ambitions. After all, on the vast Blue Star today, evolving to 10th tier overlord level was already considered top tier. Going beyond that, even with their grandfather being Minister Duan, they might not be able to protect themselves. Ring ring ring, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Jiang Shanha. Liu Yu answered, only to hear Jiang Shanha's commanding voice. I'm already at your pet store entrance. Come out and greet me immediately. His voice was hoarse and grating, squeezed by layers of fat. Liu Yu frowned slightly. Just come in yourself. I'm right here in the store. I told you to come out and greet me. Don't you understand? Jiang Shanha exploded in anger. Do you still want to buy my shop or not? Liu Yu's tone turned icy. Walk in yourself. I won't repeat this a second time. Fine, fine, fine. Jiang Shanha was beside himself with rage. Liu Yu, do you think I haven't investigated your background? A college entrance exam failure who isn't even a beast tamer. Even if you have some dirty money, you shouldn't mess with me. The call ended. Before long, Jiang Shanha dragged his bloated body into the mythical pet store, his face ashen, charging straight up to Liu Yu and growling through gritted teeth. You're Liu Yu, right? That lease contract you signed earlier is now void. Get out of my shop immediately. Liu Yu remained composed, glancing up calmly. Are you certain you want to terminate the lease contract? Why wouldn't I be able to? Jiang Shanha sneered coldly. The contract doesn't say I have to pay any penalty for unilateral termination. So you're planning to shut down my pet store completely? Liu Yu's eyes darkened. In that instant, his gaze flashed with the profound darkness of shadow realms and demon domains. Jiang Shanha felt his heart skip a beat, as if a life-threatening crisis was about to descend, his entire body turning ice cold. But being an extraordinary level beast tamer, he forced himself to maintain his composure and said hoarsely, if you want to keep operating, fine, bring me 30 million, and I'll sell you the shop immediately. Liu Yu was amused his own offer of 17 million had already been made in good faith, yet the other party was demanding an outrageous 30 million. Within seconds, he understood the reason. Jiang Shanha had clearly used the contract information to investigate his background. Liu Yu quickly figured it out. Jiang Shanha had obviously investigated him using the contract signing information. Jiang Shanha arrogantly believed he had investigated everything thoroughly. In his view, Lu Yu must have inherited a substantial fortune yet lacked any means of self-protection, making him the perfect target for exploitation. With this thought, Jiang Shanha clutched a contract, his fat fingers nearly crumpling the paper, a smug expression spreading across his face. Lu Yu gazed at him quietly, and after a moment's contemplation, the whole situation became clear. This fat man was obviously trying to extort him using the lease. A sharp, killing intent flickered in the depths of his dark eyes, though he remained silent. 30 million. Duan Dongwen couldn't help raising his voice. This shop is worth 15 million at most, and you're doubling it? You fat pig, are you out of your mind? Who gave you the nerve to speak to the manager like that? Duan Shiwu stepped forward, his tone so cold it seemed to freeze the air. And what exactly are you? This is my shop. Jiang Shanha sneered, puffing out his belly. I'll charge whatever I want. And what manager? If he can't come up with 30 million, this pet shop closes tomorrow. I really don't understand where you get such arrogance. Duan Dongwen glanced at him and scoffed. Are beast tamers nowadays all this brainless? I am a transcendent 6th rank beast tamer. Jiang Shanha lifted his chin, full of arrogance. You two brats probably haven't even reached awakening 1st rank, have you? Transcendent 6th rank. Duan Shiwu smiled mockingly. So you're just small fry. Shut up. Jiang Shanha's face flushed red, stung by the remark. You have no idea how powerful transcendent 6th rank is. All right. Duan Shiwu waved his hand impatiently and turned to Lu Yu. Manager, may I handle this? Such a minor character would dirty your hands. Go ahead. Lu Yu nodded indifferently. Though they were both transcendent 10th rank, he felt he and Jiang Shanha weren't even in the same league. Uncle Chun. Duan Shiwu suddenly raised his voice. Before Jiang Shanha could react, he continued threatening Lu Yu. It doesn't matter who you call. From now on, you can pack up and leave. The contract is void. Lu Yu's expression remained impassive, showing no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. The next second, Jiang Shanha's corpulent body was lifted by a single paw of a giant bear over 2 meters tall, his feet dangling in the air, his fat face turning deathly pale. The bear's coarse fur shed dust as it moved, filling the air with the musky scent of wild beast. A middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored suit stood beside the giant bear, his eyes calm and his demeanor as elegant as a butler in attendance, creating a stark contrast with the rugged bear. Jiang Shanha struggled desperately. He turned his head with great difficulty, his pupils instantly contracting to pinpoint the terrifying giant bear that held him suspended in midair, with one hand radiated murderous intent, so thick it seemed tangible. Mingyu level. How? How is this possible? His voice trembled with fear. What chilled him to the bone even more was the middle-aged attendant in an impeccable suit standing beside the giant bear, clearly possessing formidable strength, yet maintaining the perfect posture of a subordinate. Jiang Shanha understood all too well what the gap between levels meant. To break through to the 10th tier of the extraordinary realm, he had been stuck for 10 years before finally abandoning the path of a beastmaster and turning to real estate to make a living. He knew better than anyone how revered a Mingyu-level beastmaster was in the Xia kingdom, yet now such a person was merely an attendant? Young master, the middle-aged attendant bowed slightly. How should this person be dealt with? Duan Shiwu recalled the undisguised killing intent in Lu Yu's eyes moments ago and waved his hand dismissively. Just kill him. Yes. The attendant, Uncle Chun, nodded, his tone as steady as if he were reporting the weather. As Duan Shiwu's guard, he only needed to follow orders. As the words fell, Jiang Shanha's survival instincts ignited completely, and he screamed hoarsely. You want to kill me? Don't you care about the laws of the Xia kingdom at all? Duan Shiwu sneered coldly. Even a nobody like you dares to exploit legal loopholes. Do you think I would care? He restrained his smile, his tone becoming low and sinister. Grandfather once said we only need to protect those worth protecting. What right does scum like you have to talk to me about the law? With that, he turned to face Lu Yu. Store manager, I'll work quickly to ensure you obtain ownership of this shop within today. I believe even grandfather would support me in this. Lu Yu nodded indifferently. He understood all too well how wealthy families operated. The Duan family was already considered principled. If it were Luo Tianyin instead, forget about Jiang Shanha's character. Even a quick death would be a luxury. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu soon took their leave. Uncle Chun led the giant bear and carried away Jiang Shanha's corpulent body. In the corridor, Jiang Shanha cried, begged, and struggled, but the giant bear held him firmly in its claws like carrying a stone, and no one paid him any attention. He stared desperately at the Duan brothers, then shifted his gaze to Lu Yui. Would a seemingly ordinary young shop owner be acquainted with clients of such powerful backgrounds? Jiang Shanha's guts turned green with regret. Why did it have to be me who got unlucky? What he didn't know was that the Duan brothers were no saints. Having contracted 2 ant clan cubs earlier, they already owed Lu Yu an enormous favor. In their view, even without their intervention, Lu Yu could have easily handled the situation. After all, this store manager had already caught the attention of the Duan family patriarch. and such a person surely had his own resources. Lu Yu had no further interest in what happened next. When the sun set in the west, Duan Shiwu sent a brief message. The matter had been resolved. Lu Yu shook his head lightly. In the Beastmaster world, strength had always reigned supreme. The essence of power stemmed from formidable personal combat ability. Jiang Shanha, a mere sixth-tier extraordinary, had dared to act so arrogantly, and after kicking an iron plate, no one could save him. If I had no strength or backing, I'd probably be trampled underfoot by people like him too. Lu Yu thought expressionlessly, feeling not a shred of pity for Jiang Shanha. As evening approached, staff from the law firm arrived with thick documents, and the process went smoothly. After signing his name, Lu Yu took a deep breath. He felt that even the air inside the pet beast shop had become much fresher. Achievement unlocked. Owning your very first pet beast shop. Reward. Xuanyodier Resource Realm Core Crystal. Claim now? Yes, no. The moment the system prompt appeared, Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat, hardly daring to believe his eyes. A Xuanyodier resource. Throughout all of Blue Star, this was already the pinnacle level, corresponding to the demigod rank. Claim it immediately. He gave the command without hesitation. You have obtained the Xuanyodier Resource Realm Core Crystal. Realm Core Crystal, an origin crystal that can only be born from the destruction of a realm, containing the purest world power, can be fused with the beast-taming space to create a world embryo. Light flickered as a multicolored crystal core quietly floated in the deepest part of the beast-taming space, bathing the entire space in a strange radiance. A supreme treasure that can only be born from realm destruction, and it can directly transform the beast-taming space into a world embryo. Lu Yu's breathing quickened, excitement reaching its peak. Even Saint Spirit-level beast tamers cannot transcend the beast-taming space framework. Only demigods can transform their beast-taming spaces into true world embryos. If the crystal core successfully fused, his beast-taming space would possess demigod essence ahead of time. Once he broke through to monarch level and manifested his beast-taming space, he could draw endless power from the world embryo, even directly suppressing opponents of the same tier. The thought flashed through his mind as he immediately channeled his vast origin power, completely enveloping the realm core crystal and sending it straight to the core of his beast-taming space. Hiss! The realm core crystal began slowly melting, seven-colored light seeping in all directions. The beast-taming space expanded wildly, as if being stretched open. 100,000 square meters. 1 million square meters. Starlight, Tier 1. The space barriers became heavy, starlight flowing as 30 diamond-grade beast space crystals instantly lit up. 10 shattered with explosive sounds, transforming into the purest energy. The remaining 20 were devoured by the crystal core, sinking together into the heart of the space. The expansion continued. 10 million square meters. When the area swelled to its limit, Lu Yu could clearly feel the space's weight surge dramatically, barriers layering upon layers. Then, visible earth and clouds condensed from nothingness. Heavy ground spread out, green grass breaking through the soil. High above, seas of clouds churned, the sky domed bright and blue. A world embryo had taken shape. His own aura arose accordingly, crossing through various starlight tiers and stabilizing firmly at starlight tier 10. It consumed a full 10 beast space crystals, while the other 20 were absorbed by the crystal core, only dissolving less than 2 of it. Lu Yu calculated briefly, a judgment flashing through his mind. To completely digest it, I'll either need to prepare another 1,000 beast space crystals or advance to Saint Spirit level first. The minimum usage threshold for Xuanyodier resources was originally Saint Spirit level. If not for his awakening of 2 SS Steer talents, his beast-taming space's extremely high status, and the assistance of numerous beast space crystals, the current fusion would have been impossible. Inside the beast-taming space, roar! The world-ending demon dragon was enveloped by the sweeping transformation power. Layers of black flame and thunder light exploded, its aura climbing madly. The bottleneck instantly shattered. Starlight, Tier 3. Screech. The purple flame emperor bird soared on its wings, endless purple flames scattering across the sky dome. After another thunderous boom. Starlight, Tier 2. Its accumulation was slightly inferior, but with its bloodline and purple flame enhancement, its true combat power might not be weaker than the world-ending demon dragon. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Your contracted beast, the world-destroying demon dragon, has broken through to star level and comprehended the Crimson Star skill, Dragon Realm Projection. Your contracted beast, the purple flame emperor bird, has broken through to star level and comprehended the Crimson Star skill, Celestial Flame Pilgrimage. As the system's dual notifications exploded in his consciousness, Lu Yu's eyes brightened slightly, his heart surging with excitement. Just as he had anticipated, after crossing the major realm boundary, both the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird had each comprehended a Crimson Star level skill. He immediately pulled up the skill panel. Dragon Realm Projection, Crimson Star skill. summons a projection of the dragon realm that can either enhance oneself or suppress enemies. The deeper one's understanding of the dragon origin, the more solid and powerful the projection becomes. If one fully comprehends the dragon origin, they may even command the entire dragon realm. These few brief lines of description made Lu Yu's mind explode. You call this a Crimson Star level skill? The exclamation burst from his throat. Crimson Star level was already a height that only Holy Spirit level potential could touch. Yet the world-destroying Demon Dragon's Dragon Realm projection clearly exceeded conventional concepts. It could directly summon a phantom of the Dragon Realm itself. The Dragon Realm ranked among the most supreme domains alongside the Demon Realm, home to countless dragons, and even divine dragons that gazed down upon all realms. Even lesser dragon species would find locating the gates to the Dragon Realm nearly impossible. The Dragon Realm's origin was vast and magnificent. Even drawing down a mere wisp of its projection would be enough to push the world-destroying demon dragon's combat power to terrifying heights. If the Dragon Realm projection were used to directly suppress enemies, Lu, you dared not imagine what level of powerhouse would be needed to withstand the pressure of an entire Dragon Realm. Moreover, if the world-destroying demon dragon ever fully mastered the dragon origin, it could even use it as a key to directly command the Dragon Realm and become the sovereign of all dragons. At the thought of the demon dragon clan, once exiled from the Dragon Realm, potentially rising to supremacy, Lu Yu's mind conjured images of those proud divine dragons' fury. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon let out a joyful low roar. It was clearly immensely satisfied with its suddenly surging power and the terrifying potential of Dragon Realm projection. Lu Yu speculated privately that the world-destroying demon dragon's ability to comprehend this skill was likely related to the time it observed at Dragon Gate, when it had drawn down a phantom of the Dragon Realm. After that incident, he had noticed that the world-destroying demon dragon's third talent, Sacred Dragon, had gained the Dragon Realm's favor. Since even talents could be bestowed, one additional Crimson Star skill wasn't incomprehensible. Pushing aside these stray thoughts, he shifted his attention to examine the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's new skill. Celestial Flame Pilgrimage, Crimson Star skill, summons endless celestial purple flames to cascade from the heavens to earth. Compared to Dragon Realm projection, this description seemed brief and conventional. Yet Lu Yu read bone-chilling destructive intent in the words endless and cascade. This was truly apocalyptic fire rain comparable to legendary forbidden spells. Wherever the celestial flames poured down, likely no intact land would remain. Heaven-destroying and earth-annihilating thing was the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's true ultimate technique. Lu Yu's gaze locked onto the four characters Celestial Purple Flame, his expression growing increasingly grave. He pulled out his phone and quickly accessed the mystical fire rankings. 1. Stellar True Flame. 2. Celestial Purple Flame. 3. Azure Lotus Sacred Fire. 4. Supreme Evil Demon Flame. 5. Bone Dragon Cold Fire. On the rankings, Celestial Purple Flame stood prominently in second place, surpassed only by Stellar True Flame. Just as he had suspected, Lu Yu took a deep breath. The Azure Heaven Purple Flame ranks second on the mystical fire list. Lu Yu had suspected this before, but since there were multiple purple flames on the mystical fire list, he could never be certain. Only after witnessing the Purple Flame Emperor Bird perform Heavenly Flame Procession, with his own eyes did he finally confirm the flame burning within this spirit bird was indeed the Azure Heaven Purple Flame, second only to the Stellar True Flame. The Stellar True Flame was born from the sun's core and was considered the strongest mystical fire in the world. According to historical records on Blue Star, the Azure Heaven Purple Flame represented the ultimate limit of native flames. Legend claimed it originated from Blue Star's will itself, symbolizing the authority of heaven. Among the top 3 mystical fires, only the Green Lotus Sacred Fire had traceable clues. The other 2 could only be glimpsed in ancient texts and myths. By strength assessment, the top 3 mystical fires were at least equivalent to S-rank beast-taming talents, while the top 20 could all rival S-rank abilities. Thinking of this, Lu Yu quietly pondered. If his SS-rank, God-slaying heavenly fire were to clash with the Stellar True Flame, who would emerge victorious? After confirming the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's origins, he was particularly satisfied with Heavenly Flame Procession. It wasn't merely a forbidden spell, but a true manifestation of heaven's wrath. Screech. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird restrained its raging purple flames and gracefully landed on Lu Yu's shoulder, spreading its delicate wings and nuzzling against his cheek affectionately. The sight of this spirit bird, which symbolized heavenly authority, being so intimate with him made Lu Yu chuckle. Next, he summoned the world-destroying demon dragon. The dragon glanced at the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, its vertical pupils flashing with satisfaction. Once it controlled the dragon realm in the future, it would be the Dragon Lord, and this little sister would become the most brilliant flame totem before the dragon throne. The stronger she became, the more she would highlight its own majesty. The thought secretly delighted the demon dragon. Suddenly, roar. The demon dragon faced the shop entrance and let out a low growl, its scales bristling with tension. It sensed an approaching presence so powerful it defied description, even triggering its survival instincts. Screech. The purple flame emperor bird spread its flaming wings, shielding Lu Yu behind it. Don't be nervous, Lu Yu said softly to calm them. At the entrance, an elderly man with white hair slowly entered, leaning on a walking stick. Though his steps were extremely slow, he seemed to exist in harmony with the surrounding space. Lu Yu only blinked once, and the old man was already standing before him. A kind yet aged voice spoke. Manager Lu. Principal Duan. Lu Yu replied with a smile and nod. This elderly man was none other than Duan Xianghua, the principal of Magic City Beast-Taming University. Lu Yu had long anticipated his arrival. Previously, Principal Duan had not only shown goodwill by sending his two grandsons to select beast cubs from the shop, but the fact that the shop transfer could be completed on the same day was likely due to this old man's personal intervention. When the Chancellor of Modu Beast-Taming University personally intervenes in a simple shop transfer matter, every law firm in Modu would likely be shaken, rushing to resolve this urgent situation. Inside the mythical pet shop, Lu Yu didn't regard this heavyweight visitor as a threat, didn't even bother to furrow his brow. The truly tense ones were the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird. Regardless of good or ill intent, simply because Duan Xianghua's power was strong enough to shake mountains, they instinctively maintained high alert. Should anything happen, not a moment could be wasted. Yet Lu Yu remained calm and composed. He knew well that as long as he stood within the pet shop, he was in an absolutely invincible domain, with no need to waste attention on vigilance. However, faced with his two pets' loyal protection, he still raised his hand, gently stroking the dragon's rough horns and the emperor bird's purple flame-crowned head, conveying comfort through barely perceptible mental waves. When Duan Xianghua pushed open the door, he had already reviewed all of Lu Yu's various materials, but seeing the man in person still left his emotions complex. This shop owner is actually so young. This thought echoed repeatedly in his mind. What made him even more unsettled was meeting those eyes so profound they seemed capable of devouring light itself. The ultimate darkness and boundless demonic aura made Duan Xianghua feel as though he had returned to the demon realm battlefield, recalling the terror when the worlds will descended. Yet almost simultaneously, he clearly saw Lu Yu's lips curved in a smile, his every gesture like that of a refined gentleman, making that demonic aura seem completely at odds with the young man's gentle temperament. Shop owner Lu. Duan Xianghua had just begun when he remembered his true purpose representing the Xia kingdom to win over this mysterious shop owner and contribute to the nation's strength. Lu Yu seemed to see through everything, softly interrupting. Since Chancellor Duan has graced the mythical pet shop with his presence, are you perhaps looking to purchase pet cubs? This single question left Duan Xianghua stunned in place. Purchase cubs? After years of high-intensity battles, he had lost contracted pets time and again, his beast-taming space nearly shattered from repeated backlash. Since becoming Chancellor of Modu Beast-Taming University, he had semi-retired, no longer having the energy to contract new pets. He sighed and shook his head. I appreciate the shop owner's kind offer. My beast-taming space is nearly shattered and completely irreparable, so I won't be buying pet cubs. Lu Yu showed a puzzled expression. Chancellor Duan, who told you that once a beast-taming space is shattered, you can no longer contract pets? These words struck like thunder. Wasn't this common knowledge? High school textbooks clearly stated that once a beast-taming space shattered, it could hardly be repaired, let alone continue contracting. This was practically an iron law of the entire beast-taming world. Duan Xianghua first stood dazed, then suddenly realized something, his hoarse voice carrying barely contained shock. Shop owner, do you perhaps have a solution? Of course. Lu Yu nodded gently. In others' eyes, the injuries from 9 consecutive passive contract breaks and the backlash to his beast space were tantamount to a terminal illness. But to Lu Yu, it was merely a fracture. Even fatal wounds never troubled him. With a thought, he retrieved the alloy container he carried with him, the metal in his palm reflecting cold white arcs under the light. Lu Yu held the deepest respect for Chancellor Duan. For the Xia kingdom, this old man had sacrificed everything. By convention, a sovereign-level beast tamer could contract at most 6 companion beasts simultaneously. Yet throughout Chancellor Duan's lifetime, he had successively contracted and raised a full 10 sovereign-level battle companions. Of those 10 battle companions, 9 had fallen in the smoke of foreign battlefields. Each time he lost a partner, the old man had to endure his grief and start anew with a cub, exhausting his heart and soul to nurture the next one. The backlash from 9 passive contract breaks was like 9 sharp blades repeatedly tearing at his beast space that once vast and stable inner realm was now riddled with cracks, nearly shattered beyond repair. Theoretically, he could still forge new contracts with cubs, but any living being entering that broken space would die within seconds, only worsening the damage. Even Chancellor Duan's last battle companion hadn't dared return to the beast space for decades, forced to remain stationed year-round at the magic capital Beast University. This time, the old man had come alone, with no companion by his side. As a sovereign-level 10th tier beast tamer, he was himself a walking sovereign-level combat force for mere self-preservation. He didn't actually need to rely on companion beasts. For this very reason, Lu Yu couldn't bear to watch this former war god simply wait for death and decline. He could see clearly that Chancellor Duan's life force was like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment, sustained only by sheer willpower's final warmth. The moment he received Lu Yu's affirmative answer, the old man's withered heart seemed to glimpse a long-lost dawn. His downcast gaze fell upon the alloy container, and his originally clouded eyes suddenly brightened. Inside the container wasn't some dazzling treasure, but rather an unremarkable seed. With his vast experience, Chancellor Duan recognized at a glance that this was a plant-type companion beast in its most initial cub form. Any life that developed intelligence could be contracted as a companion beast, plant types included. However, the aura emanating from this seed was shockingly weak even if it grew successfully. Its peak would only reach awakened level 3rd tier. This is a seed from the lowest level plant-type companion beast flourishing tree, the old man murmured softly. Lu Yu didn't keep him in suspense, explaining directly. It's not ordinary. Like the ant clan cubs your 2 grandsons contracted, this seed has also awakened talent inscription, allowing any evolutionary path to be written into its bloodline. As he spoke, he pulled out an A4 sheet and pushed it before Chancellor Duan. The paper unfolded, revealing a clear evolutionary pathway. Flourishing tree, floating tree, boundless tree. With the final potential clearly marked over Lord level 10th tier, void ancient tree. Chancellor Duan's fingertips trembled slightly as he looked up, his voice hoarse yet unable to conceal his shock. Flourishing tree, floating tree, boundless tree. It can actually evolve into an overlord level 10th tier potential void ancient tree? Lu Yu said softly. Chancellor Duan, you don't need to cultivate the flourishing tree into a void ancient tree, you only need to nurture it to sovereign level 10th tier potential as a space-suppressing giant tree. Lu Yu nodded and said, as long as you sign a contract with the suppression giant tree, when it takes root, it will naturally help suppress your fractured beast space. The concerns you have are nothing to worry about. Minister Duan had no doubt about his words. A few glimmers of light flashed through his cloudy eyes, but they quickly dimmed again. He waved his hand gently and said, I appreciate the shop owner's kind intentions, but there's no need. I've decided not to contract any more beast companions. Why? Lu Yu was stunned. The flourishing tree had already been exchanged, and even its future evolution path had been implanted, yet the other party suddenly said he didn't want to buy it? If it were anyone else, he would have slammed the counter and angrily scolded, what are you being so pretentious about? But facing this elderly man before him, he fell silent, faintly guessing some of the reasons. Minister Duan gazed out the window and slowly began to speak. I personally sent 9 beast companions to the battlefield. They were all my children, yet I was powerless to protect them. Even, they charged to the front lines in the most dangerous battles. After decades have passed, I finally understand, I wasn't righteously noble, I was just too selfish. Guilt crept across the corners of his eyes. Between the Xia Kingdom and my beast companions, I ultimately chose the Xia Kingdom. Contracts could change my fate, but required my beast companions to pay a cruel price. Since this seed has outstanding potential, young beast tamers would be its best destination, wouldn't they? Lu Yu looked at Minister Duan with complex emotions. Only after truly getting to know him did he feel the resilience and confusion within the old man's heart. He recalled the past. Decades ago, the interdimensional passages suddenly opened. The Xia Kingdom, having the weakest foundation among the 6 great nations, bore the brunt of the assault, facing mountain-like pressure. In this moment of crisis, the Xia Kingdom hastily constructed 5 defensive lines on the alien battlefield. The first line broke after merely a few years. The second line lasted less than 2 years. The third line, less than 1 year. The fourth line fell in less than half a year. With the nation's survival at stake, no beast tamer could escape conscription. Minister Duan equally longed to be selfish, but his duties forced him to repeatedly push his beast companions to the front lines. Principal, you needn't blame yourself. Lu Yu shook his head with a serious expression. A gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. Beast tamers and their companions share connected hearts and minds. I believe that when you sent them to battle, you also hoped for their safe return. It's just that the pressure on the front lines was too great back then, and you had no choice. He thought of that alien battlefield that was like a meat grinder, where 10 would die and none would live. Minister Duan sighed deeply. I was fortunate enough to survive and became the principal of Magic Capital University. But more of our compatriots lie buried in foreign lands, leaving behind only the words, fallen heroes. No one remembers their names anymore. Lu Yu said softly. So there's truly no need for self-blame. Principal Duan, The reason you had no choice but to make sacrifices comes down to just one thing. Minister Duan was startled. What reason? You weren't strong enough? Lu Yu said word by word. If you had been powerful enough, so powerful that alien races from all dimensions would tremble in fear, even surrender, cede territory, and become slaves, the entire Xia kingdom wouldn't require any sacrifices. Not strong enough. Chancellor Duan let out a bitter laugh and said, the beast-taming talent I awakened is a grade battle heart, which can grant my contracted beasts a berserker spirit. With just this talent, I've climbed all the way to King Tier 10th rank, having squeezed every drop of potential dry. To advance further would mean reaching Overlord Tier, which is a national treasure level. What hope do I have left? He knew clearly in his heart that the flourishing tree could indeed evolve into a void ancient tree, possessing the potential of Overlord 10th rank. However, King Tier beast tamers had already reached near the pinnacle. Even with all national resources devoted to cultivation, nurturing contracted beasts with Overlord potential wasn't particularly difficult, but beast tamers who truly broke through to become overlords were rarer than 1 in 100. At his advanced age, even obtaining another precious hatchling would likely just be a waste. Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry, gently pushing the transparent container toward the old man, his gaze frank. Principal Duan, do you know after contracting the space-suppressing giant tree, breaking through the beast-taming space becomes much easier? It can actively extract spatial power from the void to help expand the beast-taming space. His tone remained steady, yet every word cut deep. The space-suppressing giant tree can never leave the beast-taming space, and once it perishes, you would likely not survive either. But if it successfully evolves into a void ancient tree, it will directly bind to your beast-taming space, completely removing any bottlenecks. The old man fell silent. Lu Yu continued, hatchlings like this flourishing tree I can cultivate as many as I want. All the concerns you have simply don't exist for me. He had said all there was to say. If Chancellor Duan remained stubborn, he couldn't be bothered to persuade further no matter how much he respected this old man. If he refused to act, this seed might ultimately rot in his hands. Chancellor Duan stared blankly at the container, his fingertips trembling slightly, emotions surging in his aged eyes. Time seemed to stretch as his breathing gradually steadied. In the end, I'm still old, not seeing as clearly as the shop owner. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice hoarse yet exhilarated. If I can't achieve Overlord status even after contracting the space-suppressing giant tree, or even the void ancient tree, then it only proves I'm truly a worthless old fool. As his laughter subsided, he slapped the table and spoke with firm resolve. Shop owner, name your price. I'll buy this flourishing tree seed. Lu Yu chuckled and nodded, saying, that'll be 3 million. Thank you. Duan Xianghua had already prepared for this price. Without questioning or haggling, he directly pulled out his black gold card and swiped it through the card reader, completing the payment. Seeing the confirmation of payment, Lu Yu's face finally showed a satisfied smile. Achievement unlocked. Sold 10 pet beast cubs in total. Reward. Random SSS grade beast taming talent. Claim reward? Yes, no. Lu Yu's heart pounded as he whispered. Claim it. Claim it now. The reason he had pushed so hard for this deal was that before selling the flourishing tree seed, he had already sold 9 pet beast cubs in total, just one short of triggering the achievement. Now that the number was reached, the reward was exactly what he had expected. A random SS grade beast taming talent. Since it was the highest tier talent, he didn't hesitate at all. You have awakened SSS grade beast taming talent divine life source. In an instant, he sensed a pale green mark in the deepest part of his soul, standing alongside dark hell and god-slaying heavenly fire, radiating an astonishing aura. Information flooded in. 1. Releasing any strand of divine life source can completely heal all injuries. 2. When contracted with plant-type creatures, they can be cultivated into gods of life, wielding supreme life laws. 3. Under the coverage of divine life source, there exists no disease, suffering, or even death. As his consciousness refocused, Lu Yu looked up at Duan Xianghua. The man's body surface seemed covered with fine cracks, projections of his damaged beast space. This old man had accumulated over 100 years of hidden ailments. Lu Yu was certain that with just a drop of his divine life source, all those cracks would heal instantly. Yet he ultimately chose not to act. Once the flourishing tree seed was contracted, the man would recover naturally, making intervention unnecessary. The awakening process was completely silent. Duan Xianghua only noticed that Lu Yu's aura had become gentler and more vibrant, never imagining the existence of the divine life source. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Moments later, from the business car parked outside the shop, an assistant hurried in, recorded the list, then quickly drove away. I just had my assistant go purchase resources, Duan Xianghua explained after hanging up. I'm planning to directly evolve this seed into a sky-anchoring giant tree and then form a contract with it. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the transparent container holding the seed. His originally cloudy eyes now seemed washed by clear spring water, revealing rare anticipation. Duan Xianghua had never imagined that he, like his grandson, would contract with a pet beast cub possessing awakened engraved talents. But he was absolutely certain today would be his turning point. Once the sky-anchoring giant tree took root in his beast space, or even his soul, all hidden injuries would be erased. Before long, the assistant returned carrying a spatial container, rushing back into the pet beast shop. After completing the handover, he bowed and left. That was fast. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Seeing Lu Yu's confusion, Duan Xianghua smiled and said, I directly requisitioned resources from Magic City's first trading house. That's why it was so quick. As for the funding needed, I'll add more later. Lu Yu answered while suddenly realizing that Duan Xianghua still held shares in the Magic Capital, first commercial Bancom massive conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Even a mere one stake would be worth tens of billions, not to mention the prestigious status that came with it. At this thought, a faint bitterness welled up in his heart. Moments later, Lu Yu forcibly calmed his emotions and continued watching Duan Xianghua's movements. Duan Xianghua was now completely focused on nurturing the flourishing tree seed. He first spread it in his palm, then channeled streams of beast-taming source power into it. His expression was as tender as if caring for an infant, his eyes filled with kindness. He generously invested various rare resources, which the seed instantly absorbed before sprouting roots and shoots. However, instead of taking root in soil, it anchored itself directly at the boundary between air and void. The next moment, the flourishing tree completed its first evolution into a floating tree. Potential, transcendent 10th tier. The floating tree possessed both spatial and plant attributes, naturally rooted in the void. Duan Xianghua gazed at the sapling with its trembling branches and couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Spatial-type beast companions were extremely rare, typically born only in world rifts or even in the wandering environments of outer space. For any beast tamer, contracting a spatial-type companion was a dream come true after all. The beast space origin itself was a spatial talent, making the cultivation of such creatures almost perfectly compatible. Unfortunately, they were exceedingly rare. Even beast tamers born with spatial talents might never find a suitable contract partner in their lifetime. Our Xia Kingdom's research into spatial systems is still too shallow. Duan Xianghua sighed inwardly, then casually glanced at Lu Yu. The other man's expression remained calm throughout, as if the appearance of the floating tree was nothing more than routine. He was impossible to read. Of course, this spatial evolution path must have been personally deduced by the shop owner, Duan Xianghua thought with a start. A mere second form with transcendent 10th tier potential probably isn't enough to impress the shop owner. With this thought flashing through his mind, he continued his work. The floating tree sent out weak mental waves, and he responded with a gentle smile, once again channeling spatial resources into the tree. Moments later, the floating tree transformed into a seamless tree, its potential rising to stellar 10th tier. Duan Xianghua still didn't stop. Void-breaking tree, sky-towering giant tree. In just a short time, the sapling had grown to several meters tall, with a sturdy trunk and lush foliage. At this point, only a batch of platinum-grade spatial resources remained in the spatial container, even mixed with several diamond-grade treasures. Without even glancing at the consumption rate, Duan Xianghua poured them all out, letting the sky-towering giant tree sapling absorb everything. Boom. Spatial tremors spread outward, with visible ripples quickly converging. The sky-towering giant tree swayed violently as its life form underwent another earth-shattering transformation. Time passed in frozen silence, until finally, all turbulence was suppressed by an invisible force, and even the air became heavy, as if compressed. Emerald branches and leaves spread freely, and upon closer inspection, the tips of those branches seemed to fade into nothingness. Lu Yu understood that the branches had extended into the void, penetrating invisible spatial rifts to frantically absorb the power of space. As the last wisp of pale silver energy was absorbed, this exhilarating evolution came to an end. In the pet shop, the branches spanning the ceiling slowly retracted, and the massive trunk stood firmly in place. At this moment, the life form once simply called the lush tree had already transcended the categories of low-tier and floating trees, truly transforming into the space-anchoring giant tree. New information instantly surfaced in Lu Yu's mind. Potential, Sovereign Tier 10, current combat power, Stellar Tier 6. His eyes flashed with delight once the space-anchoring giant tree fully refined the residual spatial power within its body. Advancing to Solar Tier 10 would face no bottlenecks, and it might even break through directly to Sovereign Tier 1. All of this was thanks to Minister Duan's generous investment of abundant spatial-type resources, whose value was high enough to make any top-tier beast master's heart race. Minister Duan was well aware of this, so he dared not delay in the slightest. The moment just after evolution's completion was the golden opportunity to forge a contract. If the space-anchoring giant tree were allowed to fully take root in the real world, moving it into a beast space would require several times more effort and time. Fortunately, having been carefully tended by Minister Duan since its sprouting, the space-anchoring giant tree already felt a natural affinity toward him. When his mental power reached out, the giant tree showed no resistance whatsoever, docilely opening its consciousness. In the next moment, the beast contract's light patterns wove into a network, forming instantly. The massive tree body transformed into a stream of green-gold light and was drawn into the beast's space. In his consciousness, Minister Duan could clearly sense the space-anchoring giant tree taking root and growing in that fragmented space. The originally chaotic energy flows were gradually guided and organized. The damaged terrain began to stabilize, like a dried riverbed receiving fresh water once again. Though the beast's space still bore cracks, as long as the space-anchoring giant tree continued to grow, restoring it to its former glory was merely a matter of time. On his aged face, Minister Duan showed a long-absent flush of health, his wrinkled eyes radiating vigorous vitality. That life force surging from within made him seem to have rediscovered the vigor of his youth. The future was no longer bleak, but bright with promise. He turned to look at Lu Yu, his gaze filled with gratitude and respect. After a moment of silence, Minister Duan finally remembered the true purpose of his visit. The old man's expression grew solemn, his voice carrying undeniable sincerity. Manager Lu, would you be interested in coming to Magic City Beast-Taming University? Going to Shanghai Beast-Taming University? Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He clearly remembered that 2 months ago during the college entrance exam, he had harbored unrealistic fantasies about putting Shanghai Beast-Taming University on his application form. But at that time, he hadn't even awakened his beast-taming talent yet, so he could only reluctantly give up and apply to 2 third-rate beast-taming universities instead. The day the scores were announced, he didn't even get into those 2 third-rate institutions, receiving only an acceptance letter from a liberal arts college, and that was only because they had extended an olive branch based on his excellent liberal arts grades. In just 2 short months, everything had turned upside down. Now, the president of Shanghai Beast-Taming University was personally visiting to invite him something he wouldn't have dared dream of back then. Lu Yu was dazed for a moment, and an almost instinctive thought popped into his mind. Was President Duan asking him to become a student? At this thought, he immediately shook his head. While Shanghai Beast-Taming University was indeed one of the 3 major beast-taming universities in the Xia Kingdom, it was no longer suitable for his current situation. His mythical pet shop was running smoothly, and he himself had entered the ranks of starry-level beast tamers. Following his established trajectory, he was destined to advance to the Holy Spirit level, and even had the confidence to establish a 7th great nation. Going back to being a university student at this point would undoubtedly conflict with his career plans. Therefore, he spoke without hesitation. Shanghai Beast-Taming University is excellent, but I'm sorry, I must decline. As his words fell, President Duan was obviously stunned, then quickly waved his hands. Shop owner Lu, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you inviting me to enroll? I admit that Shanghai Beast-Taming University has trained countless powerful beast tamers, but unfortunately, it's not suitable for me. President Duan became even more bewildered. How could he possibly invite Lu Yu to be a student? Given the mysterious abilities Lu Yu had displayed, he was clearly a top-tier breeder. Inviting such a person to sit in a student's seat would be nothing short of insulting. However, he didn't know that failing the college entrance exam had always been a thorn in Lu Yu's heart, causing him to jump to the wrong conclusion. The president didn't delve deeper into it, speaking with a serious tone. Shop owner Lu, I'm not asking you to study. I'm willing to offer you a full professor position. However, the full professor title requires procedural review. You could start as a mentor first. How does that sound? Full professor? Lu Yu's heart trembled. The faculty positions at Shanghai Beast-Taming University were divided into 4 levels from low to high: intern mentor, official mentor, associate professor, and full professor. To become an intern mentor, one needed to be at least a nether moon level beast tamer. Official mentors usually required radiant sun level strength, with only a very few nether moon level individuals receiving exceptional promotion. Associate professors needed to be at least radiant sun 10th tier and pass evaluations. As for full professors, they represented the pinnacle of the educational system, with only sovereign-level beast tamers qualified to participate in the evaluation process, and even then, passing wasn't guaranteed. President Duan was now casually promising a full professorship, and his intentions were obvious. He wasn't valuing Lu Yu's beast tamer cultivation level, but rather his almost incredible pet breeding abilities. In an era when the breeder profession was nearly extinct, a top-tier breeder would be more than qualified for a full professorship. Unfortunately, the appointment process for full professors is complex. Even though Duan Xianghua holds the prestigious position of president of the Magic Capital Beast Taming University, he still needs to follow proper procedures and address any objections before his proposal can take effect. With his reputation and authority, making the final decision wouldn't be difficult. It just takes time. So he first offered the position of official supervisor as a stepping stone to make Lu Yu's promotion to full professor seem natural and justified. The official supervisor position is only temporary, Duan Xianghua said sincerely. The full professorship will come through soon. This promise will not change. Please consider it seriously, Manager Lu. Duan Xianghua had never treated Lu Yu as a junior. That exquisite breeding technique, unusually composed demeanor, plus ownership of two powerful beasts, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird, had led him to imagine various possibilities. A powerful being reborn, an ancient one awakened, an outer god descended. Whatever the case might be, he would only choose to win him over. Not to mention that Lu Yu had saved him personally, along with his two grandsons and his disciple Lu Luochan. If full professor weren't already the limit of what he could immediately offer, he might even dare to suggest a vice president position. If Manager Lu doesn't agree, I'll go discuss with Old Su and Old Mo. If that doesn't work, maybe we can free up a vice president position. Duan Xianghua weighed his options privately. Even, I could step down myself if necessary. He composed himself and waited patiently for Lu Yu's response. Become a nominal supervisor at Magic Capital Beast-Taming University, then directly promoted to full professor? Lu Yu pondered. He was tempted, yet understood there might be hidden risks. After a moment's thought, what risks? As a supervisor or even full professor, would he still worry about finding buyers for beast cubs? Rather than passively waiting for customers to come, why not actively select students and personally bestow opportunities upon them? I agree, Lu Yu nodded. But it can only be nominal. Teaching cannot interfere with my pet store business. No problem. Duan Xianghua breathed a long sigh of relief. Your compensation will be paid directly at the full professor rate, and you'll have maximum autonomy. Once the title is approved, you can even apply to the Xia Kingdom for research funding. Only then did Lu Yu truly understand what generous conditions the other party had offered. 1. Research funding, research funds amounting to hundreds of millions or even billions, which could be directly invested in beast breeding. As long as strength increased, this money would be well spent. 2. Salary, performance bonuses, and dividends. Magic Capital Beast-Taming University would pay him tens of millions monthly. 3. Treasure vault, skill manual library, and exclusive secret realms, all would be open to him. In comparison, he would only need to undertake minimal teaching duties. After seeing off Duan Xianghua, Lu Yu came to his senses. My status seems to have changed. He chuckled. Failed the college entrance exam, missed university, yet became a supervisor at one of the 3 top institutions? Fate was truly bizarre. He understood clearly that it was precisely the breeding abilities he had demonstrated that made Duan Xianghua override all objections to offer the highest treatment, while the responsibilities he needed to bear were minimal. Deep within the gardens of Magic Capital Beast-Taming University, small bridges overflowing water, emerald ponds. Lu Luochan appeared at the end of the winding corridor, wearing a light yellow dress, her slender figure complementing the garden scenery in breathtakingly beautiful harmony. She told the butler she had come to visit President Duan, but learned he hadn't returned yet, though she could wait in the garden. Lu Luochan said nothing more and stepped into the pavilion, gazing at the rippling water surface. Teacher must have gone to see the manager. I wonder how their discussion went. She pressed her lips together, still unable to hide her concern. Suddenly, she looked up and caught sight of a serene, luminous glow flickering in the nearby clearing, deep and mysterious. That was the light of evolution. Lu Luochan's eyes sharpened. In the garden clearing, Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu stood beneath separate plum trees, each accompanied by a newly evolved ant-type beast companion. The ant creature beside Duan Dongwen displayed the classic posture of a queen ant, with a swollen, snow-white abdomen. Behind it trailed a small nest crafted from earth, its entrance cracked open to reveal a delicate armored head peering out curiously. Duan Shiwu's companion was entirely different, towering upright in humanoid form with a shell black as armor. Each arm gripped a bone sword, their tips gleaming with cold menace. The entire ant creature resembled a warrior clad in battle gear, its fierce killing intent so intense that even the surrounding grass seemed to tremble. Light footsteps approached from the distance. Lu Luochan pushed through the branches and entered the clearing, taking in the entire scene. Sister Lu. Duan Dongwen was the first to notice her arrival, his eyes lighting up. What brings you here? I came looking for your grandfather. Lu Luochan smiled softly. 8 years ago, she had become Master Duan's disciple when these 2 boys were only 10 years old. Now they had grown into young men. She surveyed the 2 ant creatures with curious eyes. Was that evolution light from earlier you're doing? Did these ant creatures just complete their evolution? That's right. Duan Shiwu eagerly responded, grinning widely. Sister Lu, come take a look. I worked so hard to evolve my little ant into a blade cutter ant. Blade cutter ant. Lu Luochan looked puzzled. Is this an evolution form you discovered yourself? I've never heard of such a species among ant-type creatures. I didn't discover it myself. Duan Shiwu shook his head, his voice filled with pride. This is the 3rd form the shop owner planned out. Sister Lu, you don't know when we first contracted these little ants. They were only as big as grains of sand. I was so afraid I'd accidentally crush mine. Fortunately, the evolution was successful. Shop owner. Lu Luochan's eyes flickered with shock. She immediately understood the implication, her gaze falling upon the two ant creatures with sudden intense interest, especially this one that had grown from a sand grain-sized creature into a fully armed warrior. Before she could examine them further, Duan Dongwen pushed his brother aside and spoke rapidly. Sister Lu, look at mine first. This is a queen ant. You won't find a second swarm-type beast companion like this anywhere on the entire blue star. Queen ant. Swarm-type. Lu Luochan grew even more bewildered. She certainly understood the concept of swarm-type creatures, but such beasts typically required at least solar-grade potential far beyond what newcomers could contract. Duan Dongwen patted the earthen nest, unable to hide his smugness. Queen ant. With stellar-grade 10th-tier potential. She can breed 3 types of ant soldiers: giant crocodile ants, hunter ants, and flying ants, specializing in close combat, ranged attacks, and aerial warfare respectively. Sister Lu, don't be too surprised, but giant crocodile ants are actually the previous evolution of blade cutter ants. Once my queen evolves again, she'll be able to birth tens of thousands of blade cutter ants. With that, he turned to his brother with a provocative look. When that time comes, my foolish brother, your painstakingly trained blade cutter ant won't be worth much anymore. Shut up. What do you know? Duan Shiwu's face flushed red. My blade cutter ant isn't ordinary bloodline, it's the blade cutter ant king. Among blade cutter ants, it would probably take hundreds of your swarm-bred soldier ants working together to even threaten mine. Besides, you can't even breed blade ants yet. See, there you go getting worked up again. Duan Dongwen raised an eyebrow, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I know you're not convinced, but swarm tactics will always be the strongest beast-taming strategy. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Duan Shiwu clenched his fists in defiance and turned to Lu Luochan. Sister Lu, you be the judge. My blade ant isn't inferior either. Its potential is star-tier 10th rank, and it's mastered several gold-level offensive skills. Ordinary blade ants can only awaken silver-level skills at most. Isn't mine the king of blade ants? What's so great about an ant queen? My blade ant will defeat it sooner or later. The brothers' voices rose and fell in turn, making Lu Luochan's head buzz with noise. However, she managed to extract quite a bit of useful information from their chaotic conversation. She raised her hand to signal for quiet and softly confirmed. Your ant queen and blade ant were both purchased from the mythical beast shop? Yes, the two brothers replied in unison. Duan Shiwu's expression froze as something occurred to him, and he asked in surprise, Sister Lu, did you also buy a beast cub from the mythical beast shop? That's right. Lu Luochan smiled with pursed lips. In fact, it had been her suggestion that convinced Minister Duan to send his grandchildren to the mythical beast shop to select their initial beasts. Looking at the brothers before her, she understood clearly. Since both had started with beasts cultivated by the shop owner, combined with Minister Duan's resources, their growth over the next few years would surely be smooth sailing. They might even become star-tier beast tamers in a short time, and perhaps reach Nethermoon tier within a few years. A few years. At this thought, her heart felt slightly bitter. She knew Minister Duan's time was running short, and her lifelong mentor had only a few years left. Just as her thoughts were churning, Duan Dongwen's excited voice pulled her back to reality. Sister Lu, what beast did you contract? Quickly let it out so we can see. All right. Lu Luochan nodded gently. Boom. Lightning crackled, and a dragon's roar rumbled low. The crimson thunder Jiao emerged from space in a writhing mass, stretching over 10 meters long. Its crimson scales gleamed with metallic luster under the lights, and thick dragon horns wreathed in purple lightning surveyed the entire scene from above. Both Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu's breathing stopped almost simultaneously. Compared to their still-growing ant queen and blade ant, the crimson thunder Jiao completely overwhelmed them in both strength and potential. This is a true king, isn't it? Duan Dongwen's eyes trembled with shock. With his extensive knowledge, he immediately caught the innate royal aura emanating from within the crimson thunder Jiao's frontier potential. Duan Shiwu was more direct, his voice unable to contain his excitement. Is this a top-tier dragon species? Sister Lu, you've finally contracted a real dragon. It's not a dragon species. Lu Luochan shook her head with a smile. It's a top-tier Jiao species. As her words fell, the brothers were completely speechless. They certainly knew that Jiao and true dragons had long since left Blue Star for the depths of space. But thinking that the Crimson Thunder Jiao came from the mythical beast shop, all their doubts were resolved. A shop owner who could cultivate an ordinary little ant into a swarm-type ant queen and an extremely sharp blade ant, while providing an overlord 10th-tier evolution path, could certainly handle even the most difficult Jiao species. After several moments of silence, Duan Shiwu shrugged and jerked his chin toward his brother. Forget it. Competing with you is Berengerie too weak. If we're going to compete, it should be against the Crimson Thunder Jiao. Your ant queen is still far from that level. Duan Dongwen's face was filled with pride as he said, You'd better break through to the transcendent level before me, or when my ant queen evolves again, she'll be able to breed and reproduce sword-cutting ants. He tilted his chin up slightly, his gaze lingering on Duan Shiwu for half a second, his tone full of provocation. When that happens, someone will definitely be embarrassed, but I won't say who. Damn it, you're ruthless. Duan Shiwu gritted his teeth fiercely, his brows almost twisting into a straight line. There's no way you'll break through to transcendent level faster than me. We'll see about that. As Duan Dongwen spoke, he turned to gaze at the massive ant queen nearby. The queen's black exoskeleton gleamed coldly under the lights, while a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. The next second, he unhesitatingly summoned his talent origin. That brilliant radiance surged out like a tide, directly merging into the ant queen's body. What are you doing? Duan Shiwu exclaimed, unable to hide the anxiety in his voice. Can't you tell? Duan Dongwen chuckled. I'm going to completely merge my talent origin with the ant queen. This way, the ant queen and I will share glory and loss together, achieving the highest compatibility. From now on, both my and the ant queen's growth speed will be dramatically enhanced. Duan Shiwu stared at him with a complicated expression, finally speaking after a long pause. Is it worth going this far just to beat me? By completely merging your talent origin, you won't be able to contract any other pets. If the ant queen falls, you'll no longer be a beast tamer. Duan Shiwu clearly understood the price of Duan Dongwen's actions. After all, this talent origin fusion had a typical example in the beast-taming world. Dragon tamers. Dragon species, backed by the dragon realm, maintained an equal relationship with beast tamers. Forming a beast contract required merging talent origins. Therefore, dragon tamers could usually only contract one dragon species, unless they were born with dual beast-taming talents to command two dragons. The drawbacks of this fusion were obvious. Once the pet died in battle, the beast tamer would essentially be crippled. But the benefits were equally significant. Both parties' growth speed would skyrocket, compatibility would reach its limit, and the physical attributes and mental power feedback from the pet would far exceed that of regular beast tamers. From Duan Shiwu's perspective, with the resources of a direct Duan family descendant, even following the most resource-intensive swarm strategy, there was absolutely no need for Duan Dongwen to go to such extremes. I'm different from grandfather. Duan Dongwen's expression suddenly became resolute, the gentleness in his eyes replaced by determination. If the ant queen dies in battle one day, so what if I can no longer be a beast tamer? As his words fell, even Lu Luochan beside them was shaken. She hadn't expected this seemingly slow boy to speak such words. Good, good, good. A hearty voice approached from the distance. Duan Xiang was strode over quickly, his face rosy, laughing heartily. Worthy of being my grandson. Lu Luochan hurriedly went forward, worriedly supporting him. Teacher, please slow down. Your health. What about my health? Duan Xiang was stretched his arms wide, as if shaking off years of gloom in one go. Thanks to Manager Lu's blessing, I've never been better. With loved ones gathered again and fate back in his own hands, Duan Xiang's face showed long-absent joy. Looking at the spirited elderly man, Lu Luochan stood frozen in place. After a moment, crystal tears welled up in her bright eyes and quietly rolled down. At this moment, her heart held only pure joy and relief. Teacher, you're finally all right. Prime Minister Duan watched Lu Luochan weeping tears of joy, yet couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ever since Lu Luochan resolutely left the dragon-controlling Lu family, she had severed all blood ties, making Prime Minister Duan her only remaining family in this world. Over the years, Prime Minister Duan's deteriorating health had been like a sharp thorn piercing Lu Luochan's heart. Day and night the fear of losing her only relative at any moment nearly suffocated her. But now, that thorn had finally been removed, and her shoulders felt truly light for the first time. Don't you have even the slightest doubt? For instance, that I might be deceiving you? Prime Minister Duan softened his voice, his aged face showing rare gentleness. No, you wouldn't. Lu Luochan wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, smiling through her tears. Since you say the shop owner intervened, it must be true. Your injuries were so severe, costing you nearly 300 years of lifespan. Probably only the shop owner could resolve such a condition. Prime Minister Duan stroked his beard with interest. Then guess how he did it? Lu Luochan pondered seriously. The shop owner sold a high-grade resource that happened to repair beast-taming spaces. She quickly calculated in her mind to repair a nearly shattered king-level beast-taming space would require at least purple crystal-grade spatial resources. Given Prime Minister Duan's more severe injuries, it would likely take several purple crystal-grade items, or even crimson star-grade ones. Even the entire Xia kingdom would struggle to provide such rare resources for a single king-level beast-tamer. Moreover, all the merit points Prime Minister Duan had accumulated over the years could only exchange for one purple crystal-grade item, yet he preferred to use those merits to protect his family rather than make the exchange. The answer remained elusive. Wrong. Prime Minister Duan laughed heartily. The shop owner had me contract a tree. As his words fell, the sky suddenly replete a massive beast-taming space materialized from the heavens. Though in its reduced form, it still blocked out the sun. Lu Luochan, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu could clearly see. Deep within the beast-taming space, a giant tree with emerald green trunk had taken root in the boundless earth. Its trunk was as thick as a mountain, its branches and leaves shimmering with lustrous light, growing and spreading at a visibly rapid pace. This is the space-anchoring giant tree. Prime Minister Duan gazed at the verdant expanse, his voice low and steady. It has completely stabilized my shattered beast-taming space. Given time, my beast-taming space will recover to its peak condition. King-level beast tamers naturally have 500 years of lifespan. Hee, I still have a full 300 years left, all thanks to the shop owner. Lu Luochan snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling as a long-absent smile bloomed on her face. She couldn't help but think of that young, handsome figure, and a faint blush appeared on her beautiful face as complex emotions surged in her heart: gratitude, excitement, and an unprecedented sense of security. Prime Minister Duan caught this subtle change and gently reminded her, by the way, I've invited shop owner Lu to serve as an instructor at Magic Capital University, and he's agreed. You'll be colleagues from now on. He didn't mention the full professor title to prevent premature leaks. Really? Lu Luochan's eyes lit up instantly. Her first thought, however, was to remind Lu Yu to bring the clothes she had changed out of when he started work. She felt too embarrassed to make another special trip to the mythical pet shop just to retrieve her clothes. The shop owner is going to be an instructor? Duan Dongwen exclaimed with delight. Then I want to be the shop owner's student. Me too. I'll definitely attend his classes. Duan Shiwu immediately responded. At this moment, no one cared about Lu Yu's true age of only 18, nor did anyone find it inappropriate for a college entrance exam failure to become an instructor at one of the 3 great beast-taming academies: Magic Capital Beast-Taming University. Everyone's attention was completely captivated by his strength. Inside the mythical pet shop, the lights glowed warm and peaceful. Lu Yu sat cross-legged, engaging in his first true meditation of his life, the fundamental technique beast-tamers use to enhance mental power and expand their beast-taming space. Since entering the ranks of beast-tamers, he had rapidly ascended to stellar level 10, successively contracting the stellar level 3 world-destroying demon dragon and the stellar level 2 purple flame emperor bird. Yet he had never taken the time to cultivate his mental power. Only now, on a sudden whim, did he attempt the most basic meditation technique. Following the method, he visualized his innate talent source within his consciousness to improve his compatibility with his talents and further unleash their power. The meditation scene quickly unfolded. In the boundless void, Lu Yu hovered at the center. Below his feet lay the dark hell, divided into demon prison and shadow prison, with black tides surging. Before him blazed the god-slaying heavenly fire, capable of incinerating stars, dancing fiercely. At his brow, an endless emerald green flowed like a clear spring, emanating the purest essence of life's divine source. In just moments, his understanding of his own talents reached a new level. 3 SS-level beast-taming talents. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Normal people could become beast-tamers by awakening just 1 talent, yet he had awakened 3 at once, each representing completely different attributes. 1. Dark Hell, Ultimate Darkness. 2. God-slaying Heavenly Fire, Supreme Flames. 3. Life Divine Source, Laws of Life. Currently, his use of these talents remained at the elementary level of drawing upon source power to nurture pets, accelerating the growth of his world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird, a tremendous waste compared to the potential of SS-level talents. Perhaps I could reference the Dragon Master approach. Lu Yu pondered, his eyes gradually brightening. Directly fuse the beast-taming talents with the pets. The thought flashed through his mind. Let the world-destroying demon dragon completely merge with Dark Hell, becoming the underworld king of Dark Hell. Or let the purple flame emperor bird wield the god-slaying heavenly fire, embarking on the path of god-slaying. Even bolder concepts collided in his mind, causing radiant light to steam in his eyes. Given the system's nature, he would surely awaken new SS-level beast-taming talents in the future, so contract slots weren't a concern. Even in the worst case, I could contract 3 supremely powerful pets for life. Lu Yu clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. The world-destroying demon dragon, purple flame emperor bird, plus the 3rd pet I'm about to contract invincibility in this world is already assured. The 3rd pet had already made plans. Upon breaking through to stellar level, his 3rd beast slot had automatically opened, and the simultaneously awakened 3rd SS level talent, Life Divine Source, perfectly matched plant type or life type pets. I now have 1200 points, enough to exchange for pet cubs with even greater potential than the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird. Lu Yu's eyes lit up completely. Roar. Screech. Within the beast-taming space, the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame imperial bird sensed Lu Yu's thoughts and immediately voiced their protests. The world-destroying demon dragon's roar was the most urgent, its massive body pacing back and forth within the space, dragon eyes filled with anxiety. Contracting a third pet beast was fine, but it absolutely couldn't be stronger than itself. It had finally managed to barely match the purple flame imperial bird's strength through arduous cultivation in seclusion. If Lu Yu were to tame an even more powerful creature, wouldn't its first place position instantly drop to second, or even third? At this thought, the world-destroying demon dragon felt utterly deflated, its dragon tail dragging listlessly across the ground. The purple flame imperial bird, however, spread its wings and cried out melodiously from the side, simply finding the world-destroying demon dragon's distress amusing, and decided to join in the commotion. Purple flames swept across its feathers, its golden eyes gleaming with mischief, though without any real hostility. Lu Yu, overwhelmed by the noise from both giant beasts, could only smile awkwardly and raise his hand in a gesture for pause. Don't worry, if all goes as planned, I'll contract a plant-type pet beast. It will take root in the beast-taming space, and with it stationed here, my cultivation speed will increase, and you won't have to worry about being stuck at bottlenecks. Isn't that a good thing? Roar roar. The world-destroying demon dragon paused, beginning to seriously consider the scenario Lu Yu had painted. It had been trapped by bottlenecks for some time now. If Lu Yu's realm consistently stayed ahead, both it and the purple flame imperial bird could benefit from their master's breakthroughs and continuously ascend. Even if their potential reached its limit, Lu Yu could find ways to help them undergo secondary evolution, or even transform into higher forms of life. At this thought, the world-destroying demon dragon's horns trembled slightly, the flame light in its eyes several times brighter than before. Screeched the purple flame imperial bird remained largely uninterested. For it, as long as it could continue devouring the god-slaying heavenly fire, it could steadily improve. Realm bottlenecks posed no real threat. Moreover, its competitive spirit wasn't nearly as strong as the world-destroying demon dragons. Seeing this, Lu Yu added further. Don't forget, plant-type pet beasts can also cultivate spirit fruits and spirit plants. When I eventually establish dozens, or even hundreds of acres of spirit fields in the beast-taming space, filled with rare plants, you'll never have to subsist on just source power and flesh again. Screech, roar roar. The purple flame imperial bird and world-destroying demon dragon exchanged glances, their expressions instantly captivated by the prospect of a spirit fruit feast. Lu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ever since contracting these two creatures, the world-destroying demon dragon had only tasted flesh when it killed the gale-flying dragon, and afterward had been cultivating solely on god-slaying heavenly fire and dark hell source power, just like the purple flame imperial bird. As for him, the beast tamer, he simply ordered takeout daily for convenience. If they could truly harvest a large quantity of precious spirit plants and enjoy fresh spirit fruits every day, not only would his two pet beasts benefit, but he himself was quite excited about the prospect. Consensus reached. Lu Yu rubbed his hands together enthusiastically. In that case, let's begin selecting the most suitable plant-type pet beast. Lu Yu was undoubtedly thrilled at the prospect of contracting a plant-type beast. Among all beast-taming systems, plant types were renowned for being root-bound, except for a few vine-type creatures. Most plant life forms couldn't move, and any forced relocation would inevitably cause irreparable tissue damage. Despite this obvious drawback, they remained highly sought after by powerful beast tamers. The reason was straightforward. Once plant-type beasts like the sky-suppressing giant tree or elemental spirit giant tree took root in a beast space, they would act like heavy anchors, stabilizing and organizing the spatial structure, bringing visible growth benefits and dramatically reducing the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks. Legend had it that many top-tier beast tamers who reached the overlord level would spend enormous sums to contract a plant-type beast even without life-type talent, all for that crucial final push. Lu Yu naturally had the same considerations. On the surface, a major realm breakthrough was merely a numerical 1, but in reality, it represented a tenfold difference in combat power. Even though he wasn't short on sky crystals, the realm barriers remained stubbornly persistent. Last time, advancing from Transcendent 10th Order to Stellar level had taken him a full 5 days. For his future assault on Abyssal Moon level, he estimated at least half a month of grinding. And if aiming for Solar level, over a month wouldn't be surprising. Such efficiency left him deeply dissatisfied. Coincidentally, his awakened 3rd SS level beast-taming talent, Divine Source of Life, was one of the most compatible talents with life-type and plant-type beasts. Contracting a powerful plant-type beast was undoubtedly the natural choice. A beast space stabilized by plants would be more solid and dominant than ordinary spaces of the same level. Once Lu Yu advanced to Monarch level and could externalize his beast space, the plant-type beast stationed within could easily shatter spaces lacking similar stabilization. With this in mind, Lu Yu directly accessed the system shop. A translucent screen appeared, displaying countless beast catalogs that flipped as his fingers swiped. His current 1,200 points were his entire budget and his bottom line for acquiring juvenile pets. Under this strict filtering, he finally identified 4 top-tier plant-type beasts, each priced at exactly 1,200 points. 1. Elven Mother Tree, 1,200 points. 2. Stellar Sacred Tree, 1,200 points. 3. War Giant Tree, 1,200 points. 4. Ancient Tree of Life, 1,200 points. System descriptions popped up one by one as Lu Yu's gaze swept across the screen, excitement nearly overflowing from his eyes. Any one of them was formidably powerful to a heart-stopping degree. If not for both contract slots and points being exhausted, he would have wanted all of them. What attracted him most was the Elven Mother Tree. Upon maturity, it could reach Holy Spirit Third Order, being the ancestral tree of the Elven race. As long as it was willing and sufficient resources were invested, it could mass-produce Elven populations. Thinking of the existing Elven race on Blue Star, Lu Yu's heart trembled. Hundreds of years ago, the ancient Elven kingdom established by the elves had once stood alongside the Xia kingdom as a top-tier power. After the Great Demon Invasion War, the ancient Elven kingdom gradually faded into obscurity. Legend claimed that all elves in the entire ancient Elven kingdom were born from a single ancestral divine tree. To this day, that ancestral divine tree had long vanished without a trace. Whether having left Blue Star or perished, no one knew. Perhaps the ancestral divine tree that created the ancient Elven kingdom on Blue Star was actually an Elven mother tree? Lu Yu couldn't help but wonder. If this speculation proved true, it would be a groundbreaking discovery that could shake the entire archaeological world. His mind rapidly painted a vivid picture. If he could contract with an Elven mother tree and nurture it with care, he might truly inherit the ancient Elven kingdom in the future, transforming the once glorious Elven territories into vassals of Blue Star's 7th nation. At this thought, his eyes suddenly blazed with excitement, his blood surging with passion. However, Lu Yu quickly suppressed this bold notion and continued browsing through other plant-type beast companion materials filtered by the system. Stellar Sacred Tree, capable of reaching the 3rd tier of Sacred Spirit during its growth phase. Once rooted on a planet, it not only promotes the planet's spiritual energy revival, but can also attract meteors, spatial fragments, and other extraterrestrial resources, continuously elevating the entire planet's status. Lu Yu briefly scanned the data and was still deeply shaken. Dual attributes of space and plant systems, with theoretical status even higher than the Void Ancient Tree. However, he immediately shook his head. The Stellar Sacred Tree's ideal growing environment wasn't a beast companion space, nor was it suitable for any small real myth needed to truly take root on an actual planet. Environmental limitations made it unsuitable as a first choice. Nevertheless, an inspiration flickered in his heart. Perhaps he could later exchange for another plant-type beast companion with inscription talent, engrave the Stellar Sacred Tree's evolution path onto it, and bury it within Blue Star. This way, when the Stellar Sacred Tree took root, Blue Star might truly welcome an opportunity for world ascension. Thinking of this, Lu Yu found the idea increasingly feasible, but for now, he still needed to determine the most compatible life contract for his own talents. Next, the materials turned to the War Giant Tree. This tree was unusually skilled in army spawning tactics, among plant-type beast companions capable of mass-producing war demon trees, growing rapidly through endless warfare and chaos. Lu Yu carefully compared. The Elven Mother Tree relies on Elven races to manage territories, while the War Giant Tree depends on war itself. However, the War Giant Tree's growth logic ran almost completely counter to his cherished philosophy of life and his SS-rank beast companion talent, Life Divine Source. Moreover, while army spawning tactics were powerful, they weren't what his heart desired, so he unhesitatingly marked it with a large X. The page scrolled to the final option, the Life Ancient Tree. From the name alone, he was certain its compatibility with Life Divine Source would be absolutely perfect, but he still patiently opened the detailed information. The Life Ancient Tree was a law-based life form born from the materialization of life laws themselves. Naturally mastering ultimate life manipulation, wherever it took root would be far from death, with all things flourishing with vitality. It could take root in any region, manage its own life kingdom, and possess the ability to nurture life and contract with dependents. As the information appeared line by line before his eyes, Lu Yu's gaze grew increasingly fervent. While the Elven Mother Tree was certainly excellent, and contracting with it might allow him to control the ancient Elven kingdom in the future, today's Elven kingdom had long since declined, suppressed by various nations and surrounded by external enemies. The demon realm constantly attempted to descend upon Blue Star again, seeking to corrupt all elves into dark night. Elves, the situation's peril was incomparable to past glory. Even if the ancient Elven kingdom were still at its peak, where contracting with the Elven Mother Tree would grant him control over a nation, he would still favor the Life Ancient Tree. After all, he was completely confident in his ability to establish his own, more stable 7th nation with potentially powerful partners like the world-destroying Demon Dragon and Purple Flame Emperor Bird. Moreover, The life ancient tree was a divine life born from life laws themselves, with impeccable compatibility with life divine source. He could list many reasons not to choose the elven mother tree, but couldn't find a single reason to refuse the life ancient tree. With his decision made, Lu Yu decisively placed his order. Life ancient tree, exchange. Ding. You have exchanged for beast companion hatchling. Life ancient tree. 1200 points deducted, remaining points, 0. The cold yet pleasant system notification sounded. The next second, a seed glowing with ethereal green radiance appeared in his beast companion space, with wisps of ultimate life essence flowing forth like a clear spring nourishing his spirit. Lu Yu gazed at the life ancient tree seed in his beast companion space, emanating the purest threads of life essence and glowing with incomparable emerald light, his breathing involuntarily becoming rapid. Ancient tree of life attributes. Type: life and plant systems. Level: first tier awakening. Potential: third tier sacred spirit. Talents: 1. Divinity, a divine life born from the laws of life itself, naturally possessing supreme compatibility with life laws. Can absorb life force for unlimited growth and evolution. 2. Life nurturing, the ancient tree of life holds dominion over creating life. By capturing a strand of life essence and consuming certain resources, it can nurture any life form with potential not exceeding its own. 3. Kinship, all life forms nurtured become the ancient tree's kin, revering it as their ancestral god and offering absolute loyalty and fervent faith. Skills: 1. Plant growth, crimson star level, any plant catalyzed by the ancient tree's life essence will grow robustly in perfect health. 2. Life domain, crimson star level, creates a domain saturated with life essence where all wounds heal and negative effects are removed. 3. Law decree, crimson star level, channels understanding of life laws into a decree that explosively enhances all aspects of power. 4. Ancient tree projection, crimson star level, projects itself beyond its territory in any form, with projections potentially matching the main body's full power depending on distance. 5. Star severing grass, crimson star level, can cultivate companion plants capable of cutting down sun, moon, and stars with a single blade. Status: healthy, uncontracted. This is incredibly powerful. Lu Yu's fingertips trembled as his gaze remained glued to the panel, his breathing unconsciously growing heavier. The brief description in the system shop had already stirred his heart, but seeing the complete attributes displayed left him truly understanding what shock meant. A simple divine life? Far from it. His murmur carried barely concealed excitement. To other beast tamers, the ancient tree of life was a divine wonder. To Lu Yu, it was more like an inexhaustible life factory, the purest, most complete support core. Theoretically, the ancient tree of life wasn't suited for direct combat, yet it nearly controlled the laws of life itself. It could absorb life essence from the world for unlimited growth and evolution. Through its nurturing dominion, it needed only to capture a strand of life essence and invest corresponding resources to create any life form with potential not exceeding its own. Most terrifyingly, all these newborn spirits would be bound by the kinship talent, revering the ancient tree as their ancestral god with absolute loyalty and even fanatical worship. In the beast-taming world, faith power was rarer than top-tier treasures. Demigod-level beings coveted it desperately, while demon gods from the demon realm used it as fuel, launching massive invasions of Blue Star and other realms to transform all planes into their demonic kingdoms. Now, Lu Yu held an ancient tree that could mass-produce believers. He understood all too well what this meant. He quickly envisioned the future. His beast space transformed into the ancient tree's divine kingdom, its main trunk supporting the sky, while countless races multiplied among its roots, each prayer gathering tremendous faith for the tree. Those nurtured races would be organized into divine legions, carrying positive energy and faithful radiance to conquer all heavens and realms. As a beast tamer, he would grow alongside the ancient tree. The tree's expansion of its divine kingdom would mirror Lu Yu's suppression and expansion of his beast space. The divine legion's military might would become his private army. Divinity, nurturing, kinship, three great talents complementing each other, paving an incomparably magnificent path to godhood. Lu Yu was utterly astonished, silently marveling at the divine nature of a being born from the laws of life. A divine entity, indeed. Its potential at the saint spirit level was merely superficial. Its true potential lay in ascending to godhood. All the abilities of the ancient tree of life were uniformly of the Scarlet Star grade, a hallmark of top-tier saint spirit potential. As Lu Yu carefully examined the skill list, he immediately identified the key feature: pure support specialization. The first skill, plant growth, was the quintessential resource ability. Powered by Scarlet Star grade energy, ordinary black iron and bronze tier spirit plants could sprout, root, and mature in mere moments. Silver and gold tier plants would take only a few seconds. Even platinum and diamond tier plants could cycle through harvests rapidly. Only amethyst and scarlet star tier spirit plants required the ancient tree of lives' focused effort to ensure survival while accelerating their growth. Lu Yu thought of Blue Planet's most famous scarlet star tier spirit plant, Zhugua, which contained pure flame energy. Its growth cycle spanned 500 years to sprout, 500 years to flower, 500 years to bear fruit, and another 500 years to mature, a total of 2,000 years. He estimated that, with the ancient tree of lives catalysis, the cycle could be reduced 100-fold, allowing Zhugua to mature in just 20 years. As for diamond tier spirit plants, they might reach full maturity in approximately 2 months. A single diamond tier spirit fruit was worth 10 times more than scarlet heart earth fire or purple abyssal ice, with a price exceeding 1 billion. Luya's heartbeat quickened. 2 months for a guaranteed billion? No, a single spirit plant would never yield just one fruit. Planting a diamond tier spirit plant could generate several billion in revenue within 2 months. He couldn't help but imagine a future where his beast space was brimming with precious resources, empowering the extinction demon dragon and the purple flame emperor bird endlessly. Even Lu Yu himself would benefit from the abundant energy at all times. The second Scarlet Star grade skill, Life Domain, was a domain-type ability akin to Dark Dragon Domain and Purple Flame Domain. However, it lacked offensive capabilities, focusing solely on extreme healing and purification. The third Scarlet Star grade skill, Law Command, provided unparalleled strength enhancement for allies and subordinates. Contracting the ancient tree of life was undoubtedly the right choice. Lu Yu took a deep breath. The offensive capabilities of the extinction demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird had already reached their peak. With the addition of life domain and law command, their limits would be shattered once more, elevating their combat power to unimaginable levels. The fourth Scarlet Star grade skill appeared relatively understated on the surface, but was equally critical. Tree projection allowed the ancient tree of life to create projections in any form, essentially functioning as a cloning ability. While the ancient tree itself was immobile, its projections could leave its territory, extending all support effects externally and eliminating any restrictions on mobility. The final Scarlet Star grade skill truly caught Lu Yu's attention: Star-Slaying Grass, a companion plant nurtured by the ancient tree of life. A single blade of grass could sever stars, moons, and suns, boasting terrifying offensive power while remaining absolutely loyal to the ancient tree. If star-slaying grass were cultivated on a large scale, the ancient tree of life, despite its support-oriented nature, would rival the combat prowess of the extinction demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird. As he gazed at the seed of the ancient tree of life, suspended in his beast space and radiating pure life energy, Lu Yu felt nothing but satisfaction and anticipation. Contracted immediately. Without hesitation, he extended his spiritual power and formed a contract with the seed. His SS grade talent, Life Divine Source, activated instantly, pouring the purest life energy into the seed without reservation. At the core of his beast space, above the still solidifying realm crystal nucleus, the seed gently descended, using the divine source energy as nourishment to sprout and grow. The emerald green sapling surged upward at an astonishing rate: 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, until it reached over 10 meters tall, its canopy sprawling like a vast sky. Only then did its growth slow slightly. Lu Yu finally noticed that the ancient tree of live's thick roots had tightly coiled around the realm crystal nucleus, greedily absorbing the world energy within. The bottleneck that had previously blocked his progress at awakening tier 10 dissolved in an instant. At this moment, the ancient tree of life seemed to be fully integrating with his beast space. After the ancient tree of life broke through to the transcendent level, each time it ascended another tier, its compatibility with the beast-taming space increased synchronously, until at the 10th tier of transcendent level, the tree and space had already merged seamlessly, becoming indistinguishable from each other. Lu Yu clearly sensed that this connection had become a complete fusion. The main body of the ancient tree of life could almost never separate from the beast-taming space again. This ultimate fusion brought ultimate rewards, and he was vaguely certain, perhaps within 7 days, his realm would leap directly from the 10th tier of stellar level to the abyssal moon level. I just broke through to the 10th tier of stellar level not long ago, and I'm about to advance again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh, his laughter filled with undisguised joy. Who would complain about breaking through realms too quickly? If not for the ancient tree of life's suppression and regulation, the continuous energy supply from the mystic radiance level resource realm crystal core, plus the enhancement from his own 3 SS level beast taming talents, it would probably take him several years to advance to the next major realm. If that were truly the case, he'd rather jump into a river. At this moment, the familiar system notification suddenly rang out. Your contracted beast, the ancient tree of life, has broken through to transcendent level and comprehended a crimson star level skill: 1000 Star Vine. 1000 Star Vine, crimson star level skill, can cultivate the symbiotic plant 1000 Star Vine, which contains the true essence of stars. A single vine can suppress the starry sky. Luyu was slightly stunned. After the ancient tree of life's advancement, it had actually awakened another symbiotic skill of the same type as star-severing grass thousand-star vine. If star-severing grass excelled at cutting and powerful attacks, then thousand-star vine was more focused on binding and suppression. With star-severing grass and thousand-star vine complementing each other, combined with the enhancement of law command and life domain, how terrifyingly powerful might these two symbiotic plants become? He unconsciously glanced at the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, silently feeling sorry for the dragon. The ancient tree of life, exchanged for 1,200 points, was more formidable than the world-destroying demon dragon that only cost 600 points, starting with 5 Crimson Star level skills, covering support, damage output, and resource supply. I declare that the ancient tree of life is the most perfect beast. Lu Yu's tone was solemn and certain. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon was almost about to cry. How could it be so miserable? Fortunately, the ancient tree of life was currently only at transcendent level, still some distance from stellar level. Roar, roar. It roared in its heart, secretly swearing. Before the ancient tree of life caught up, it must become stronger and show the ancient tree of life who was the most powerful and trustworthy contracted beast under Lu Yu's command. At this moment, a clear and gentle voice suddenly entered Lu Yu's mind. Master. He looked up and saw that above the lush canopy of the ancient tree of life, shimmering emerald light gathered into a cluster, finally condensing into a girl dressed in a jade-green gown. The girl appeared to be about 16 years old, with cascading jade-green hair, light green eyes containing endless vitality. Her exposed forearms and calves were as white as jade. Her crystal-clear bare feet lightly stepped on branches and leaves, her lips slightly pursed with a gentle smile that naturally carried an intoxicating attraction. Lu Yu instantly understood that this was the projection, or rather, avatar condensed by the ancient tree of life. Unlike the main body, as the projection or avatar of the ancient tree of life, the girl would not be restricted by the beast-taming space. She not only possessed all the abilities of the ancient tree of life, but could also freely travel between the beast-taming space and the outside world. Are you the ancient tree of life? Lu Yu asked with a gentle smile, clearly sensing the intimate, blood bond-like aura emanating from the girl, the close connection brought by their beast-taming contract. Yes, I am. The girl revealed a sweet smile, her voice soft and melodious. Master, you can call me Yu. This is the name I received when I was born from the laws of life. And you? Lu Yu whispered the name softly. As his words fell, a completely different bond from their beast-taming contract suddenly formed between him and the girl. Almost simultaneously, a wisp of lustrous white essence appeared in Yu's palm. She smiled at Lu Yu again. Master, and Yu is my true name. I'll keep this essence for no. If you ever face danger in the future, I can use it to resurrect you. Resurrect? Lu Yu was stunned. True name. He recalled scattered theological knowledge from his high school textbooks. All divine beings across the realms possessed true names. Calling upon a true name could establish a connection with the divine. If one invoked the true name of a demon god or evil deity, they might even sacrifice their soul in exchange for a change of fate. He hadn't expected that in Yu, the ancient tree of life with only Holy Spirit Tier 3 potential, would already possess a true name. Even the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird wouldn't receive true names until their potential reached demigod level, or even true divine level. Precisely because of the special nature of true names, Lu Yu had never named the world-destroying demon dragon or purple flame emperor bird. Once their potential broke through to demigod level, the worlds would naturally bestow them with proper names. At this moment, he instantly understood. The ancient tree of life's growth path was identical to that of the gods. Without a true name, it couldn't anchor its own existence, much less ascend to godhood through faith. You can actually resurrect me? Lu Yu looked at Yu in shock. Resurrecting ordinary beings he could understand, but resurrecting a beast tamer who had contracted with her was truly unbelievable. Yes. And Yu pursed her lips gently and explained. It's just that I can't touch Master's 3 SS level beast taming talents for now. If resurrected, Master might become an ordinary person, but Yu will never abandon Master. As she spoke, a trace of guilt flashed through her clear eyes, feeling remorseful about her abilities not being fully developed yet. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. If resurrection couldn't preserve those 3 major talents, this ability indeed had limited use, though it did add another layer of insurance for himself. Looking around, he saw that the beast-taming space before him had been completely transformed. Magnificent life source energy flowed through the air, and the ancient tree of life at the center had grown to 100 meters tall with lush branches and leaves. Thinking of this, his mood couldn't help but improve greatly. I'm going to rest now. And you, familiarize yourself with your current power first. Tomorrow I'll prepare spiritual plant seeds for you, along with life sequence essences from various races. I'll be counting on you then. He spoke gently. Mum, and you nodded, looking somewhat shy. Master, my current form is an avatar that shares senses and equal status with my main body. I'd like to keep my main body in the beast-taming space while my avatar stays in the outside world permanently. Is that okay? Of course it is. Lu Yu chuckled. You've already merged with the beast-taming space, so your access privileges should be nearly the same as mine. You should be able to come and go freely. His tone was relaxed, as if chatting with a friend. In fact, not only in you, but also his major pets like the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird all had free access privileges. For Lu Yu, watching the shadows of his various beast companions flickering in and out of his internal space had long become routine. I was afraid you wouldn't approve. And you twisted her hands together, like a startled deer in the forest, nervous yet expectant. After receiving permission, her eyes immediately lit up as she replied cheerfully. Hee hee, then I'm going out now. Mythical Pet Shop. Deep into the night, only amber lights kept watch in the shop. Lu Yu flattened the two-seater sofa to use as a makeshift bed and pulled a thin blanket over himself. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a warm, soft presence in his arms. Lu Yu froze. And Yu in her maiden form had already slipped under the covers, wrapping her arms around his waist, her body slightly curled, looking completely content. Master, her cheeks flushed red, her voice barely a whisper. Before you contracted me, I slept in seed form for tens of millions of years. I won't move around, and I won't disturb you. Please, don't make me leave, okay? In her pale green eyes, loneliness and fear of darkness intertwined. Lu Yu's heart softened as he gently promised, don't worry, I won't make you leave. You'll never be lonely again. She nodded vigorously, holding him even tighter, as if trying to make up for all the security she had missed over the years. The first ray of morning light crept through the glass door cracks. Lu Yu struggled to peel Yu off himself like removing an octopus, placing her at the edge of the sofa while he gasped for air, his chest heaving dramatically. What happened to not moving around? I nearly suffocated to death. He rubbed his aching shoulders helplessly. And Yu sat obediently in the corner of the sofa with her legs together, stealing glances at him while sticking out her tongue playfully. Master, I hugged you tighter unconsciously. Sorry. Lu Yu stared at her face, unable to feel truly angry. This girl before him was actually an avatar of the ancient tree of life, inheriting all of the tree's abilities. Beneath her petite appearance lay pure power capable of supporting a 100-meter giant tree even without any attack skills. Her physical strength alone could suppress fierce beasts of the same level. Seeing his silence, and you panicked. She ran barefoot across the wooden floor to the bathroom, skillfully turning on the faucet and arranging the mouthwash cup, towel, and razor neatly, even squeezing toothpaste onto the tip of his toothbrush. Master, please don't be angry anymore. I'll definitely be more careful next time. Go wash up first, okay? Her tone was cautious. All right, I'm not angry anymore. Lu Yu sighed, but couldn't help wondering to himself. Had he contracted a plant-type beast or adopted a daughter? With Yu's arrival, the entire mythical beast shop was quietly infused with vibrant life force. Lu Yu spent considerable time piecing together the origins of this ancient tree of life, and you had been born tens of millions of years ago. Back then, it was merely a seed, spending countless eons in boundless silence. Though appearing dormant on the surface, it continuously absorbed inherited memories, vast tapestries depicting the birth and death of all spirits, drawn from the laws of life itself. Such inheritance wasn't unique to Yu. The world-destroying demon dragon carried the memories of its ancestral clan, while the purple flame emperor bird inherited knowledge from celestial will and eons of purple flame experiences. However, in terms of foundation, Yu's inheritance was of a higher order. The evolutionary path of the ancient tree of life was virtually inscribed within the depths of natural law. Nurture followers, gather faith, and one day transform into a divine tree of life, taking root in a divine realm where all spirits would come to worship. Within the beast-taming space, silver radiance shimmered. Beneath Yu's canopy, clusters of silver grass sprouted from the ground. Plant growth energy surged, and in the blink of an eye, the star-severing grass reached transcendent 10th tier, matching the ancient tree of life's realm. These star-severing grass possess red star-grade potential, with prospects even higher than mine. They can reach sacred spirit 10th tier. Yu's voice was like a gentle breeze through leaves, yet carried unmistakable confidence. The star-severing grass's abilities weren't flashy, possessing only one red star-grade skill star severance. And you could cultivate up to 100 stalks, though their level could never exceed that of the main body. At this moment, the first batch of 10 star-severing grass had taken shape, their blades sharp as swords. Even with his eyes closed, Lu Yu could imagine the torrent of sword energy that would sweep across the starry sky when all 100 simultaneously unleashed star severance. Who said the ancient tree of life lacked combat power? Its symbiotic plants alone could devastate everything in their path. Add the power of law decrees, and even the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird wouldn't dare claim certain victory. However, the star-severing grass wasn't everything. Around in you, another tide of deep purple energy was surging. Vines burst forth from the void, their color as profound as the night sky, dotted with starlight. Thousand star vines, another type of symbiotic plant of the ancient tree of life. The moment they took form, the entire beast-taming space seemed bound by heavy chains. The air grew thick, and heaven and earth groaned under pressure. A full 10 vines, all at transcendent 10th tier, coiled around and use root system like guardians and barriers alike. The thousand-star vines also possessed red star-grade potential, expandable to 100 stalks, each with an innate red star-grade skill star suppression, specializing in restraining and binding any target. Lu Yu could foresee that within and Yu's domain, likely no creature could escape unscathed. Master, and Yu spoke softly. In my inherited memories, I carry the life essence of many precious spiritual plants. To recreate them, I would need to consume my own life force. With my current cultivation level, I can at most nurture platinum-grade spiritual plant seeds in a short time. If I were to nurture diamond-grade, amethyst-grade, or even crimson star-grade seeds, it would require much longer. It's fine. Lu Yu gently ruffled her soft hair, his tone relaxed. You're only at the transcendent level, technically still in your juvenile stage. Forcibly nurturing life at this phase isn't good for you. True life cultivation should wait until after the sovereign level. As for spiritual plant seeds, I can buy platinum and diamond grades any time. No need for you to waste your life force. That's far more precious than money. He silently calculated with and used current strength. The life force needed to nurture a single platinum-grade spiritual plant seed would be enough to mature several plants of the same grade directly. Since money could solve this, there was no need to burn through her foundation. His account still held 31 million, plus a piece of purple mystic extreme ice, listed on the exotic ice rankings, worth over 10 million. Buying a few premium spiritual plant seeds would be effortless. With no customers in the shop today, he decided against sending Luo Tianyan on errands and chose to personally take you out for a stroll, solving the seed matter along the way. The girl beamed at him sweetly. That smile, so pure yet fragile, made Lu Yu's heart tighten. He couldn't imagine the taste of 10 million years of silence, only knowing that his beast companion desperately needed his presence now. Magic Capital's first resource emporium. Lu Yu stepped into this massive commercial complex for the first time. Beneath the towering crystal dome, shelves arranged like a maze displayed various resources emanating warm or blazing spiritual light that dazzled the eyes. Beast tamers streamed endlessly through the aisles. With his stellar-level cultivation, he hardly stood out here. Several solar-level beast tamers passed by with their majestic companions, and some wealthy second-generation beast tamers casually purchased entire batches of rare materials with a wave of their hands. Only Magic Capital's premier emporium could showcase this city's luxurious foundation so thoroughly. By comparison, entertainment and dining truly cost very little. In the crowd, a fleeting trace of sovereign-level aura made Lu Yu's spirit tremble slightly. Truly worthy of Magic Capital, a place where dragons and tigers hide. Though he'd grown up here, he'd left the Lu family early, living modestly on his parents' savings while studying. After opening his beast shop, he'd become even more reclusive, immersed in nurturing beasts and improving his taming skills. Only today, stepping into this place, did he truly feel this metropolis's profound depths. Master, there are so many people here. And you followed closely behind him, speaking timidly. Remember to stay close, don't get lost. Lu Yu turned back with a smile. She nodded, her small hand reaching out to gently grasp his pinky finger. This way I won't get lost. He could sense her fear of unfamiliar environments, especially her dread of solitude. After all, she'd slumbered in seed form for endless ages. It was just holding hands. He was naturally happy to indulge her. Having formed a contract, he could only pamper her. The spiritual plant specialty store. Lu Yu spotted a spiritual plant shop with shelves neatly arranged with budding spiritual plant seedlings. Though most of the inventory consisted of seeds, primarily fruit pits left over after cultivators consumed spiritual fruits. The seeds cost only 1,000th the price of mature spiritual fruits, making them remarkably affordable. Lu Yu even noticed several diamond-grade spiritual plant seeds among the selection. In contrast, the seedlings were priced much higher, nearly equivalent to resources of the same tier. The reason was simple. Seedlings had already survived and would eventually bear fruit as long as they weren't mishandled, with only yield varying. Seeds, however, had extremely low survival rates, requiring buyers to assume enormous risks, which naturally kept prices down. The world-destroying demon dragon belonged to the dark and dragon elements, while the purple flame emperor bird was fire and elemental type. With this in mind, Lu Yu decided to purchase spiritual plant seeds matching these attributes. As for survival rates, with the ancient tree of life overseeing things, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Even if that failed, he had awakened the life divine source himself. If he could potentially resurrect the dead, germinating seeds would be trivial. Boss, I need to buy 1,000 seeds each of extreme dark grass, shadow spirit fruit, crimson flame flower, and white fire flower, Lu Yu said. Also, give me 100 seeds each of hell tree and purgatory tree. The shop owner was a middle-aged man with a small mustache. Upon hearing Lu Yu's order, his beady eyes immediately narrowed to slits as he repeatedly said, "Dear customer, please wait a moment." He was overjoyed. All 6 spiritual plants Lu Yu had named were platinum grade. Even though seeds were worth only 1,000th of mature resources, the total would be 4,200 seeds, equivalent to 4.2 platinum grade resources. Half an hour later, the mustachioed owner had finally gathered all the seeds, placing them in an exquisite spatial container before presenting it to Lu Yu with bows and scrapes. Customer, the total is 32.1 million. I'll round it down for you a special price of 32 million. I'm an instructor at Magic Capital University, so I get a 30% discount, right? Lu Yu said casually. That's correct. The owner nodded repeatedly. However, you'll need to present identification for our merchant system to verify the discount rate. The Merchant Association covers the discount loss. No problem. Lu Yu handed over his ID card. The card slid through the terminal interface, and the next second, the mustachioed man's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. How? How is this possible? 50% off? Lu Yu was also slightly surprised. Instructors should get 30% off, associate professors 40%, and only full professors 50%. Then he realized Duan Xianghua had promised him temporary instructor status with full professor benefits, and it seemed this had already been implemented. The owner wiped cold sweat from his forehead, returning the ID card with both hands. Your discount is 50%, with a limit of 1 billion. You can enjoy 50% off on purchases up to 1 billion. After discount, these seeds cost 16 million. I'll pay by card. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. After completing the payment, he too enjoyed the thrill of lavish spending. Having secured all 4,200 seeds, he was about to leave when he noticed Enyu gently tugging at his sleeve, seemingly reluctant to go far. Immediately after, Enyu's voice resonated in his mind. Master, I sense a purple crystal-grade spiritual plant seed. Enyu walked into the shop and began selecting seeds. The shelves displayed various crystalline seeds in brilliant colors, yet she walked straight to the most inconspicuous corner, bent down to brush away the dust, and picked out 5 withered, grayish seeds, cradling them in her palm like precious gems. Then, mimicking Lu Yu's earlier tone, she looked up sweetly and asked, "Boss, how much for these 5 seeds?" The mustachioed shopkeeper turned around at her voice, and upon seeing those wrinkled seeds, couldn't help but pause in surprise. "Miss, these seeds have completely withered and will never sprout. Are you sure you want to buy them?" "Absolutely." Enyu nodded solemnly, holding them even tighter in her arms. Remembering that he had given Lu Yu a 50% discount, and suspecting the two were of extraordinary status, the boss dismissed any thoughts of overcharging. After pondering for a moment, he sighed. These are seeds from purple crystal-grade spatial spirit plants deep space fruit trees. Unfortunately, they're completely withered, and I was planning to throw them away anyway. He simply waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'll just give them to you. Yay. Thank you, Uncle Mustache. And you smiled sweetly. They're just a few seeds. As long as you two visit regularly, I'll be more than grateful, the shopkeeper said with a hearty laugh, scratching his head. We definitely will, Lu Yu replied, though his gaze was firmly fixed on the 5 purple crystal-grade seeds in Enyu's palm, feeling a surge of excitement. Spatial spirit plants like deep space fruit trees could produce purple crystal-grade deep space fruits, and when planted in a beast-taming space, they could suppress the space and absorb spatial energy, just like plant-type companion beasts. 5 purple crystal-grade seeds were worth as much as a diamond-grade resource. What an incredible windfall. As for the survival rate, since Enyu insisted on taking them, she obviously had confidence in their success. After leaving the spirit plant specialty store, Lu Yu immediately placed all the purchased seeds into his beast-taming space, leaving the life-ancient tree to manage their distribution. Instantly, the dark brown soil loosened automatically, and a pale blue sky with drifting clouds appeared overhead. The beast-taming space, having merged with the domain crystal core, now possessed the preliminary features of a real domain: sky, earth, and climate. Waves of life source energy fell like gentle rain, and the seedlings of extreme dark grass, shadow spirit fruit, crimson flame flowers, and white fire flowers quickly sprouted tender green tips, bursting with vitality. Even the hell tree and purgatory tree seeds, which could hardly survive in ordinary beast-taming spaces, began to crack and sprout under the black and red radiance. These were diamond-grade spirit plants, and despite his wealth, Lu Yu could only afford 100 seeds of each type. The life-ancient tree was currently only at the 10th tier of transcendent level, and nurturing so many spirit plants was already near its limit. Any more would slow its own growth. Lu Yu understood this and refrained from purchasing additional seeds. The most striking feature of the entire space was the 5 independent flower beds in the center, where 5 deep space fruit tree saplings stood like delicate silver threads, drawing wisps of spatial energy from the void. Their branches and leaves could be seen subtly twisting and then stretching out, their growth visible to the naked eye. With the life ancient tree's cultivation efficiency, it wouldn't be long before the first harvest. At this thought, Lu Yu could barely contain his anticipation. Once the deep space fruits matured, he would not only have a stable source of income, but most importantly, he wouldn't have to worry about resources for cultivating the world-destroying demon dragon and the purple flame imperial bird. After resolving the seed issue, Lu Yu took Yu to eat at a nearby commercial street, a rare occasion when they didn't order takeout. In the afternoon, they leisurely strolled back to the mythical beast pet shop. The moment Lu Yu stepped through the door, he extended a thread of consciousness into his beast-taming space. The world-destroying demon dragon was spreading its wings wide, engaged in an intense back-and-forth battle with the purple flame emperor bird in the spacious spiritual energy battlefield. Claws and fiery feathers intertwined as they fought with great enthusiasm. The purple flame emperor bird had initially shown little interest, but the world-destroying demon dragon's persistent coaxing left it no choice but to serve as a sparring partner. Over time, it too became fired up with fighting spirit, its battle roars causing the spiritual energy to churn and roll. On the other side, the ancient tree of life stood quietly rooted, its branches and leaves spread wide as pale green radiance seeped into the soil, nurturing newborn spiritual plants. The star-severing grass displayed its sharp edges, its leaf surfaces gleaming like cold stars, while the thousand-star vine's thick tendrils bore faint stellar patterns on their surface, radiating a sense of tremendous power. The entire beast-taming space was brimming with vitality. Sensing all of this, Lu Yu felt content. He returned to the bar counter and picked up his hot tea to pass the time. He had barely finished half a cup when Yu gently pursed her lips and lifted the teapot to refill his cup to 70% full. The tea's fragrance wafted upward, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, the wind chimes at the entrance tinkled softly. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Customer? He glanced at his phone and saw no referral information, causing his eyes to light up immediately. A rare walk-in customer. Though he had long stopped expecting random passers-by to push through his door, the more customers the better. Qin Xuanjia stepped into the shop and looked around. The shelves were old and the decorations ordinary, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Then he looked toward Lu Yu, who was approaching him, and spoke directly. Are you the manager of this pet beast shop? He had made up his mind. Since he was already here, he might as well take a good look around. If this place didn't work out, he could always try another shop. Surely he'd find a suitable young beast somewhere. Qin Xuanjia was 28 years old and had been struggling in society for 9 years. He had long ago given up his dream of becoming a beast tamer, but just a few days ago, he had suddenly awakened his talent, instantly reigniting the passion that had lain dormant for so long. In this era, who wouldn't want to become a beast tamer? Even those at the awakening level found it easier to get jobs than ordinary people. Advancing to the extraordinary level made climbing corporate ladders effortless, and reaching the stellar level opened green lights everywhere, whether in government service or entrepreneurship. Many important positions even explicitly required candidates to be beast tamers. After 9 years of running around and hitting walls, Qin Xuanjia had finally managed to save up over $1,000,000 and bought a small apartment in his hometown with a mortgage, leaving him with very little cash on hand. But he had already made his resolution. If he encountered a pet beast that caught his fancy, he would sell his house without hesitation. That's me. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. What can I help you with, sir? Qin Xuanjia took a deep breath, suppressing his nervousness. I've awakened a clever beast-taming talent called Spirit Wood. I want to contract a plant-type or life-type pet beast cub. Do you have any? Plant-type and life-type beasts were both rare, so he couldn't help but feel uncertain. After the spiritual energy revival, most plants in nature had taken one of two paths, either becoming spiritual plants with weak consciousness that people harvested as resources, or the rare few that evolved into true plant life forms, whose rarity was second only to elemental beings. Of course we do. Lu Yu smiled slightly and reached into his storage space to retrieve a palm-sized transparent container. You really have one. Surprise flashed in Qin Xuanjia's eyes as he quickly leaned forward to examine it. But the next second his expression turned strange. He frowned and asked, Are you sure this is a plant-type pet beast? Absolutely genuine, Lu Yu replied calmly. Bullshit. Qin Xuanjia burst out cursing. Do you really think I'm that ignorant? This was clearly just an ordinary willow sapling, yet I couldn't sense even a trace of life from it. Qin Xuanjia frowned, extending his fingertip energy toward the half-meter-tall tender green willow sapling, but still found nothing. His voice was full of disdain. You call this a plant-type beast? I told you, it's genuine. Lu Yu behind the counter looked up, his tone calm but unquestionable. This willow sapling has awakened a special growth-type talent blood refinement. It can refine the blood of different creatures, extract genes, and ultimately follow the most perfect evolutionary path. If this doesn't qualify as a plant-type beast, then no plant in the world would. Special growth talent? Qin Xuanjia scoffed. I've never heard of beasts awakening talents. Do you think I know nothing about beast taming? Lu Yu looked at him, too lazy to argue. The customers he usually served were students, professors, and even the principal from the magic capital beast-taming university. This was his first encounter with someone as ignorant yet arrogant as Qin Shuanjia. This willow sapling costs 3 million. Lu Yu patted the transparent container holding the sapling. If you want to buy it, pay by card. If not, please don't cause trouble. Thank you. 3 million. Qin Shuanjia's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he slammed the table and roared, "Scam shop. Pure scam shop. I'm going to report you to the Beast Tamer Association." Go ahead, Lu Yu replied flatly. But since you've decided this is a scam shop, aren't you worried about not being able to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly became scorching hot. The world-destroying demon dragon leaped out from the beast's space, purple flames flickering between its scale gaps. Its 3-story-tall body blocked out all the light, and a mere flutter of its wings stirred up rolling heat waves. It looked down at Qin Shuanjia, its vertical pupils dark and profound, demonic aura almost materializing. Qin Shuanjia's face instantly turned deathly pale, his lips trembling speechlessly as he stumbled and fled without daring to look back. Roar, the world-destroying demon dragon let out a low, cold snort that made the glass tremble. If Lu Yu hadn't instructed it beforehand, it would have loved to crush this guy to powder. All right, go back. Lu Yu reached out to stroke the softest scales on the dragon's belly. The massive beast retracted its purple flames, transformed into a dark shadow, and disappeared into a crack in the air, returning to the beast's space. The shop became quiet again. Only then did Lu Yu look at the beast container on the table, his brow slightly furrowed. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Thinking to himself that plant-type beast cubs were indeed difficult to sell, hoped it wouldn't really end up rotting in his hands. Plant-type beast companions are incredibly rare to begin with. Lu Yu leaned against the counter, quietly reflecting on his experience. Beast tamers who awaken dual talents in both life and plant systems are even rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Those who awaken life-type abilities usually pivot directly to support roles, while plant-type tamers, their numbers are pitifully small. Lu Yu shook his head inwardly. Plant-type beast companions can barely move on their own, and any tamer hoping to conquer the world with a few plants would need to advance to king level first, allowing their beast space to manifest externally. This barrier alone is enough to deter most people. Add to that the fact that summoning plant-type companions destroys the terrain each time, and even those with plant-type talent prefer to contract mobile vine-type beasts instead. Thinking about this made him even more convinced that the willow sapling he'd obtained through his blood refinement talent would likely end up gathering dust. The system only gives me 1 week. Lu Yu sighed softly, calculating in his mind. If no one makes an offer in the next few days, he'd have to ask Principal Duan or Luo Tanyan for guidance. Worst case scenario, he could sell it to other clients they certainly wouldn't refuse, especially Duan Xianghua. If he contracted another blood refinement willow, it would not only accelerate his beast space's recovery, but the plant-type limitations wouldn't matter at all to someone at king level. External plant manifestation, striking wherever he points. Not to mention Duan Xianghua already possesses a rank battle heart talent, giving him an extremely broad contracting range. But if he could avoid selling to acquaintances, he preferred not to. All the beast cubs he sold possessed top-tier potential. Why should he lower himself to ask for favors? As long as a customer earned his approval, there'd be no need to resort to such measures. Still feeling somewhat frustrated, he simply took out the willow sapling, placed it in an elegant ceramic pot, and added a few drops of dragon blood left behind by the gale-flying dragon. The crimson liquid seeped into the soil, and the willow branches immediately stirred restlessly. The blood refinement talent activated as the tiny roots greedily absorbed the blood, visible breezes appearing among the leaves and branches, even emanating a faint dragon's aura. Lu Yu gazed at the potted plant with a cold smile. Only 3 million. How is that different from giving it away for free? A life-changing opportunity right in front of them, but unfortunately no one recognizes its value. The Beast Tamer Association's main hall was brightly lit. Qin Shuanjia took a deep breath, recalling his embarrassing scramble to escape from the mythical beast pet shop, his cheeks burning red as his anger intensified. He strode quickly to the front desk and said through gritted teeth, "I want to file a formal complaint." The receptionist looked puzzled. Against whom? A pet shop in the magic capital. I suspect it's a black market operation. Their prices are severely inflated, and they treat customers roughly. Qin Shuanjia slammed the desk, his voice trembling. Understood. The receptionist nodded, pulling out a form and handing it to him. Formal complaints require filling out this form first. If you want results quickly, you can wait for news in the client lounge. Qin Shuanjia looked down and accepted the form. Faced with the receptionist's indifference, he didn't dare voice a single complaint at the Magic Capital Beast Tamer Association. Even a front desk clerk was a transcendent-level beast tamer, far beyond someone he could afford to provoke. After filling out the form, Qin Shuanjia attached his identification documents and waited in the reception hall, drinking several cups of tea. Time passed minute by minute until a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a round belly approached, breaking the dull atmosphere. The visitor was none other than Luo Yin, the supervisor of the Magic City Beast-Tamer Association. Citizen, are you the one who wants to file a formal complaint against the Mythical Pet Beast shop? Luo Yin asked with a smile. That's right. Qin Xuanjie jumped to his feet, saying indignantly, I'm the one filing the complaint. Please deal with that pet beast shop immediately, and don't let such a low-quality establishment continue polluting the market. Low quality? Polluting? Luo Yan's previously smiling eyes instantly narrowed, his voice slowing down. Citizen, do you know that Principal Duan from Magic City Beast Taming University came to our association yesterday specifically to instruct us that this mythical pet beast shop is the highest quality pet beast shop in all of Magic City, and we must give it full support? Although you're filing a formal complaint, it's hard to find it convincing. What? Principal Duan? Qin Xuanjie was stunned. The name Duan Xianghua was like a pillar of strength in Magic City. His Adam's apple bobbed as his heart turned cold. Luo Yin continued. Of course, if you insist, I'll submit the materials. However, our Magic City branch cannot handle your complaint. It must be decided by headquarters. As these words fell, Qin Xuanjie's face turned completely pale. Only now did he realize that the seemingly rundown pet beast shop was so powerful that even the Beast Tamer Association branch didn't dare touch it lightly. Forget about him as an ordinary person, even the association supervisor had to pass the decision to headquarters. Never mind. Never mind. Qin Xuanjie waved his hands frantically. Maybe I got it wrong. I've decided to withdraw this complaint. Is that possible? Of course. Luo Yin put his smile back on. I just felt there might be a misunderstanding, so I explained it to you. If you confirm later that it's not a misunderstanding, you're welcome to file another complaint anytime. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Qin Xuanjie nodded in terror, quickly retrieved his complaint documents, and bowed deeply. Sorry for the disturbance. Watching Qin Xuanjie leave, Luo Yin finally breathed a secret sigh of relief. Yesterday's instructions from Duan Xianghua were still ringing in his ears, and today there was already a formal complaint he was caught in the middle as supervisor. Fortunately, Qin Xuanjie was sensible. Thinking about this, Luo Yin pondered thoughtfully. A pet beast shop that Principal Duan praised so highly might truly harbor top-tier cubs. Son, who had just awakened his beast-taming talent, could go take a look. Walking out of the association building, Qin Xuanjie stumbled, sweat beading on his forehead. As a small-time person, he finally understood the terrifying background behind the mythical pet beast shop. That shop owner seemed to have no reason to deceive him. With Duan Xianghua's character, how could he give special attention to a shop that only cheated and swindled? Special growth-type talent. Qin Xuanjie focused all his thoughts on that willow sapling and immediately went online to research. He quickly discovered that only authoritative research websites had relevant papers, and they required payment. Gritting his teeth and paying 2,000 yuan was instantly deducted. The description in the paper made him increasingly shocked. Special growth-type talents could only be awakened by extremely few pet beasts, and once they didn't perish, they had great hope of advancing to king level or even overlord level in the future. Such a heaven-defying cub, and its plant type, yet it only costs 3 million? Qin Xuanjie's chest heaved violently, and he immediately made up his mind. No matter what price he had to pay, he would buy that willow sapling. Selling the house back home would at most raise 1 million. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I'll have to get a bank loan. Using real estate as collateral, plus my own clever beast-taming talent, I can definitely borrow 3 million in funds enough to purchase that willow sapling. Mythical Pet Shop. Lu Yu lounged lazily in the sofa, gazing out through the shop's large floor-to-ceiling windows with utter boredom. Beside the glass wall, a blood-refining willow sapling stood quietly in the center of the display shelf, its thin branches oozing dark red sap that made his heart sink just looking at it. To sell this willow tree, he had forced himself to receive several waves of customers over the past 2 days only, to have them all flee in terror. The outrageous price tag of 3 million per tree, paired with the advertising slogan, special growth-type talent, looked like a scam shop no matter how you viewed it, sending customers running for the hills. Lu Yu felt no regret about this. People who found even the willow sapling repulsive wouldn't pay for other pet cubs either, even if he displayed them. It would only result in more unsold inventory gathering dust on the shelves, leading to even greater losses. But with the 1-week assessment period nearly over and not a single point earned, this was what truly gave him a headache. Not one pet cub had been sold, and the blood-refining willow stubbornly occupied its spot without moving. If it remained unsold, the losses would amount to millions. At this thought, Lu Yu irritably rubbed his temples. He suddenly raised an eyebrow. Beyond the transparent glass, a young girl slowly crouched down. She wore a light-colored floral dress, her slender shoulders draped with long black hair that gently swept across her knees. Her expression was focused, her bangs trembling slightly with each breath, her clear eyes locked firmly on the blood-refining willow sapling inside the glass. Her gaze brightened momentarily, then quickly dimmed. Li Rue sighed inwardly. At 18, she should have been full of vigor, yet she felt utterly worthless. She had failed the college entrance exam, and her beast-taming talent had never awakened. During summer vacation, she had worked part-time jobs in Shanghai for 2 months, only to have her foster mother take away all 9,000 yuan she had saved with a single sentence. I worked so hard to raise you all these years. Remembering her foster mother's harsh face, the faint glimmer of hope in her heart quietly extinguished. As summer vacation ended, her classmates headed off to various beast-taming universities while she had bought a train ticket home, packing her belongings through the night. Before leaving, she suddenly realized she had never seen the institution all students aspired to up-close: Shanghai Beast-Taming University. That university gathered countless prodigies. Li Rue had heard that even ordinary graduates were at least star-level beast-tamers. In her small hometown, star-level was an existence to look up to. She tried to blend in as a new student, but was asked for facial recognition at security, leaving her standing dazedly outside the gates. Separated by a solemn entrance, it felt as if fate itself had drawn a line. After watching for a long time, she turned away in a trance and wandered aimlessly along the commercial street until she stopped in front of the Mythical Pet shop. The blood-refining willow sapling emanated a faint bloody glow that instantly captured her complete attention. She unconsciously crouched down, reaching out to trace patterns against the glass as if touching something precious. "Do you have no one who wants you either?" Li Rue whispered softly, her voice so gentle it seemed afraid to disturb the air. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the willow sapling's branches swayed gently, as if responding to the same loneliness. Li Rue smiled bitterly. She knew this was just a plant life form, but without beast-taming talent, she would probably never be able to form a contract with any pet. At this thought, she slowly stood up, only to see through the glass a handsome young man flashing a bright smile and nodding at her. She also saw the young man pick up the potted willow sapling and walk to the entrance of the pet beast shop. "Do you like it very much?" The young man cradled the pot in his arms, his expression gentle. "I'm the shop owner, and I'll give you special permission to touch it." "Ah, is that really okay?" Li Rue was stunned. There seemed to be a reassuring magic in his voice that made her unconsciously reach out her hand, her fingertips gently brushing aside the small leaves. The vague resonance instantly became much clearer, like the sound of water approaching her ears. Just as she was about to reluctantly withdraw her hand, a warm, large hand suddenly covered the back of hers. "Dear customer," Lu Yu said with calm eyes, "haven't you heard the voice of this willow sapling?" Li Rue forgot her shyness and concentrated. The resonance suddenly intensified, and she seemed to catch a tender cry. "What? Her blood? Blood?" She looked down at the willow sapling, thoughts flashing through her mind like lightning, and finally whispered softly, "If you want it, then I'll give it to you. After all, someone like me, my blood isn't worth treasuring anyway." Whoosh! The sapling's thin branches trembled, and the tender green twigs suddenly slashed across Li Rue's palm. Her rough, calloused skin instantly split open, crimson blood droplets splattered out, flowing down the trunk and seeping into the soft soil. The entire willow tree was instantly stained deep red. The blood loss made her already pale face even more colorless, but she felt neither panic nor pain. She simply gazed quietly at the tender green turned blood red, sensing the sapling's joyful emotions, and couldn't help but smile. "Little tree, now that you've drunk blood, you must grow up quickly." At this moment, Lu Yu spoke again. "Dear customer, I don't know your specific qualifications, but it actively resonated with you and even proposed a contract. It seems you have quite a deep connection with this blood-refined willow tree. Won't you really consider buying it?" Li Rue finally panicked, shaking her head repeatedly. I don't have any money, and I haven't awakened any beast-taming talent either, so I can't contract with it." "Money isn't a problem." Lu Yu smiled lightly, but his gaze remained fixed on her. "As for beast-taming talent, are you sure you really don't have any?" Li Rue was stunned. The next moment, the blood filtered through the willow sapling quietly flowed back. Boom! The blood gathered in her mind to form a dark red mark. She immediately understood that this was her innate beast-taming talent, a rank blood weeping. Before joy could surge up in her heart, a large amount of vital blood energy was drawn into the mark. The mark emitted an almost imperceptible dragon's roar and rapidly transformed. Shrank immortal true blood. Li Rue's breathing became erratic, joy, shock, and bewilderment intertwining, leaving her at a loss. For a moment she had never imagined she would awaken a beast-taming talent, much less leap directly into Shrank, which represented the potential of a supreme master. "You awakened in Shrank talent, didn't you?" Lu Yu chuckled softly. "I know your original talent was only a rank, but you gained its recognition, and it didn't hesitate to consume dragon blood to transform your talent into Shrank. Are you going to disappoint its expectations?" I. Li Rue stared blankly at the willow sapling in Lu Yu's arms, feeling as if invisible threads were tugging at her heart. It was a spiritual connection that rivaled, or even surpassed, The bond of a beast contract a connection that only appeared when compatibility reached its absolute limit. What Lu Yu didn't voice was the truth. Once Li Rui chose to contract with the blood-refining willow, her beast-taming talent would likely merge with it completely, forever eliminating her chance to contract other companion beasts. But he believed that neither Li Rui nor the blood-refining willow would mind this limitation. Manager. The girl was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. I don't have money, this is all I have. She rummaged through her pockets, pouring scattered coins and crumpled bills into her palm, barely scraping together just over 500 yuan. She cupped that meager amount in both hands, as if holding her last hope. Her face flushed crimson, yet her eyes couldn't hide her disappointment with her liberal arts grades. She knew perfectly well that this willow sapling was extraordinary, its value undoubtedly astronomical, something she probably couldn't afford in her entire lifetime. Didn't I already tell you? Money isn't the issue, I can lend it to you. Lu Yu smiled gently, carefully cradling the blood-refining willow. Its price is 3 million, and I can lend you the full amount. Then, if I really had 3 million, would I? Would I still choose to contract with it? Li Rui looked up, her voice soft but resolute. Yes, I must contract with it. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized she'd spoken too loudly and quickly lowered her voice. But 3 million is too much, I can't pay it back. Then work off the debt. Lu Yu laughed heartily. The shop happens to need a clerk, would you be willing? Yes. She answered almost instantly, hastily adding, whatever you ask me to do, manager, I'll do it. I'm very hardworking. Then it's settled. Lu Yu nodded, immediately drafting a contract and sliding it across to her. Li Rui gripped the pen and carefully wrote her name, stroke by stroke. Achievement unlocked. Acquired first official employee. Reward. 1 random red stargrade resource. Claim now? Yes, no. The system notification chimed. Claim it. Claim it directly. Lu Yu said immediately. The system's prompt came as no surprise to him. Sign a formal employee for the pet beast shop was indeed one of the achievement tasks. From the moment Li Rui stepped through the door, he had keenly sensed the slight agitation of the blood-refining willow tree and immediately guessed that this spiritual plant had an extremely high compatibility with Li Rui. For the blood-refining willow tree still in its sapling stage, it would be nearly impossible to find a more suitable beast tamer than Li Rui across the vast blue star. Lu Yu went with the flow, making Li Rui an employee of the Mythical Pet Beast shop while completing the task and earning what could only be described as a luxurious reward. You have obtained a red stargrade resource, True Dragon Source Blood. True Dragon Source Blood was a drop of blood containing the most primordial power of a Chiao dragon. Any living being that consumed it could choose to transform into a true dragon species. Demon dragon and divine dragon species could absorb some Chiao dragon characteristics upon consumption, while true dragon species would fall into frenzied chaos if they consumed it directly. It's actually a drop of True Dragon Source Blood. Lu Yu's pupils contracted as waves of shock surged through his heart. Among all the resources left behind from the previous era, True Dragon Source Blood remained the most precious and supreme treasure. Legend had it that the guardian divine dragon of the Xia Kingdom had relied on True Dragon Source Blood to break through the divine dragon species limit and ascend to the sacred spirit level, allowing the Xia Kingdom to join the ranks of the 6 great nations. From the description, its reputation was well-deserved. If the world-destroying demon dragon consumed it, not only would it gain the Chiao dragon's incredibly powerful physical characteristics, but its bodily strength might even reach unimaginable levels. After all, among all true dragon species, the Chiao dragon's physical toughness was virtually unmatched. With this thought, Lu Yu immediately stored the jade vial in his spatial ring, planning to personally supervise the world-destroying demon dragon's absorption process when he had time. Having learned from the lesson of devouring the demon heart, he dared not let the juvenile dragon consume it alone, lest it be corrupted by the powerful dragon while within the true dragon source blood. Shop manager? Li Rui tilted her head as a reminder. Lu Yu snapped back to reality and asked with a smile, aren't you going to look at the contract first? Oh. Li Rui suddenly realized and only began reading the terms after she had already signed her name. Lu Yu shook his head silently. If she hadn't met him, this girl would really be easy to deceive. The contract conditions were actually quite harsh. Li Rui had to work at the Mythical Pet Beast shop for a full 20 years. Annual salary of 150,000, monthly salary of 12,500, all after taxes. A total of 3 million in compensation over 20 years, paid in advance as a lump sum. If she breached the contract midway, she would need to return 10 times the salary. He judged that Li Rui would almost certainly never breach the contract. The salary was just the most superficial benefit. As an employee of the Mythical Pet Beast shop in the future, the benefits she could enjoy would far exceed imagination. Lu Yu had also decided that if he hired more people in the future, their treatment would follow Li Rui's standard exact line, no less, just enough to help newcomers contract a juvenile pet beast. After reading the contract, Li Rui couldn't help but sigh. Shop manager, There's nothing wrong with this contract. And the benefits are too good. Good that there's no problem. Lu Yu nodded with a light smile. There wouldn't be too many formal employees at the Mythical Pet Beast shop. If it weren't for Li Rue's proven character, he wouldn't have signed her. As for compensation, Li Rue was now an S-level beast tamer, making her monthly salary of 12,500 ridiculously low. Without hesitation, Lu Yu transferred an annual salary of 3 million directly to her account. Li Rue was still basking in this unexpected windfall when she barely touched the balance before transferring all 3 million back. She immediately purchased the blood refining willow sapling outright and formed a beast contract with it. When the blood refining willow sapling's attribute panel appeared before her eyes, the 6 characters special growth talent, blood refining, nearly burst through her retinas. Beyond shock, Li Rue felt overwhelming joy as she grasped the little willow's branches, choking back tears as she promised. With such incredible talent, you chose me. I will never let you down. Without hesitation, she fused her S-level beast-taming talent, immortal true blood, with the willow sapling. In an instant, the sapling's potential skyrocketed to star level tier 10, while its strength climbed to awakening level tier 10, the absolute limit her body could withstand. Lu Yu observed from the sidelines, merely nodding slightly. In his view, complete fusion between beast and taming talent was absolutely a path to greatness. No less impressive than contracting multiple beasts. Otherwise, how could dragon tamers hold such high positions of power? The blood willow that had just formed possessed a foundation no weaker than any dragon species. Boss, what should I do now? Li Rue asked timidly. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. I'll transfer you money to buy groceries and cook. I'll arrange your accommodation, and you can eat here at the shop. I'll also give you commission on any beast cubs we sell. Great. Li Rue's eyes lit up like lanterns as she cheerfully headed out to shop. Through the glass, Lu Yu watched her step outside and immediately pinch her pale, tender thigh hard, crying out in pain, yet smiling as if in a dream. Master. And Yu's soft body draped entirely across Lu Yu's back. Last time you asked me to make tea from the 1,000-star vine tender leaves, I finished it. Really? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Since opening the shop, he'd been minding it daily and gradually developed a tea addiction, but could only afford the lowest quality tea. When he saw the star-slashing grass and 1,000-star vine, he'd gotten an idea star-slashing grass would be too harsh for tea, so he had to abandon that. Though the 1,000-star vine wasn't a tea plant, its tender leaves contained spiritual energy that could become premium spirit tea through careful processing. For the absolute best, it would naturally be tender leaves from the ancient tree of life, but in Yu's pitiful gaze made Lu Yu reluctant to ask, so he settled for second best. And you presented an exquisite tea box. I worked on this for ages and infused it with plenty of life. Force Master definitely won't be disappointed. She gracefully added tea leaves, poured water, rinsed the tea, and served it. Soon, tea filled to 7/10 swirled in a white porcelain cup. And you blew away the steam and brought the cup's rim to Lu Yu's lips. Master, try it. Unable to refuse, Lu Yu took a sip, and his eyes instantly brightened. Rich fragrance exploded in his mouth, as if his entire being had been cast into an ocean brimming with vitality, his body free of all constraints. And you watched him quietly, expectation written in her eyes. Lu Yu knew that to remove the bitterness and heaviness from the 1,000-star vine leaves, she must have repeated countless processing steps. Thank you for your hard work. He stroked and used silky long hair, praising softly. It's delicious. Let me try too. And you pressed her cheek against the back of his hand and took a sip from the same cup, her eyes crinkling into crescents. It really is good. Let's have Xiao Rue try it later. Soon after, Li Rue returned carrying bags large and small, cheerfully calling out, Boss, I'm going to cook. She dove into the kitchen, and before long, delicious aromas filled the air. And you followed with her teacup, and immediately excited exclamations came from the kitchen. Woo, this is so delicious. Good, right? Have another sip. Let me do it myself. Stop fooling around, the food will burn. Amid the clatter of pots and pans, the two girls' playful voices continued. Lu Yu sat behind the counter with his chin propped on his hand, listening with amusement. Sunset streamed through the glass door into the shop, and as he looked up, he suddenly saw an urgent figure appear outside. Qin Xuanjia had circled the pet shop several times without seeing the potted willow sapling, and his expression immediately changed. He rushed into the shop, heading straight for Lu Yu, his voice unable to suppress his panic. Where's that willow sapling? You didn't sell it to someone else, did you? After leaving the Beast Tamer Association, Qin Xuanjia took his property deed to the bank for a mortgage loan. The approval process dragged on for 3 days, and when the text message flashed application approved, his heart lurched. Deposited amount, 3.5 million. During those 3 days, he practically haunted the entrance of the Mythical Pet shop, staring through the window at that willow sapling. The tender green branches grew inch by inch, dark red seeping through the leaf veins, the crimson gradually spreading. This only strengthened his conviction about the authenticity of the special blood refinement talent. The moment the loan was deposited, Qin Shunjia wasted no time and rushed over that very night. But upon entering the shop, he immediately noticed the glass display case was completely empty. The willow sapling was gone. Who bought it? His voice was hoarse, yet he still gritted his teeth and demanded an answer. Lu Yu sat behind the cash register, his tone as casual as if making small talk. That's right, it's already been sold to someone else. Do you have a problem with that? Qin Shunjia's breath caught. A problem? How could he dare have a problem? This shop was backed by Principal Duan of Magic City University, a figure who stood at the pinnacle of power, second only to overlord-level beast tamers. He was just an ordinary person even with his awakened clever beast-taming talent. What right did he have to offend such a person? He quickly composed himself, suppressing his anxiety. Do you have any other plant-type beasts comparable to that willow sapling? I've got the money now as long as it's not inferior to that one. I'll pay by card immediately. Of course I do. Lu Yu flipped through his ledger as if discussing something trivial. Cubs of the same caliber as that willow sapling? I have as many as you want. Then I'll buy one. Qin Shunjia nodded eagerly. Money's no problem. But could I see the merchandise first? Hearing this, Lu Yu's lips curved into a smile laced with obvious mockery. You say you want to buy? And you want to inspect it first? Exactly, Qin Shunjia replied stubbornly. Lu Yu suddenly stood up, leaning forward slightly, his voice turning cold. But why should I sell to you? Just because you're a customer means I have to sell to you. Qin Shunjia's heart tightened, but he persisted. You're running a business. I want to buy this is perfectly normal. Before he could finish, even he sensed something was off, embarrassment creeping across his face. Lu Yu looked down at him coldly. Ridiculous. What makes you think you deserve to contract that willow sapling with its awakened blood refinement talent? Your measly clever beast taming talent? Or your financial strength that required scraping together 3.5 million through loans? Each word struck like a sharp nail, piercing Qin Shunjia's dignity. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Ever since reading that research paper, he knew this was his only chance to turn things around, yet he never imagined that in his hasty retreat from the shop that day, he had personally pushed away his opportunity. Boss, dinner's ready. A clear voice interrupted the tense standoff as Li Rue approached with a tray, standing obediently beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu showed a hint of appreciation. Little Rue, demonstrate your beast-taming talent. Though puzzled, Li Rue nodded obediently. As her talent manifested, a vision of an endless sea of blood instantly enveloped the entire pet shop. Surging crimson tides spread at their feet, scarlet waves crashing against the walls like living creatures. Qin Shunjia was horrified. This seemingly delicate girl had unleashed such a terrifying aura. Level? A level? Or perhaps, thinking of an even higher possibility, his body trembled uncontrollably. Lu Yu watched him with interest. Do you see? She is the beast tamer who contracted the willow sapling, and she's also my employee. As for her beast taming talent, he paused for half a second, his tone unhurried yet thunderous. The beast-taming talent she awakened is Slevel Immortal True Blood. Most importantly, she was the beast tamer personally chosen by the willow sapling. With each word Lu Yu spoke, Qin Shunjia's face grew paler, his chest feeling crushed by a massive boulder as regret churned through his veins. Manager, can't you give me just one more chance? His voice was hoarse as he pleaded with what remained of his dignity. A chance. Lu Yu gently placed his teacup back on the tray and shook his head. I already gave you one, but you didn't treasure it. Opportunities only exist when I'm willing to give them. When I'm not, no one can obtain even the slightest chance. As his words fell, Qin Shunjia's knees buckled and he collapsed to the floor. Looking into those cold eyes, he finally understood that everything was over. He picked himself up in a daze and stumbled out of the pet beast shop. Manager, he looks so pitiful. Li Rue couldn't help but whisper. Pitiful. Lu Yu snorted lightly, his mood brightening after driving away the eyesore. If he truly had ability, he would have bought your little willow tree long ago. Huh. Li Rue froze, then quickly waved her hands. Then he's not pitiful at all. Lu Yu burst into hearty laughter and waved his hand to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Come on, let's eat first. Dinner was set on the small table in the rest area for dishes and a soup. Homestyle, yet perfectly aromatic and flavorful. Li Rue's cooking skills were impressive. Every dish was neatly prepared with perfect timing. Lu Yu took a bite of the scallion beef and raised his eyebrows in pleasant surprise. Finally, no more takeout. While they ate heartily, and Yu simply sat quietly beside Lu Yu, holding her cup with 2 fingers and slowly sipping tea. Sister and you, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Li Rue leaned forward with concern. I don't need to eat. And Yu blinked, her tone gentle. But everyone needs to eat. Li Rue was stunned. And Yu's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Haven't I told you? I'm not human. Li Rue didn't shriek and drop her chopsticks as Yu had expected. Instead, her eyes lit up. Could Sister and Yu be from the elf race? The textbooks say all elves are incredibly beautiful, just like you. Lu Yu nodded along. Elf race? Yes, you could understand it that way. He had no intention of revealing the secret of the Tree of Life, for now no one could detect it before reaching monarch level anyway. And you shot him a resentful glance. What elf race? If she wanted, she could create an entire elf race as her followers. It was just that the Tree of Life was still weak and shouldn't breed races in large quantities yet. Even the star-cutting grass and thousand-star vine, she had only nurtured 10 of each. In terms of status, even the most ancient ancestral elves couldn't compare to the Tree of Life in the slightest. No wonder, sister, and you has such good skin, it looks like you could squeeze water from it. You're so much prettier than me, Li Rue sighed. And you chuckled softly. Rue is very cute too. When your beast tamer level improves, many small flaws will naturally disappear. You have good foundation, maybe the manager will even be enchanted by you then. Ah. Li Rue's face flushed red as she buried her head in her food. The food is really delicious. Lu Yu coughed twice and steered the conversation back on track. By the way, I need to go teach at Magic Capital Beast-Taming University tomorrow, so I'll have to trouble you both with the shop. Manager, you're also a professor at Magic Capital Beast-Taming University? Li Rue's eyes shone like light bulbs. You look the same age as me, but you're so accomplished. I couldn't even get into the school today. I'll take you for a tour when there's a chance, Lu Yu smiled. He had just received an inquiry from Duan Xianghua and readily agreed. With Li Rue manning the shop, he could go out without worry. If customers weren't willing to wait, he'd simply sell one less cub. The one truly losing a life-changing opportunity would be them. Master, can I come too? And you looked up, her voice soft and sweet. Lu Yu was about to refuse, but she had already quietly taken his hand and leaned half her body against him. All right then, he compromised. Tomorrow it'll just be Xiao Rue at the shop, and then you will come with me. Yay! And you cheered. Li Rue looked at the two of them enviously but immediately straightened her back and solemnly promised. Manager, sister and you. Don't worry. While you're away, I'll definitely keep the pet beast shop running perfectly. As night fell, Lu Yu settled Li Rue into her accommodation before returning to the quiet pet beast shop. He locked the door, washed up, and finally slipped into his warm bed. And Yu curled up in his arms like an obedient kitten, her pale, delicate fingertips clutching at Lu Yu's pajamas as if afraid he might leave. Under the soft glow of the night light, Lu Yu could clearly see the girl's closed eyelashes trembling slightly, her breathing uneven. He let out a long sigh, tightened his embrace around her, and closed his eyes. After selling that willow sapling, he had earned exactly 300 points. Tomorrow he would begin teaching at Magic Capital University, having never stood before a classroom. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel nervous, so he decided to prepare his lessons through the night. He opened the system store, but instead of selecting pet beast cubs as usual, he focused directly on knowledge resources. Instantly, countless screens of information appeared. 7-star Beast Trainer Heritage, 300 points. Sacred Level Beast Master Heritage, 300 points. Elven Mother Tree Memory Heritage, 300 points. These precious resources were essentially heritage memory crystals. Mythical pet beasts like the world-destroying Demon Dragon, Purple Flame Emperor Bird, and Ancient Tree of Life possessed innate heritage memories and had no need for such crystals. Lu Yu was different. Before the Mythical Pet Beast shop opened, he had been nothing more than a high school graduate with a slightly broader knowledge base. Having entered the Beast Master profession less than half a month ago, his systematic learning was far from sufficient. What was remarkable was that the 7-star Beast Trainer Heritage and Sacred Level Beast Master Heritage cost the same, both requiring 300 points. A 7-star Beast Trainer corresponded to a Overlord level Beast Master in terms of power, yet held equal status to Sacred level Masters. Throughout the ages, Beast Trainers had always been more revered than Beast Masters of the same rank, but unfortunately, the Beast Trainer heritage had been severed in this era. Even 1-star or 2-star Beast Trainers received key national support. By exchanging for just one heritage crystal, he could inherit all the experience and knowledge of either a 7-star Beast Trainer or Sacred level Beast Master. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Since the outside world considers me a top-tier Beast Trainer, I might as well truly become one. True to his decisive nature, he didn't hesitate and clicked directly exchange. You have exchanged for 7-star Beast Trainer Heritage. 300 points deducted. Remaining points, 0. A crystal-clear gem appeared in his consciousness before quietly merging into the depths of his soul. The vast knowledge accumulated over a 7-star Beast Trainer's lifetime instantly flooded down upon him. An ordinary Overlord-level Beast Master might never have the opportunity to reach 7-star level in their entire lifetime, yet a 7-star Beast Trainer could easily step into Overlord level. Beast Trainers had been the indispensable core when beast-taming civilization reached its peak. The 7 great training laws, 6 great resource combination principles, 9 great realm theorems, countless complex theories, experimental data, and original techniques surged like a tide, completely overwhelming Lu Yu. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his novice days, starting as an apprentice beast trainer, following his mentor to encounter all manner of pet beast species, spending each day in instruction and practical training. His talent grew increasingly brilliant, and he was soon selected by one of the era's strongest nations, the beast-taming empire, gaining admission to the empire's premier academy's beast trainer program, gradually making his mark. Decades later, he had entered the beast empire's highest-level god creation project, becoming an inconspicuous breeder among them, even though he had already achieved 6-star breeding proficiency. Inside the god creation project, the pale blue lights of the temperature-controlled cultivation chambers crisscrossed. He absorbed knowledge like a parched sponge, frantically soaking up everything around him. Beside him were silhouettes outlined by the light's 8-star masters and a handful of 9-star grandmasters. Every comment they made, every demonstration they gave, brought him sudden enlightenment. In such an environment, he was filled with burning anticipation for the future. His endpoint would never stop at 8 stars, and even 9-star beast masters were far from the ceiling. As the most brilliant genius of his generation, he had already become a 7-star breeder, renowned throughout the nation, yet still yearned for higher peaks. Until that day when the God Creation Project declared success. The cultivation chamber opened, and a black-horned demon god over 10 meters tall stepped out from the mist. Dark golden scale armor covered its body, and its wings blocked out the sky. It gazed down upon all living beings, its voice like grinding iron scraping together, slowly announcing, "At this moment, the demon realm shall be established." As the words fell, the void seemed to be torn apart, and a massive dimensional plane appeared, casting shadows over the earth. He suddenly realized before a true deity, 7-star, 8-star, and even 9-star breeders were nothing but ants. When the demon god's gaze swept over him, his soul and spirit instantly shattered, and his life froze in that moment. Holy crap! Lu Yu jolted awake, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The memories were rapidly fading, leaving only fragmented images, but all the knowledge and experience remained firmly etched in his mind. The previous epic civilization actually created a true demon god? That demon god must be the ancestral deity of the demon realm, right? I remember it still slumbering in the demon realm. In that brief glimpse, the demon god's dominance and terror had left a deep impression. Lu Yu looked down at himself and shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm still very weak right now. He was merely a 10th-tier starlight-level beast master, impossibly far from becoming a god. However, in terms of knowledge and experience, he had already reached the level of a 7-star breeder. Unfortunately, his realm was insufficient, limiting his performance. No wonder the association's 7-star breeders were invariably overlord-level beast masters without sufficient power. Even the highest theory was difficult to implement. Thinking of this, he wasn't discouraged. 6-star level proficiency is already sufficient for the current Blue Star. Besides, Blue Star probably can't even find a 5-star breeder, so my level might already be the world's best. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps onto the bedside. Lu Yu, as usual, reached out and gently lifted Yu up. The girl laughed shyly, recalling her recent dream. She couldn't help but stretch out her delicate little foot, which ended up kicking Lu Yu's shin. The power condensed from the ancient tree of life was extremely formidable, nearly fracturing his leg bone and making him gasp in pain. And you still have the nerve to laugh. Lu Yu sucked in a sharp breath. I almost ended up in a wheelchair. And Yu curled up her feet and defended herself in a small voice. That won't happen. I have the life domain. If Master gets injured, I can heal you immediately without leaving any lasting damage. Lu Yu looked at her, finding himself speechless. Master, please don't be angry anymore. And Yu stretched out her arms, wrapped them around Lu Yu's neck, and whispered softly, I promise it won't happen again next time. You'd better keep that promise. Lu Yu let out a low hum, gently placed Yu on the sofa, turned around, and entered the bathroom. The sound of running water soon echoed from behind the half-closed door, with white mist drifting out. A few minutes later, he emerged while toweling his hair. In the living room, Yu had already changed into an elegant long dress and was kneeling beside the coffee table, lifting a teapot to pour water. The fragrant aroma of tea filled the air. Master, please have some tea. Lu Yu took the cup and sipped it. The tea brewed from the tender leaves of the 1,000-star vine was clear and sweet, with spiritual energy flowing into his mouth, refreshing his mind and spirit. He set down the teacup, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. And Yu, I have a task for you. What task? And Yu blinked her eyes. Make tea from the tender leaves of the star-severing grass as well. Remember to process it properly so it doesn't make people's throats hoarse, understood? Lu Yu's tone was casual, yet carried a hint of playfulness. I know. And Yu sighed softly. She was well aware that star-severing grass was troublesome to handle. Lu Yu watched her troubled expression, his eyes hiding a smile. Having absorbed all the memories of a 7-star cultivator, he already knew the processing method, but deliberately didn't mention it, considering it a small punishment. The wind chime at the entrance rang as Li Rue arrived punctually for work, waving toward the interior. Manager. Sister and you. Lu Yu nodded. Perfect timing. I'm leaving the pet shop in your hands, Sui. Need to go out. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Li Rue patted the small steamed bun on her chest, full of confidence. Let's go. Lu Yu pushed open the door and stepped out, with Yu obediently following. Outside the shop, a summoning circle suddenly materialized. Roar! A 10-meter-tall world-destroying demon dragon soared into the sky, its black wings stirring up countless falling leaves with a single beat. Lu Yu and Yu leaped onto the dragon's back, and with its massive wings cutting through the air, they broke through the cloud layer in the blink of an eye. Li Rue's cheeks flushed red from the fierce wind as she hurriedly pressed down her billowing skirt. She looked up at the dragon's silhouette disappearing into the horizon, her eyes full of envy, and whispered softly, Magic Capital Beast-Taming University. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Shanghai Beast-Taming University was buzzing with explosive news. The campus network had been flooded with the same post since early morning. There would be an open lecture for the entire university today, taught by a newly appointed instructor who was only 18 years old. To put this in perspective, freshmen were also 18, yet he was already standing at the podium as an instructor? Holy crap, an 18-year-old instructor? Our youngest female instructor at Shanghai University, Lu Luochan, is 26. Even more shocking was that this young instructor had been personally appointed by Principal Duan, who would also attend the lecture in person. Isn't Principal Duan about to retire? Yet he's coming to show support personally. Could this be Principal Duan's illegitimate son? Shut up. Say that again, and I'll challenge you to a duel to the death. Within just a few hours, from the academic building to the cafeteria, from the playground to the laboratory area, all faculty and students were discussing what was the background of this 18-year-old instructor. Starlight Building, faculty office. Morong Feng entered with a cup of coffee, casually starting a conversation. Luohem, Instructor Lu, that young instructor seems not to have clocked in yet. Have you met him? I bet he's got connections. Lu Luochan didn't look up, her slender fingers flipping through documents, though her heart skipped a beat. The shop owner is finally teaching his first class? She replied indifferently. I've met him. Morong Feng was stunned. You've met him? Considering that Lu Luochan was Principal Duan's prized student, it made sense. Lu Luochan finally put down the documents in her hands, smiled slightly with pursed lips, her voice gentle yet confident. He's excellent and very handsome. Among the younger generation on the entire Blue Star, probably no one is stronger than him. Morong Feng was bewildered. Usually, this pure and scholarly instructor kept her distance from everyone, yet now she gave such glowing praise. He masked his awkwardness, shrugging with a smile. I'll also attend his open lecture to observe and learn. Go ahead. Lu Luochan nodded casually, then suddenly added, by the way, don't call me Luochan. I'm afraid he might misunderstand. The smile on Morong Feng's face froze in place. Male Dormitory 208. Brothers, the new instructor's popularity is explosive. We must attend the open lecture. Nieziyun excitedly paced around the living room. The other two roommates echoed his enthusiasm, but the young man on the sofa quietly read his book, thin pages turning between his fingers, the ancient cover's patterns clearly illuminated by the light. Brother Su, Nieziyun approached with a grin. Aren't you curious? Someone our age becoming an instructor, how strong could he be? The young man closed his book, his gaze indifferent yet sharp, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Strength? He looked up, scanning everyone present, his voice low and deep. What do you think? Nieziyun froze, suddenly realizing that among their peers, who could possibly match the indifferent young man before him? Since awakening at age 6, Lu Su had possessed unprecedented dual-rank dragon talents. At 7, he formed a contract with his first dragon species, a top-tier golden dragon. At 8, he broke through to the transcendent level and acquired his second dragon species, a sacred dragon whose radiance rivaled that of the golden dragon. By 10, he had shattered the stellar-level barriers. At 18, he entered Modu Beast-Taming University as the nation's top college entrance exam scorer and valedictorian. While the world believed that entering Modu Beast-Taming University guaranteed graduation as a stellar-level beast tamer, none knew that Lu Su had already advanced to the superior Abyssal Moon level before his college entrance exams. Any so-called prodigy standing beside him would pale like fireflies before the bright moon, their brilliance instantly dimmed. Since enrollment, he hadn't attended a single formal class, quietly following only one associate professor in research. Nieziyun thought self-mockingly that public lectures naturally couldn't catch the eye of such a genius. In the dormitory, Nieziyun tentatively asked, Brother Su, want to attend the public lecture together? Lu Su, flipping through an ancient tome, shook his head indifferently. Anything else? His voice was as light as the turning pages. No, nothing else. Nieziyun awkwardly stepped back and turned to their other two roommates. Since Brother Su isn't going, let's just go ourselves. The two exchanged glances and quickly changed their tune. If Brother Su isn't going, I won't either. Yeah, I'll pass too. Probably nothing special anyway. They clearly cared more about currying favor with Lu Su. Nieziyun shrugged. Then I'll go alone and fill you in on the content later. As his roommate's footsteps faded away, the dormitory returned to silence. Lu Su's fingertips traced the yellowed pages as he murmured barely audibly. The dragon magic of the previous era is sealed within this book. Yet why can I still not channel it? Golden imperial light and pure sacred radiance danced between the lines, causing an ancient page to curl slightly upward, while he remained completely absorbed, oblivious to the outside world. Yari Building. The Thousand-Seat public lecture hall opened for the first time, its tiered seats gradually filling up. This young instructor sure knows how to make a scene. The registration form was only posted yesterday, and the front rows are already taken. Explosive gossip. I heard he's instructor Lu's romantic interest. Use your brain before spreading rumors. Among the bustling crowd, besides regular students, various prominent figures from Modi University could be seen. Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun are here. My goddesses, Luo Tianyan's here too. Didn't he just contract a blazing chicken? I heard it can wield strange fire. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu showed up as well. Since this instructor was personally appointed by Principal Duan, they have to show respect. Stop with the rumors again. Awakening level swarm tactics with ant colonies? Highly doubtful. A blade wolf being thrashed by a slime and a green caterpillar evolving into a moonlight butterfly are both true stories. What's so strange about a blazing chicken wielding strange fire? Amid the clamoring voices, Lu Luochan quietly took a seat in the front row's side section, her white robes flowing like a serene yet captivating light that drew countless furtive glances. Soon after, a stern-faced young man entered the classroom. Luo Hung, someone whispered in surprise 30-year rank 1, Abyssal Moon level 3. Rumor had it that Luo Hung had once declared his intention to challenge this new instructor, believing him unworthy of his position. Luo Hang's face remained cold and stern, as if he had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention. Under the watchful gaze of countless reverent eyes, he took his seat in the front row, right in the center. The spot offered an excellent view, and anyone could see it was a display of status that bordered on a declaration of dominance. We're both juniors, but I'm only at the 10th tier of extraordinary, while senior Luo Hung has already reached the 3rd tier of Minghua level. A male student in the back row whispered, his voice heavy with defeat. A classmate beside him immediately retorted, what do you know? Senior Luo Hung awakened and shrank metal talent. He's the strongest in our entire year. Not to mention the 3 metal beings he's contracted with sword, armor, and wing, all with top-tier qualifications, and incredibly rare. The murmurs swept through the lecture hall like wind. Some fantasized about how powerful Luo Hung would become when all 3 metal beings merged with him simultaneously. Others asserted that in terms of strength, he was fully qualified to be an instructor, and if he stayed after graduation, he could likely be promoted directly. Given all this, his audacity to challenge the new instructor was hardly surprising. These whispered conversations had no effect on Luo Hung whatsoever. He sat with his back straight, gazing forward like a cold, sharp sword standing silently in place. Luo Tianyan, also a junior, could only sit in the back rows. He had broken through to the stellar level at the beginning of the academic year, which would have been impressive among his peers, but compared to Luo Hung, he was like a tiny star beside the bright moon. A flash of wariness crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Luo Hung, someday, I will surpass you. The crimson flame chicken that Luo Tianyan had contracted could absorb exotic flames and enhance his beast-taming talent in return. Once it successfully evolved, he too would enter the ranks of strength talent holders. The crimson flame chicken's potential was no less than that of top-tier dragon species given enough time. Surpassing Luo Hung wasn't impossible. At this thought, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, though he sighed inwardly. What a pity. If he had contracted one of the pet cubs personally raised by the shop owner, I'd have no chance at all. But instead insists on challenging the shop owner. How foolish. With that thought, he closed his eyes and waited quietly. On another side, Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun sat shoulder to shoulder, their faces full of anticipation. Du Riyun clutched her chest and whispered, Yinyan, why isn't the shop owner here yet? The principal said yesterday that the shop owner would give a public lecture today. I was so excited I almost couldn't sleep, and I came to save seats before dawn. The shop owner won't be late, will he? Probably not. Shen Yinyan blinked, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Luo Hung. Do you think that senior has any chance of winning against the shop owner? Du Riyun immediately straightened up. How could that be possible? The shop owner is invincible. But, if the shop owner's pets get injured, I'll have my moonlight butterfly help heal them. How could the shop owner possibly get hurt? Shen Yinyan pouted, then couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk nonsense. Du Riyun was amused, but suddenly remembered something important and lowered her voice. We should worry about something else instead. When the shop owner sees that our slime and moonlight butterfly are still at awakening level, will he blame us for being lazy? Shen Yinyan's breath caught, but she forced herself to say, it's only been a few days. Being at awakening level is perfectly normal. Besides, both the slime and moonlight butterfly are already at the 10th tier of awakening level. The main issue is that our beast-taming spaces are expanding too slowly, which has slowed down the growth rate of the slime and moonlight butterfly. Du Ryun gazed at Luo Hong in the front row and couldn't help but say, if only we had shrank beast-taming talents too. Stop dreaming. Shin Yin crossed her arms and sighed softly. Shrank is 1 in 10 million, rank is already 1 in 10,000, and a rank is 1 in 100,000. We should be content with our B in a rankings. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Ryun suddenly remembered something and lowered her voice. Didn't you mention last time that the shop owner's ex-girlfriend is also at our school? Do you think she'll come to the public lecture? There, Shen Yinyan gestured with her chin toward the distance. By Yue, that's her. She thought the shop owner hadn't awakened any beast-taming talent and heartlessly dumped him. Little did she know he awakened what might be an S-rank talent that surpasses even rank. Du Ruyan looked in that direction and saw Bai Yue sitting very close to a male student. She immediately snorted with disdain. She must be regretting it so much her guts are turning green, right? That's 200% regret. Shen Yinyan smiled smugly, though she lowered her voice even more. If I were the shop owner's girlfriend, I'd never let go even if it killed me. Du Ryun looked at her with disgust. Ninian, you're such a daydreamer. I'm just talking. It's not like I'm actually planning to pursue the shop owner. Shin Yinyan's pretty face flushed red as she pushed her best friend. Believe it or not, I'll have my slime spray you in the face when you're showering tonight. Please don't, I can't beat you. Du Ryun immediately backed down, putting on a pleading expression. After their playful banter, both girls turned their attention back to the empty podium. However, Shen Yinyan couldn't help but steal another glance at Bai Weiwei, her heart filled with mixed emotions, disdainful on the surface, but envious deep down. After all, Bai Weiwei had dated that shop owner for 3 whole years in high school. Even though they had broken up, she had once possessed him. In contrast, she could only occasionally chat with Lu Yu through her communicator, receiving polite replies, and at most a few extra emoji. Since her last visit to the Mythical Beast Pet Shop, she hadn't stepped foot in there again. The talent gap was too obvious, and she feared the awkwardness. In just a few short days, Shen Yinyan had crammed a lot of beast-taming knowledge, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Lu Yu's talent was definitely more than rank. That eerie, terrifying, dark hell aura could only be explained by S rank or even SS rank. In the future, Lu Yu would undoubtedly become one of Xia country's top sovereign-level beast tamers. Her budding feelings would be crushed by reality before they could even sprout. Now, Lu Yu had been directly promoted to university instructory, must be at least at the Minghua level, right? Thinking of this, Shen Yinyan gently shook her head. In another corner of the classroom, Bai Yuewei clearly felt the gazes from Shun Yinyan and Du Ryuan. She frowned but didn't look back, instead turning her head away. Yuewei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should I take you back to the dorm? Asked Mu Yuan, a concerned second-year senior sitting beside her. I'm fine. Bai Yuewei shook her head lightly. She glanced at Mu Yuan, transcended 6th order with a rank talent. He was a prominent figure among the second years. He had been pursuing her relentlessly since the first day of school, and initially she had indeed been attracted. But ever since that day at the Mythical Beast Pet Shop, that bit of affection had instantly evaporated. How could he compare? The talent gap was like a chasm. The resource gap was even more like heaven and earth. If she could contract that slime or little skeleton, her future achievements would be limitless. They had even heard that Shun Yinyan slime had defeated a Rageblade werewolf across ranks and was now hugely popular on the campus forum. In the dead of night, Bai Yuewei would cry tears of regret that Spotlight should have belonged to her. What made her even more unbalanced was hearing that Shen Yinyan and Du Ryun had also gained Principal Duan's appreciation. She had wanted to apologize to Lu Yu, but she was completely blocked on his communicator, and she had been the first to delete him as a friend. As for going directly to the Mythical Beast Pet Shop, remembering Lu Yu's resolute expression at the time, she kept hesitating to take that step, even harboring the absurd hope in her heart maybe it was playing hard to get. Maybe Lu Yu would reach out to her first? The instructor is here, someone reminded from the classroom doorway. Bai Yuewei suddenly straightened up, looking toward the podium with curiosity. But when the young instructor's figure appeared, she froze completely. How can it be him? Bai Yuewei bit her lower lip hard, instinctively pulling away from Mu Yuan, her heart feeling like it was about to jump out of her chest. Lu Yu. How can he be an instructor at Magic City University? Lu Yu walked into the public lecture classroom and immediately spotted Lu Luochan sitting near the entrance. He offered a polite smile and made his way to the podium. Just moments ago, he had been riding on the back of a world-destroying demon dragon, charging through the air from outside the campus gates and drawing stares from passersby. Only when he reached the entrance of Magic Capital University did he dismiss the massive beast and continue on foot. After asking for directions several times, he had been delayed, which explained his somewhat late arrival. Standing at the center of the podium, Lu Yu surveyed the classroom, his gaze sweeping over the young faces before him. He first nodded slightly to Shun Yinyan, Du Ryun, Luo Tianyin, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shiwu in acknowledgement. Then his eyes fell on a corner where Bai Yuewei sat with Mu Yuan attentively beside her. Bai Yuewei unconsciously shifted her chair slightly away, a small movement that didn't escape Lu Yu's notice, though he acted as if he hadn't seen anything and quickly looked away. Bai Yuewei? He couldn't care less. Suddenly, Lu Yu caught a hostile gaze from the front center of the classroom. He looked up and smiled inwardly at only 18 years old serving as an instructor. It was perfectly natural for many of the sophomore and junior students, who were older than him, to show some resistance. Next, he noticed the seat beside Lu Luochan, where Murong Feng was staring at him intently while frequently glancing at Lu Luochan from the corner of his eye, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. Lu Luochan's gaze wandered, and a slight blush appeared on her charming cheeks, a scene that Murong Feng took in completely, nearly losing his composure. Lu Yu was puzzled but had no time to investigate further. Considering the class time, he quickly collected his thoughts and announced in a clear voice, "Students, since this is our first meeting, let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Yu, and you may call me Teacher Lu. I teach beast cultivation at Magic Capital Beast-Taming University. If anyone wishes to take this course, you can register before today's public lecture ends. Spots are limited, and my time is indeed quite restricted." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianyin shot up from his seat, his voice ringing out. "Teacher Lu, I want to take your course." "Me too. Count me in." Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun quickly stood up in response. "And us two brothers." Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu raised their hands simultaneously, unable to hide their excitement. The classroom erupted in commotion. Luo Tianyin was among the top junior students. Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun, who had contracted with a slime and a moonlight butterfly respectively, were absolute top newcomers among the freshmen, and Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu were the grandsons of Principal Duan, with extraordinary backgrounds. With these 5 prominent figures all registering at once, the surrounding students were completely stunned. In the corner, Bai Yuewei bit her lower lip and finally stood up. "I'd like to register too." "Yuewei you." Mu Yuan's breath caught. He didn't believe Bai Yuewei was interested in Lu Yu's actual expertise, knowing her as he did. She was probably attracted to this handsome and accomplished peer instructor and wanted to create opportunities to spend time with him through the course. Mu Yuan had been pursuing Bai Yuewei for nearly half a month without even holding her hand, and lately she had grown increasingly cold toward him, making him consider giving up. Yet now this girl suddenly decided to take a course taught by a male instructor her own age? Beast cultivation? Wasn't that basic knowledge for beast tamers? Similar courses were countless at Magic Capital Beast Taming University. Lu Yu glanced at Bai Yuewei and completely ignored her, saying softly, "Let's set the limit at 5 spots for now. Other students who want to take the elective can wait for the next enrollment expansion." The classroom fell silent at first, then all eyes turned to Bai Yuewei almost simultaneously. There were clearly 6 students who had signed up for the elective, yet only 5 spots remained, and she was the only one left out. Bai Yuewei's face instantly turned pale, her fingertips clenched tight, fury surging in her chest. She even wanted to publicly reveal her relationship with Lu Yu to embarrass him on the spot. However, when she met those dark yet blazing indifferent eyes, all her emotions deflated like a punctured balloon. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she bit her lip and sat back down, still shaken. "Professor Lu." A soft, sweet female voice broke the tension. "Oh, does Professor Lu have something to say?" Lu Yu turned toward the voice's owner, a smile playing at his lips. Despite this being his first class, the atmosphere flowed surprisingly smoothly, with both familiar student faces and acquainted instructors in the audience. Feeling the many gazes upon him, Lu Yu was in good spirits after this class ended. Quite a few people would probably develop an interest in beast cultivation, right? Then he could have some students spread the word, and his mythical beast shop wouldn't lack for business. "Luo-chan, you," Morong Feng looked up, about to speak. But Lu Luo-chan stepped right past him and said softly, "I'm also very interested in Professor Lu's course. I wonder if instructors can audit." As her words fell, both students and instructors showed expressions of shock. Lu Luo-chan was famously aloof at Magic Capital Beast Taming University, her academic level matching any of her peers, yet now she was actively requesting to audit a young instructor's class. Technically, that's not allowed. Lu Yu spread his hands with a smile. "But since Professor Lu is interested, I can reserve a spot for you." "Then thank you, Professor Lu." Lu Luo-chan smiled with pursed lips. No one noticed that the stern young man sitting in the center grew increasingly cold. "Enough." Luo Hung suddenly stood up, his voice like ice. "What young instructor, what beast cultivation? At the end of the day, isn't this just nepotism? Magic Capital Beast Taming University is one of the 3 top institutions. How can you be allowed to cause trouble here?" His words were like sparks hitting dry grass, instantly igniting the classroom. That's right, pure nepotism. Look at his age. What's the difference between him and a freshman? This guy qualifies as an instructor. It's one thing for Shun Yinyan and Du Riyun to favor him, but even Professor Lu. I support Senior Luo Heng. We must crush this guy. Look carefully. Lu Yu is only star level 10th tier. Our freshman Lu Su is a Nethermoon level Dragon Master. Lu Su isn't even an instructor, so what gives him the right? Wait, the surname Lu? Could he be connected to the Dragon Master family? Voices of doubt rose one after another, but Lu Yu remained calm. As a 7-star level cultivator, he didn't care about this noise at all. He looked toward Luo Hong, who sat in the front row with a cold expression, and asked indifferently, "You think I got this position through connections, right?" "Exactly," Luo Hong replied coldly. "In terms of cultivation level, you're not even as strong as me. Our freshman Lu Su is a Nether Moon level Dragon Master, while you're merely star level 10th tier. What qualifies you to be an instructor?" Lu Su, Lu Yu's expression was half smile, half mockery. "I originally had no intention of coming to Magic Capital University. It was Principal Duan who personally invited me to accept this instructor position." "Principal Duan personally invited you?" Luo Heng's expression faltered, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Even so, your cultivation level hasn't reached the minimum threshold for instructors. Using cultivation level as the only standard is rather shallow." Lu Yu shook his head. He raised his hand and surveyed the entire room, the corner of his mouth curving with interest as he slowly opened his palm. A purple flame rose from his hand, its light casting purple shadows across everyone's faces. "This is a flame from my contracted beast." Lu Yu spoke calmly. "If anyone questions my abilities, feel free to come up and try. If you can withstand it for even 1 second, I'll gladly hand over this instructor position." Holy crap, this is way too arrogant. Just a wisp of beast flame, and he dares claim it can suppress everything? Saying he'll hand over the instructor position if anyone can withstand it for just 1 second. He's only a 10th tier Starlight Beast Master, so his contracted beast must also be Starlight level, definitely not Moonlight level. Where does his confidence even come from? TSK. Maybe he can't handle the pressure and wants an excuse to quit? Go for it, Senior Luo Hong. I support you. Hurry up and extinguish that flame. In front of the podium, an uproar instantly flooded the entire Radiant Sun building. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu exchanged glances from across the room, both scrutinizing the purple flame repeatedly, yet unable to discern anything unusual. "Senior Luo, did you notice something?" Duan Shiwu suddenly spotted Luo Tianyin nearby, drenched in cold sweat, and quickly approached to whisper, "My contracted flame chicken is trembling in fear." Luo Tianyin's pupils contracted sharply as he kept his voice extremely low. The flame chicken can refine any mystical fire. Yet right now it's shaking with terror. That wisp of purple flame must be an incredibly terrifying mystical fire. Holy shit, Duan Shiwu gasped, staring intently at the purple flame. Luo Hong will definitely try to challenge it, right? TSK, someone's really going to be in trouble. Heh, even if he gets burned to death, he deserves it. Duan Dongwen snorted coldly, his tone full of schadenfreude. How dare he question my grandfather and doubt the shopkeeper's strength? His perspective is just too narrow. Damn it, once my Ant Queen grows stronger, I'll definitely have the Ant Legion give Luo Hong a beating. Luo Tianyin wiped away his cold sweat, his eyes reflecting the eerie glow of the purple flame. An uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. Purple flame? Purple flame. It couldn't possibly be that supreme mystical fire, could it? He instinctively looked toward Luo Hong at the front, his gaze carrying a hint of pity. If it truly was that supreme mystical fire and fully erupted, even the specially constructed Radiant Sun building, with its multiple protective arrays, might be completely destroyed. Luo Tianyin wasn't afraid. Believed that Senior would hold back his power, but someone would inevitably pay the price for their ignorance. Ridiculous. Luo Hong sneered and stepped onto the spacious platform. As his spiritual energy surged, a gleaming sword materialized in his palm. Silver-white armor covered his entire body, and a pair of golden wings manifested behind him, their feathers folded and sharp as blades. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow from the audience, slightly surprised. Contracted with 3 metal beings? Sword form, armor form, and wing form? It seems you do have some skill after all. Luo Heng's expression turned cold as he pointed his sword at the purple flame floating in midair, his voice suppressing anger. "But you should never, ever have underestimated me like this. A mere wisp of purple flame dares claim it can suppress everything? Once I destroy it, I'll personally battle you." In the stands, many students clenched their fists excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Though metal beings belonged to the elemental category, they couldn't transform into elemental form. Instead, they were renowned for their ultimate hardness and sharpness. Luo Hong had awakened the shrank beast-taming talent, Gengjin, and contracted 4 metal beings as his beasts. The fourth remained undeveloped, while the sword, armor, and wings were all powerful forces he had painstakingly cultivated. With 3 metal beasts enhancing him simultaneously, he appeared like a war god. His aura merged with his beasts, causing his combat power to increase exponentially. While operating at full capacity, his shrank Gengjin talent continuously amplified his abilities. Even against a 7th-tier Moonlight opponent, Luo Hong dared to fight. With Luo Heng's pride, he naturally wouldn't accept what Lu Yu had said earlier, that he would willingly hand over the instructor position as long as someone could withstand the suppression of the purple flame. He wanted to personally shatter that wisp of purple flame, suppress all of Lu Yu's beast companions, trample Lu Yu underfoot, and publicly declare that the magic capital beast-taming university was sacred and inviolable, absolutely not something that fame-seeking pretenders could touch. Your sense of justice is admirable. Lu Yu smiled faintly. But unfortunately, your brain isn't quite up to par. As his words fell, Luo Heng made no response, drawing his sword as the blade's light instantly struck down. Sizzle, sizzle. The moment the sword edge swept through the air, his expression changed dramatically. As that wisp of purple flame burned, the surrounding space continuously shattered and healed. Before the long sword could even touch the flame, it was swept into that twisted space. Crack! The sword tip instantly turned to dust, and the blade cracked as well, the backlash force turning Luo Heng's face deathly pale. Go then. Lu Yu waved his hand lightly, his lips curving with a hint of mischief. Experience this well, this is the wrath of heaven itself. Whoosh! The purple flame plummeted down. Luo Heng looked up, feeling infinite blazing flames engulf his entire body. His iron wall armor cracked, his golden wings were scorched until molten gold flowed. No, impossible. Unprecedented fear surged in his heart, as if he were seeing heaven incarnate. The pure purple flame actually invaded his soul, threatening to burn his beast space and his prized strength talent metal elemento ashes together. No. In less than a second, he felt as though he had experienced the cycle of life and death. When he came to his senses, he saw Lu Yu watching him with interest, while the surrounding students' gazes were complex and indecipherable. On the ground lay the remains of the golden steel sword, iron wall armor, and golden wings. Those were nether moon level metal type beast companions. The moment the purple flame descended, they had all melted, unable to even protect their master. Luo Heng was actually begging for mercy? Was his soul being burned? This is too terrifying. If Instructor Lu hadn't withdrawn his power, Luo Heng would have been reduced to ash instantly. And this is called star level 10th tier? Even nether moon level 10th tier, or even solar level beast tamers, probably couldn't withstand it. Amid the discussions, fear spread. No one dared question him anymore. If just one wisp of purple flame was this powerful, how terrifying would it be if the beast companion controlling the purple flame appeared in person? Everyone gazed at the purple flame suspended above Luo Heng's head. Even though the fire was compressed to its limit, it still emanated an aura of death. The broken swords, shattered armor, and charred wings scattered on the ground were the most direct proof. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Heng gasped painfully for breath. He was certain that if not for his beast space forcibly recalling them, those three metal beings would have been completely annihilated. In fact, even relying on the beast space couldn't have saved them. If Lu Yu hadn't shown mercy, he himself wouldn't have lasted even a second. Thinking of his earlier pathetic begging, his usually arrogant face instantly flushed red. Actually, you didn't need to beg for mercy. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. I'm an instructor. You're a student. I wouldn't stoop to your level. Luo Heng wanted to say something, but extreme pain and weakness overwhelmed him. His vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious. That's all it takes. Lu Yu shrugged, shifting his gaze away from Luo Heng's fallen form, his voice dripping with boredom. Master. A clear, melodious female voice echoed in his mind. It was his contracted spirit. And you. Should I heal him? I held back. He won't die. Lu Yu responded mentally, a smile playing at his lips. Besides, class time is limited. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head back. With that, he spoke aloud. Let him go to the infirmary himself. This is Shanghai Beast Taming University. Never lack healing type beast tamers. All right. And you nodded within his consciousness. She glanced at the still writhing purple flames, her tone complex. He's so pitiful, but also so weak. He couldn't even withstand the natural aura that Sister Imperial Bird casually released. Lu Yu shook his head with an amused smile. What kind of existence was the purple flame Imperial Bird? That seemingly insignificant wisp of flame was none other than Heaven's purple flame, ranked second on the mystical fire list, representing the fury of the heavens themselves. Instructor. Lu Yu looked up at Murong Feng in the distance. Could you help take this student to the infirmary? I still have a class to teach. Murong Feng's expression froze slightly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around him, and faced with those dancing purple flames, he questioned himself silently. Could he really withstand it? In terms of cultivation level, he was a step above Luo Heng as a 7th-tier Nethermoon beast tamer, but he lacked in strength talent after all. Fine. He gritted his teeth and agreed, helping Luo Heng up and summoning a flying beast with a wingspan of several meters before rushing straight toward the infirmary. All right then. Lu Yu raised his hand, and the purple flames instantly subsided. He surveyed the entire class with a smile. I assume no other students want to give it a try? The classroom fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Students exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. Try facing the purple flames directly? When even Luo Heng had been instantly defeated, who among them would dare? Since no one else has any objections, Lu Yu chuckled softly, his tone gentle yet brooking no argument. Let's begin the formal lesson. The classroom fell silent for a second. Then thunderous applause erupted throughout the narrow lecture hall. For Luo Hong, this scene was cruelly humiliating, but no one at the scene spared him another thought. If you choose to challenge someone, you must bear the consequences. Besides, Teacher Lu had already shown mercy by having Teacher Morong Feng personally escort him to the infirmary. What more could he expect? Lu Yu raised his hand, and the applause instantly subsided. Below the stage, both students and instructors were completely won over. A female student couldn't help but stand up, her eyes shining. Teacher Lu, you're so young yet possess such incredible strength. Why did you choose to teach beast cultivation? I think you could easily teach beast combat. Her question received support from many students. At the Shanghai Beast Taming University, beast combat had always been the most popular course. This student's question is very representative, Liu nodded. But beast combat can't solve everything. If you can cultivate your beasts to be strong enough, enemies will only fear you from afar. At that point, you won't even have the opportunity to fight, will you? So cool. The female student's eyes lit up, practically swooning on the spot. Humph. Shen Nianyan muttered quietly. How dare they question the shop owner when he's so capable? It's Teacher Lu now, Du Ryun reminded her in a low voice, though she too looked toward the podium with the same admiration in her eyes. After today, I'm afraid many girls will have crushes on the shop owner. The shop owner is really too strong. Shen Nianyan couldn't help but sigh. I'm starting to wonder if he's really just star level. Even if someone said he was solar level, I'd believe it. Du Ryun exhaled softly. As long as you cultivate your beast strong enough, enemies will only fear you. Probably only the shop owner would dare say something like that. When it comes to cultivation ability, no one can compare to him. On the podium, Lu Yu continued speaking eloquently. Though the course content seemed to cover only the basics for cultivators, his interpretation as a 7-star cultivator made the nearly 100 students feel refreshed and enlightened. Thinking of how Luo Hong was not only seriously injured, but also missed this class made everyone sigh with pity for him. As class time was about to end, Lu Yu glanced at the timer. Talking theory all the time isn't intuitive enough. How about this? I'll invite 2 students to the stage, and I'll cultivate your respective beasts on the spot. Students who want this opportunity, raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom was filled with a sea of raised arms. Lu Yu chuckled. Everyone raised their hands? The opportunity is limited. Let's go with these 2 students, Shen Nianyan and student Du Run. The 2 exchanged glances and smiled, their delight evident as they quickly walked up to the podium. The slime and moonlight butterfly, both petite in size, followed their masters on either side, drawing admiring gasps from their classmates. The amazement wasn't about favoritism though. Both the slime and moonlight butterfly were at awakening level 10, with star level 10 potential, the absolute limits of both current realm and potential. Before Shen Nianyan and Du Rian broke through to become transcendent level beast tamers, these 2 beasts seemed to have no room for improvement. Teacher Lu, maybe you should choose someone else? The girl stood up again and said, we all know that slimes and moonlight butterflies can't be cultivated any further unless they break through to the transcendent level. Exactly. A male student raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Teacher Lu, please help cultivate my beast. My pet still has tremendous room for improvement in both potential and realm. Shen Nianyan and Du Riyun exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the issue. Their contracted beasts had already been cultivated to their limits. The only path to further strength was breaking through to the transcendent level. Store manager. Teacher Lu, Shen Nianyan lowered her voice. Perhaps we should give the opportunity to someone else. Yes, Du Riyun seemed anxious. This is your first public class. Lu Yu simply gave them both a confident look to put them at ease, then addressed the entire class. Students, please remain calm. You just said that slimes and moonlight butterflies cannot be cultivated further, correct? Of course, the girl answered eagerly. Everyone knows that awakened level beast tamers can only raise their pets to the 10th tier of awakening at most, with potential capped at the 10th tier of starlight, absolutely impossible to exceed. Wrong. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Who told you that was an iron law? The beast taming world is full of infinite possibilities. The first thing to do is break through your own cognitive barriers. The girl stood frozen. Rules that had been passed down for thousands of years were being dismissed by Lu Yu as breakable limitations. Every beast tamer who had attempted to contract beasts with nether moon level potential or higher had failed miserably. This was an industry-wide forbidden zone. She frowned in confusion. Lu Yu offered no explanation. He knew that even before becoming a 7-star breeder, he too had firmly believed it was an iron law. However, even 5-star breeders could work miracles, let alone 7-star ones. Their status was comparable to that of Holy Spirit level beast tamers. Limitations existed to be broken. The classroom door opened, and a white-haired elderly man entered carrying a container of resources. Students, the old man spoke gently. I'm also very interested in what Teacher Lu said about breaking limits. Gasps immediately filled the classroom. Principal Duan came in person. Teacher Lu actually had Principal Duan deliver resources for the demonstration. Did you notice? Principal Duan seems much younger. Lu Yu stepped forward to receive the container and simply dumped its entire contents onto the podium. Black iron and bronze level resources spread across the surface, their colors dull, yet he arranged them into multiple groups with precise measurements down to the gram. Students and instructors examined them and looked at each other in bewilderment. All bronze level, and quite a few black iron level ones. Teacher Lu doesn't really intend to use these things to cultivate the slime and moonlight butterfly, does he? Let's observe 3 seconds of silence for the slime and moonlight butterfly. Can these low-level resources actually be useful? Lu Yu noticed everyone's expressions and chuckled softly. As you can see, these are all the lowest grade black iron and bronze resources, yet they're most suitable for the current stage of the slime and moonlight butterfly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yinyan and Du Ryun gracefully stepped to one side, like a beautiful sight for the eyes. Lu Yu pushed the prepared resources toward them, his tone serious. I'd like you both to combine these resources and send them into your beast spaces, then feed them to the slime and moonlight butterfly. Can you do that? Shen Yinyan blinked, and though she still had doubts, she accepted the resources. All right. The moment she sent the resources into her beast space, a flood of information suddenly surged through her Minda refinement technique. She looked up, about to ask a question, but met Lu Yu's smiling gaze and quietly began studying it. Du Ryun also received a refinement technique, slightly different from what Shen Yinyan had learned. Lu Yu offered no explanation. These were achievements from breeders of the previous era, divided into 9 levels. What he had taught was merely the most basic first level, but combined with the current resources, it was sufficient. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yu remained calm. Suddenly, the auras of the slime and moonlight butterfly seemed to be growing stronger. Someone cried out in surprise. Yiling, both the slime and moonlight butterfly were instantly enveloped in a hazy glow. Pale white radiance flowed like a tide over the 2 pet beasts' bodies, their auras rapidly ascending, becoming so profound they seemed capable of devouring the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye breakthrough, extraordinary first tier. Simultaneously, their potential levels shattered their constraints, directly advancing to Mingyue level first tier. Below the podium, all students and instructors held their breath, hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Had their realms truly broken through? Not just their realms, but their potential had also transcended? Could pet cultivation really achieve such heights? I heard that cultivators from the previous era could turn decay into miracle. Someone whispered in amazement. Could Teacher Lu actually be a cultivator? Of course, Xia Nation has cultivators that often appear on television and have their own research institutes. Another instructor shook his head. But they absolutely cannot achieve effects like this. Even Principal Duan couldn't hide his shock, his eyes flickering. Shopkeeper Lu. Teacher Lu, you far exceed my expectations. The laws that have governed the beast-taming field for thousands of years have been shattered by you. Lu Yu merely smiled faintly. Nothing is impossible. His gaze fell upon the slime and moonlight butterfly, whose auras were still ascending, his tone calm, yet confident. When they break through their limits, they will also drive their beast tamers to break through. Boom, boom. The next moment, Shen Yinyan and Du Ryun's auras suddenly changed, their beast-taming spaces expanding wildly like floodgates bursting open. Extraordinary first tier. The 2 young women opened their eyes, faces filled with disbelief. The breakthrough of the slime and moonlight butterfly had directly pulled them across a major realm. This scene sent shockwaves through the entire venue once again. So breaking through as a beast tamer could be this simple? Duan Xiang's long-dormant heart was also ignited. If his beast-taming space were completely restored, could he also rely on Lu Yu's methods to cultivate pet beasts and make his space expand to its utmost again? At his current level, taking another step forward, Overlord level, Duan Xiang was breathing hitched. If this could truly be achieved, perhaps all of Magic Capital, even all of Xia Nation, would be in uproar. Shopkeeper. Shen Yinyan could barely contain her excitement, about to express her gratitude. Call me teacher. While at school, Lu Yu pretended to scold, then smiled and asked, how does the extraordinary level feel? Amazing. Shen Yinyan nodded vigorously, unable to help adding, and the refinement method. Shoo. Lu Yu winked meaningfully. That's a secret. Shen Yinyan's pretty face flushed slightly, and she had no choice but to remain silent. Du Ryun stood quietly to the side, the moonlight butterfly on her shoulder gently flapping its wings, scattering specks of silver light. The green cotton worm evolving into a moonlight butterfly. Quite a nice form. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Cultivate it well. I have high hopes. Yes, yes. Du Ryun's eyes lit up as she nodded solemnly. Lu Yu added warmly. I look forward to you both returning to Mythical Pet Beast Shop to contract your second pet beasts. In truth, he had deliberately selected Shen Yinyan and Du Ryun precisely because seeing them stuck at Awakening level 10th tier was truly eyesore. If they could break through to extraordinary level in their freshman year, they would definitely receive scholarships and would naturally return to the shop to purchase second pet beasts for the sake of boosting sales. He had truly gone to great lengths. Of course, this was also for the effect of the public lecture. so as not to disappoint Principal Duan's salary of tens of millions per year. After comforting the two young women, Lu Yu walked to the side of the podium, surveyed the entire venue, and chuckled lightly. Well then, this class ends here. Class dismissed. His words fell. Without the constraints of discipline, the students immediately began speaking freely. Incredible. No wonder Teacher Lu is already a university instructor despite his young age. I feel like he doesn't even take being a mentor seriously. If Principal Duan hadn't personally invited him, he might not have been willing to come. Principal Duan shows such respect to Teacher Lu. When I was 18, I was still showing off over a few test points. I heard Teacher Lu must be a beast cultivator, probably even more skilled than those fame-seeking masters in the Xia Kingdom. If he starts conducting research projects next, our Modu beast-taming university's academic level is going to soar. Shun Yinyan and Du Ryun reached transcendent level in less than half a month, right? At this rate, they could reach Starfall in their freshman year and potentially Moonfall in their sophomore year. I'm so envious and jealous. The cacophony of amazed voices echoed through the classroom. Lu Yu simply listened, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips, offering no response. In the corner of the classroom, Bai Yuewei watched Lu Yu's graceful departure. Her originally rosy face instantly turned pale, and her lips, bitten white, even showed traces of blood. Yuewei, what's wrong with you? Do you really like Teacher Lu that much? Mu Yuan couldn't help but frown. Teacher Lu is indeed excellent, but he's too excellent. Don't you think he's completely out of your reach? Bai Yuewei looked lost, her voice so low it was almost drowned out by the noise. Do you know? Lu Yu used to be my boyfriend. Huh? Mu Yuan sneered. Ex-boyfriend? If he really was, how stupid would you have to be to break up with him? I thought you were a decent girl, but it turns out you love having these ridiculous fantasies. You? Bai Yuewei opened her mouth, but was left with only bitterness. Her mind flashed back to the scene of their breakup. If she hadn't initiated the breakup, she could not only have contracted that beast cub comparable to a slime, but would also face no bottlenecks in future major breakthroughs. Mu Yuan's questioning was like a sharp knife, cutting her self-esteem to shreds. But he really was my ex-boyfriend. Why won't you believe me? She murmured. Crazy. Mu Yuan dropped that comment and left the crowd. Bai Yuewei shook her head frantically, completely ignoring Mu Yuan, consumed only by deep regret. I actually thought getting into Modu Beast-Taming University would help me close the class gap with Lu Yu. Maybe he was right. I really am crazy. Her fingers trembling slightly, she lit up her phone, found that familiar contact in her blacklist, hesitated for a moment, then pressed friend request. Ding. The notification appeared and immediately changed to rejected. Unwilling to give up, she tried again, and the system directly showed the other party has blocked you. As expected, Bai Yuewei smiled bitterly and stumbled out of the classroom. The corridor of Yaori building was brightly lit. Lu Yu seemed like the center of attention, with Principal Duan on his left, Lu Luochan on his right, and behind him, students flushed with excitement. The feat of both the slime and moonlight butterfly simultaneously achieving breakthroughs in both potential and strength during class was enough to be written into school history. How could they not be thrilled? Suddenly, Lu Yu's phone vibrated. Bai Yuewei's request appeared on the screen. Lu Yu, I regret it. Can we go back to how things were? He frowned slightly, tapped reject with his fingertip, and promptly added her to his blacklist. The school infirmary. As Lu Shui entered, her tailored professional attire hugged her stunning curves, with a white lab coat swaying gently over it. Her light golden hair was pulled up high, accentuating the graceful line of her neck, and together with her white-framed glasses, created a striking contrast between sensuality and restraint. Murong Feng stood at the doorway, his gaze completely captivated by this coexisting charm, unable to look away. Lu Shui ignored his scrutiny and hurried to the bedside. Luo Heng lay quietly, his face pale, while his three companion beasts' sword, armor, and wing were devastatingly damaged beside him. Broken metal fragments and charred feathers scattered across the floor. A faint green spiritual light flickered at Lu Shui's fingertips as she carefully examined him, her brow furrowing deeper with concern. Student Luo Heng, did you provoke a solar rank beast master? She asked gravely. Solar rank. Murong Feng shook his head. Impossible. The attacker was only stellar 10th tier. Absolutely impossible. Lu Shui looked up sharply, her eyes piercing. I cannot discern the level of the residual flames, but he should have died on the spot, yet was forcibly kept alive by a thread. Especially those purple flames theory sustaining his life. As she finished speaking, she reached out again, her palm revealing faint purple flame points. These flames don't reject any healing methods, but if anyone harbors murderous intent, even a lunar 10th tier would be instantly consumed to ash. Murong Feng's heart chilled. Indeed, on the way here, he had briefly considered letting Luo Heng accidentally die to pin the blame on Lu Yu. But he had ultimately dismissed the idea, fearing the investigation would implicate him. He hadn't expected Lu Yu to have laid such an exquisite life protection and counterattack mechanism, leaving no opening whatsoever. Is student Luo Heng all right? He asked cautiously. The Southern Luo family had a sovereign rank beast master backing them, couldn't afford the consequences. His life is not in danger. Lu Shui shook her head gently, then raised her hand to summon. Emerald radiance gathered as a slender young girl stepped forth from the light. Her face was youthful yet breathtakingly beautiful, with jade green eyes full of tenderness. Elf race. Morong Fong gasped in, a natural elf royal bloodline at that. They reached solar rank upon maturity. This natural elf, though not yet adult, had already achieved lunar 10th tier. Lu Shui had formed a core contract with only this one companion, her a rank talent, elven heart, completely fusing with the elf's soul, causing both their growth to skyrocket. Now at merely 23, Lu Shui stood at lunar 10th tier, just one step away from both ascending to solar rank. The natural elf raised her hand, and vast, pure healing power transformed into emerald ripples, flowing continuously into Luo Heng's body and along the contract lines to sword, armor, and wing. His pale complexion regained color, the broken sword blade gradually reconnected, the shattered armor refilled its cracks, and the charred wings regenerated new feathers. Morong Fong watched all this, secretly shaken. The sight of purple flames intertwining with elven healing made him abandon any improper thoughts completely. Sword, armor, and wing were also gradually restored to wholeness. However, his aura had weakened considerably. Luo Heng opened his eyes on the infirmary bed, cold sweat still clinging to his temples as he pressed his hand firmly against his throbbing head, his voice hoarse and confused. Teacher Morong. Teacher Lu. How did I end up here? Morong Fong adjusted his glasses with a helpless expression. You forgot? You challenged the new instructor Lu Yu. As a result, he simply raised his hand and released a wisp of purple flame, completely overwhelming you. Do you remember now? Memories flooded back like a tide. Luo Heng's face flushed crimson as he recalled how he had screamed uncontrollably under the death pressure in the classroom, all his pride and coldness crumbling instantly before that purple flame. The talent he had once been so proud of, the strength that his peers could never match, was worthless before that young instructor. Lu Shui stepped forward, using her spiritual power to examine the contract marks on his wrist, speaking gently. I've managed to barely restore the life force of your sword pet, armor pet, and wing pet, but their bodies are mostly burned away and they face the risk of rank degradation. To heal them completely, you'll need to feed them large amounts of precious metals, otherwise if they all drop ranks, you might not be able to maintain your Minji level cultivation. I understand. Luo Heng lowered his head in response, his eyes filled with defeat. As the legitimate son of the Southern Luo family and possessor of Shrank beast-taming talent, he certainly didn't lack resources. The difficulty lay in recovering from the humiliation of such an easy defeat. Having awakened Shrank talent, I can accept being inferior to Lu Su since he has double Shrank and is also a dragon master. Luo Heng shook his head self-mockingly with a light sigh, but I never expected that even instructor Lu Yu would be so far beyond my reach. Just a wisp of purple flame, and I was instantly defeated. If he had used his full power, I probably would have been reduced to ash in moments. Lu Shui patted his shoulder. Don't belittle yourself. Above Shrank there's still S rank, and even the ethereal SS rank. Since you know there are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens, don't make me carry you into the infirmary again next time. Luo Heng recalled his 3 beast pets into his beast space. The space barriers scorched black throughout, making him sigh deeply once more. At this moment, Lu Shui's expression changed as she suddenly asked, You just said that new instructor's name is Lu Yu? About 18 years old, and looks very similar to Lu Su. Lu Shui's background was no secret at the academy. She came from the only elven family in the magic capital. Blue Star had 3 great dragon mastering families and 3 great elven families, controlling stable channels for contracting with dragons and elves. Though elves were slightly inferior to dragons in combat power, the ancient elven kingdom once stood tall on Blue Star, and their clan's heritage was unfathomably deep. The most ancient and noble ancestral elves in the clan reached Saint Spirit level upon maturity. Direct royal bloodline members could reach overlord level as adults, comparable to divine dragon species. Royal direct descendants could reach monarch level as adults, equivalent to top-tier dragon species. Lu Shui had contracted with a nature elf. Though of illegitimate bloodline, it could still match a 10th-tier radiant sun level upon maturity. Combined with the elven clan's complete bloodline advancement system, if she gained recognition from the ancient kingdom's ancestral lands, she still had a chance to inherit the ancestral elven legacy. If not for the Demon Realm's invasion that shattered the elven ancient kingdom's ancestral lands, with the elven clan's heritage, they would never have declined to their current state. The elven families both competed and cooperated with the dragon mastering families. Lu Shui clearly remembered hearing the elders discuss the dragon mastering Lu family when she was 11. This generation had produced an unparalleled prodigy Lu Su. But at the same time, there was also a scandal. Lu Su's cousin Lu Yu was born with defective talent essence and could never awaken beast-taming abilities. Lu Su was directly designated as the young family head, while Lu Yu was suspected to have been expelled from the Lu family and had since disappeared without a trace. Morong Feng pondered for a moment, becoming more startled the more he thought. Looking closely, this instructor Lu Yu does indeed resemble Lu Su by about 70%. It really is him. Lu Shui's heart skipped a beat, trembling inwardly. That young man who had been cast out as worthless had actually returned as the youngest instructor in Magic Capital University's history, and the power he had just displayed was almost approaching Radiant Sun level. Lu Su was also at Magic Capital University. If these two brothers were to meet, just the thought made Lu Shui's back run cold. She murmured in a low, self-mocking whisper. The Lu family prides itself as the foremost of the three great dragon-mastering families. If this generation's Lu Yu and Lu Su brothers stood together, they might truly secure the leading position. What a pity that you personally banished Lu Yu back then. Now, Lu Yu had returned with terrifying talent and power. So, how would the Lu family choose? Would they admit their mistake and try to recruit him? Or would they eliminate him? Men's dormitory, room 208. In the spacious villa living room, Niezian gestured wildly, his voice trembling with excitement. You guys can't even imagine. That arrogant Luo Hung actually went to challenge Instructor Lu, complaining that he was too young at 18 and unworthy of his position. And what happened? Instructor Lu casually released just a wisp of purple flame, and Luo Hung dropped to his knees on the spot. A Starfall 10th rank completely crushed a Moonfall 3rd rank, and he made it look effortless. He caught his breath and continued like a machine gun. Right after that, Instructor Lu demonstrated what real beast cultivation looks like. Shen Yinyan Slime and Du Ryun's Moonlight Butterfly were both stuck at the Awakening rank limit, but he directly pushed them to Transcendent rank with Moonfall of L potential. Plus, both junior girls broke through themselves and are now Transcendent rank beast-tamers. They've only had their contracts for half a month. Nieziyun continued his animated retelling of the entire public lecture's highlights. When his excitement finally subsided, he noticed his two roommates' expressions were stranger than if they'd been listening to ghost stories. Nieziyun, have you lost your mind? Zheng Jianxin couldn't hold back anymore. The story's pretty exciting, but it's way too ridiculous. Just Shen Yinyan and Du Ruiyun reaching Transcendent rank in half a month is impossible. Exactly, Tan Xiangyu nodded. Take Brother Su, for example. When he contracted his golden dragon, it took him a full year to break through. Half a month? In your dreams. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the aloof young man on the sofa, worried his questioning might displease him. Nieziyun took a deep breath and slammed the table. Don't believe me? The forums already exploded. Go see for yourself, Esto. I need to make this up. The two exchanged glances and opened their computers to log into Shanghai Magic University's forum. The pinned posts and countless hot topics were all discussing that young new instructor. The threads were packed with videos, screenshots, and witness testimonials evidence everywhere. Holy crap, it's actually true. Zheng Jianxin's eyes widened. Instructor Lu is only 18? I'm 18 too, but I feel like one look from him could finish me off. You're flattering yourself. Luo Hung nearly got incinerated by a wisp of purple flame. You think you could withstand one of his glances? Niezian rolled his eyes. Tan Xiangyu beat his chest in regret. If only I'd gone to that public lecture. If I'd gotten on stage, maybe I'd be Transcendent rank now too. One step ahead leads to staying ahead. Among this year's freshmen, aside from Brother Su, Shin Yinyan and Du Ryun are the strongest now. The two grew more regretful as they talked, their voices filled with amazement and shock. Niezian finally turned his attention to the young man on the sofa. Brother Su, aren't you going to take a look? With your talent and abilities, you could totally take Instructor Lu's elective and learn that heaven-defying cultivation method. No need. Lu Su looked up, his voice so flat it betrayed no emotion. As you said, he's only 18, same age as us. That's right. Nieziyun nodded vigorously. Lu Su's lips curved into a cold, arrogant smile. Since he's the same age, how could he possibly surpass me? My talent, Lu Su's talent, is already the strongest among our peers. It's worth learning from someone who's at least at the level of an associate professor or even someone like Principal Duan, a young mentor who might have inherited an unparalleled legacy from ancient times, or even the previous era. Someone like that is worth learning from. Lu Su scoffed. He looked down arrogantly at those around him, his heart filled with disdain. Why should he? This arrogance wasn't baseless. Lu Su possessed two level beast-taming talents simultaneously. Even before his college entrance exams, he had already broken through the Mingyu level. His strength was so overwhelming that even Luo Hong, who also had level talent, was left far behind. Once he fully mastered dragon speech magic, he could propel both his golden dragon and sacred dragon to the sunlight level. As for himself, he could step into the sunlight level at any moment, but he deliberately held back, consolidating his foundation and waiting for his two level talents to merge into an unrivaled S-level dragon affinity. Sacred Dragon Shadow, Lu Su murmured, his gaze deep and distant. The talent he awakened at birth was actually only Golden Dragon Shadow. The Sacred Dragon Shadow didn't belong to him. The two level talents within him had always faintly repelled each other, forcing him to recall the upheaval 12 years ago. That year, he was 6, and Lu Yu was also 6. As a child, Lu Su often followed his more mature brother, and the two were inseparable. Then came the test results. Lu Su awakened Golden Dragon Shadow, while Lu Ye's body nurtured the level Sacred Dragon Shadow essence. The news shook the Lu family, and the higher-ups immediately sealed off all information, believing that the brothers would lead the family to become the dominant force among the 3 great dragon-taming clans, securing more resources from the dragon realm. But disaster struck. Lu Ye's talent essence was forcibly extracted and transplanted into Lu Zu's body. Thus, the glory of dual level talents fell upon Lu Su, making him the bearer of the family's hopes and prestige. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, stripped of his essence, became a cripple, discarded like trash. Out of consideration for his direct bloodline, Lu Yu was allowed to live as an ordinary person who was destined to attend a vocational college, graduate, and become a cog in society, losing even the right to call himself a member of the Lu family. Few outsiders knew that the day before Lu Ye's essence was taken, Lu Su had stumbled upon 2 ancient texts in the family's archives. The first, ancient dragon speech magic. The second, the secret of dragon shadow fusion. Dual level dragon shadows could merge into an S-level talent that far surpassed level. The next day, Lu Zu's father, the current head of the family, coincidentally discovered these 2 ancient texts. As these memories flashed through his mind, Lu Zu's gaze grew colder. He had already resolved to rely on his own strength to eliminate the rejection and complete the talent fusion. Only then could his pride fully surpass that of his brother, who had been as mature as an adult even at the age of 6. Brother Su, I'm being serious. Lu Yu is an incredible mentor. Niezian couldn't help but speak up, his eyes filled with urgency. Taking his elective course would be a huge benefit. He knew perfectly well that the spots in Lu Ye's class were limited, and he himself had no chance of competing for one. But if Lu Su tried, it would be a different story with Lu Zu's talent. How could that young mentor possibly refuse him? Before Niezian could finish his sentence, he was met with a chilling gaze. Lu Zu's left eye glowed with golden light, while his right eye was pure white, the radiance even swallowing his pupil. GHH. Lu Su had already grabbed Niezian's throat with one hand, lifting him into the air. Niezian's face turned red, and despair flooded his heart. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Lu Zu's expression was as cold as the ice of the far north. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. You just said that mentor's name, what is it? Brother Su. Tan Xiangyu rushed forward in panic, trying to stop him. The mentor's name is Lu Yu. Let Niezian go. If you keep this up, he'll die. Lu Su ignored him completely, his eyes still fixed on Niezian. With great difficulty, Niezian managed to squeeze out a few words. It's Lu Yu. Boom. Lu Su casually tossed him to the side. His gaze was icy, yet beneath it lay a faint trace of twisted excitement. He muttered softly to himself. Brother, so you've returned? And it seems you've abandoned the glory of the dragon-taming clans, and even become a mentor at Moda University. You're still the same, always silently standing above me. I can't help it, I just want to tear you apart. They rode the elevator all the way up. The metal handrails gleamed faintly under the dim yellow lights, and only 3 people occupied the spacious elevator car. Lu Yu, Duan Xianghua, and Lu Luochan. Other students had originally wanted to follow, but out of respect for the 3, they consciously remained outside. As the elevator doors closed, only their distant, admiring gazes remained. The elevator rose smoothly, with only the soft hum of machinery breaking the silence. Duan Xianghua opened his mouth several times, but finally couldn't suppress the urgency in his heart, and spoke in a low voice. Manager Lu, what is the highest level of pet beast you can cultivate using your methods that exceed normal limits? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Luochan's eyes trembled slightly. She understood the weight of her teacher's question perfectly. Duan Xianghua still possessed one pet beast whose realm had stagnated at the 10th tier of king level. One more step forward would reach overlord level, but this single step had trapped countless people for their entire lives. Even someone as distinguished as Duan Xianghua had been struggling at this level until now. Lu Yu met those eyes marked by the traces of time, his expression calm as he smiled lightly. Principal Duan, there's no need to ask so many questions. If you wish to cultivate pet beasts, simply come find me at the Mythical Pet Beast shop. Duan Xianghua was stunned, his gaze lingering on Lu Yu's composed expression, momentarily speechless. Lu Yu offered no further explanation. With his 7-star beast cultivator expertise, given sufficient time investment, he could even push overlord level 10th tier pet beasts toward the 1st tier of sacred spirit level. In the previous era, 7-star beast cultivators held status comparable to sacred spirit level beast tamers, precisely because they could open the gateway to sacred spirit realm for those powerful individuals trapped at the peak of overlord level. However, such advancement required enormous resources and time, making mass operations impossible. Limited by his current realm, Lu Yu could only demonstrate 6-star level capabilities at present. but even so, he was confident he could elevate king-level 10th tier pet beasts to overlord level. Duan Xianghua's strength fell precisely within his range of abilities. Really, Lu Luochan couldn't hide her excitement and said urgently, "Please, manager, you must help my teacher cultivate his pet beast." She understood how long her teacher had languished at king-level 10th tier, and she understood Duan Xianghua's hatred of his inability to break through, could only watch helplessly as his contracted pet beast rushed to foreign battlefields, its life and death left to fate. Not yet. Lu Yu shook his head. Why not? Lu Luochan was stunned. My teacher will definitely prepare all the necessary resources. His pet beast meets the requirements in both realm and potential at king level 10th tier. The problem isn't realm or potential. Lu Yu looked at Duan Xianghua, his tone serious. Although Principal Duan has contracted the sky-anchoring giant tree, if I'm not mistaken, the sky-anchoring giant tree is currently only at nether moon level. With nether moon level realm, it cannot fully suppress and repair your nearly shattered beast-taming space. Manager Lu is absolutely right. Duan Xianghua's expression grew dim as he slowly nodded. In my current state, forcing pet beast cultivation would only harm me. My beast-taming space would shatter instantly, and even the sky-anchoring giant tree couldn't suppress it then. How could this be? Lu Luochan lowered her eyes in disappointment. She desired more than anyone to see her teacher step into Overlord realm. There's no need to rush. Lu Yu chuckled softly, saying that with the sky-suppressing giant tree's abilities, once it breaks through to the 10th tier of Radiant Sun, it would only take a little time to completely restore Principal Duan's beast-taming space. His gaze remained calm, yet confident as he continued. I can create a customized cultivation plan for Principal Duan, allowing the sky-suppressing giant tree to reach the 10th tier of Radiant Sun within 7 days. As his words settled, Duan Xianghua and Lu Luochan exchanged glances, hope instantly igniting in their hearts. Yet their predominant emotion was shock. Even though Duan Xianghua was a king-level beast tamer, and king-level beast energy could accelerate the growth of new companion beasts quite rapidly, advancing from Dark Moon level to the 10th tier of Radiant Sun in just 7 days was still an outrageous speed. Everyone understood that while the sky-suppressing giant tree had a complete evolutionary path, its next stage, Void Ancient Tree, ranked alongside Divine Dragon and Demon Dragon species. To gather such rare resources, Duan Xianghua would have to pay an enormous price, possibly even depleting his entire family's wealth. However, Lu Yu had no intention of changing the sky-suppressing giant tree's life form, but rather to teach according to its nature, providing the most suitable cultivation plan. In the previous era, this was the most fundamental profit-making method for beast cultivators. Minimal investment, yet capable of earning vast wealth. Countless beast tamers were willing to pay 50 or even more of their wealth for an accurate, personalized plan. Principal Duan's expression grew solemn as he declared earnestly, I will personally visit the mythical beast pet shop at the earliest opportunity. Lu Luochan, however, showed hesitation. Lu Yu saw through her thoughts and chuckled softly. Want the Crimson Thunder Jiao to grow rapidly? Want all 3 of your sub-dragon species to transform into true giant dragon species? His voice was low, like a devil whispering in her ear, and Lu Luochan's eyes immediately filled with desire. Yes, she wanted it. She answered without hesitation. She didn't doubt Lu Yu could achieve it. He had cultivated an ordinary red carp into the Geodragon species Crimson Thunder Jiao. So what difficulty would there be in upgrading sub-dragon species with already decent bloodlines to giant dragon species? After all, the domineering giant dragon bloodline had always regarded sub-dragons as mixed blood, even banishing them from the dragon realm. But Lu Luochan had witnessed Lu Yu's methods firsthand and harbored no more doubts. Looking at Duan Xianghua and Lu Luochan, Lu Yu raised his hands in a cupped salute and smiled. I await your honored presence. After a few exchanges, the elevator door opened with a ding. Duan Xianghua frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, why is he here? Lu Luochan was equally puzzled. Though only half a month had passed since the semester began, Lu Su's reputation for arrogance had already spread throughout Magic Capital University. He was so conceited that he believed only professor-level instructors were qualified to teach him, yet no one found this excessive. Lu Luochan also considered it natural, because no one treated Lu Su as an ordinary junior at 18. He had already reached the 10th tier of Dark Moon and contracted 2 top-tier giant dragon species. At this moment, Lu Yu also looked into the distance, where on the vast campus lawn stood a young man with an indifferent expression, upright and tall like a spear, his shoulders radiating the noble and oppressive aura of a mighty dragon. Lu Yu murmured the name softly with a smile, as if speaking to himself. Lu Luochan had originally worried that Lu Yu wouldn't recognize the other person and was about to introduce them, but from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lu Su already walking toward them. The young man's steps were neither hurried nor slow, yet he seemed to cross the entire lawn in an instant, stopping directly in front of Lu Yu with emotions churning indescribably in his gaze. You two know each other? Lu Luochan exclaimed in shock. Of course we do. Lu Yu continued gazing at the distant clouds, his tone playful. Lu Luochan was momentarily speechless. She knew that since Lu Su had enrolled, he had rarely left the school grounds. So when could they have possibly met? Duan Xianghua was also studying the two of them. Their nearly mirror-like features reminded him of an old story from years past, and he couldn't help but sigh. I never expected that rumor about the Lu family to be true. Lu Luochan's heart trembled. 12 years ago, the abandoned child of the Lu family's main bloodline clearly. That was Lu Yu. Brother. Lu Su suppressed the turbulent emotions in his eyes, looking directly at Lu Yu with a low voice. You finally returned after all. Indeed. Lu Yu remained composed, smiling faintly. Little brother, how have you been lately? Lu Su didn't answer. His indifferent expression instantly turned ice cold as he suddenly demanded. I truly don't understand why were you still able to awaken your talent? Why? Can you still become a beastmaster? Is it so strange? Lu Yu continued smiling, his tone casual. Actually, I have a question too, one I wanted to ask you in person. What question? Lu Su frowned slightly. Nothing much, just wanted to ask. Lu Yu's smile suddenly froze into frost, his voice dropping low. How useful is my beast master talent? Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded. Lu Su's pupils contracted sharply. His golden eyes and sacred eyes manifested simultaneously, yet still couldn't capture Lu Yu's figure. When he came to his senses, Lu Yu had already grabbed him by the throat with one hand, lifting him high into the air. The raw power seeping from those fingertips seemed ready to completely tear apart his body, which was as strong as a true dragon. A sudden upheaval erupted. Neither Minister Duan nor Lu Luochan had ever imagined that Lu Yu would suddenly strike in front of everyone. What exceeded their expectations even more was that Lu Su, with his strength that surpassed his peers, couldn't react at all. Such terrifying physical prowess was truly heart-stopping. As a possessor of dual-strength dragon talents and a Minji-level 10th-tier dragon master who had contracted with a golden dragon and a sacred dragon, Lu Su's physical body had been enhanced to rival dragons of the same level through beast contract feedback and talent bonuses alone. Even in the most perilous situations, he should have possessed absolute power to protect himself. Yet at this moment, Lu Yu had effortlessly grasped Lu Su's throat and lifted him up in a humiliating manner. Lu Su dangled helplessly with his feet off the ground. My foolish brother. Lu Yu tightened his grip, feeling the rapid pulse beneath his fingers while savoring that expression of humiliation and shock, a smile playing at his lips. A relic from the previous era, is it worth such a desperate gamble? Dragon Shadow. Fusion? How utterly ridiculous. After inheriting the 7-star breeder's legacy, Lu Yu had absorbed vast knowledge, naturally including Dragon Master secret arts, Dragon Language Magic, Dragon Shadow Fusion, and other techniques. Dragon Language Magic was originally a lost dragon talent that only true dragon species could create. As true dragons departed from Blue Star, this ability gradually vanished, for it was never imprinted in the bloodlines of wyverns, divine dragons, or demonic dragons. As for Dragon Shadow Fusion, it was a later research achievement of breeders that had been classified as forbidden magic by the Empire due to its excessive danger and destructiveness. The faint dragon language magic fluctuations Lu Yu sensed from Lu Su's body, along with the dual dragon shadows that were overlapping, naturally allowed him to discern his opponent's trump card at a glance. Even while being strangled, Lu Su continued to stare at him intently, struggling to speak. Is it so ridiculous? You still haven't answered my question. Lu Yu seemed oblivious to the summoning array materializing behind Lu Zuhi's contracted dragon species, sensing their master's peril, were actively breaking through the beast space's constraints. Answer me, Lu Yu chuckled softly. How useful is my beast-taming talent? Shut up. Boom. Behind Lu Su, two massive dragons suddenly burst forth from the array. Roar. The golden dragon and sacred dragon unleashed simultaneous roars, their overwhelming dragon might striking toward Lu Yu like a tangible force. Golden and pure white dragon shadows instantly merged into their bodies and souls, causing their dragon might to surge explosively like a tsunami. Lu Su's lips curved into a mocking smile as he watched Lu Yu appear like a small boat ready to capsize under this terrifying pressure. In the depths of his gold and white pupils, bone-chilling coldness emerged. Lu Su's voice turned icy cold. All these years, I've known you were alive, living an ordinary person's life. I could have killed you, but didn't I? You should be grateful you could survive like a rat. But why did you have to appear? Do you know? The moment I saw you, I could barely suppress my killing intent. Roar. The golden dragon bellowed as its body suddenly became shrouded in sacred white light, a blessing from the sacred dragon that made its power even more terrifying. In this state, it would dare to battle even a your-level beast and have a chance of victory. Aren't you asking questions? Your beast-taming talent, is it actually useful or not? Lu Su's expression remained calm, as if he had completely cast aside his earlier embarrassment and humiliation. He lifted his chin, a proud curve playing at the corners of his mouth, and said softly, "Now I can give you the answer to that question." Dragon might surged like a tide, causing Lu Yu's body to sway slightly under the impact, as though he might topple at any moment. Yet his face remained utterly serene, his cold gaze fixed on Lu Su. Lu Su approached step by step, his left eye blazing golden, a massive golden dragon coiling on his left side, his right eye glowing with sacred light, a holy dragon wreathing his right. Two dragon shadows, one gold and one sacred, swirled around him, making him appear like a divine dragon prince descended from the dragon realm, arrogant and conceited. "If it weren't for your sacred dragon shadow, I never would have been able to contract a sacred dragon in this lifetime." Lu Su looked down at Lu Yu, his voice low but excited. "The sacred dragon is an extremely rare support-type dragon species. With its sacred protection, combined with my golden dragon shadow, my golden dragon can easily defeat radiant sun-level opponents." At this, he suddenly burst into laughter, his gaze locked on Lu Yu, trying to catch even a trace of fear, a hint of jealousy, or at least half a measure of hatred on his opponent's face. But Lu Yu's eyes remained so calm, they seemed almost pitying. That look completely ignited Lu Su's fury. Boom! Lu Su swung his hand violently, and the doubly enhanced golden dragon roared forth, its massive form nearly engulfing Lu Yu entirely. Just as the golden shadow was about to swallow his vision, Lu Yu raised his hand, extending a single finger. At his fingertip, a wisp of purple flame ignited. Lu Su's mind flashed to forum posts during today's public class. Lu Yu had instantly defeated Luo Hong, a third-tier Nethermoon cultivator, with just a wisp of purple flame. He sneered disdainfully. "You think I'm trash like Luo Hong? That pathetic little flame can't even break through my golden dragon's defenses, let alone penetrate both golden dragon shadow and sacred protection." Lu Yu tilted his head slightly, his voice low and resonant. "Lu Su, have you ever felt the wrath of heaven?" Rumble. The purple flames silently scattered, then suddenly coalesced into a massive pillar of purple fire that instantly burned a pitch-black hole through the golden dragon's chest. Golden light and sacred radiance exploded simultaneously as both the golden dragon shadow and sacred protection shattered in an instant. The golden dragon shrieked in agony, sent flying backward, its golden dragon breath cutting off abruptly. How is this possible?" Lu Su's eyes widened, his throat constricting. At that moment, he saw something emerge silently behind Lu Yu, a pitch-black, demonic dragon even more massive than his golden dragon. It was a world-destroying demon dragon. Its 30-meter frame looked as if forged from black iron, with narrow, dark dragon eyes that gleamed with metallic coldness. Roar! The deafening roar whipped up fierce winds as the world-destroying demon dragon lunged at the retreating golden dragon. The terrifying bloodline suppression made the golden dragon continuously whimper, tremble, and flee. The demon dragon's wings beat once, instantly closing the distance. Crimson star-level technique demonic dragon body. Black dragon claws covered in dark red patterns shrieked through the air, instantly piercing the golden dragon's wing. Ryup. The demon dragon exerted force, brutally tearing off the gleaming golden wing. Ruoal. The excruciating pain shattered the golden dragon's spirit. It watched in despair as the demon dragon stuffed the bloodied wing into its mouth, chewed it to pieces, and swallowed it in 2 gulps. The brutal scene destroyed any remaining will to fight, leaving only the instinct to flee. Lu Su's face turned deathly pale, his soul feeling as though gripped by an invisible hand. The pitch-black demon dragon was actually exerting bloodline suppression over his golden dragon. He knew that golden dragons were top-tier dragon species, reaching sovereign level 10th tier upon maturity, brought back from the dragon realm at enormous cost to the Lu family. Demon dragon species. Overwhelming jealousy surged in Lu Su's heart, followed immediately by bone-deep terror. Lu Yu had once again left him far behind. As the golden dragon crashed to the ground with its wing torn off, shrieking in agony, Lu Su suddenly recalled a terrifying passage from ancient texts. Demon dragon species feed on divine dragons. Even divine dragons would feel fear when encountering a demonic dragon. All demonic dragons are traitors to the dragon realm, banished by the dragon clan and forever imprisoned in the lightless demon realm, dwelling daily with darkness. In that abyss, their lives are consumed only by hatred, resentment, and vengeance toward the dragon realm. The world-destroying demonic dragon is no exception. Rip. The moment Lu Su showed hesitation, the world-destroying demonic dragon flew into a frenzy, viciously tearing off the other wing of the golden giant dragon and swallowing the bloody flesh and bone in 1 gulp. With this, the golden giant dragon lost both wings completely, and the dignity of what was once a supreme dragon vanished in an instant. The air was sliced by countless streams of dark energy, creating endless piercing sounds. The ground collapsed under the impact, forming vast chasms as scorched earth churned upward. Those blade-like dark currents carved deep wounds down to the bone across the golden giant dragon's body, blood spraying and staining the scattered stones red. Roar. The world-destroying demonic dragon's massive head drew close to its prey, nostrils lightly inhaling the fragrant scent of blood. Broken feather bones were lodged between its sharp teeth, mixed with sweet-scented dragon saliva that dripped onto the golden giant dragon's face. At this moment, the golden giant dragon looked more like a dignity-stripped golden lizard, convulsing in a pool of blood, its golden vertical pupils suddenly dilating with absolute terror. It could hear the thunderous roar of its own heart shattering, and the almost pleasurable breathing of the world-destroying demonic dragon less than an arm's length from its lips. Roar. The world-destroying demonic dragon raised its claw, lifted the entire golden giant dragon, and suddenly tore off one of its legs. The hot dragon meat exploded with fresh flavor in its mouth, causing it to narrow its eyes and emit a satisfied purr. The golden giant dragon hung limp like a broken toy, casually toyed with by the demonic dragon. This brutal scene crashed into Lu Su's soul. Oh! He roared in anguish, his chest burning with tearing pain. This was his first contracted beast, his companion since childhood. Now it was being dismembered and devoured before his eyes. Even though Lu Su was usually cold-natured, he now felt as if a piece of his heart had been cruelly carved out. What stung him even more was the consciousness transmitted through their contract. The golden giant dragon resented him through its agony. Why provoke such a terrifying demonic dragon? Why challenge the natural enemy of dragons? Lu Su was speechless. He felt equally humiliated and pained. A beast-taming formation appeared before him, golden patterns blazing as he attempted to forcibly recall the golden giant dragon into his beast space. Roar. The world-destroying demonic dragon roared with the dragon legs still in its mouth, raising its claw to destroy the formation. With the demonic dragon's power, crushing a beast space would be effortless. Lu Su's nerves stretched to their limit, but he saw the demonic dragon suddenly stop its movement, actually allowing the golden giant dragon to transform into light and be absorbed into the beast space by the formation. Lu Su stood frozen in place. Little brother. Lu Yu stepped forward, stopping between Lu Su and that sacred dragon statue-like figure, his voice low and gentle. I remember we had a very good relationship when we were young. I always doted on you. Lu Su's expression was complex, humiliated yet unable to refute Lu Yu was right. Yes. He forced out a single word with difficulty. But still, Lu Yu said coldly. Yet you stole my innate talent essence. Hearing these words, Lu Su stared blankly at his elder brother before him. His knuckles turning white from clenching, simply couldn't comprehend the current situation. By all logic, the world-destroying demon dragon should have directly prevented the golden giant dragon from returning to the beast-taming space, and this demonic dragon species certainly possessed such ability. However, reality was completely different from his expectations. Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through Lu Su's mind, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Yu watched Lu Su's bewildered expression with great interest, speaking slowly. Are you confused? Wondering why I let you recall the golden giant dragon into your beast-taming space first? Upon hearing this, Lu Su clenched his fists. He understood that Lu Yu was humiliating him, but he had no choice. To wait for reinforcements, he had to buy time. The reason is simple. Lu Yu chuckled softly. The golden giant dragon cannot die yet. His gaze swept across the collapsed ground and dust-filled sky. The golden giant dragon is completely bound to your shrank talent golden dragon shadow. If it dies, your golden dragon shadow will be directly downgraded. Lu Su's confusion deepened. Even his breathing became rapid. Immediately after, an inexplicable rage surged to his heart. What are you still pretending for at this point? You don't think you're still my brother, do you? You were already expelled from the Lu family. No, no, no. Lu Yu shook his head gently, a cold smile curving his lips. You misunderstand my meaning. Then what exactly do you want? Lu Su frowned, his voice low and deep. Think about it. Lu Yu raised his hand to stroke the sacred giant dragon's cold scales. Facing the world-destroying demon dragon's overwhelming presence, the once noble sacred giant dragon trembled all over, not daring to breathe heavily, only able to freeze in place. You stole my talent essence, so if I now only take back my own sacred dragon shadow, I'm merely doing the same thing you did. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze meeting Lu Su's, speaking softly yet firmly. Therefore, I won't just take back the sacred dragon shadow, I'll seize your golden dragon shadow as well. Only by letting you personally experience despair will you truly repent, won't you? You're humiliating me. Lu Su roared, his voice hoarse. If you can do it, then try. Lu Yu no longer looked at him, instead sensing the gazes gathering from inside and outside the Yaori Tower Duan Xianghua, Lu Luochan, and others. He caressed the sacred giant dragon's head, his expression rarely gentle. Do you know? If you hadn't plundered my talent back then, this sacred giant dragon would have originally signed an exclusive core contract with me. You are the golden dragon shadow, destined for conquest. I am the sacred dragon shadow, destined for protection. At that time, we could have pushed the Lu family to its peak. Enough. What exactly are you trying to say? Lu Su roared again, his eyes bloodshot. From being choked by Lu Yu to the golden giant dragon's defeat, he had long lost all initiative. Can't you understand? Lu Yu's tone remained calm. In the near future, I will seize all your talents and let the Lu family completely collapse. On that day, you will have nothing left. He would not pity Lu Su, but neither would he kill him now. Only after personally stripping away all of Lu Su's talents and watching the Lu family crumble would true reckoning come. A 7-star beast trainer could already turn decay into miracle. Lu Yu remained composed, seizing talents? It was certainly achievable. According to inherited memories, the beast-taming civilization of the previous era was far more chaotic than today's 6 nations. Countless beast tamers and breeders grew arrogantly beyond measure, pushing the art of beast taming to its absolute limits while completely losing their sense of reverence, even daring to create demon gods with their own hands. What frustrated Lu Yu was that even if he wanted to plunder others' talents, he needed to prepare in advance, which required time. But it didn't matter. His gaze swept over Lu Su as he sneered inwardly. Let you cling to life for a moment longer. First taste the sweetness of hope, then experience the despair of being ruthlessly crushed. You want to destroy the Lu family? Lu Su acted as if he'd heard the greatest joke in the world, throwing his head back in wild laughter. With your pathetic abilities, you dare claim you'll destroy the Lu family? Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. Behind him, the towering world-destroying demon dragon had already extended its dark claws, lifting the trembling sacred giant dragon into the air. Roar! With a furious roar, the dragon claws suddenly tore downward. R.I.P. came the crisp sound as the pristine white wings were brutally ripped off. Scalding, holy blood instantly stained the ground red, and the pure sacred aura in the air transformed into faint mist. How dare you? Lu Su roared in fury, but helplessness bound him like chains, leaving him unable to move no matter how he struggled. Though the sacred giant dragon specialized in support and possessed combat power far exceeding others of its rank, it remained as fragile as an ant before the world-destroying demon dragon. I won't kill the sacred giant dragon, Lu Yu said with cold indifference. After all, when I was young, I once longed to contract with one myself. As for these dragon wings, the world-destroying demon dragon simply wanted to eat them, and naturally, I won't let it suffer disappointment. Crunch, crunch. The dragon wings were crushed between massive jaws, the sound of splintering bones and flesh creating a spine-chilling symphony. The world-destroying demon dragon chewed with satisfaction before casually tossing the mangled sacred giant dragon into the summoning array, leaving it to tremble within the glowing formation. As for you, Lu Yu's eyes condensed with murderous intent so thick it seemed tangible. In a flash, he appeared before Lu Su, his large hand once again gripping the other's throat, his voice cold, as if emerging from the abyss. You'll watch closely as I completely destroy the Lu family, witnessing how you become nothing more than a homeless cur. Lu Yu! Lu Su screamed hysterically, his voice sharp with rage. Don't be so arrogant. One day, I will rise above you. I will fuse with the dragon shadow, and I will cultivate a divine dragon species. I'll make you crawl at my feet and regret every humiliation you've inflicted upon me. I'll give you that chance. Lu Yu looked down at him from above, his voice cold and indifferent. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he spoke slowly. Even if you truly manage to reach that level, by then, you probably won't even be qualified to look up at me. How dare you? A piercing roar of fury tore through the sky. Lu Yu looked up to see flames streaking across the horizon as a massive crimson shadow dove down from the clouds. Blazing fire rolled and surged, dragon wings blotting out the sky at 10th tier radiant sun level. A flame giant dragon. A guardian, Lu Yu thought, his expression remaining calm as still water, clearly having anticipated this. How could Lu Su, a candidate for the next head of the Lu Familia dragon-taming clan and possessing the family's Ancient Millennium dual-strength dragon affinity, not have a guardian? This flame giant dragon was firmly established at the 10th tier of radiant sun level, its scales forged like molten red gold, radiating heat so intense that the surrounding air twisted and warped. Even against a first-tier sovereign-level beast, it could hold its own through its incredible physical strength, near-perfect mastery of fire elements, and fierce, tenacious dragon soul. This was the terrifying power of the giant dragon species. In front of Radiant Sun Tower, Lu Luochan stood frozen in place, her mind replaying the scene of Lu Yu crushing Lu Su moments before. The image of the world-destroying demon dragon suppressing both the golden giant dragon and sacred giant dragon remained vivid in her memory, sending an indescribable chill through her heart. My contracted crimson thunder jiao is far too inferior compared to the shop owner's world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Luochan shook her head, suddenly recalling that day's events. When the world-destroying demon dragon bore the dragon realm on its back, Lu Yu had casually waved his hand, and countless furious phantoms of giant dragon and even divine dragon species within the dragon realm were instantly obliterated. She murmured to herself, Perhaps the shop owner wasn't even using his full strength, was just toying with Lu Su. Although Lu Su was the most brilliant existence among the freshmen at Magic Capital Beast-Taming University, Lu Luochan felt no favoritism toward him. The truth revealed in their conversation that Lu Su had actually stolen Lu Yu's talent essence sparked anger in her heart. Perhaps Lu Yu had endured all these humiliations and fought his way back against the current. When the flame giant dragon descended with overwhelming force, Lu Luochan's delicate frame trembled. 10th tier, radiant sun level. The only giant dragon species that had fused with a dragon tamer's talent essence. Its combat power could challenge higher tiers, comparable to the weakest sovereign level, while no star level could possibly cross the vast gap of two major realms. Void Moon and Radiant Sunto defeat it. She took a deep breath and shook her head silently. No matter how mysterious the shop owner's identity might be, it would be impossible for the world-destroying demon dragon to bridge such an enormous chasm. In the corridor of Radiant Sun Tower, Du Ryun gazed at the blazing flames in the sky, her voice hoarse. Lu Su is actually the shop owner's younger brother, and the shop owner had his talent stolen when he was young. Shen Yinyan's eyes reddened as she continued softly. Even so, the shop owner still displayed his talent and easily crushed Lu Su. Lu Su, what Magic Capital's #1 genius in front of the shop owner? He's completely worthless. When Du Ryun and Shen Yinyan witnessed the blazing dragon descending from the heavens, with scorching flames sweeping across the sky and its burning breath pressing down on their chests like a heavy hammer, both women's faces turned deathly pale instantly, their bodies frozen in place. A 10th tier solar class flame dragon. They were doomed. Having just entered the transcendent level, they couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of battle, let alone get close. At this moment, they could only silently pray for Lu Yu in their hearts. As the flame dragon descended, the intense heat cracked the ground beneath. Yet Lu Su seemed to have rediscovered the pride buried deep in his soul. He stared intently at Lu Yu across from him, his mind racing with frenzied thoughts. Lu Yu, this is where it ends for you. Taking a deep breath, he said coldly. No matter how you contracted that demon dragon, your realm is still only stellar level. That demon dragon is merely 3rd tier stellar level. It doesn't stand a chance against my flame dragon. Is that so? Lu Yu remained calm, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Little brother, I originally didn't plan to kill you just yet, but you don't know how to cherish opportunities. You should focus on figuring out how to survive instead. Countless gazes from the surrounding corridors and floors focused on them, but Lu Su paid no attention. In his view, as long as he completely eliminated Lu Yu, he would still be the most brilliant genius at Magic Capital Beast-Taming University. He stared fixedly at Lu Yu, trying to catch a glimpse of fear in those dark eyes, only to encounter an unfathomably calm darkness. Lu Su nearly ground his molars to dust. If Lu Yu showed no fear even unto death, what did his own crushing defeat and humiliation amount to? You've been stalling for time. You think I don't know? I simply don't care. Lu Su roared. The 10th tier solar class flame flying dragon is my trump card. On the back of the flame flying dragon, a gray-robed elder descended with the dragon's wings, landing with a thunderous roar that caused the earth to collapse. The giant dragon stood behind him, heat waves rolling. The elder surveyed the battlefield, seeing the cracked ground everywhere and the flowing dragon blood in golden yellow and pure white. His face instantly turned ashen. Lu Su had been defeated so thoroughly, and the one responsible for all this was that young figure. A familiar sensation pierced to the bone. 12 years ago, he had personally witnessed these two future stars of the family as loving brothers. It was also He Lu Qing who had been ordered to bring young Lu Yu before the family head, watching as that brilliant pure white radiance of innate essence was forcibly extracted and fused into Lu Su's body. The scene felt like yesterday, leaving his emotions incredibly complex. Indeed, it has been a long time. Lu Yu smiled slightly, having long recognized Lu Qing, yet showing no concern whatsoever. Uncle Qing, are you going to protect him? Lu Qing looked into those still clear dark eyes, his throat bobbing, and finally responded in a low voice. Young Master Lu Yu. Lu Qing bowed slightly and said, I am young Master Lu Su's guardian. Protecting young Master Lu Su is my duty. Is that so? Lu Yu on the opposite side smiled faintly, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Then you may leave. Take this worthless Lu Su and get back to the Lu family. He spoke as if bidding farewell, as though he truly intended to spare their lives. As his words fell, both Lu Qing and Lu Su's expressions changed simultaneously. Lu Qing's voice was hoarse, yet he maintained his courtesy. Young Master Lu Yu, you are no longer a member of the Lu family. Though I still address you as young master, I will not follow your commands. True enough. Lu Yu shrugged and smiled helplessly. After all, Lu Su is the heir of the Lu family, isn't he? Precisely so. Lu Qing nodded, then shifted his tone. Since young Master Lu Yu has awakened his beast-taming talent and contracted with a dragon species, why not return with this old man? Given your current strength, the family head will likely impose a lenient punishment. Afterward, you can return to the Lu family. It would be a happy ending for everyone. Lu Yu stared at the old man before him, mockery flickering in his eyes as he sighed softly. Lu Qing, you've truly grown old. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Young Master Lu Yu, don't you think this would be a happy ending for everyone? As long as you're willing to accept punishment, it benefits all. How domineering. Lu Yu shook his head, his voice suddenly turning low and menacing. Lu Qing, have you forgotten? Years ago, I stood on the back of the flame dragon when I was brought to the family head's residence site was on that very day that my talent source was extracted. And you, what right do you have to play the good person before me? Lu Qing's expression froze. As a direct subordinate of the current family head, he naturally had to carry out orders. After a moment's thought, he still spoke. Young Master Lu Yu, you have now awakened a new beast-taming talent and contracted with a black dragon. You are still of Lu family blood. If not for the dragon blood flowing in your veins, how could you have awakened dragon-type talent? You should be grateful to the family. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Lu Yu suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with chilling coldness. I offered you a chance to leave, intending to settle accounts later. I hate trouble. But since you insist on seeking death, I'll grant your wish. He raised his hand, and a crystal-clear drop of blood suddenly appeared. Boom. A tremendous aura instantly spread. Roar. The flame dragon let out a frenzied roar, its crimson eyes fixed on that drop of blood as flames and blood energy surged across its body. What is this? It can actually stir the dragon blood of the flame dragon. Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock mixed with wild joy. If the flame dragon devours it, it could immediately break through to king level. Perhaps, there's even a chance it could transform into the legendary divine dragon species. The old man's 230-year-old body trembled slightly. His lifespan was nearing its end, his potential long exhausted. Yet now he saw hope for breakthrough if the flame dragon became a king. He as its core contractor might also break through simultaneously. His status would then rival that of the family head. At this thought, Lu Qing's breathing quickened. Elder Qing. Lu Su could no longer contain himself, his eyes equally blazing. Kill him quickly. My golden dragon and sacred dragon have both sensed the opportunity to become divine dragon species. The Lu family's rise begins now. Lu Qing glanced at Lu Su and nodded solemnly on the surface, while sneering inwardly. How could the Lu family's prosperity compare to my breakthrough to king level? Once I seize that dragon blood, why should I listen to Lu Su? Of course, I'll give it to my flame dragon first. It seems. Lu Yu smiled lightly, catching the greed in both their eyes. You really want this drop of true dragon source blood? He savored Lu Qing and Lu Su's expressions, then casually tossed the drop of true dragon source blood to the world-destroying demon dragon beside him, which had been drooling with anticipation. Roar. The world-destroying demon dragon opened its maw and swallowed the drop of true dragon source blood directly. Roar. Witnessing the world-destroying demon dragon consume that drop of true dragon source blood, the flame giant dragon erupted in complete fury, its already crimson eyes turning an even deeper shade of blood red. Scorching dragon breath churned in its throat as torrential waves of heat swept in all directions. The bloodline within the flame giant dragon was stirred by that single drop of source blood, thrashing restlessly as if trying to burst through its scales. Never before had it sensed so clearly the yearning from the depths of its bloodline. If only it could obtain that drop of blood, it would undergo a complete transformation, instantly breaking through realms and ascending its bloodline. Yet this incomparable opportunity had been devoured first by that night-black demon dragon. The chaotic, demonic aura emanating from the demon dragon triggered the flame giant dragon's instinctive revulsion, and now its rage burned even hotter, no longer able to contain its killing intent. Roar! With an earth-shaking bellow, the flame giant dragon spread its wings and soared upward, crimson flames surging as it charged straight at the world-destroying demon dragon. Lu Yu, you're courting death. Lu Qing's robes billowed as his voice turned bone-chillingly cold. A frigid gleam emerged from his eyes. Since you've let that black dragon consume the source blood, I'll have the flame giant dragon devour it along with that drop of source blood. In the end, all that power will still belong to the flame giant dragon. Master Qing. Lu Su's face contorted with malice. Convinced that the drop of true dragon source blood rightfully belonged to him, he roared. Just kill that black dragon outright. I'll have the golden giant dragon and sacred giant dragon tear apart and devour its corpse. Lu Qing nodded slightly but gave no direct response, staring greedily at the world-destroying demon dragon before turning his icy killing intent toward Lu Yu. A waste who had once had his talent essence stripped away dared to use such a supreme treasure without permission, an unforgivable crime. How delusional of you all. Lu Yu smiled faintly, responding in a soft voice. You want to devour the world-destroying demon dragon's body and absorb the source blood's power? Shouldn't you ask for my permission first? How could you possibly protect it? Lu Qing sneered. Your contracted black dragon is refining the source blood. As a dragon master, your only reliable giant dragon can no longer fight. Lu Yu, you're ultimately too young and too foolish. Now, you have no power left to resist. Is that so? Lu Yu smiled lightly, raising his gaze toward the battlefield. The flame giant dragon beat its wings marked with molten lava patterns, crimson flames trailing long fiery tails through the air as it struck with lightning speed. Lu Qing's heart pounded wildly, as if he could already see the flame giant dragon tearing apart and devouring the world-destroying demon dragon. A mere giant dragon species wants to devour a demon dragon? Lu Yu found it amusing and chuckled softly. How utterly backwards. Just as Lu Qing was about to retort, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Cry. A phoenix's call pierced the sky. Noble purple flames rolled back like a tide, dyeing the heavens a brilliant imperial purple. From within the purple flames, a phoenix bird emerged with head held high. As it spread its wings, it seemed to command 10,000 troops, with hundreds upon thousands of purple flame feather blades whistling through the air. Roar! The flame giant dragon recoiled in shock and alarm. The blazing purple flames surging from all directions made it experience the crisis of death for the first time. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, it suddenly exhaled platinum-grade dragon breath. Crimson flames and mysterious purple imperial fire intertwined, coiled, and merged in the air. Boom! The purple flames exploded within the fire curtain, violent energy continuously battering the dragon's wings. Vast amounts of purple flames still swirled around the purple flame imperial bird, like loyal soldiers sworn never to retreat. The purple flames had grown stronger? Lu Su was stunned and exclaimed, "Those purple flames actually devoured the blazing dragon's crimson dragon fire. How is that possible?" The blazing dragon's crimson dragon fire is a platinum-level skill. Lu Qing couldn't help but remind him, then frowned. Besides, aren't you a dragon tamer? Why have you contracted an elemental fire bird? When did I ever say I was a dragon tamer? Lu Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice remaining calm. As for the flames being devoured, the reason is simple: the blazing dragon's crimson dragon fire is too low level. Low level? Lu Qing's mind reeled. A platinum-level dragon fire was being called low level by Lu Yu? Not just the dragon fire. Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the massive dragon with its fan-like wings. The blazing dragon you've contracted is equally low level. Screech. Boom. The purple flame emperor bird suddenly spread its wings, vast purple flames rolling forth like an emperor descending from heaven. Imperial might spread outward, suppressing all beings whose rank fell short of emperor status. Roar. Under the imperial pressure, the blazing dragon's entire body stiffened, its bloodline, dragon fire, dragon soul, and even dragon body seeming bound by invisible chains. This was the emperor's shackles. With its radiant sun 10th tier potential, facing the purple flame emperor bird, whose potential reached sacred spirit 2nd tier, its combat power was instantly reduced by 40%. Now it could barely maintain a slightly stronger radiant sun 10th tier level, still far from the sovereign 1st tier. Lu Yu knew well that his opponent wasn't just one dragon. The real threat was Lu Qing, the dragon tamer behind the beast. Facing this seasoned powerhouse, he dared not be careless. Lu Qing observed the battlefield, his tone complex. I never expected your elemental firebird could suppress the blazing dragon to such an outrageous degree. In an instant, he composed himself, his voice dropping low. However, this is where it ends. A Starfall 2nd tier elemental firebird, no matter how exceptional, has absolutely no chance of victory against a Radiant Sun 10th tier blazing dragon enhanced by beast-taming talents. As his words fell, he extended his withered palm, and a faint, flickering flame danced quietly. Rank talent, Phantom Flame. It was the flame of illusion, the flame of souls. Boom. The phantom flame merged with the crimson fire, transforming into crimson soul flames. The blazing dragon swallowed the soul flames, its muscles suddenly bulging, scales flowing with crimson light, making the entire dragon appear even more ferocious. It roared and landed with a thunderous crash, shattering the scorched earth. Rolling clouds of dust rose, only to be melted into tiny droplets of magma by the intense heat. An impressive form. Soul phantom flames, is it? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes with a slight smile. It seems I must get serious as well. Purple flame emperor bird transform into flame soul. Boom. Screech. The purple flame emperor bird's radiant form suddenly disintegrated, becoming countless purple flames. The sea of flames rapidly contracted, finally condensing into a noble emperor bird shadow. Every feather seemed forged from refined steel, the tail feathers especially long, wreathed in boundless purple flames, so scorching they tore fine cracks in space itself. Hiss! The air was burned open, creating a long, narrow void, deep as an eye. The Eye of Heaven. In the next moment, a noble purple flame soul emerged from the Eye of Heaven. She possessed the most magnificent and elegant beauty, draped in purple imperial robes, extending her slender hand like exquisite purple jade, as if to grasp the blazing dragon within her palm. What is this? Lu Qing's eyes bulged with fury, his chest heaving violently. The imperial pressure nearly crushed him, and he had never witnessed such a terrifying form, completely unable to imagine that this could be the manifestation of a mere star-level beast. Lu Yu remained expressionless, offering no response, simply uttering two words, "And you." "Coming, master." And Yu appeared silently behind him. The girl's pale arms wrapped around Lu Yu's neck as she gracefully hung onto his back. With a wave of her delicate fingers, streams of primordial life essence burst forth from her palm like invisible springs, instantly gathering in midare-green radiance, condensing into a crystalline tender leaf. A tender leaf? Lu Qing frowned deeply. What could a single tender leaf possibly accomplish? Tender leaf? Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh aloud. This is a decree of laws. Whoosh. The tender leaf drifted down, settling on the purple flame imperial bird's blazing purple-flamed feathers. In the next moment, the noble imperial phantom behind the purple flame imperial bird suddenly surged, flames and purple light shooting skyward as imperial majesty swept across the entire field. Lu Yu glanced sideways at Lu Su in the distance, chuckling softly. "If you want to call for reinforcements, go right ahead." Lu Su's expression changed drastically. From the moment the true dragon source blood appeared, he had sensed Lu Qing's greed and immediately notified his mother in secret. The world-destroying demon dragon, and that drop of true dragon source blood, only his contracted dragon was worthy of consuming them. His mind raced with visions. The golden dragon and sacred dragon devouring the world-destroying demon dragon might transform into divine dragon species. At this thought, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. However, when the purple flame imperial bird summoned its imperial form and that overwhelming pressure crashed down upon him, Lu Su felt a deep unease rising in his heart. Especially at the moment the tender leaf fell, and the purple flame imperial bird's aura surged once more, so powerful that he couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. That noble purple figure stood like an earthly emperor wielding the authority of heaven itself. To behold it was to witness the presence of an emperor. Lu Su swallowed hard, clenching his fists as he silently vowed, "Once mother arrives, Lu Qing won't be able to steal my opportunity. As for you, Lu Yu, death is your only fate." Very well. Lu Yu's gaze shifted between the purple flame imperial bird and the two men before finally settling on Lu Qing, speaking indifferently. "Lu Qing, you may die now." "Me die?" Lu Qing seemed to hear a joke, his aged face filled with mocking laughter as he said coldly, "Lu Yu, even if it means facing punishment from the family, I will kill you here." Lu Yu didn't respond. What was the point of replying to a dead man's words? He simply raised his hand, palm falling, and lightly uttered two words. "Flame. Burial." The heavens roared as the celestial eye suspended high above slowly closed, as if bestowing final mercy upon the world. In the next moment, the noble shadow of an emperor stepped forth from the void, purple flames surging as it faced the roaring flame dragon Hedon. The flame dragon's pupils contracted sharply, its golden-red scales gleaming under the purple fire, while an irrepressible tremor arose from deep within its bloodline. It sensed the terrifying suppression emanating from that imperial shadow, as if everything between heaven and earth would be reduced to ash. Roar! Even the proud dragon felt fear in this moment. This was not imperial radiance, but a more complete shadow of death. Purple flames rolled as a delicate hand, seemingly forged from purple jade, pierced through the air and effortlessly grasped the dragon's thick neck. The flame dragon frantically breathed dragon fire, but the imperial shadow absorbed it all, using that energy to become even more intense and wild. The purple flame empress closed her eyes, her slender hand tightening slightly. Boom! Boundless purple flames exploded in the depths of the sky. Space twisted and collapsed. The earth trembled thunderously, as if even heaven itself was bowing in grief. The flame dragon at the epicenter of the explosion saw its resilient body instantly turn to ash, its proud head reduced to fragments in an instant. Even its newly manifested dragon soul was devoured completely by the purple flames, becoming fuel for the fire like ordinary kindling. How is this possible? Lu Qing's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. He clearly sensed the flame dragon's destruction, the collapse of their core contract, and along with it, his rank beast-taming talent Void Flame was also annihilated, his beast space rapidly crumbling. The apocalyptic scene left Lu Qing in a daze. He felt his soul rapidly weakening and thought it was merely a sign that he was about to wake from a dream, so he closed his eyes, hoping to awaken. If this wasn't a dream, how could his flame dragon, carefully nurtured for 200 years and fully matured, not be a match for Lu Yu? How could a Radiant Sun 10th tier flame dragon lose to a mere Starlight 2nd tier elemental firebird? Lu Yu crushed the remaining embers underfoot and walked before Lu Qing, reaching out to grasp his throat and lifting the old man with one hand, his tone indifferent yet tinged with amusement. "I told you. You can die now." His fingers suddenly applied force. Crack! The crisp sound exploded in the silence. Lu Qing's eyes widened as he barely had time to feel the agony of his neck bones shattering, the soul-crushing pain reminding him that none of this was a dream. His consciousness faded away. The elder from the main bloodline of the Lu family of the dragon-taming house, a powerhouse who could have advanced further to become an elder, perished just like that. Lu Yu released his grip, and the corpse fell to the ground. His expression remained calm as his gaze turned toward Lu Su in the distance, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Next, it's your turn. That gaze fell upon Lu Su like needle pricks, causing him to tremble all over. He couldn't understand how Lu Yu's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Lu Yu's world-destroying demon dragon had easily crushed the Dark Moon 10th tier golden dragon and sacred dragon, trampling his dignity mercilessly, while the purple flame imperial bird had dominantly slain the radiant sun 10th tier flame dragon. Where exactly was Lu Yu's limit? The flame dragon was dead? Lu Luochan's expression froze slightly, finding the whole situation somewhat absurd. She could clearly see that Lu Yu hadn't used that terrifying power capable of annihilating even divine dragon phantoms throughout the entire battle. She distinctly remembered that Lu Yu had only sent out that supremely noble purple flame emperor bird merely at the second tier of the stellar stage. Yet it had managed to defy all odds and strike down the 10th tier solar stage blazing flame dragon on the spot. Manager Lu truly defies all logic. Duan Xianghua sighed inwardly. Was this the true foundation of a top-tier beast trainer? His mind wandered to legends of the old era when countless elite beast trainers once stood side by side. If they all possessed Lu Yu's heaven-defying training abilities, just how powerful had that ancient beast-taming civilization been? From the battle's beginning, he had been observing from the shadows. When Lu Su was suppressed and humiliated, Duan Xianghua hadn't intervened unconsciously. He had already acknowledged that Manager Lu's worth far exceeded Lu Su's. In his judgment, even if Lu Su trained arduously for a century, he might at best achieve overlord rank, becoming one of the Xia Kingdom's strongest, perhaps even surpassing the current Duan Xianghua. But Lu Yu was different. The rare young beasts he trained would continuously supply the magic capital Beast Academy and even the entire Xia Kingdom. In time, monarch-level and overlord-level beast tamers would emerge in succession. Among the 6 nations, none would dare underestimate a top-tier beast trainer. When the blazing flame dragon descended wreathed in heavenly fire, Duan Xianghua had initially prepared to intervene, but upon meeting Lu Yu's calm gaze, he held back. He couldn't understand. A mere 10th tier stellar stage trainer, even if top tier, hadn't yet reached true pinnacle strength and still faced an insurmountable gap against a 10th tier solar stage opponent. Until the eye of heaven opened in midair and the decree of laws descended, the purple imperial phantom gained recognition from the law of life, forcibly borrowing from the source of laws to push itself to the ultimate limit. In the next breath, the blazing flame dragon crashed thunderously to the ground, and Lu Qing perished with it. Only then did Duan Xianghua fully comprehend. The 10th tier stellar stage was merely surface appearance. Only 7-star, 8-star, or even 9-star beast trainers truly deserve the title top tier. A 7-star beast trainer holds status comparable to a Holy Spirit-level beast tamer. He murmured to himself. Though the old era's beast-taming civilization had dominated countless races, top-tier beast trainers remained supremely prestigious for good reason. Today's battle, frankly speaking, was nothing more than an inferior challenging a superior. 10th tier solar stage? Blazing flame dragon? Before true laws, they were utterly insignificant. In the radiant sun tower corridor. Hooray! Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun excitedly embraced each other. The manager is just amazing. That so-called blazing flame dragon was nothing but a paper tiger. Shen Yinyan huffed to herself. I shouldn't have worried about the manager at all, much smarter than us. So how could he not have been confident? Du Riyun nodded repeatedly. Exactly. The manager must have had everything planned out before daring to face that dragon. That dragon tamer wasn't so impressive after all. Not far away, Luo Tianyan stood quietly, his eyes filled with admiration. 2nd tier stellar stage instantly defeating 10th tier solar stage. Even with auxiliary beast assistance, such an achievement is truly astounding. He mused inwardly, yet felt no shock, only that it was perfectly natural. After all, that was the heavenly purple flame, ranked 2nd on the blue star mystical fire list, practically deserving of 1st place. Luo Tianyan's lips curved into a slight smile. Shen Yinyan looked puzzled and asked, but the shop owner's world-destroying demon dragon is clearly at the same level as the imperial bird. Why didn't he send the demon dragon into battle and chose to let the imperial bird go first instead? The demon dragon is probably at a critical moment of breakthrough. Du Riyun speculated, frowning slightly. Perhaps the shop owner anticipated that stronger enemies would arrive soon, so he's letting the world-destroying demon dragon advance on the spot. The two women exchanged glances, their minds racing. The Lu family. The shop owner was originally a discarded son of the Lu family. Though the Lu family was blind to his worth, it remained one of the 3 great dragon-taming families in the demon capital, with deep foundations. Shen Yinyan whispered a reminder. The shop owner killed the blazing giant dragon, and that accompanying elder held a high position. The Lu family will never let this slide. A flash of worry crossed Du Ruyun's eyes, but she quickly offered comfort. Don't worry. This is Demon Capital University, and the entire campus is protected by an overlord-level formation array. It's absolutely safe. The shop owner can even kill 10th-tier Radiant Sun-level opponents. Unless a king-level beast tamer comes personally, no one can threaten him. Besides, without permission, even king-level tamers can't break through the formation. Shen Yinyan's eyes lit up, and she was about to respond when, boom, 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 thunder-like tremors exploded above Demon Capital Beast-Taming University. The protective formation appeared in the clouds, with runic patterns interweaving. A pitch-black dragon shadow rose from the ground, its massive wings covering half the sky. Duan Xianghua stood suspended in midair, his expression cold. Madam Su, your son is safe and sound. Please return. Atop the black dragon, Su Yaji's robes billowed as king-level pressure poured down. She roared furiously. Lu Qing is dead. Duan Xianghua, how dare you kill a member of my Lu family? As Duan Xianghua was about to explain, in the cultivation area within the school grounds, Lu Yu was stroking the hard scales of the world-destroying demon dragon when he suddenly felt its demonic dragon pupils quietly open. The true dragon source blood had been completely refined. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of amusement. Principal Duan, let her in. But that's Su Yaji, a true king-level dragon tamer. Duan Xianghua hesitated. No matter, Lu Yu smiled. It's perfect timing. I haven't seen this respected foster mother of mine for quite a while. Lu Yu slowly raised his head, gazing at the massive shadow of a black dragon beyond the high sky, separated by the magical formation. The dragon's scales gleamed like obsidian under the dim light, its wings stirring slightly as fierce winds howled down through the barrier, pressing dragon's might upon everyone's hearts like a tangible weight. 12 years ago, that excruciating pain capable of tearing souls apart instantly flooded back into Lu Yu's mind. A beast tamer's talent originates from the deepest part of the soul, intimately connected to the soul's essence. Forcibly extracting it is equivalent to brutally severing the soul itself. It's a torture no living being can endure. Lu Yu was nearly crushed to pieces by the agony back then. The moment his talent essence was ripped away, all he saw was bone-deep despair and a pair of cold, merciless eyes. The owner of those eyes was none other than Su Yaji. She looked down at the young Lu Yu with arrogance befitting her superior status, holding a pure orb of light between her delicate fingers, the talent essence representing the sacred dragon shadow. Lu Yu, this talent essence will unleash its true power as Su'er grows stronger. As for you, Su Yaji's tone dripped with contempt. What right do you have to awaken and strength talent when you're nothing but a helpless orphan in the Lu family? Living out your life as an ordinary person in the most humble manner, that is your destiny. Those icy words pierced like needles, echoing repeatedly in Lu Yu's mind. Now he slowly closed his eyes, yet his lips curved into a smile filled with bone-deep hatred. My dear foster mother, you must be growing impatient beyond that barrier, aren't you? You want me to turn to ash immediately to eliminate all threats? I hope you can maintain that coldness when your prized king-level black dragon becomes a mere servant. His thoughts racing, Lu Yu turned to look at Duan Xianghua, his brow furrowing slightly. As the president of Magic Capital University, Duan Xianghua would never allow a hostile king-level dragon tamer to breach the campus. This ran completely counter to Lu Yu's objectives. However, given the Lu family's resources, forcibly breaking through Magic Capital University's grand formation wasn't entirely impossible as long as they paid the sufficient price. Beyond the formation, on the black dragon's broad back, a stunningly beautiful, mature noblewoman descended through the wind, none other than Su Yaji, the current matriarch of the Lu family, one of the three great dragon-taming clans. Stubborn fool. Her already limited patience had been completely exhausted by the wait. She stared coldly at Duan Xianghua. Duan Xianghua, if you obediently open the formation's entrance, I might still show you some respect. Do you really think I have no other options? Before her words finished, a token suddenly materialized in her palm. The token shared the same essence as the grand formation, its patterns deep and mysterious, like a web extending into the void. The Lu family was deeply rooted in Magic Capital with overwhelming influence, and their main residence was located here. How could they lose control over Magic Capital Beast-Taming University? Among the professors within the school, 1/5 were of Lu family bloodline, not to mention the faculty who had advanced through their allegiance to the Lu family. Though the tokens were rare and the procedures complex, they ultimately remained in the Lu family's grasp. Now Su Yaji activated it without hesitation, watching as the formation barrier slowly cracked open, her lips curving into a sinister smile. Thunder erupted. The king-level second-tier black dragon, dozens of meters long, roared once and plummeted like a dark meteor. Crash! Its massive body struck the ground, creating a deep crater as shattered stones flew and dust clouds rolled. The violent tremor, combined with the black dragon's overwhelming presence, impacted the underground formation, causing protective barriers to automatically emerge. Suyaji turned her gaze toward Lu Yu, her expression suddenly turning ice cold as she spoke with indifference. Lu Yu, I don't know how you awakened your beast-taming talent. Lu Hengda was killed by you, wasn't he? I never expected you could even kill Lu Qing. After Lu Hengda's death, she had secretly investigated, and the clues pointed to the Luo family. Given Lu Hengda's status, the Luo family wasn't worth the Su family's risk of openly breaking ties, so she had kept this card hidden, planning to use it at a crucial moment. Only now did she finally understand. Lu Yu had likely been lying low ever since the day he was expelled from the Lu family. Through a stroke of fortune, he awakened his talent and became a beast tamer, gaining multiple opportunities that allowed him to grow to where he was today, even defeating Lu Qing, a 10th-tier Radiant Sun level cultivator. If that was the case, then Lu Hengda, merely at the Starfall level, would naturally have been doomed. Do you regret it? Lu Yu asked with interest. Regret? Suyaji seemed to have heard the greatest joke, her laughter crisp, yet chillingly cold. No matter how exceptional your talent may be, it could never compare to Suer's. Moreover, once I kill you, all threats will vanish into thin air. How arrogant. Lu Yu chuckled softly, raising his eyes to ask in return. Aren't you curious why I could have kept the black dragon outside the formation array, yet chose to have Principal Duan activated instead? Why? Suyaji paused, a trace of confusion flickering through her mind. Given Lu Yu's cautious nature, with Duan Xiangwa's protection, he could have simply teleported away directly. Why confront her hidden? Furthermore, his cultivation was merely at the Starfall level, while she was at the Sovereign level. She need only manifest her beast space to crush Lu Yu to powder. Lu Yu raised his hand, pointing toward the imposing black dragon, and said calmly, the world-destroying demon dragon I've contracted feeds on dragonkind. Your sovereign-level black dragon barely qualifies. As his words fell, roar. The world-destroying demon dragon suddenly opened its maw, its black flame-wreathed wings spreading wide as overwhelming pressure swept across the entire area. The Crimson Star-level resource, true dragon source blood, within its body was completely refined, and its cultivation surged straight to the 10th tier of Starfall level. This was merely the most inconspicuous change. As the true dragon source blood merged into its bones and bloodline, the world-destroying demon dragon's foundation surged like a flood. Your contracted beast, world-destroying demon dragon, has completely refined the Crimson Star-level resource, true dragon source blood, gaining the characteristics of the true dragon species, Qiu dragon, with potential elevated to the 3rd tier of Sacred Spirit level. The system notification echoed in Lu Yu's mind. With potential entering the Sacred Spirit realm, each tier advancement would exponentially increase its base combat power. Even without comprehending new skills, the amplification from this potential advancement alone caused the world-destroying demon dragon's aura to surge more than tenfold in an instant. A mere 10th-tier Starfall demon dragon thinks it can defy heaven? Suyaji sensed that oppressive force, but still smiled contemptuously. An ant remains an ant. Is that so? Lu Yu calmly closed his eyes. The Imperial Star refinement technique quietly began operating. The unique circulation of this Crimson Star-level cultivation method drew in boundless dark power, flowing strand by strand into the world-destroying demon dragon's body. Its suppressed foundation was completely unleashed, the shackles of the beast contract seemed to loosen, and the barriers of its cultivation realm shattered with a thunderous crack. Suyaji's pupils contracted sharply. She clearly sensed the world-destroying demon dragon's aura surging again, increasing a full tenfold, with its cultivation level still continuing to climb. Are you out of your mind? Suyaji sneered coldly. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't formed a core contract with this demonic dragon, have you? She raised her hand, pointing at the surging black flame dragon shadow in midair, her voice cutting like an ice blade. Without a core contract, you dare let it break through to the Mingyue level, exceeding your beast-taming space by an entire major realm. What is this if not self-destruction? At this moment, Lu Yu and the world-destroying demonic dragon shared the same aura at the 10th tier of Fanqing level. Once the dragon forcefully broke through, the contract backlash would inevitably destroy his beast-taming space, leaving irreparable damage. Even the always arrogant Suyaji understood clearly. Lu Yu's ability to contract a demonic dragon species meant his future prospects were limitless. If things truly reached that point, she would probably lose sleep for nights on end. But she never expected Lu Yu would make such a foolish decision, sacrificing his future for temporary combat power. Lu Yu, you truly are the epitome of stupidity, she scoffed, though a hint of gravity flashed in her eyes. By common sense, even top-tier beast cultivators would never allow their contracted beasts to casually surpass their master by an entire major realm. The pressure tolerance of beast-taming spaces was limited, and if compressed to the extreme, it could directly affect the beast tamer's advancement. The normal approach was to wait until both the beast-taming space and the contracted beast reached their limits, then break through using refinement techniques, allowing both parties to advance together. Compared to infinite future possibilities, forcibly boosting combat power was hardly worth mentioning. Lu Yu seemed oblivious to her words, his gaze calm. Self-destruction? It's merely exceeding by one major realm. What pressure could there be? His beast-taming space was forged by 3 SS-level talents working together, making it hundreds of times stronger than those of the same level, even undergoing qualitative change. Not to mention the world-destroying demonic dragon breaking limits even. If the purple flame imperial bird and life ancient tree broke through to Minghua level simultaneously, he could easily withstand it. Moreover, the life ancient tree had always been suppressed in the depths of his space, stable as a rock. Previously, he hadn't allowed his beasts to break limits simply due to lack of methods. Now, having inherited the beast cultivator's legacy and mastered refinement techniques, Lu Yu would no longer let his beasts be constrained by realm limitations. Roar! Black flames soared to the heavens as the world-destroying demonic dragon's aura instantly climbed 3rd tier Minghua. 5th tier Minghua. Finally settling at 7th tier Minghua. The surging power flowed back through their contract like a falling mountain. Within his beast-taming space, the life ancient tree's branches and leaves rustled, its root system spreading like veins, dispersing that massive pressure layer by layer. The space, hundreds of times stronger than those of the same level, remained solid as ever without a single crack. Any beast tamer witnessing this scene would be dazzled, but for Lu Yu, who possessed 3 SS-level talents and had contracted the life ancient tree, it was merely lifting heavy weights as if they were light. The next instant, the system notification suddenly rang out. Your contracted beast, the world-destroying demonic dragon, has broken through to Minghua level and comprehended the Chixing level skill Dragon Slaughter. Dragon Slaughter, a Chixing level skill that allowed all dragon species killed by the world-destroying demonic dragon to have their dragon souls, and even their dragon essence, extracted and transformed into its servants. As the notification ended, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of a smile curving his lips. This newly comprehended Chixing level skill, Dragon Slaughter, was clearly derived from his demonic dragon talent characteristics directly plundering dragon souls, and even dragon essence itself. The slain dragons would even become servants. Lu Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing ahead. The massive black dragon hovered in midair, its wings gently beating, dark scales reflecting the lightning. The young man's lips curved into a smile as he thought to himself. Capturing a sovereign-class black dragon as a servant would make for quite a decent spoil of war. Nethermoon's 7th stage? Su Yaji's mind reeled in shock, her voice nearly cracking in the air. Its realm is nearly a full major stage higher than yours. Why hasn't your beast-taming space collapsed? She stared intently at Lu Yu, trying to catch any sign of weakness. Yet the young man remained calm, his aura steady and undisturbed, as if contracting a Nethermoon 7th stage demon dragon with his stellar 10th stage cultivation posed no pressure whatsoever. That composure sent chills deeper into her heart. Just how powerful was his beast-taming space? Mother, Lu Su couldn't help but speak up, his voice heavy with reminder. Don't let him intimidate you. Even if that demon dragon has reached Nethermoon 7th stage, so what? The black dragon you've contracted is sovereign class 2nd stage. At his words, Su Yaji snapped back to her senses, confidence reigniting in her eyes. How vast was the gap between sovereign class 2nd stage and Nethermoon 7th stage? Even if the world-destroying demon dragon had refined true dragon source blood and advanced to Nethermoon 7th stage, it stood no chance of victory. However, when she turned her gaze toward the demon dragon wreathed in black flames, instinctive revulsion rose in her heart. Her delicate brows furrowed as she coldly rebuked, Lu Yu, how dare you contract a demon dragon species and betray the glory of the dragon-taming clan? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution from the dragons of the Dragon Realm? Dragon Realm? Lu Yu smiled faintly. As members of the dragon-taming clan, I'm afraid you've never truly seen the Dragon Realm, have you? Su Yaji's brow twitched. The Dragon Realm was one of the strongest dimensional domains, with extremely harsh conditions for traveling to Blue Star. She had indeed never set foot there. Yet she sneered, about to retort. Roar! Heaven and earth shook as the world-destroying demon dragon's pitch-black eyes seemed to birth a world governed by its own laws. Behind it, space suddenly collapsed, rifts tearing through the clouds as a dimensional barrier containing infinite dragon essence burst forth, pushing aside the blue sky and white clouds layer by layer. It was a glimpse of the Dragon Realm revealed. Crimson Star-class skill, Dragon Realm projection. Sacred radiance and malevolent energy intertwined around the demon dragon, as if two completely opposing forces resonated within a single dragon body. Surging Dragon Realm essence flowed through the rifts, infusing its scales, flesh, and bones, finally condensing into a shadow-like projection that adhered to its back. The world-destroying demon dragon narrowed its eyes slightly, seemingly savoring this baptism of power. The sovereign-class black dragon felt its bloodlines severely suppressed, its heavy dragon breath suddenly becoming chaotic, its originally full power reduced from 10 tenths to 7 tenths. That aura where sacred and demonic coexisted made its dragon's soul tremble, instinctively wanting to bow in submission. Sensing the black dragon's terror, Su Yaji's heart pounded violently. Her gaze locked onto the demon dragon's projection as she murmured in disbelief. You clearly contracted a demon dragon species. Why can you still gain the dragon realm's recognition and even summon a dragon realm projection? Her eyes reddened with fury as she shrieked like one whose faith had been desecrated. Demon dragons are clearly the abandoned ones, long since expelled from the dragon realm. What exactly have you done? Abandoned? Lu Yu sighed softly, his gaze turning ice cold as it bore down on her. It was clearly the divine dragons who usurped the dragon realm's authority. His tone was indifferent. I don't wish to explain too much. Dying under the dragon realm's suppression, your contracted black dragon should consider itself honored. Su Yaji's expression changed drastically. The suppression brought by the dragon realm projection was utterly real. Even she herself felt the urge to submit, let alone her contracted beast. If she were only facing a Nethermoon 7th stage contracted beast, even if it were a demon dragon species, Su Yaji would have great confidence in easily slaying it. But now, what she faced was the incomparably vast dragon realm itself. Even though it was merely a projection, it was far beyond what a king-level black dragon could possibly contend with. Su Yaji's heart suddenly turned cold, and the urge to retreat grew wildly within her. We're leaving, she urged in a low voice. But her mind flashed with images of those higher-ranking kings from her family. Even the 10th-tier supreme, King Sunli, they might have a chance to turn the tide. She had originally thought that with the Liu family's influence, she could force the magic capital beast-taming university to submit, but she never expected to flee in such disgrace under everyone's watchful eyes. Too late. Lu Yu's expression was cold and indifferent, his pale golden pupils devoid of any emotion. Roar, roar. The world-destroying demon dragon's vertical pupils contracted, and a wisp of ink-black gaze materialized into a blade-like force, piercing straight toward the black dragon's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the mental connection between Su Yaji and the black dragon was severed. She stared in disbelief. A single glance had left the king-level black dragon stunned. The black dragon froze in midair, its scales trembling slightly, completely losing all resistance. Such an eerie level of skill was beyond Su Yaji's imagination. Lu Yu, don't push me. She had lost all traces of elegance, frantically trying to recall the black dragon into her beast space, only to discover that the contract's power was being interfered with. She and Lu Su could certainly use their family's teleportation secret technique, but the black dragon would be left behind. If the black dragon died, her core contract would fail, and her beast space would instantly collapse. Even if repaired later, her talent would be ruined, leaving her permanently stuck at King Tier 2. She was unwilling to accept this. Having been raised in the Liu family since childhood as the family head's child bride, she prided herself on awakening in a level talent, Dark Cloud. At only 40 years old, she had hoped to challenge the Overlord tier. Now, everything might end here. Su Yazumi, dear foster mother. Lu Yu's lips curved slightly, his tone like a demon's whisper. I won't kill you immediately. I want to first shatter your beast space, making you completely worthless, so that regret will torment you day and night. The icy words pierced through her defenses, and her sanity instantly collapsed. Boom. Su Yaji went nearly mad, fully unleashing her A-level talent, Dark Cloud. In an instant, mountain-like layers of pitch-black clouds enveloped the black dragon and quickly merged into its body. Roar. The black dragon briefly regained consciousness, only to find itself plunged into endless darkness. Thousands upon thousands of miniature shadow dragons tore at its scales and devoured its soul, causing it to howl in agony. Bang! The world-destroying demon dragon appeared in a flash, its form swelling to 70 or 80 meters, its towering shadow covering the black dragon. The king-level black dragon, which had always been renowned for its massive size, now stood a head shorter. The dragon realm projection hovered above the demon dragon's spine, heavy as 10,000 mountains pressing down, with endless primordial power pouring into the demon dragon's body, pushing its aura to the extreme. Ferocious claws descended, one pressing firmly on the black dragon's head, the other gripping its arm, then violently tearing. Rip! Crimson blood spurted high, and a mist of blood scattered through the air. The world-destroying demon dragon savored the moment as it devoured the black dragon's claws. The dragon's body, sharing the same dark attribute, offered the most exquisite taste to the world-destroying demon dragon, causing it to display an expression of pure enjoyment while giving the black dragon no chance to resist. It tore off another of the black dragon's limbs, and even ripped away the pitch-black wings from its back. In the scorching air, the crisp sounds of shattering bones echoed continuously. Su Yaji's eyes blazed with fury as her prized black dragon was torn apart, its agonized roars and pleas for mercy reverberating in her ears, each cry seeming to crush her dignity. She glanced sideways at Lu Zu. The young man's pupils contracted sharply, his body trembling slightly, as if some cruel memory had been forcibly torn open. A chill ran through Su Yaji's heart. Perhaps before her arrival, Lu Yu had already tortured Lu Su using the same methods. Lu Yu, Su Yaji roared, her voice nearly hoarse. Stop this now. Why should I? Lu Yu's expression remained indifferent, as if examining some insignificant object. What do you want? Name any condition. Su Yaji threw out her bottom line in an almost pleading tone. With each additional moment of the black dragon's suffering, her heart tore a little more, and regret grew wildly within her. If only she had taken Lu Su away immediately upon her arrival. How could things have come to this? You can't afford it. Lu Yu uttered these 4 words lightly, like a verdict. Then his gaze fell upon the mangled black dragon. However, your black dragon isn't bad. It's qualified to serve as the demon dragon's servant. Before his words had fully faded, and before Su Yaji could protest, boom. The dragon realm projection behind the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly separated from its body, transforming into a pitch-black canopy that pressed down upon the black dragon. Simultaneously, the suppression of the dark dragon domain reached its peak. The dual pressure was like the collapse of 10,000 mountains. The black dragon's bones shattered instantly, and its massive body crashed down in ruins. The world-destroying demon dragon crushed rocks underfoot as it approached the second-tier king-level black dragon. It raised its dragon claw, concentrating all the brute force of its demonic dragon body into a single point. Slash. Sharp as it pierced through the air, the black dragon's head was penetrated in one strike. No. Su Yaji's face turned ashen as the contract shattered instantly. Her innate essence flowed away, and a bone-deep tearing sensation came from her beast-taming space. Escape. Reason told her. Everything was irreversible, and the only thing she could do was preserve what remained of her beast-taming space so she could form contracts with other dragons in the future, at least maintaining her king-level realm. Even if her strength would be inferior to others of the same level, it would still be enough to stand proudly among the dragon-controlling House of Lu and even throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. She pressed her fingertips to her forehead, attempting to activate the teleportation stone in her mind, but discovered in horror that the collapse of her beast-taming space was still accelerating. Countless streams of pure dark source power rushed into her mental world through the remnants of the contract, like floodwaters through an opened gate. Su Yaji. Lu Yu's voice was low, with a hint of mockery. Do you know what true despair is? Shut up. Su Yaji raged, yet in that moment felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, she saw above the black dragon's lifeless flesh and blood, an extremely solid dragon soul slowly rose. The dragon soul's eyes glowed with dark light as it gazed at her from afar. The power of their contract flickered like a dying flame suddenly rekindled. Su Yaji's heart filled with wild joy as she called out, Black Dragon, you're actually not dead. I'll form a new contract with you right now. Without hesitation, she forcibly established a new contract with the dragon soul. In the next instant, the black dragon soul was summoned into her beast-taming space. The spatial cracks quickly healed, and she laughed from the bottom of her heart as if she had narrowly escaped death. Suddenly crash. Excruciating pain tore through her 5 senses. Su Yaji spat blood violently, her body staggering. She discovered in disbelief that her beast-taming space was being destroyed by the black dragano, by the black dragon soul she had just contracted with its own hands. The space shattered, and her level plummeted like a falling star, radiant sun level, dark moon level, starry sky level, until she couldn't even maintain awakened level. In just a few breaths, she had fallen from a lofty king-level dragon controller to an ordinary person. The black dragon soul slowly drifted out from the ruined space, settling before Lu Yu and the world-destroying demon dragon. It folded its wings and bowed low to the ground, like the most humble of servants. Mother! Lu Su cried out in shock. He lunged towards Su Yaji, and the moment his fingertips touched the hem of her clothes, he clearly felt that the suffocating king-level pressure that had once overwhelmed him was completely gone, leaving only a hollow weakness as if everything had been drained from her. Su Yaji collapsed onto the cracked floor tiles, her gaze vacant, as if her very soul had been extracted. From her arrival at the magic capital beast-taming university to this moment, less than 30 minutes had passed, yet she had experienced a catastrophic fall from grace. Her core contractus second-tier king-level black dragon had perished, and she herself had been forced to sign a dragon's servant contract with the world-destroying demon dragon. What devastated her most was that her beast-taming space had originally held a glimmer of hope for restoration, but it had been completely shattered by the very black dragon she had trusted most. That irreversible betrayal had cast her heart and soul directly into the abyss. The shop owner actually managed to slay a second-tier king-level black dragon. Lu Luochan took a deep breath, feeling that everything before her defied all reason. She glanced at Lu Yu, who stood like a deity upon an altar, then looked down at the massive black dragon now coiled at the center of the dragon formation, its eyes locked onto Lu Yu with the loyalty of a knight awaiting orders. Even Su Yaji, the current matriarch of the Lu family, had been reduced to a broken shell. Even more bizarre was that after becoming a dragon servant, the black dragon's aura hadn't weakened, it had actually grown stronger. To be slain, forced into servitude, and yet become more powerful? It was simply inconceivable. Shop owner Lu Duan Xianghua lowered his voice, looking at Lu Yu with complex emotions. Now that the Lu family matriarch has been reduced to this state, how do you plan to deal with her? Lu Yu, I want you dead. Lu Su squeezed out a hateful growl from his throat, his eyes burning with venomous fire. Someday, I'll make you regret everything you've done today. How tiresome. Lu Yu raised his hand and delivered a slap infused with dragon breath. With a dull thud, Lu Su was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing through a stone pillar before coming to a stop. Yet the young man still struggled to his feet among the rubble, glaring at Lu Yu with the same venomous hatred. Lu Su, a weary figure, stepped through the debris-strewn ground and steadied the staggering Lu Su. It was Lu Tianhe, associate professor at the magic capital beast-taming university and Lu Su's mentor. This man came from a branch family of the Lu clan, and rumors suggested he was the illegitimate son of the previous family head, making him the younger brother of the current head Lu Tianfeng, and nominally, Lu Yu's uncle. Like Lu Yu, Lu Tianhe's name had never been recorded in the Lu family genealogy, though he maintained a superficial harmony with the family. Teacher. Lu Su gritted his teeth, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Lu Tianhe looked up at Lu Yu and spoke solemnly. Lu Yu, if I intervene, can his life be spared? Lu Yu gazed at this uncle of his expression complex. 12 years ago, when his innate talents were stripped away, he had dimly heard someone objecting and pleading, only to be brutally suppressed by Lu Tianfeng and Su Yaji. Later, upon reflection, he recognized that voice as belonging to Lu Tianhe. Had it not been for that intervention, Lu Tianhe would have long since advanced to the king level. Yet he remained stuck at the 10th tier of the Radiant Sun level, serving merely as an associate professor at Magic Capital University, a level of strength that was utterly insignificant within the Lu family. As an illegitimate son, Lu Tianhe might have wanted to return to the Lu family and reclaim everything that belonged to him, but he no longer had the ability to do so. Fine. Lu Yu nodded slightly, but added, however, I won't allow you to take them away. You must use the teleportation stone directly. Though he agreed to release them, he didn't want Lu Tianhe to continue entangling himself with Lu Su and Su Yazi. If there were to be a reckoning later, carrying the burden of family ties would inevitably make him hesitate. All right. Lu Tianhe took a deep breath, glanced at Lu Yu with gratitude, then turned to Lu Su. You heard him. Leave immediately using the teleportation stone. Lu Su opened his mouth to argue, but met Lu Tianhe's disappointed expression. His chest felt crushed by a boulder, making even breathing difficult. He dejectedly walked to Su Yaji's side, and before leaving, glared fiercely at Lu Yu, as if trying to etch today's humiliation into his very bones. With a thought, the teleportation stone lit up. Accompanied by slight spatial tremors, the figures of Lu Su and Su Yaji gradually faded away in the light. With the dust settled, Lu Yu looked toward Duan Xianghua. Principal Duan, are you satisfied with this resolution? Principal Duan's expression was complex. Su Yaji had become a cripple, and Lu Su was severely injured, yet Lu Yu still let them leave. While this was certainly due to Lu Tianhe's request, it wasn't without consideration for his own dignity. The death of one Lu Qing at the Magic Capital Beast-Taming University was inconsequential, but if 2 more lives were added, he as principal would bear responsibility. After brief pleasantries, Lu Yu looked up at the distant Yari Tower, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed the fermentation of influence would still take time. His high-profile display of power today was solely to complete system achievements. Among the numerous tasks was an influence category. The more recognition, the greater the influence, the faster achievements would be completed, and rewards would naturally follow. Lu Yu, after more than 10 years apart, you've grown so much, and your strength has become so formidable. Lu Tianhe couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Tenderness appeared in his eyes, as if slowly overlapping the young man before him with the child from 12 years ago. And you? Lu Yu called softly. Yes. The girl responded, standing beside him and raising her hand to release pure life source power. Emerald radiance gathered into a small life domain, like spring rain and gentle breeze. Lu Tianhe was slightly stunned, feeling boundless life force flowing into his body. Stubborn old injuries healed rapidly, and even his damaged beast space began to repair. After a long while, his aura underwent a qualitative change. With just a thought, he could attempt to break through to king level at any time. He looked at Yu in shock. Such a young girl possessed incredible healing power. Over the years, he had long accepted that Yari 10th rank was his limit, yet now he had regained the possibility of breakthrough. 12 years ago, you once pleaded for me. Lu Yu spoke indifferently. The hidden injuries you sustained for me, I've healed for you today. Combined with the favor of releasing Su Yaji and Lu Su, we're even from now on. Lu Tianhe remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a deep sigh. If the family head learned that his wife had become a cripple, her contracted king-level black dragon had become a slave, and Lu Su was also severely injured, Lu Tianhe suddenly wondered, would he regret his past indulgence and tacit approval? In the magical metropolis, at the Lu family estate, within a grand manor, the council hall blazed with light, golden dragon pillars standing tall around the chamber. Lu Tianfeng sat in the main seat, his gaze sharp as a blade, while over a dozen king-level elders flanked both sides, holding their breath in silent attention. 12 years ago, Lu Su had awakened a double-strength, dragon-type talent, and since then, Lu Tianfeng's position as family head had become unshakable as a mountain. Everyone understood clearly father and son Lu Tianfeng and Lu Su would serve consecutive terms as family heads, with each term lasting at least a century. Their combined rule would easily span 200 years. What excited the clan members even more was that with Lu Su's exceptional talent, he had an excellent chance of advancing to overlord level. Looking across the three great dragon-taming families, each possessed only one true overlord-level combat force, and even those were the limit-breaking dragons themselves, not the dragon tamers. Beast tamers had relatively short lifespans and could easily perish in battle. So if Lu Su became an overlord-level dragon tamer, the Lu family would undoubtedly rise above the other two families. This was the shared aspiration of the entire clan. Of course, Lu Tianfeng himself was more than capable of controlling the situation. He was a 6th-tier king-level dragon tamer who had awakened the Shrank beast-taming talent, Boundary Fire, and had contracted with the Lu family's most pure-blooded red dragon royalty. In terms of potential, royal red dragons rivaled the finest ancient dragons, capable of reaching the 10th king tier upon maturity. Unlike the black dragon contracted to Su Yaji, Lu Tianfeng's red dragon had been blessed by the blue stars while upon breaking through to king level, additionally awakening heavenly crimson dragon flame. This fire ranked 9th on the mystical fire rankings, equivalent to strength talent. When Boundary Fire merged with heavenly crimson dragon flame, its power rivaled the top 5 on the rankings. Strength, status, bloodline Lu Tianfeng had reached heights beyond ordinary people's reach. He suddenly raised an eyebrow, detecting subtle spatial fluctuations in the air. That was the distinctive pulse of a teleportation stone activating. In the vast Lu estate, only a handful could use teleportation stones for protection. The scene of Su Yaji storming out of the manor in fury earlier that day flashed through his mind, and his heart sank. Had something happened to Yaji? An ominous premonition washed over him. Lu Tianfeng glanced around at the elders, gave a slight bow, and his entire form dissolved into flickering flames. The night breeze across the manor's lawn carried a chill. Within the twisting space, the figures of Lu Su and Su Yaji slowly materialized. Lu Su quickly reached out to support his mother. "Mother, are you all right? Let go of me." Su Yaji shook off his hand, her form swaying as she stumbled toward the villa's main entrance. After just 2 steps, she lost her balance and fell heavily. The excruciating pain from her collapsed beast space and plummeting cultivation level left a metallic taste in her mouth. Her breathing erratic, clearly her injuries were critical. Even more terrifying was the spiritual devastation. Not only had her black dragon died, but its dragon soul had been refined into servitude. As a dragon tamer, pride had long been fused into her very blood, yet now she could only watch helplessly as the black dragon that had once shared her thoughts and feelings bowed in submission. That humiliation nearly shattered her dignity completely. Su Yaji raised her eyes to look at her son so close before her, but gone was the maternal love and satisfaction of old. Only barely concealed disgust and resentment remained in their depths. If you hadn't provoked him, the black dragon wouldn't have become a servant. Her voice was hoarse, as if speaking to herself. The glory of the dragon realm has been defiled, and I am to blame. Mother, Lu Su was in agony as he said. Lu Yu is the root of all this. If we kill him, the black dragon will surely return. So what if it returns? Su Yaji leaned against the headboard, her voice hoarse. I'm already a cripple. My talent essence has dissipated, my beast space is shattered, and my realm has completely collapsed. Is this how Lu Yu felt back then? What regret. If I had known this would happen, I never should have transplanted Lu Yu's talent essence. If we had done nothing, Lu Yu would have contracted the sacred dragon. You would have contracted the golden dragon, and the Lu family would have risen to glory all the same. Lu Su clenched his teeth and asked in a low voice, "Mother, do you truly believe that?" "I already regret it." Su Yaji slowly closed her eyes as 2 streams of tears rolled down, soaking her clothes. "You cannot comprehend the agony of falling from a throne into the dust. I sacrificed so much, but what about you? Your beast-taming talent is still double strength, not S strength. After all these years, you still haven't managed to fuse the dual dragon shadows. You useless fool." Her words, spoken in madness, pierced Lu Su's heart like steel needles, yet he couldn't refute them. Su Yaji didn't expect her son to understand the despair of plummeting from the peak to the abyss. Mother, I know I was wrong. Lu Su's eyes glistened with tears. I will eventually achieve complete talent fusion. Once I possess S-rank Dragon Shadow talent, I will surely reach the Overlord level. When that time comes, I will avenge you and make Lu Yu taste today's suffering. Su Yaji raised her hand to gently caress Lu Su's face, forcing a smile at the corner of her mouth. Su'er, I hope you won't forget today's words. With that, she closed her eyes as if making some kind of resolution. Help me back inside. Yes. Lu Su responded, supporting her step by step back to her room. As soon as he turned around, he met a pair of stern eyes. Lu Tianfeng said gravely, Speak. What exactly happened? Father. Lu Su felt both guilty and resentful. Mother. She's become a cripple. What? Lu Tianfeng's eyes blazed with fury. Say that again. What exactly happened? I encountered Lu Yu at the magic capital beast-taming university. Lu Su recounted everything from beginning to end. As the story unfolded, Lu Tianfeng's expression grew increasingly grave, suppressing his rage. You're saying, Lu Yu is only at the star level, yet he can match a monarch level. Even the well-experienced Lu Tianfeng found it hard to believe that someone at the star level could contend with a monarch level. Master Qing was slain, Mother's contracted black dragon became Lu Yu's servant, and even Mother's beast space was shattered. Lu Su's voice trembled. I don't know what methods Lu Yu used. Perhaps he made a deal with the Demon Dragon clan. He said he would destroy the Lu family. With his current power, he might actually be able to do it. How dare that brat? Lu Tianfeng slammed the table in fury. He's still a member of the Lu family, yet he dares to plot our destruction? When we took his talent essence years ago, it was for the prosperity of the Lu family. Why wouldn't he sacrifice himself for the family's glory? Creak. The door was pushed open. Su Yaji emerged with a pale face, holding a black sandalwood box in her arms, walking unsteadily. Su'er. Her eyes were red as she opened the box lid, revealing a pale golden crystal stone emanating soft light. This is a Dragon Realm stone. Using it will allow you to descend to the Dragon Realm. Don't stay on Blue Star any longer. That is where you belong. I hope that when you return, you can make Lu Yu pay the price he deserves. Lu Su stared blankly at the crystal stone. Dragon Realm stones were crucial resources for the Lu family, typically used only by monarch-level dragon tamers whose realms and lifespans were approaching their limits. He had thought he would never need to rely on one in this lifetime once he grew into an overlord-level dual-rank dragon tamer. Even the divine dragons of the Dragon Realm would bow before him. Looking up into his mother's lifeless eyes, Lu Su felt his heart clench painfully. All right. He took the Dragon Realm stone and gripped it tightly. The Dragon Realm stone? Lu Yu sat atop the black dragon's back, watching the image materialize before him with evident interest. Roar, the world-destroying demon dragon, whose massive form had towered nearly 100 meters high, instantly contracted into a half-meter-long juvenile dragon, coiling around Lu Yu's shoulder. Dark source power, black as ink, rippled between its claws, suspending the image steadily in midair. Following Lu Yu's orders, this juvenile dragon had long ago implanted a strand of dragon dark source power within both Lu Su and Su Yaji's bodies, allowing it to track their movements at any time. The Dragon Dark Domain was inherently a Crimson Star-level skill, and even just a single strand of its source power possessed foundations comparable to the Sacred Spirit level. Lu Su and Lu Tianfeng naturally remained completely unaware, while Su Yaji, whose cultivation had been crippled, was even less likely to detect this hidden measure. How interesting. Lu Yu chuckled softly, his gaze returning to the center of the image. Dragon Realm stones belong to the same category of teleportation resources as ordinary teleportation stones, yet they could directly traverse dimensional boundaries. If ordinary teleportation stones were merely the lowest-tier diamond-level resources, then this Dragon Realm stone represented the absolute pinnacle of diamond-level existence. The Dragon Realm naturally produced such items in abundance, making them unremarkable locally, but they were extremely precious to Blue Star beast tamers after all. They could transport someone directly to the realm most suitable for dragon growth. For any ordinary beast tamer, setting foot in the Dragon Realm meant the opportunity to forge contracts with dragon species and transform into a noble dragon master. If Lu Su wanted to rise rapidly in a short time, venturing to the Dragon Realm was virtually his only path. Roar roar. The world-destroying demon dragon, imagining the endless dragons and even divine dragons of the Dragon Realm, nearly drooled with anticipation. If it could rampage through that realm, it would surely feast to its heart's content. Your ambitions aren't small. Lu Yu laughed, lightly tapping the dragon's horn with his fingertip. But with your current combat power, you're only equivalent to a fourth-tier sovereign. In the Dragon Realm, any random adult dragon could potentially crush you. The sovereign level marked the watershed for the strong, with 10 tiers of progressive advancement where each tier represented an astonishing gap. Suyaji, relying on her a-level beast-taming talent, Dark Cloud, could at most temporarily elevate the Black Dragon to 3rd-tier sovereign, while the world-destroying Demon Dragon stood at 4th-tier sovereign through its own foundations alone. Though it seemed like only a single-tier difference that already marked the boundary between early and mid-stage sovereign. Lu Yu had calculated in detail with the world-destroying Demon Dragon's complete arsenal of Crimson, star-level skills, and 3 special talents. It could barely contend with 5th-tier sovereign, which was already its limit. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon beneath him had never received favor from any realm and hadn't awakened even a single talent. Otherwise, in terms of pure potential, its combat power would certainly not stop there. If a real conflict erupted, for the world-destroying Demon Dragon to suppress it, Lu Yu would probably need to expose his own beast-taming talent, Dark Hell, to ensure a secure victory. From beginning to end, Lu Yu had never publicly revealed his trump cards Dark Hell, God-slaying Heavenly Fire, and Life Divine Source, these 3 unprecedented SS-level beast-taming talents. As he integrated the 7-star level breeder inheritance, Lu Yu gradually came to understand just how heaven-defying SS-level beast-taming talents truly were. Looking back at the previous era, the beast-taming civilization had reached its absolute peak, with countless powerful beast-tamers among them, including many at the Overlord and Sacred Spirit levels, and even a rare few at the Demigod level. Throughout that glorious period of history, S-rank and S-rank talents were commonplace, yet SS rank remained nothing but legend. Now, Lu Yu alone had awakened 3 SS rank talents simultaneously. Such an extraordinary phenomenon made him instinctively reluctant to expose himself too early. His bold confrontation with the Lu family before so many witnesses served both to vent his pent-up frustrations and to expand his influence for system achievements. With this in mind, Lu Yu secretly resolved that he absolutely could not reveal his trump cards at this stage. Thinking of the power in his hands, a smile flickered across his mind if he unleashed his SS rank Dark Hell to enhance the world-destroying Demon Dragon. Even against a peak 10th-tier Monarch-level Beast Tamer, he was confident he could fight to the bitter end. At last, he possessed true means of self-preservation. Even without relying on the invincible protection of the pet shop, he could move freely across Blue Star. Lu Yu waved his hand to dismiss the images before him, completely unconcerned about the Lu family's inevitable retaliation in the face of absolute, overwhelming power. All conspiracies were nothing but paper. Black Dragon, accelerate. He lightly patted the monarch-level Black Dragon beneath him. Roar. The Black Dragon immediately lowered its head, black flames wrapping around the airflow to isolate the sonic boom, while keeping its back as steady as solid ground. Lu Yu stroked the world-destroying Demon Dragon's forehead with a low chuckle. Until you become stronger, I'll probably keep riding this Black Dragon. Roar. The world-destroying Demon Dragon tilted its head, seemingly startled. Would it have to become a mount once it grew stronger? It whimpered in protest. Lu Yu mused thoughtfully. Are you saying that once you defeat stronger dragons, even divine dragons, and make them your dragon servants, I won't lack for mounts? Roar, roar, roar. The Demon Dragon nodded eagerly, its pitch-black dragon eyes filled with a praise-me smugness. Quite clever indeed. Lu Yu laughed. Looks like I'll need to make a trip to the Dragon Realm eventually. Roar. The Demon Dragon tilted its head, seemingly thinking. Going to the Dragon Realm for supplies? Though he had already obtained the corpses of a 10th-tier Radiant Flame Giant Dragon and a 2nd-tier Monarch Black Dragon, it was far from enough for the Demon Dragon's appetite. Lu Yu continued explaining. Blue Star has precious few known divine dragons, and one of them is the Xia Kingdom's guardian divine dragon. Since it doesn't trouble me, I won't provoke it either. But having a divine dragon as a mount wouldn't be bad. The Dragon Realm. I'll have to go there sooner or later. Roar, roar. The Demon Dragon nodded excitedly, as if imagining a dragon meat buffet, growing even more eager to become stronger. Only with sufficient power could it roam freely through the Dragon Realm. At this moment, the vast campus of Magic Capital Beast Taming University came into full view. As one of the 3 great beast taming academies, it covered an enormous area. Lu Yu had been flying the Black Dragon for quite some time before finally spotting that familiar building at the edge of the campus, the Mythical Pet Shop. Just as he was about to direct the Black Dragon to descend, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Achievement unlocked. Influence has reached 100 points. Reward. Breeding system activated. Claim reward? Yes, note. Lu Yu's face lit up with delight. It seemed his domination of Lu Su, slaying of the 10th-tier Radiant Flame Giant Dragon, and forceful suppression of the Monarch-level Black Dragon were rapidly spreading, pushing his influence past the threshold. Though it was only 100 points, he knew well how difficult this number was to achieve. Claim directly. Breeding system activating. 1050. 80-100. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the breeding system. At Modu Beast Taming University, the entire campus was like a powder keg that had been ignited. From the academic buildings to the beast training grounds, from online forums to various student organizations, everyone was discussing the same thing. As one of the three top-tier institutions in the Xia Kingdom, Modi University had always maintained terrifyingly high admissions standards. Only true genius beast tamers were qualified to step through its gates. The minimum requirement remained the ironclad, level beast taming talent, and cultural course grades had to meet standards as well. Every year during the national exams, tens of millions of candidates across the Xia Kingdom competed for those precious few thousand spots at top institutions. But fewer than 2,000 ultimately made it into the three premier universities, truly 1 in 10,000. Therefore, every student at Modi University possessed exceptional talent, remarkable learning abilities, and pride that reached astronomical heights. They rarely truly admired anyone. But today, a young instructor had emerged from nowhere, completely stunning these proud prodigies into speechless amazement. The campus forum's homepage was flooded with sensational headlines. Breaking news: our university's youngest instructor ever has arrived. Possibly also the strongest and most monstrously talented instructor in history. Who would have thought Instructor Lu's background was so complicated? What strongest freshman? Lu Su couldn't even serve as a sparring partner for Instructor Lu, completely dominated. Most terrifying of all, even Lu Su's protector Lu Qing and Lu Su's mother, the current Lu family matriarch Su Yazith, that genuine sovereign-level dragon tamer, were no match for Instructor Lu. Instructor Lu's recorded level shows only star-tier 10th rank. I seriously suspect he's hiding his true level. He arrived riding his contracted demon dragon, but left riding a sovereign-level black dragon that had become his servant. A sovereign-level black dragon, reduced to a mere mount. Does anyone have connections? I want to sign up for Instructor Lu's cultivation courses. Instructor Lu's elemental divine bird and world-destroying demon dragon were probably cultivated by his own hands. I'd be satisfied learning even 1% of his methods. The likes and shares beneath the posts were climbing frantically, nearly setting the entire campus ablaze. Admirers flocked in droves, though some students remained skeptical until the complete battle video was uploaded, instantly silencing countless doubts. The footage showed Instructor Lu, at star-tier level, directly suppressing a sovereign-level black dragon with decisive efficiency. His influence continued to soar. Meanwhile, another undercurrent was spreading throughout the campus. Many students, and even some instructors, were worried Lu Yu. Instructor Lu had directly crippled the matriarch of the dragon-taming Lu family. How could the Lu family possibly let this slide? In the principal's office, the atmosphere was tense. Lu Luochan sat across from Duan Xianghua, her brow furrowed with concern. Teacher, could we perhaps negotiate with the Lu family? Duan Xianghua set down the documents in his hands and shook his head gently. I've already communicated with store manager Lu. He said it's best not to interfere. He has his own plans. But, Lu Luochan hesitated. That's the Lu family. They openly have numerous sovereign-level 10th rank dragon tamers, with a 1,000-year legacy. Who can be certain the Lu family doesn't have overlord-level dragon tamers lurking in the dragon realm? Duan Xianghua sighed deeply. Of course he was worried. The three great dragon-taming families had a tradition. Whenever their level or lifespan reached its limits, powerful clan members would be transported to the dragon realm. No one in the outside world knew exactly how much power they had accumulated there. Even more troubling was that while any dragon tamer who reached the dragon realm no longer belonged to human civilization and fell under the dragon realm's jurisdiction, their origins remained forever branded in their bloodline. If the dragon-taming families truly faced annihilation, who could guarantee that the dragon tamers hidden in the dragon realm wouldn't intervene? I've already questioned the store manager once. In the office, Duan Xianghua's voice was deep and slow, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Store manager Lu's strength is comparable to mine, perhaps even far superior. He himself is also a top-tier breeder. As long as he speaks up, he could immediately claim a position higher than mine. When that day truly comes, trying to move against him, absolutely impossible. A top-tier breeder would be fought over by all 6 nations, with a status comparable to a nation-protecting divine dragon. Lu Luochan's breathing suddenly caught. Only then did she realize that the young, handsome store manager could easily reach the pinnacle of blue star. As long as Lu Yu was willing, he could completely ascend to the top in the Xia Kingdom and become a nation-protecting breeder. He probably wouldn't be willing, would he? Lu Luochan muttered to herself. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. Come in. Duan Xianghua responded in a deep voice. The door was pushed open, and Shen Yinyan, Du Ryun, Luo Tianyan, along with Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, stepped in one by one. Greetings, principals. Everyone said in unison as they bowed. Duan Xianghua's gaze swept over these 5 young faces. You are all promising young talents valued by Instructor Lu, with extraordinary talent and potential. If I'm not mistaken, the pet beasts you've contracted have all awakened growable special talents, correct? Shen Yinyan, Du Ryun, and Luo Tianyan exchanged glances, the answer obvious. Duan Dongwen and Duan Shiwu, being Duan Xianghua's grandsons, naturally already knew. Yes, Shen Yinyan nodded. The slime I contracted awakened a growable talent, devour. But you may not fully understand just how special these talents truly are, Duan Xianghua continued. Luo Tianyin stepped forward and stated solemnly, Principal, after contracting the flame chicken, I vaguely feel my beast-taming talent is undergoing transformation. Although it hasn't truly completed, the trend is obvious. This the core of global talents. As soon as he finished speaking, the other four were all shocked. It can actually cause beast-taming talents to transform? Du Ruoyan exclaimed. Does my brank holy light also have a chance? Actually, Lu Luochan walked before everyone, calm yet with a hint of excitement. My beast-taming talent has already transformed from a rank to strength. Before her words finished, a crimson dragon shadow suddenly rose behind her, its draconic might overwhelming and undisguised. Everyone present was a genius from Magic Capital University, and they immediately recognized it as a genuine strength beast-taming talent. It was common knowledge that Lu Luochan initially awakened only a rank dragon wings, yet the strength pressure she now emanated was absolutely real. Everyone's expressions were excited and shocked, especially Luo Tianyan, who seemed to already envision his rank cold flame talent ascending to strength. Only Shun Yinyan, though equally shocked, secretly thought, strength? Compared to the store manager's boundless dark hell-like talent, it's still far inferior. She had once witnessed Lu Yu unleash his beast-taming talent first-hand dark and profound, yet without a trace of evil. That magnificent and majestic scene had been deeply branded in her soul, never to be forgotten. Duan Xianghua stood up, his expression incredibly solemn. Students, your futures are now limitless. Remember having contracted pet beasts that awakened growable special talents. Your beast-taming talents will continuously sublimate, and ultimately may even advance to S rank. S rank. A thunderclap crashed into everyone's ears. No one doubted Duan Xianghua's authority. This principal of Magic Capital University was a highly respected and knowledgeable figure throughout the entire Xia Kingdom, and his words would never be false. If S rank could still be hoped for, then S Rankensborn would definitely be a prodigy among prodigies. Looking across Blue Star, with hundreds of billions of humans and mixed bloods, about half possessed beast-taming talents, meaning over 100 billion beast tamers. Yet those who truly awakened S-rank talents numbered fewer than 200, and this was a cumulative figure over thousands of years. That was truly 1 in 100 million. Furthermore, any beast tamer who awakened S-rank talent, as long as they grew smoothly, without exception, would at least become overlord level. Upon hearing Chancellor Duan's account, not only were Shun Yinyan, Du Ryun, and the other 5 stirred, but even Lu Luochan, who had known this beforehand, couldn't help but feel her heart surge with excitement. This was S-level beast-taming talent, whether looking across the Xia Kingdom or surveying the entire six-nation human beast-taming civilization. S-level represented the pinnacle of aptitude. Chancellor Duan, are you saying that all of us present have the opportunity to evolve our beast-taming talents to S-level? Luo Tianyan suddenly straightened his back, his voice carrying barely contained excitement. Not just you. Chancellor Duan's gaze was gentle, yet his words rang with conviction. The same applies to me as well. Shen Yinyan's eyes lit up. Chancellor, did you also contract a beast cub cultivated by the shop owner? The usually dignified Chancellor Duan suddenly seemed much more approachable in this moment. That's correct. Chancellor Duan replied softly. I contracted the sky-suppressing giant tree cultivated by shop owner Lu. Once it fully matures, it will evolve into a void ancient tree with overlord-level potential. Thanks to shop owner Lu, my shattered beast space is about to be restored, and I can see hope of breaking through to overlord level once again. Luo Tianyan's pupils contracted slightly. Chancellor Duan commanded deep respect in political, military, and business circles. Originally, due to his shattered beast space, he was cut off from higher levels, with those resources and prestige nearly passed to his family. But if Chancellor Duan truly broke through to overlord level, what tremendous power would his accumulated vast reputation unleash? The Duan family status could instantly rival any dragon-taming noble house. Void ancient tree. Luo Tianyan's thoughts raced. With shop owner Lu's cultivation abilities, if the sky-suppressing giant tree became a void ancient tree, it would certainly not be weak among overlord-level beasts, and might even challenge opponents above its level. When that time came, even those veteran overlords who wielded the highest authority in the Xia Kingdom would have to treat Chancellor Duan as an equal. His thoughts churning, he finally spoke. Chancellor, you didn't gather us juniors who have received Senior Lu's favor just to explain the uniqueness of growable talents, did you? Shen Yinyan, Du Ryun, and the others also looked toward Chancellor Duan. Facing such a high-level figure, this was the first time they had stood so close, yet they didn't feel overly nervous, only deep anticipation remained. Of course not. Chancellor Duan looked at Luo Tianyan and nodded approvingly. More importantly, it's to affirm your futures. In terms of potential, you are in no way inferior to Lu Su from the first year. Everyone's hearts shook. Although Lu Su had been easily crushed by Lu Yu earlier, With that shop owner's strength on display, no one dared underestimate Lu Su. Among all first-year students in the history of Magic Capital Beast-Taming University, Lu Su had always been among the most outstanding, with only a very few S-level talents able to consistently surpass him. Many associate professors and even full professors unanimously believed that as long as Lu Su merged his twin dragon shadow talent, he would inevitably evolve true S-level talent and join the ranks of humanity's strongest aptitudes. The group exchanged glances and listened intently. Chancellor Duan continued, "Based on your potential, I've decided to award you the highest level reward from Magic Capital Beast Taming University, the Special Excellence Scholarship. The Special Excellence Scholarship will be distributed in 3 installments, corresponding to Transcendent Level, Stellar Level, and Abyssal Moon Level respectively. Extraordinary Level earns a scholarship of 10 million. Stellar Level earns 100 million. Lunar Level earns 500 million. The total special scholarship amounts to 610 million. Duan Xianghua smiled gently before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the 3 young beast tamers in front of him. His tone was calm, yet carried decisive authority. Shun Yinyan and Du Run, you are now extraordinary level beast tamers and can directly claim the first tier 10 million in scholarship. Luo Tianyan, you are currently at stellar level and can claim 100 million. Upon hearing this, both Shin Yinyan and Du Ryun's eyes lit up almost simultaneously. For any extraordinary level beast tamer, 10 million represented solid backing needed to break through to stellar level, especially when this money was directly distributed by the school. They exchanged glances and clenched their fists in unison. Duan Xianghua immediately announced, "All 3 of you are listed for this year's special scholarship. When you advance to stellar level, you can receive another 100 million. If you step into lunar level, the scholarship jumps directly to 500 million. Despite coming from a prominent family, Luo Tianyan couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. With this 100 million in hand, it meant he would hardly need to ask his family for resources during the stellar stage. However, before the shock could subside, he keenly sensed something unusual. Principal Duan, even for Magic Capital Beast Taming University, it would be difficult to approve several special scholarship quotas at once, wouldn't it? As far as I know, there's usually only 1 per year at most." Duan Xianghua waved his hand dismissively, his voice remaining gentle. "You needn't worry about such matters. In previous years, the special scholarship indeed required selection among several S-level talented beast tamers. This year it was originally prepared for Lu Su, but I withdrew the quota. His beast taming talent was obtained through theft, which doesn't align with our school's principles. As for you 3, you're destined to evolve S-level talents in the future. What's 1 quota compared to that?" Luo Tianyan nodded lightly and asked no further questions. As someone who could practically rule the school single-handedly, deciding a few quotas wasn't difficult for Duan Xianghua. 1 special scholarship represented 610 million in financial expenditure, which was already a fortune in the eyes of solar-level beast tamers. But for a monarch level, especially one standing at the 10th tier pinnacle with countless accumulated merits and prestige like Duan Xianghua, even covering the shortfall himself wouldn't be a problem. Just as everyone was processing this information, Duan Dongwen's eyes brightened and he eagerly leaned forward. "Grandfather, do we get some too? I need to cultivate my Aunt Queen, and it's incredibly expensive. Address me by my position at school." Duan Xianghua's expression showed helpless indulgence as he nodded. "Of course you do too. Besides being my grandson, you're also official students of Magic Capital University. Since you've contracted beast cubs I personally cultivated, your potential won't be lacking, so you naturally deserve the special scholarship." "Thank you, Principal Duan." Duan Dongwen bowed cheerfully. He was determined to follow the swarm tactics route, and even just an initial stage Ant Queen consumed hundreds of times more resources than same-level beasts. For these ant troops, he had recently poured almost all his allowance into cultivation, barely managing to push his Ant Queen to awakening 10th tier and breed several hundred ant soldiers. Under the Ant Queen's coordination, these numerous ant troops could even form battle formations. To put it bluntly, after pouring a fortune into upgrading Duan's Xiwis blade, Ant can no longer stand a chance against him. Duan Shiwu glanced at his twin brother, Duan Dongguan, who was standing not far away, and inwardly sighed in frustration. "My foolish brother, even though you've signed the core contract, you'll only ever have 1 pet beast. Once I step into the transcendent level, they'll head to the Mythical Pet Beast shop and sign contracts for a 2nd, maybe even a 3rd pet beast with shopkeeper Lu. By then, with multiple powerful beasts working together, how much of your swarm tactics will remain effective?" Duan Dongguan, sharp as ever, caught his brother's gaze and met it heat without hesitation. The brothers' eyes clashed in midair, sparks seeming to fly between them. Those familiar with them were hardly surprised these twins had been rivals since childhood. "All right." Duan Xiangguo's voice came from behind the signing table, gentle yet authoritative. "Come over and sign your names to claim your scholarships." "Yay." Shun Yinyan was the first to rush to the table, eagerly signing her name with a flourish. Grinning, she asked, "Thank you, Principal Duan." When will the scholarship be issued? I want to visit the shopkeeper and contract a second pet beast. Likely by tomorrow, Duan Xianghua nodded, his tone warm but firm. I suggest you continue focusing on water element beasts. It might accelerate the evolution of your beast-taming talent. Got it. Shun Yin nodded repeatedly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Next up was Du Riyun. Duan Xianghua handed her the folder and offered a reminder. I still recommend focusing on pure support types, with a minor focus on light element offensive abilities. At the very least, ensure you have the means to protect yourself. The advice of a monarch-level beast tamer was invaluable, and Du Riyun listened carefully, committing each word to memory. Then it was Luo Tianyan's turn. His fiery aura was palpable as he stepped forward. Duan Xianghua hesitated briefly before speaking solemnly. You've contracted a crimson flame wolf king and a white flame snake, correct? Yes. Luo Tianyan, in high spirits after receiving the top scholarship, nodded enthusiastically. The Crimson Flame Wolf King has already evolved once. It's currently at star level 3, with potential to reach Mingyu level 6. The White Flame Snake is even stronger, with potential to reach Mingyu level 9 and current strength at star level 5. Despite recently contracting a Crimson Flame Rooster, Luo Tianyan hadn't abandoned the companions who had been with him for years. Duan Xianghua swept his gaze across the group, his tone deliberate as he reminded them, don't be too quick to release the beasts you've previously contracted. You might not currently have the resources or abilities to nurture them to the level of the Crimson Flame Rooster or Slime. However, what if shopkeeper Lu personally intervenes? His words landed like a spark in a room full of dry tinder. The previously murmuring students fell silent in unison, the air thick with tension. All that remained was the sound of their pounding hearts. Was Principal Duan implying that if their older beasts were handed over to shopkeeper Lu for training, they could undergo a complete transformation? Luo Tianyan's expression was one of shock as he blurted out his response. You must have caught a glimpse of Manager Lu's cultivation abilities during that public demonstration. In the principal's office, soft light fell across the desk as Duan Xianghua clasped his hands together, his tone gentle yet resolute. Manager Lu can easily bestow the rarest, heaven-defying growth talents upon even the most ordinary pet beasts. What difficulty could there be in transforming your contracted pets completely? Standing nearby, Lu Luochan couldn't stop her mind from echoing Lu Yu's promise words that had whispered like a devil's temptation. I'll transform all 3 of your sub-dragon species into true dragon species, or even divine dragon species. The voice seemed to caress her ears, making her heart race wildly. For years, she had dreamed of cultivating sub-dragons into true Dragonsa feet, as rare as phoenix feathers throughout the entire Xia kingdom. The more she understood the difficulties involved, the more she believed Lu Yu's words. Before such extraordinary cultivation talent, doubt was merely pointless self-deception, and complete trust was the greatest respect she could show him. Duan Xianghua had also considered asking Lu Yu to enhance his only monarch-level pet beast, but his beast-taming space remained too fragile, forcing him to postpone the idea. I understand. Luo Tianyan lowered his eyes, his expression complex. Deep down, he knew that with Lu Yu's abilities, enhancing his contracted Crimson Flame Wolf King and White Flame Snake would be effortless. Yet he had never asked, and in the depths of his heart, he instinctively believed these 2 pet beasts weren't worthy of Lu Yu's hands. At this moment, he clearly sensed his own inferiority, his chest feeling weighted down by stones. Then he gritted his teeth silently. No matter the cost, I will commission that master to personally cultivate you both. In contrast, while Shun Yin, Du Riyun, Duan Dongwen, and Duan Shuwu were equally shocked, they lacked the complex emotions of Luo Tianyan and Lu Luocanthi, had contracted cubs personally cultivated by Lu Yu from the very beginning, making their growth path as smooth as a well-trodden lawn. With the scholarship matter settled, Duan Xianghua rose to escort these promising young people from his office. Watching their retreating figures, he exhaled deeply, his laughter carrying undisguised anticipation. These students may be the most prodigious talents of my decades-long tenure as principal. Once they mature, the entire Xia kingdom will be astounded. Lu Luochan pressed her lips together gently, responding softly. In previous years, only 1 special scholarship was awarded annually, yet this year 5 appeared at once, each one irreplaceable. Duan Xianghua looked at her with gentle eyes. Luochan, you really want to cultivate those 3 sub-dragons into dragon species, don't you? Yes. Lu Luochan's fingertips trembled slightly as she nodded. Then go ahead. Duan Xianghua's smile deepened. I've already transferred 200 million to your account. Lu Su contracting 2 dragon species was enough to shake the Xia kingdom if you contract 4 dragon species. I'm very curious to see the expressions on those old fossils from the dragon taming houses. Her phone vibrated. Lu Luochan looked down to see the 200 million had indeed appeared in her account, her heart surging with overwhelming emotion, her expression complex. Teacher, she said, somewhat embarrassed. To help the red carp leap through the dragon gate and evolve into a red thunder jiao, Lu Luochan had indeed spent nearly all her savings. Duan Xianghua seemed to see through her predicament at a glance. Like a generous father, he waved his hand grandly and transferred the money directly. His thunderous magnanimity left Lu Luochan feeling both embarrassed and genuinely warmed. Yet she wasn't truly Duan Xianghua's daughter, so she instinctively wanted to decline. Consider this my personal sponsorship, Duan Xianghua smiled kindly, pulling out a contract from his briefcase. This is the contract for this year's outstanding mentor. Although your teaching results haven't been announced yet, you've contracted a red thunder jiao and evolved in strength talent. It wouldn't make sense to keep you on the old terms. Lu Luochan wanted to explain further, but she couldn't resist those sincere eyes and could only silently sign the contract. 5 special scholarship slots plus an outstanding mentor contract. The total funding was calculated in hundreds of millions. Even with Duan Xianghua's position, he had to bear considerable pressure. Lu Luochan's mind raced. She was no longer the weak Lu Luochan of the past and would never disappoint Duan Xianghua's expectations. Moreover, thinking of those stubborn old elders in the Lu family and her obsessive father, she couldn't help but anticipate their expressions when they learned she had contracted 3 dragon species and 1 jiao species. Mythical Beast Pet Shop. After Lu Yu left, Li Rue threw herself wholeheartedly into minding the store. She first cleaned the counter, display shelves, and floor until they were spotless, then threw Lu Yu's changed clothes into the washing machine. Blushing, she hand-washed his undergarments before putting everything in the dryer. Phew. She let out a long breath, images floating through her mind. What were the shop owner and sister on you doing right now at Modu Beast-Taming University? At this thought, Li Rue suddenly felt downcast. She curled up on the sofa, hugging her pale legs with her chin resting on her knees. If I had met the shop owner earlier, maybe I could have gotten into Modu University. I really want to hear the shop owner lecture. It must be so interesting, right? Professor Lu? Hee, the shop owner must look especially handsome standing at the podium, right? As chaotic thoughts swirled, her consciousness sank into her beast-taming space. In the narrow space, blood energy churned around a blood-stained willow sapling rooted in the center. Little willow, Li Rue called softly, grow up quickly. The blood willow gently swayed its branches as if responding. It wasn't until afternoon that the doorbell chimed, announcing the day's first customer. Li Rue instinctively looked over. A professional skirt outlined explosive curves, black stockings wrapped around long legs that showed flawless pale skin through the lighting, and black heels with red soles clicked against the floor with undeniable allure. Her stunning face paired with thin-framed glasses added a forbidden charm. Li Rue quickly looked away. Feeling an indescribable sense of inferiority, she seemed too immature compared to this woman. Where's your shop owner? Lu Shui surveyed the mythical beast pet shop, disappointment flashing in her eyes. If she hadn't known this was Professor Lu's shop, she really couldn't see anything special about it. I'm sorry. Li Rue snapped back to attention and replied softly. The shop owner isn't in the store right now. If you'd like to purchase beast cubs, please wait a moment. Oh, Lu Shui nodded. Then I'll wait here. She knew that at this time, Lu Yu should still be at Magic City University, so there was no rush. She settled comfortably on the sofa, and noticing a tea set on the table, she said casually, by the way, pour me a cup of tea. Oh, of course, Li Rue responded, opening the dark brown tea box. Her fingertips delicately picked out just 2 emerald green leaves, dropping them into the white porcelain cup in front of Lu Shui. Boiling water poured down, steam rising in wisps. Lu Shui's eyebrows initially arched slightly. Just making tea. Was it necessary to be so stingy? But before the words could leave her mouth, her senses were overwhelmed by an intense yet crisp tea fragrance. The aroma seemed activated by the water, surging up from the cup and instantly filling the entire living room. Her pupils contracted sharply. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, one of the 3 great elf clans, she had personally visited the ancient elf kingdom and tasted the priceless tea made from young elf tree leaves. Any mature elf tree could reach the 10th tier of king level, representing the ancient kingdom's national foundation. That single sip of tea remained vivid in her memory to this day, yet the current aroma was several times more intense than what she remembered. Noticing her shock, Li Rue explained softly. Our shop owner said this tea is made from young thousand-star vine leaves. Please enjoy, miss. Thousand-star vine. Lu Shui's heart trembled as she quickly pulled out her phone to search. Information appeared before her eyes. Thousand-star vine grows on broken meteorites, reaching Saint Spirit level when mature, drifting through space with meteorites throughout its life, feeding on other meteorites for nourishment, and at its peak can even suppress smaller planets. You're saying this is from young thousand-star vine leaves? She almost gasped. That's what the shop owner told us. Li Rue nodded, then reminded her. It'll get cold if you don't drink it soon. Lu Shui took a deep breath and solemnly lifted the cup with both hands. Though it contained only 2 leaves and looked modest, it surpassed all worldly flavors. She took a gentle sip. The scalding tea flowed into her mouth, and pure life essence instantly transformed into an invisible torrent, washing through her limbs and bones, even purifying her soul. Her body stiffened, her delicate hand unconsciously pressing against her long legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, staring at the bottom of the cup in disbelief. With just one sip, the bottleneck at the 10th tier of dark moon level that had stagnated for so long actually began to loosen. With dawn faintly visible radiant sun level was within reach. Lu Shui could no longer care about, savoring slowly, and tilted her head back, draining the tea in one gulp. Surging vitality flowed through her meridians, her realm climbing steadily, finally stopping just before the last barrier. So close, truly just a little bit more. Filled with regret, she looked up at Li Rue, longing evident in her expression, yet ultimately couldn't bring herself to ask for a second cup. Li Rue understood her struggle but only smiled warmly. She had also tasted thousand-star vine tea leaves before. Just one leaf had elevated her from 5th to 6th tier of awakening level, and she still felt lingering effects. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from outside. Roar! Li Rue's eyes lit up. The shop owner is back. Lu Shui stood up and saw a massive black dragon, dozens of meters tall, descending before the shop entrance. Its second-tier king-level pressure was completely unrestrained, making the air seem frozen solid. She immediately recognized it as the black dragon contracted to the Lu family matriarch. From the dragon's back, a young and handsome man leaped down, his toes lightly touching the ground, followed by a small black dragon. As the handsome young man entered the pet beast shop, the king-level black dragon prostrated itself respectfully on the ground, as if worshipping a deity, utterly humble. How could the thousand-star vine tea have hallucinogenic effects? Lu Shui felt a buzzing sound in her ears as her pupils contracted sharply. In the center of the hall, a king-level black dragon with deep purple scales and ink-black, curved horns lay prostrate on all fours, its head pressed to the ground in a posture as humble as a house dog. That familiar, insurmountable aura of dominance had completely vanished without a trace. This couldn't be an illusion. Li Rue blinked her eyes, following the dragon's body toward the entrance, and said softly, "The shop owner is back. How strange. Why does it seem like the owner has tamed a black dragon?" Lu Shui took a deep breath of cold air, her voice trembling slightly. "That's a king-level black dragon. Your shop owner tamed a king-level black dragon and made it prostrate on the ground. If it's not an illusion, what else could it be?" Just making eye contact made Lu Shui's heart race wildly, instinctively wanting to turn and flee. If that terrifying woman from the Lu family found out she had witnessed the black dragon in this state, she didn't dare imagine the consequences. A king-level black dragon. Li Rue's eyes lit up like light bulbs, and as she looked up, she met the gaze of the young man walking slowly toward them. The youth had a tall, slender figure, his black windbreaker fluttering at one corner, making him appear even more handsome. Li Rue exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, "The shop owner is amazing." "Not bad." Lu Yu smiled warmly, reaching up to tuck Li Rue's disheveled hair behind her ear, then asked gently, "Xiao Rue, would you like to ride the black dragon for a spin? Using it as a mount would be pretty cool." "Really?" Li Rue was delighted, her fingertips clutching the corner of her clothes, but then she hesitantly glanced at Lu Shui. This sister said the black dragon is king level. Wouldn't it be too humiliating to let me ride it?" "It's fine. This black dragon is now a servant of the world-destroying demon dragon." Lu Yu's laughter was relaxed. "You're an employee of the mythical beast shop, and it's just a servant. Being ridden by you is its honor, understand?" Before he finished speaking, he half-pushed, half-guided Li Rue to the front of the black dragon. The dragon obediently spread its pitch-black wings, tilting its wing bones to create a gentle slope for the girl. Li Rue's heart pounded as she stepped on the hard wing membrane, her steps so light she barely dared apply pressure, finally settling onto the broad dragon's back. Howling winds instantly filled the hall as the black dragon beat its wings, its massive shadow sweeping past the skylight, riding the air currents straight into the clouds. Lu Yu stood in place, his coat-tails fluttering, but he wasn't worried about Li Rue's safety. The Lu family was temporarily lying low, and as a shop employee, Li Rue could be teleported back to the store with just a thought. Through the open floor-to-ceiling glass, Lu Shui stared up in a daze. In the sky above, an awakening-level beast-tamer rode a king-level black dragon in circles, the scene so striking it nearly shattered common sense. What made her heart churn even more was Lu Yu's casual remark that the black dragon is just a servant. "This is Su Yaji's core contracted black dragon. How could it become your servant?" Lu Shui could no longer contain herself, her voice tight with tension. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "You don't know? Doesn't Magic City University have a campus forum? After I became a mentor, Principal Duan sent me materials, including detailed information on students, mentors, associate professors, and professors." His tone was flat, as if discussing the weather. "That mentor in the medical office comes from an elf family and has contracted a royal natural elf. As for her appearance, she's known as one of the campus beauties alongside Lu Luochan." You should know that, right? Lu Shui fell silent, reaching up to adjust her thin-framed glasses before immediately opening the campus forum. The screen's glow reflected on her lenses as pages of information scrolled by, her beautiful eyes growing increasingly shocked. Without realizing it, she sank into the sofa, her palms already soaked with cold sweat. In fact, she had come to the mythical beast shop today on orders to discuss cooperation. The elf family and the dragon-taming family cooperated openly, while competing secretly, and she had intended to persuade Lu Yu to side with the elf faction. But now, with the black dragon prostrate like a slave and Li Rue soaring on dragonback, Lu Yu's single sentence had overturned her understanding. The words of recruitment simply wouldn't come out. Just thinking about it made Lu Shui blush slightly. The scene of this young beast tamer suppressing a king-level dragon master was still vivid in her mind with such strength, let alone her being merely a direct descendant of an elven family. Even the head of the Lu family would have to weigh his own worth before attempting to recruit him. A dark shadow swept across the sky, sharp dragon wings stirring up massive air currents. As the black dragon folded its wings and landed, Li Rue slid down along the scaled wing bones with lingering fear. Roar! The world-destroying demon dragon's deep roar was like war drums. The black dragon nodded respectfully, quickly shrinking to 3 meters in height. Its scales gleamed with a cold luster in the sunlight as it crouched at the entrance of the mythical pet shop like a silent statue. Using a king-level black dragon as a guard beast? Lu Shui was left speechless, her mouth agape. Only then did Lu Yu turn his attention to her. The stunningly beautiful mature woman before him wore thin-framed glasses, and when she composed herself, her entire being exuded an air of restraint that piqued his interest. Dear customer. He gestured for her to enter the shop, his tone calm, yet confident. Whether you wish to purchase pet cubs or seek cultivation services, our shop can accommodate both. Lu Shui was slightly stunned. Purchase cubs? After forming a core contract with her nature spirit, she could no longer contract other pets. However, Lu Yu's breakthrough cultivation methods from the public class still echoed in her mind. One more step, and her nature spirit could reach the radiant sun level. Perhaps the opportunity was right before her. Li Rue had already prepared hot tea, its fragrance rising in steam. Lu Yu sipped it unhurriedly, waiting for a response. Master Lu. Lu Shui finally made her decision. The spirit mark on her palm glowed as her Nethermoon 10th tier nature spirit gracefully emerged. She spoke softly. I would like to entrust you with cultivating it. Certainly. Lu Yu examined it with interest from top to bottom. The nature spirit was crystal clear with a gentle and pure aura, though it still fell short compared to an Yu. Nethermoon 10th tier, potential for Radiant Sun 6th tier, for royalty, it's quite decent. Just quite decent. Lu Shui's eyes narrowed, unable to hide her indignation. She had infused this spirit within a great talent called Elven Heart, continuously transforming its nature toward that of an ancestral spirit, making it increasingly close to true nature. It would eventually break through its limitations. She believed her cultivation was beyond reproach. What else would it be? Lu Yu glanced at her indifferently. Lu Shui's slightly annoyed expression made her chest rise and fall gently, and combined with her glasses and tightly pressed lips, her air of restraint became even more pronounced. Then tell me, what aspects of the nature spirit haven't been cultivated properly? She finally couldn't hold back, her voice carrying doubt. The cultivation of her nature spirit was what she took the most pride in, and she wouldn't yield easily. Faced with her questioning, Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his voice calm but brooking no argument. Miss, aren't you mistaken about something? What? Lu Shui raised an eyebrow. When I said your cultivation was decent, that was merely courtesy. Lu Yu set down his teacup and replied softly. Lu Shui's eyes widened. Courtesy. Exactly. Lu Yu spoke slowly. What I mean is, your cultivation of the nature sprite is absolutely terrible, and you've completely wasted its top-tier bloodline. The moment his words fell, it was like a cold steel needle piercing straight into Lu Shui's chest. She jerked her head up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Wasted. Her throat tightened as she forced down her shock. I managed to fuse the nature sprite within a rank talent, the Heart of Elves. Who else besides me could achieve something like that? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, as if suddenly remembering, his tone casual. Oh, that matter? I was just about to mention it. You had the nature sprite fuse with the Heart of Elves, but what happened after that? You don't actually think that was a complete fusion, do you? The fusion rate between the nature sprite and the Heart of Elves is at most 5. 5. Lu Shui's breathing instantly became erratic, her chest rising and falling rapidly. I clearly achieved a complete fusion between the nature sprite and the Heart of Elves. The core contract is the best proof. How shallow? Lu Yu let out a light chuckle. If it were truly a complete fusion, why hasn't the primordial sprite bloodline within the nature sprite awakened? As his words fell, Lu Shui felt her mind buzzing, her entire body frozen in place, hardly daring to believe her own ears. There was actually primordial sprite bloodline within the nature sprite. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat, like thundering drums. the primordial sprite that was the origin of all sprites, the very first sprite. Legend had it that the mother tree of elves exhausted its source power to give birth to only one primordial sprite, after which ordinary sprites were gradually born, and then it fell into a long slumber. A mature primordial sprite would be a Holy Spirit-level existence. In the ancient elven kingdom, races possessing primordial bloodline were regarded as royalty. Lu Shui had never imagined that the nature sprite she had contracted actually harbored such bloodline. Once awakened, she and the nature sprite would ascend to royal status, gaining incomparable standing among the three great elven families and throughout the entire ancient elven kingdom. Lu Shui forced herself to steady her emotions, taking a deep breath as she looked at Lu Yu with eyes both fervent and anxious. Instructor Lu, can you awaken the nature sprite's primordial bloodline? She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, terrified of hearing a negative answer that would shatter all her beautiful dreams. Yes. Lu Yu's manner remained casual. Lu Shui's expression froze slightly. She truly hadn't expected Lu Yu to nod so casually, as if awakening the ancestral elf bloodline was merely a trivial task he could accomplish with a wave of his hand. Wait. She rapidly calculated in her mind, then finally looked up with hesitation. If there really is ancestral elf bloodline within the nature elf, as her core contractor, I couldn't possibly fail to sense it. Are you certain she doesn't have even a trace of ancestral blood? Lu Yu's expression remained calm as he replied matter-of-factly. Little dear is merely from the nature elf nobility, not royalty. There is absolutely no ancestral elf bloodline within her, Lu Shui declared with absolute certainty. Little dear was the name she had given to that nature elf. Lu Yu's smile faded slightly as he spoke at an unhurried pace. Still deceiving yourself? Both nobility and royalty cannot escape their bloodline origins. The ancestral elf is the sole source of the ancient elf kingdom. Even the most ordinary elf retains traces of ancestral blood. Lu Shui's pupils contracted sharply, her voice trembling. So, the ancestral bloodline you speak of isn't a hidden bloodline, but rather that thread so diluted it's nearly imperceptible, one that everyone subconsciously overlooks? Exactly, Lu Yu nodded. Instructor Lu, are you mocking me? Lu Shui forced herself to take a deep breath. That thread of bloodline, diluted to its absolute limit no matter how many resources you throw at it. It's impossible to awaken. This is already industry consensus. Consensus. Lu Yu laughed heartily. Is meant to be broken. Weak doesn't equal useless as long as even a trace remains. It contains the ancestral will. The room fell into brief silence. Lu Shui stared at the young man, finding his mysterious confidence increasingly unfathomable. After a moment, Lu Yu spoke again, his voice calm, yet carrying unshakable certainty. All right, choose and trust the nature elf to my care, or give up now. He watched her with keen interest, as if appreciating a painting of flowing emotions. Conflict, hesitation, finally crystallizing into resolve in her eyes. Fine. Lu Shui lifted her head slightly, her thin-framed glasses catching a glint of light, while her lips carried a hint of pleading. The shocking scenes from Magic City University Lu Yu's incredible training methods, the terrifying combat power displayed by his contracted beast soul flashed through her mind, ultimately compelling her to hand over her core-contracted nature elf. How long will the training take? Should I come back in a few days? Just wait here. Lu Yu waved casually, signaling for the nature elf to follow him as he lifted an inconspicuous curtain behind him. Lu Shui was startled. When she had entered the shop earlier, she definitely hadn't noticed any space behind the pet store. Though filled with questions, she ultimately didn't inquire further, simply sitting down on the sofa with her hands folded, worry lingering in her brow. Big sister. Li Rue smiled sweetly from behind the cash register. Trust the shop owner, you absolutely won't be wrong. Lu Shui returned a strained smile. The nature elf was her core contracted beast. If something went wrong, her entire life would be ruined. Lu Shui and Xiaolu had grown up together since childhood, and Lu Shui had long regarded Xiaolu as her own sister, naturally not wanting anything bad to happen to her. Besides, awakening ancestral bloodline with just a trace of barely detectable ancestral blood, wasn't that too far-fetched? Filled with anxiety, Lu Shui felt time stretching endlessly. Finally, Lu Yu pushed open the door and stepped out with composed strides, followed by a stunningly beautiful elf maiden with an adorably innocent expression. The moment those pure emerald eyes appeared, the air in the room seemed to fill with the essence of life itself. Lu Shui shot to her feet and strode over to the elf maiden. Before she could take a closer look, a tremendous surge of life force flowed through their beast contract bond and instantly flooded into her body. Boom. The spiritual energy within Lu Shui's body boiled as her aura climbed steadily upward. Breakthrough. Solar rank. She stood frozen in place, unable to believe it. Ever since reaching the 10th tier of lunar rank, she had spent an entire year just searching for an opportunity to advance, yet now she had achieved a breakthrough in mere minutes. Realizing this was feedback from their contract, Lu Shui immediately focused her perception on the elf maiden cultivation level. 10th tier solar rank? Just minutes ago, this nature elf had clearly been at the 10th tier of lunar rank. In the blink of an eye, she had not only crossed a major realm, but also bypassed the lengthy cultivation process that would have required astronomical resources. Lu Shue's heart pounded like a drum as she continued her examination. Potential. 10th tier sovereign rank. If the explosive growth in cultivation level was shocking enough, then the moment her potential suddenly soared to 10th tier sovereign rank, the overwhelming joy nearly made her mind go blank with a buzzing sensation, her delicate features flushing with excitement. No, that's not right, Lu Shue murmured softly. She's no longer a nature elf. She looked up, her complex gaze falling upon the young shop owner Lu Yu. She's indeed no longer a nature elf. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his voice calm. She has awakened her ancestral elf bloodline and completely fused with the elf heart. She has now evolved into a subspecies of ancestral alpha life source elf. As his words fell, the life essence around the elf maiden instantly erupted, so dense it seemed visible as streams of green light. Lu Shui could clearly sense that the pure ancestral elf bloodline and the elf heart had merged seamlessly. The elf maiden's heart had been completely replaced by the elf heart. Through their contract, she could even detect the maiden's every subtle thought. This intimate connection gave Lu Shui a powerful premonition the elf heart was not the end. As the fusion deepened, it would gradually influence the maiden's limbs and torso, ultimately transforming her entire body into the most primordial elf form, and someday even elevating her soul. When that time came, the maiden would become the purest of elves, wielding the fundamental forces of nature, and her own rank beast-taming talent, elf heart, would surely evolve as well. At this thought, Lu Shui couldn't help but look at Lu Yu again. He remained calm and composed, as if he had anticipated all of this and thought nothing of it. Well, Lu Yu asked with a smile, are you satisfied with this cultivation session? Satisfied. Lu Shui nodded repeatedly, her current demeanor forming a stark contrast to her usual seductive yet restrained aura. She then said, if my perception is correct, Instructor Lu, you've completely integrated a strand of the primordial elf's bloodline into Xiao Lu's essence, haven't you? As Xiao Lu's cultivation level advances, the concentration of the primordial elf bloodline will rise accordingly, until one day she transforms into the purest primordial elf. As she spoke, she gazed at the little deer in her arms, shock gradually spreading in her eyes. Even with a theoretically feasible plan right before her, she still found it incredible. You're quite perceptive. Lu Yu shrugged with a relaxed tone, though he didn't deny it. In fact, even with his inherited knowledge as a 7-star breeder, completing this process would require countless years, with staggering difficulty. However, as Lu Yu's reputation at Magic Capital University continued to rise, the system's breeding module was activated accordingly. Whenever Lu Yu accessed this interface, an almost omnipotent breeding space would appear before him. Time flow could be accelerated to the extreme, all operational efficiency was multiplied, virtually all traditional limitations were eliminated, making various breeding schemes unimaginable to ordinary people possible. After the nature elf Xiao Lu advanced to life source elf, she was still placed in this breeding space. There, she underwent prolonged and intensive baptism by natural forces, completely fusing the primordial elf bloodline within herself, naturally ascending to the 10th tier of Radiant Sunday. What was even more remarkable was that simply activating the breeding space consumed no points, so Lu Yu's entire upgrade process from nature elf to life source elf cost him virtually nothing. What pleased Lu Yu even more was that the system allowed him to set his own prices for breeding services, though the final point allocation still followed system rules. Since the client is satisfied with the breeding results, it's time to discuss payment. Lu Yu chuckled softly, his gaze calm yet tinged with playfulness. Dear client, what do you think this breeding session is worth? What was it truly worth? Lu Shui pondered deeply. She directly transferred 200 million, leaving only 30 million in her account. But this brought Lu Shui some peace of mind and infinite hope for the future. Our destiny has completely changed, she said, closing the transfer interface with fingertips still trembling slightly, yet unable to suppress her smile. Lu Shui gently caressed the life source spirit fawn, her fingers softly stroking its tender yet exquisite features. She spoke with confidence. You were once royalty among the nature spirits, but you're destined to ascend to the throne of the ancient elven kingdom and lead it back to its golden age. Are you satisfied with such a future? The little deer nodded gently. Though usually quiet with few emotional fluctuations, a glimmer of anticipation now shone in her emerald eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yu gazed at the 200 million that had appeared in his account, equally elated. At the same time, a notification lit up on his personal panel. Points increased by 1,000. It seems that cultivating beast companions yields far more points than selling basic beast cubs, he calculated silently. Selling the free beast cubs from the system store would require at least 3 sales to earn these 1,000 points. One cultivation session, and I've earned it all back. He couldn't help but clench his fist. Of course, selling cubs wasn't entirely worthless. The high-end cubs with fixed prices in the system would yield 10 times the profit once sold. But Lu Yu knew clearly that virtually no one could afford them. Even the cheapest cubs in the system possessed overlord first-tier potential and carried at least one growable talent from birth. With such a starting point, even the wealthiest king-level beast masters would struggle to afford them. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Achievement unlocked. Complete 1 beast cultivation. Reward: 1 random red star raid resource. Claim? Yes, no. As expected, Lu Yu smiled slightly and chose without hesitation. Claim. Claim immediately. The next second, the notification transformed into brilliant text. You have obtained red star grade resource, Stellar True Flame. Stellar True Flame, a red star grade mystical fire that could only be born in the deepest core of stars, containing the purest stellar essence. As the light screen faded, an orange flame appeared in the beast space, burning against the surrounding energy barriers, scorching yet stable. Lu Yu stared in amazement, the flame seeming to pierce through his vision. It's actually the Stellar True Flame, ranked first on the mystical fire list. He was deeply shaken. Even the Azure Heaven Purple Flame can only rank second before it. With this thought, Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the Purple Flame Imperial Bird. If the Purple Flame Imperial Bird devours the Stellar True Flame, it will undergo complete transformation. Currently, his 3 great beast companions, the Purple Flame Imperial Bird, World-Destroying Demon Dragon, and Ancient Tree of Life, had exceeded the limits of basic cultivation mode. Even with time acceleration, they could only improve their realm, not their potential. To advance beyond Holy Spirit grade potential required perfectly matched, higher grade resources. Just as True Dragon Source Blood perfectly suited the world-destroying Demon Dragon, this Stellar True Flame was the ideal transformation catalyst for the Purple Flame Imperial Bird. Once devoured, the Purple Flame Imperial Bird will definitely undergo metamorphosis. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What incredible luck! He smiled genuinely. Without any hesitation, he opened the cultivation space and placed both the Purple Flame Imperial Bird and the Stellar True Flame inside. Screech. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird directly swallowed the Stellar True Flamea, blazing flower, so intensely hot that even space itself warped and twisted under its unbearable temperature. Fierce flames rolled within its body like a miniature star boiling in its core. The Stellar True Flame melted along its path, and the scorching power of the mystical fire surged through its meridians, infusing every wisp of the heavenly purple flame. Orange and purple flames intertwined violently, surging through its wings and bones. Simultaneously, the vast reserves of ordinary mystical firepower within the cultivation space were drawn forth, transforming into streams of fire that flowed into the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's body, neutralizing and balancing with both the heavenly purple flame and the Stellar True Flame. Its realm skyrocketed accordingly. Star Cluster 5th tier, Star Cluster 8th tier, Star Cluster 10th tier. In the blink of an eye, it had reached its current limit. Limit? Lu Yu smiled softly, murmuring to himself, limits exist to be broken. Before his words had fully faded, the Emperor Star refinement technique activated. All the overwhelming energy and pressure were firmly absorbed by the beast-taming space. Boom. The shackles exploded, and the Purple Flame Emperor Bird instantly broke through its boundaries, stepping into the nether moon level. After its breakthrough, it refused to rest, opening its beak to devour and completely absorb all remaining mystical firepower in the cultivation space. Its realm immediately stabilized at Nether Moon 3rd tier, then formally began refining the core fire seed of the Stellar True Flame. Nether Moon 7th tier. Lu Yu's expression grew increasingly pleased. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird now stood equal to the world-destroying Demon Dragon, yet it continued ascending. At this moment, the Stellar True Flame sensed that its fire seed essence was about to be refined away. The spark of consciousness within the flames struggled frantically, sending countless blazing flames shooting out like sharp spears. Screech. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird's eyes gleamed coldly. Under the suppression of its imperial might, both the Purple Flames and Stellar True Flame collapsed simultaneously, being refined into an even purer essence of mystical fire. The flames reorganized, and a more noble and magnificent flame bird soared from the sea of fire, spreading its wings as if to rule over heaven and earth, only to be completely annihilated under the crushing force of the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's overwhelming will. The fire seed essence of the Stellar True Flame was finally refined to completion. As the last trace of crimson-orange firelight fell, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird's aura surged once more, its realm reaching Nether Moon 10th tier. System notifications appeared in succession. Your contracted beast, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, has successfully refined the Red Star level resource Stellar True Flame, breaking through to Holy Spirit 5th tier potential. The Amethyst level skill Flame Feather has evolved into the Red Star level skill Purple Flame Reverse Feather. Your contracted beast, the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, has broken through to Nether Moon 10th tier and comprehended the red star level skill Miniature Star. Purple Flame Reverse Feathers, a red star level skill that releases feathers infused with the combined power of celestial purple flames and stellar true flames, possessing incredible burning and destructive force. Miniature Star, a red star level skill that condenses a true miniature star using the supreme power of otherworldly flames. The moment the purple flame imperial bird left the system's cultivation space, it had completely refined the stellar true flames, merging fire and life into one. Within the beast-taming space, scorching purple flames flowed from its wings like pouring celestial wrath, resembling the most dangerous pulsations of a star. The extreme heat scorched visible cracks into the air itself, causing the spatial barriers to continuously soften and collapse inch by inch, with heart-stopping destructive energy practically rushing forth. Such overwhelming power was simply extraordinary. After completely refining the stellar true flames, its original purple crystal level skill Flame Feathers directly evolved into the red star level Purple Flame Reverse Feathers, pushing burning and destruction to their absolute limits. The cutting properties that Flame Feathers once possessed now seemed insignificant before such incomparable heat, so the system simply omitted them. Upon breaking through to the Dark Moon level, the Purple Flame Imperial Bird gained enlightenment of another red star level skill, Miniature Star. This represented the advanced evolution of stellar true flames utilizing stellar structure and flame source power in an almost law-like operation. Even as just a miniature star, once detonated, it would approach world-ending destruction. Lu Yu silently marveled. The cultivated purple flame imperial bird truly embodied the concept of world destruction, more than even the world-destroying demon dragon. Purple flame imperial bird. Attributes: Fire Elemental. Level: Dark Moon 10th tier. Potential: Sacred Spirit 5th tier. Talents: 1. Flame Spirit 2. Purple Flame 3. Imperial Bird. Skills: 1. Purple Flame Reverse Feathers 2. Flame Soul 3. Purple Flame Domain 4. Flame Burial 5. True Flame Bird Form 6. Heavenly Flame Parade 7. Miniature Star. Status: Excellent Health, Contracted. After reviewing the status panel, Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. With Dark Moon 10th tier cultivation, Terrifying Sacred Spirit 5th tier potential, and 7 red star level skills, the Purple Flame Imperial Bird could easily crush ordinary king-level opponents. He felt genuinely pleased. He now possessed 2 king-level combat forces. As for himself, he remained at star 10th tier. On the other side, the world-destroying demon dragon looked up at the Purple Flame Imperial Bird radiating destructive pressure, its dragon eyes filled with defeat. After refining the true dragon source blood, it had believed itself capable of sweeping through king-level peers, yet now felt an insurmountable fear. The Purple Flame Imperial Bird restrained its aura, chirped softly, and landed atop the world-destroying demon dragon's head, spreading its artwork like wings with the bearing of a noble empress. Lu Yu chuckled. He could certainly send the world-destroying demon dragon into the system's cultivation space as well, but based on current speculation, it would at most reach Dark Moon 10th tier, with little change to its potential, talents, or skills. The Purple Flame Imperial Bird's dramatic improvement relied on the Stellar True Flames. After all, Stellar True Flames ranked first among all otherworldly flames in the current world. Unless one ventured to top-tier realms like the Dragon Realm, Demon Realm, or Heavenly Realm to find transcendent-grade otherworldly flames, Stellar True Flames remained supreme. Lu Yu raised his hand to stroke the dragon's horns, speaking earnestly. Next time I'll reward you with suitable resources and specially open the cultivation space for you. Lu Yu reassured her. He currently possessed 10 unconditional uses of the system's cultivation space, and each paid customer would restore 1 usage. He had already used it once for the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, leaving him with 9 remaining uses. Once all were exhausted, each subsequent activation would cost 100 points. Ruer. The world-destroying demon dragon lowered its head and let out an aggrieved growl. Lu Yu chuckled and reached out to pat the massive dragon head. Stop acting pitiful. The Purple Flame Emperor Bird only refined 1 red star grade resource and still outperformed you. Yet you simultaneously refined 2 resources, the Demon Heart and True Dragon Source Blood. His tone remained gentle, without any reproach. After all, in terms of bloodline heritage, the world-destroying demon dragon was naturally inferior to both the Purple Flame Emperor Bird and the Ancient Tree of Life, and could only bridge the gap through additional resources. The attribute panel flashed through his mind. World-destroying demon dragon. Type: Dark Dragon. Level: Nether Moon 7th tier. Potential: Sacred Spirit 3rd tier. Talents: Dark Descendant Demon Dragon Sacred Dragon. Skills: Realm Breaking Breath Evil Dragon Eyes Demon Dragon Body Dragon Dark Domain Demon Dragon Soul Dragon Realm Projection Slaughter Dragon State. Status: Excellent Health, Contract completed. From the data alone, the world-destroying demon dragon's talents and skills were nearly on par with the Purple Flame Emperor Bird, but it fell significantly behind in the potential category. Each advancement in the sacred spirit tier represented a massive leap, naturally amplifying the gap. Fortunately, the demon dragon possessed both dark and dragon attributes due rare types excelling in both close and range combat with a nearly perfect life form. The purple flame emperor bird, while slightly weaker in close combat, dominated with its unparalleled ranged firepower. Their different roles provided beast tamers with richer tactical options. So far, no one has forced me to go all out. Lu Yu sighed inwardly, dismissing his thoughts. Inside the mythical beast shop, the cultivation chamber's light had just dimmed. What seemed like mere moments to the outside world had been eons within the cultivation space. At the counter, Lu Shui had just completed her transfer, watching her account balance plummet from 200 million to 30 million. Yet she showed no sign of distress, instead looking at the young man before her with deep gratitude. Lu Yu had only charged 200 million and willingly provided comprehensive cultivation planning for little deer, never once hinting at any need for repayment. Such magnanimity earned her profound respect. Mentor Lu Shui took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Someday, I will cultivate little deer to be outstanding enough to earn your recognition. I look forward to it." Lu Yu nodded with a smile. After seeing the girl off, he settled leisurely into the sofa. Li Rue brought him hot tea, and the gentle fragrance of thousand-star vine filled the shop. "Master." And Yu materialized quietly, her slender arms naturally wrapping around Lu Yu as she pressed close to him, whispering in his ear, "I think I'm about to break through too." "Really?" Lu Yu looked up in delighted surprise. And Yu's true form was the ancient tree of life, his third contracted beast, currently only at the 10th tier of the transcendent realm. Compared to the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird, who had consecutively broken through to the nether moon level, she had undoubtedly fallen far behind. As a plant-type beast, the ancient tree of life has an extraordinarily long growth cycle. Among Lu Yu's three main companion beasts, the world-destroying demon dragon, being of the dragon species, possesses a lengthy lifespan and requires a full 1,000 years to mature from infancy to adulthood. The purple flame emperor bird is even more extremous in elemental spirit, with virtually no concept of time. It needs at least 5,000 years to reach maturity. Compared to these two, the ancient tree of life's growth period is astronomical. It slumbers through countless eras just in its seed stage alone, and from sprouting roots to true maturity requires a full 300,000 years. Supreme plant-type beings like the ancient tree of life, the elven mother tree, and the stellar sacred tree commonly witness the rise and fall of epics and civilizations. The reason Lu Yu could elevate the ancient tree of life to the 10th tier of the transcendent realm in just a few days, despite scarce resources, was entirely due to his perfectly awakened SS rank talent, divine source of life. This talent's compatibility with the ancient tree of life was nearly perfect, with source power flowing like an endless spiritual spring, causing the ancient tree's branches to visibly grow and extend. Lu Yu had originally thought the ancient tree of life would need more time to develop, but unexpectedly, it was now approaching the breakthrough threshold. Once it crossed this step, it would reach this stellar rank. The world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird are now thousands, even tens of thousands of times stronger than you. Would letting you break through to stellar rank be considered favoritism on my part? Lu Yu gazed at Yu, the tree spirit maiden before him, his voice gentle and low. "Master isn't being partial at all," and Yu replied softly, swaying her emerald green hair with complete trust in her voice. "After all, among all the companion beasts Master has contracted, only I can always stay by Master's side. It's different though." Lu Yu shook his head, looking up at the distant sky where the world-destroying demon dragon's black flames intertwined with the purple flame emperor bird's purple fire. These two companion beasts held positions no less prestigious than the ancient tree of life. They've already advanced far ahead in their cultivation. Even if you break through to stellar rank, it would be difficult to provide them with significant enhancement. "That's true." And Yu lowered her head, lightly touching her sleeve with her fingertips, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Despite the ancient tree of life's incredible support abilities, when the gap in cultivation levels becomes too vast, even its law-based commands would be diminished to almost negligible effects. "Don't worry." Lu Yu reached out and gently brushed Yu's delicate nose tip with his finger, his smile warm and reassuring. "I would never play favorites." As his words fell, he silently commanded the system in his mind. A virtual light screen flickered open with a soft whoosh, displaying rows of resource icons before his eyes. Without any hesitation, Lu Yu's fingertips moved swiftly, locking onto categories, filtering out inferior materials, and ultimately selecting only the highest-grade materials most suitable for the ancient tree of life. He immediately opened the system store and began selecting red star rank resources perfect for the ancient tree of life. Red star grade resources start at a minimum price of 500 points. Lu Yu pulled up the exchange list and quickly filtered out 3 red star grade materials that best suited plant and life attributes: wood bud crystal for 500 points, celestial water for 500 points, and life source crystal for 600 points. The wood bud crystal was perfectly compatible with plant types, and while celestial water belonged to the water element, it could be perfectly absorbed by plants. However, what truly caught Lu Yu's attention was the source crystal formed by the condensation of life, law essence, the life source crystal. Undoubtedly the most suitable match for the ancient tree of life. That's the one. Exchange for the life source crystal. The system notification followed immediately. You have exchanged for the red star grade resource life source crystal. 600 points deducted, remaining points, 400. With only 400 points left, it wasn't enough to exchange for another red star grade resource. The mythical beast shop needed to maintain liquid points. Who knew when wealthy king tier or overlordier customers might come specifically to select high potential beast cubs. With this thought, he silently reminded himself, unless absolutely necessary, he must never spend all his points at once again, and should always keep a reserve fund for emergencies. Having made his decision, he looked up and smiled gently at Inu. Cultivation space, activate. Lu Yu had been curious. How would the cultivation space handle ancient tree-type spirit beasts, the most immobile among plant-type creatures? Would it uproot the entire tree? As soon as the thought arose, the cultivation space transformed into a translucent light screen that precisely overlapped with the ancient tree of life's location within the spirit beast space. Not only was the ancient tree of life completely covered, but the 10,000 star vines and 10 star cutting grasses that Inu had carefully cultivated were also included. Within the space, pure life source energy surged like a tide. With a thought from Lu Yu, all the source energy abandoned the 1,000 star vines and star cutting grasses, rushing toward the ancient tree of life like hundreds of rivers flowing to the sea. The 1,000 star vines and star cutting grasses were symbiotic plants of the ancient tree of life. As long as the ancient tree upgraded, they would naturally grow alongside it. Having them compete for life source energy now would only be wasteful. Master, and you stood atop the emerald canopy like the most beautiful elf, looking up with some bewilderment. Return to your main body first. We'll talk after the cultivation is complete. Lu Yu instructed. Yes. And you nodded solemnly. Lu Yu could see clearly that she wasn't unwilling to become stronger, but rather didn't want to put him in a difficult position. All three spirit beasts were resource-devouring giants. He immediately made the decision. No need to compete. He would give Inu the best. As Inu merged with the ancient tree of life, the originally 500-meter-tall trunk thunderously shot upward, absorbing all the magnificent life source energy as the ancient tree began its wild growth. Stellar 3rd tier. Stellar 6th tier. Stellar 10th tier. The stellar grade bottleneck was virtually non-existent before the ancient tree of life. After breaking through to stellar 10th tier, Inu began accumulating foundation once again, which was also a necessary process. Lu Yu refused to wait any longer and directly channeled the red star grade resource, life source crystal, into the cultivation space through his will. The fist-sized life source crystal displayed a pale jade hue throughout, resembling the finest emerald carved into a smooth diamond shape, with dense life essence flowing within its core. Inu immediately sensed a faint trace of life law emanating from deep within the crystal to her. This aura felt like sweet rain after a prolonged drought, causing her to tremble as she spoke. Master, is this for me? What are you saying? Lu Yu chuckled, raising his hand in gesture. Of course it's for you. Go ahead and refine it. Yes. Inu's voice carried barely contained joy. A gentle emerald spiritual breath flowed from the branches and leaves of the ancient tree of life, enveloping the life source crystal before the crystal merged into the thick trunk. The ancient tree of life now stood over 1,000 meters tall with a trunk diameter of 200 meters, resembling a jade-colored mountain peak within the cultivation space. Though the source crystal appeared insignificant in comparison, it erupted with extremely pure and intense life essence the moment it fused. Torrential life energy scattered in all directions, instinctively trying to escape any existence that sought to absorb it. Yet the cultivation space's barrier held it firmly trapped with nowhere to flee. Lu Yu silently marveled. This life source crystal has actually developed weak consciousness like stellar true flame. Red star grade resources are indeed dangerous without sufficient strength or willpower. Even the refinement process could lead to disaster. He recalled the perilous situation when the world-destroying demon dragon first absorbed the demon heart, knowing that without his personal suppression of the demonic evil thoughts, catastrophe would have surely followed. After careful examination, Lu Yu discovered that the ancient tree of life required no additional suppression, immediately feeling relieved. Inu slumbered as a seed for tens of millions of years. Her willpower is more resilient than most red star grade beings. Even so, he closed his eyes in concentration, transforming his 7-star beast tamer experience into threads of mental energy to assist Inu in guiding the restless life essence. Under the dual guidance of their combined will, the escaping source power flooded back into the tree like a bursting dam. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. Finally, the The ancient tree of life's height stopped at an astounding 5,000 meters, with its trunk diameter expanding to 800 meters, while its robust root system spread like winding dragons throughout the entire soil. System notifications appeared in succession. Your contracted beast ancient tree of life has refined the red star grade resource life source crystal, breaking through to Holy Spirit grade 5th tier potential. Your contracted beast ancient tree of life has consecutively broken through stellar grade and abyssal moon grade. Comprehended red star grade skills life guardian and life fruit. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction during the brief refinement process, and Yu's realm had leaped from transcendent 10th tier directly to abyssal moon 6th tier, while her potential had risen from Holy Spirit 3rd tier to Holy Spirit 5th tier. Though it appeared to be only a 2-tier difference, the premium in the system store far exceeded 600 points. He immediately accessed the skill information. 1. Life Guardian Red Star Grade. Condenses an invisible barrier containing life laws, providing absolute defense for any living being. Until the barrier breaks, all attacks, assassinations, and negative status effects remain completely ineffective. 2. Life Fruit Red Star Grade. Communicates with life laws, condensing the power of laws into the red star grade resource life fruit. With just a glance, Lu Yu's mind shook violently. Life Guardian represented true absolute defense, while Life Fruit was an auxiliary divine skill in the system store. Life Fruit sold for as much as 1,000 points with extremely high compatibility, allowing any attribute Holy Spirit to consume it directly. Even more terrifying was that the Life Fruit's core could continue cultivation, taking root and sprouting into a secondary life tree. The life trees derived this way were virtually identical to branches of the ancient tree of life, capable of infinitely expanding the life domain. Life ancient tree and use attributes. Life type, plant type, level, Ming US 6th tier, potential, sacred spirit 5th tier, talents, 1. Divinity, 2. Nurturing, 3. Familiar bond, skills, 1. Plant growth, 2. Life domain, 3. Law decree, 4. Ancient tree projection, 5. Star severing grass, 6. Thousand star vine, 7. Life guardian, 8. Life fruit, status, excellent health, contracted. Staring at this string of data, Lu Yu felt a powerful shock surge through his heart. If not for Inyu's fundamental nature as a support-type beast, she would have every chance to face the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird Hedon. At this thought, he felt both amazed and grateful his initial decision to contract with the life ancient tree had indeed been his best choice. The value of support-type beasts needs no elaboration. Whether cultivating plants, nurturing fruits, or providing combat buffs, and you could excel at all of them. With a gentle shift of his thoughts, Lu Yu terminated the cultivation process. The cultivation space slowly contracted in a blaze of light. The heavy suppressive force returned to the beast-taming space, and surging life source power erupted like a torrent, washing over everything in all directions. Within the beast-taming space, for platinum-grade spirit plants extreme dark grass, shadow spirit fruit, crimson flame flower, and white fire flower were the first to bathe in the life source power. The saplings that had barely sprouted instantly shot up from the ground, their branches and leaves unfurling as they leaped directly to maturity, ready for harvest. Next, the diamond-grade spirit plants with naturally long growth cycles, the purgatory tree and hell tree, were also pushed to their peak. Fired and pitch-black fruits hung like stars throughout their branches, weighing down the limbs with their abundance. Even the amethyst-grade deep space fruit tree grew wildly, its trunk thickening and branches flourishing luxuriantly. Massive amounts of spatial power flowed into the beast-taming space from outside, transformed by the leaves into crystalline transparent buds that sparkled with iridescent light. Anu gracefully emerged from the ancient tree's branches like a carefree sprite, her bare feet treading upon the soft greenery. The bamboo basket in her hands was actually a space container embedded with hidden array patterns. As she moved among the spirit plants, the basket filled at remarkable speed. She harvested a full 1,000 specimens of each platinum-grade spirit plant, and gathered over 1,000 diamond-grade fruits each from the purgatory and hell trees. The dazzling array of spirit materials radiated unique energy fluctuations, weaving together an intense aroma where sweet fragrance and blazing shadows coexisted. Their value high enough to drive any alchemist to madness. However, Lu Yu had no intention of selling them. He had planted these spirit plants from the beginning specifically to invest in the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame emperor bird. Those two main combat beasts devoured resources like whales swallowing seawater. Even this massive stockpile would be merely a drop in the bucket once it reached their stomachs. With these resources, I can finally save up my system points instead of constantly exchanging them for treasures, Lu Yu thought with relief. All three of his contracted beasts had entered the Mingyue level, and his own cultivation was about to break through to the same tier. When that happened, The contract window for a fourth beast would open needed to keep his points abundant to avoid being short of funds at the most crucial moment. Unfortunately, the beast's appetite for high-level resources was ridiculously enormous, making it still difficult to truly save up points. Looking at the basket full of spirit materials, Lu Yu once again confirmed in his heart. Cultivating the life ancient tree was indeed the right decision. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he thought to himself that as long as Yu continued cultivating high-level spiritual plants, they could continuously produce spiritual plant resources for other pet beasts to use, creating a virtuous cycle. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became after the ancient tree of life broke through to the Ming Moon level. Not only did its strength increase dramatically, but it also comprehended the red star level resource, life fruit, which meant that red star level treasures would be produced like flowing water from now on. Compared to this, the life source crystal he had exchanged for 600 points was an incredibly profitable deal. The only regret was that the purple crystal-level deep space fruit tree still needed time to mature slowly, which made Lu Yu feel slightly disappointed, but he soon felt relieved. With so many high-level resources available now, at least until the world-destroying demon dragon and purple flame imperial bird advanced to king level, he would never have to worry about resources again. Master, how should we handle these spiritual plant resources? And you asked softly. Since you personally cultivated these spiritual plants, you should naturally have full authority over managing the resources, Lu Yu replied with a smile. When the demon dragon and imperial bird need them, you can distribute them as you see fit. Is that all right? Yes. And you nodded, then showed a hint of concern. It's just that life fruit requires accumulating sufficient law power. At my current level, it takes at least 10 days to condense one fruit. If I advance to Radiant Sun level, about 5 days. At King level, around 2.5 days. That's already heaven-defying, Lu Yu praised sincerely. One red star level resource every 10 days was already an astonishing speed. If she advanced to king level and could produce one every 2 days, then what about overlord level? Wouldn't that mean harvesting one every day? Not to mention that the ancient tree of life had potential reaching Saint Spirit level 5th tier B then. Even if life fruit remained red star level, she could probably condense them at will. Mum, and you blinked her starlight-like eyes and suddenly spun in circles in the air. Master, do you notice anything different about me? You've grown a bit taller? Lu Yu chuckled. Correct. The girl landed on the ground joyfully. I can now reach Master's shoulder, so when I want you to carry me on your back, I won't need to jump anymore. Congratulations. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly, then reminded her. Please collect the seeds from the mature spiritual plants and continue sowing them. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work at all. And you opened her palm, revealing countless seeds that appeared like meteors flying to various parts of the beast-taming space, taking root, sprouting, and quickly spreading greenery. Looking at the lush and flourishing scene, Lu Yu felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Roar! With a thunderous sound, the world-destroying demon dragon spread its wings and landed, staring at the storage containers with burning eyes. Ever since the spiritual plants were cultivated, it had been waiting for this day to feast. Then it noticed and used changes and looked up at the ancient tree of life towering 5,000 meters high, and the entire dragon immediately deflated with bloodline far superior to its own and only one tier lower in realm. If the other party weren't support type, its combat power would probably have already surpassed its own. Roar whimper it let out a dejected low growl, feeling like it had become the most useless pet beast among Lu Yu's contracts. Screech. The purple flame imperial bird swooped down but didn't show any greedy expression. It was already at Ming Moon 10th tier, and any further breakthrough would require the beast taming space to advance. Otherwise the contract would develop cracks due to pressure. And you, start distributing the resources, Lu Yu spoke up. Okay. The girl took out 2 spatial containers, divided the resources into left and right piles, and introduced them with a smile. The left side has extreme dark grass, dark spirit fruit, and hell tree fruit, belonging to brother demon dragon. The right side has red flame flowers, white fire flowers, and purgatory tree fruit, belonging to sister purple flame. After speaking, she gently pushed both containers forward. Eat them whenever you want. The world-destroying demon dragon's eyes immediately flashed with light. Roar, roar, roar. It pounced over and grabbed large amounts of extreme dark grass and dark spirit fruit in one go, stuffing them into its mouth along with several hell tree fruits having been left behind by the ancient tree of life and purple flame imperial bird. It decided to transform its grief and anger into appetite, believing that as long as it ate enough, it would eventually catch up. Master. And you pursed her lips and said softly, when the first life fruit condenses in 10 days, should I give it to brother demon dragon? Roar? Roar whimper. The world-destroying demon dragon's mouth was stuffed full, but it widened its dragon eyes, filled with delighted expression. And you needs at least 10 days to condense a life fruit. Upon learning this, the world-destroying demon dragon was like seeing a lighthouse in the distance, guarding the unformed fruit day after day with renewed vigor, fantasizing that even if it couldn't surpass the purple flame emperor bird in the future, It could at least stand as its equal. As night fell, the living room lights were turned off, leaving only faint breathing sounds in the silence. Lu Yu lay on his side on the sofa, holding the dormant Yu in his arms, falling into deep sleep. The first ray of morning light filtered through the curtain gaps. Lu Yu frowned, suddenly finding it difficult to breathe. He opened his eyes abruptly to find a delicate little foot planted firmly on his face. Taking a deep breath, he gently lifted Yu up. He. The girl opened her bright, watery eyes and explained sweetly, "Master, it was an accident." And Yu stretched out her jade-like arms to hook around Lu Yu's neck, her noticeably longer legs wrapping around him as she hung on his waist like a clingy little bear. "Get down." Lu Yu's expression remained impassive. "No." And Yu acted coquettishly, her voice soft yet firm. Lu Yu had no choice but to let her continue hanging on. Walking into the bathroom, he began brushing his teeth while Yu remained attached to him, mimicking his movements and brushing her pearly white teeth with careful precision. After washing up, he returned to the living room and gently placed Yu on the sofa, saying seriously, "Didn't I give you a task last time to make tea from the tender leaves of the star-cutting grass?" Eh. And Yu's eyes widened slightly, showing a hint of panic as she pleaded softly, "Master, please give me a little more time. I'll finish it soon." Her expression of not wanting to disappoint Lu Yu made his heart soften slightly. "How about this? If you promise to sleep better next time, I'll tell you the method for making tea from star-cutting grass. Deal?" "Yay." And Yu immediately raised her hand in promise. "I swear." "Master, tell me quickly." Lu Yu didn't hold much hope for her good sleeping posture, and just treated it as an excuse. He quickly organized the knowledge in his mind and transmitted it to Yu through their contract channel. After a brief moment of confusion, Yu's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. The cultivators of this world really do have their unique insights. "Master, I get it now. Tea making is essentially a method of transforming the leaves of intelligent or even living plants into a resource." Lu Yu chuckled softly. "Although you have inherited memories, the predecessors of the life ancient trees wouldn't have taught you these things, would they?" And Yu thought carefully. The inherited memories mostly contain life sequence information and how to cultivate spirit plants and nurture life. As for resource processing methods, that's something for vassal races to consider. My current vassals are only star-cutting grass and thousand-star vine. With your current level, nurturing vassal races is still too early. Lu Yu rubbed her head. "Wait until you break through to king level before considering it. You have plenty of time to decide what vassal race to nurture. I think primordial elves would be great." And Yu's eyes sparkled. The vassals of elven mother trees are usually primordial elves. We life ancient trees typically nurture primitive wood spirits, which are equally impressive. It's such a difficult choice. For life ancient trees, choosing a vassal race is equivalent to imprinting a red star level skill on themselves. Races like primordial elves and primitive wood spirits are all beings that are close to nature. Whether it's the ancient tree of life or the elven mother tree, these races are always the top choice when selecting companions to nurture. Unlike the star-slaying grass and thousand-star vine that only mass-produce soldiers, the ancestral elves and primordial wood spirits birthed by the ancient tree of life are independent beings with complete talent and skill systems, capable of forming their own civilizations. The ancient tree of life doesn't nurture companions for endless warfare, but to expand its territory. Meanwhile, it cultivates believers and refines the power of faith to advance toward godhood. At this moment, Yu was only at the 6th tier of the Nethermoon stage, still far from the sovereign level, so naturally he wasn't in a hurry to fill his beast-taming space with companions. Moreover, his beast-taming space was only at the 10th tier of the starry level, unable to accommodate too many creatures. Time quietly passed until noon, when the mythical pet shop welcomed its first customers. Outside the shop, Luo Yin with his round belly stood at the entrance with its somewhat weathered sign. Beside him was a thin teenager with his head down, his son Luo Beiqian. Luo Beiqian reluctantly followed behind his father, complaining in a low voice, "Dad, are you sure this pet shop can sell cubs worthy of me?" "Of course." After confirming multiple times, Luo Yin lowered his voice. "This mythical pet shop has Principal Duan's personal endorsement. Don't you want to get into Magic Capital Beast Taming University? Your talent meets the requirements, but your theoretical courses are absolutely terrible. However, you awakened earlier than your peers, so if you can contract an excellent cub, your chances of getting into Magic Capital Beast Taming University will be much higher." Principal Duan's endorsement. Luo Beiqian widened his eyes and glanced at the shop sign. "This shabby storefront looks like it's about to close down. That's the principal of Magic Capital University. How could he take notice of this place? Your dad is at least a supervisor at the Beast Taming Association. Would I lie to you?" Luo Yin patted his son's shoulder with a serious tone. "Once we go in, behave yourself and don't cause trouble, understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." Luo Beiqian nodded perfunctorily, ignoring the nagging, and stepped forward to push open the door, immediately raising his voice. "Anyone here? Where's your shop manager?" As soon as he finished speaking, a pretty young girl was already standing before him. Luo Beiqian was stunned for a moment. The girl was completely different from the girls he'd seen in high school. Her pure face carried a hint of ethereal coolness, and her eyes seemed to hide a faint glimmer of crimson light in their depths. Welcome, honored customers. The girl Li Rue lightly pursed her lips, her voice polite. How may I help you? Luo Yin frowned at his son and quickly interjected. I want to pick a pet beast cub for my child. Although he was a solar-level beast tamer, he didn't dare act arrogantly in this shop. Principal Duan's reputation alone was enough to warrant caution. Only then did Luo Beiqian snap back to his senses, hurriedly adding, I awakened a level talent called Thick Earth, and I want to contract an Earth-type cub with potential to reach the 10th tier of starry level. Is that possible? Please wait a moment. Li Rue bowed slightly and turned toward the lounge area. Luo Beiqian's gaze remained fixed on her until he saw Li Rue approach the sofa and lean down to quietly report to a handsome young man who was resting with his eyes closed. Then, that handsome young man stood up slowly with a smile and walked toward them. Sorry about that. The handsome young man chuckled softly. Beast companions with 10-star potential? We don't carry those in our shop. The soft lighting behind the pet store's display window couldn't hide the bewilderment that instantly flashed across Luo Beiqian's face. He froze for a moment, then frowned and spoke up. 10-star potential is the ideal configuration for novice beast tamers. Since you run a pet store, you should stock them, right? Even if you don't have any on hand, you could always order from other pet stores or breeding centers. Sorry, we really don't have any. Lu Yu spread his hands with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Luo Yan, who had been sizing up this seemingly ordinary little shop, suddenly pointed at Lu Yu. You're the shop owner? Logically speaking, beast companions with 10-star potential should be obtainable through proper channels, even if you don't breed them yourself. Lu Yu nodded slightly and replied frankly, we do have channels, but our shop never sells cubs of that tier. As he spoke, he shook his head gently. If he really wanted to sell them, Yangqing's pet store could supply them at any time, but he had no intention of doing so. Shifting the conversation, he added, the beast companion cubs we sell are of a higher caliber. Upon hearing this, Luo Beiqian glanced at Li Rue beside him and instinctively straightened his chest. Just bring out the cubs. As long as they're exceptional enough, I'll definitely buy one. One moment. Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, turned around, and opened a safe beneath the counter, retrieving a palm-sized transparent container. Both Luo Yin and Luo Beiqian's gazes fell upon the container in unison. I'd like to see just how high caliber your so-called premium stock really is. Luo Yin muttered under his breath. Luo Beiqian simply leaned forward, practically cradling the container in his arms. His eyes carefully searched inside the container. A small handful of moist soil, a few scattered grass roots, and an earthworm slowly wriggling about. The young man's eyes widened. This is an earthworm. Disbelief exploded across Luo Beiqian's face as he felt utterly disrespected, anger surging in his chest. His knuckles turned slightly white as he gripped the container tightly, and he demanded through gritted teeth. I'm planning to apply to Magic Capital Beast Taming University next year, and you want me to contract with an earthworm? Luo Beiqian is 17 years old and a student at Magic City 3rd High School, though his academic and theoretical course grades are absolutely abysmal. Fortunately, he's a second-generation beast tamer. His father, Luo Yin, is a solar rank beast master, a status that means as long as Luo Beiqian awakens his talent, he'll start at crank minimum. As everyone expected, he awakened a rank beast taming talent called Thick Earth, which allows contracted beasts' earth element source power to become more solid and substantial. Quite impressive indeed. With this rank talent, Luo Beiqian felt he had risen above all the top students in his class, confident that getting into Magic City Beast Taming University would be a piece of cake, even secretly harboring dreams of a special admission slot. It was this very pride that led him to follow his father into that old pet beast shop in the Western District, rumored to offer top-tier earth element beasts. This earthworm, what's wrong with it? Faced with the thumb-thick brown creature in the glass case, Luo Beiqian was too shocked to speak, while shopkeeper Lu Yu lifted his chin as if introducing a treasure. If you contract with it, forget just getting into Magic City Beast Taming University. Principal Duan will personally grant you a special grade scholarship. Luo Beiqian's temper flared. Are you kidding me? Magic City Beast Taming University only awards one special grade scholarship per year, worth hundreds of millions in cash. Don't think I haven't done my homework. For that institution, he had memorized the scholarship system inside and out. All new students defaulted to third-class scholarships worth 2 million. Ranked talent students had chances at second-class scholarships. Only a rare few top geniuses could obtain first-class scholarships worth nearly 100 million. As for special grade, that was near legendary treatment he wouldn't dare dream of, no matter how arrogant he was. Lu Yu simply shrugged. This shop has served several Magic City University students. Shen Yinyan, Du Ryun, Luo Tianyan. They all received special grade scholarships. Luo Yan's face darkened as he suppressed his anger. Shopkeeper, I came here because I heard your establishment enjoys Principal Duan's favor, thinking there might be something special here. But using his name and bringing up special grade scholarships and this damaging his reputation? What's even more ridiculous is that I clearly wanted to contract an Earth element beast with star 10 potential, yet you present me with an earthworm. Are you insulting me? Luo Beiqian's voice turned ice cold. This thing doesn't even qualify as low-grade, it's pure garbage. Lu Yu's gaze finally grew serious. Garbage? This is an earthworm containing true dragon bloodline. With adequate resources, its bloodline will continuously purify first into an earth dragon, then a great earth flood dragon, and ultimately, a celestial rock true dragon. If you can't recognize quality, please leave. This shop doesn't welcome such customers. True dragon bloodline? Earth dragon, great earth flood dragon, celestial rock true dragon. Luo Beiqian scoffed. True dragon species went extinct long ago. How could a mere earthworm carry true dragon blood? If you're going to scam people, at least come up with a better lie. Shopkeeper, I mean no offense, Luo Yin said gravely. I will report this matter truthfully to Principal Duan. Please reconsider. Since you don't believe it, then forget it. Lu Yu spread his hands, showing no intention of defending against the father and son's fury and skepticism, his expression rather helpless. He always told the truth, so why didn't anyone believe him? Lu Yu rubbed his temples and shifted his gaze from the mocking crowd to the counter, where a small earthworm lay motionless, curled up in its transparent container. Through the thin glass, he could clearly sense the faint but unmistakable fluctuations of true dragon bloodline. At this thought, he couldn't help but speak up for the little creature in his heart. How shallow people were, unable to see its world-shaking potential. 10-star potential? There was simply no comparison. He couldn't be bothered to argue further, but unexpectedly, Luo Beiqian grabbed the container and sneered coldly. An earthworm pretending to be a true dragon. Why don't I just crush this worm and see if it really bleeds dragon blood? Stop, Luo Yin commanded sternly. Usually composed, he now had veins bulging at his temples, yet still forced himself to control his emotions. The matter hadn't been reported to Principal Duan yet, and it wouldn't be appropriate to cause a scene in the pet shop. But before he could reach out to intervene, a sickly sweet, bloody scent suddenly filled the air. Luo Yan's vision was instantly engulfed in endless crimson, as if he were standing in a surging sea of blood. He saw a delicate young girl with blood-red eyes, her slender fingers gripping Luo Beiqian's wrist with deadly force. Crack! The sound of breaking bone was sharp and piercing. Li Rui seemed to awaken from a nightmare, releasing her grip in shock and staring in panic at Luo Beiqian's wrist hanging at an unnatural angle. Ah! Luo Beiqian screamed, frantically seeking help from his father. But he was shocked to discover that the usually composed Luo Yin stood frozen in place like a man whose soul had been drained. Dad, shut up! Luo Yin suddenly snapped back to reality, grinding his teeth. You worthless son! Dad, what's wrong with you? Luo Beiqian was drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe his usually gentle father would scold him so harshly. Worthless. Just because you awakened a brank talent, you became smug and complacent. Luo Yin glared at him fiercely, then turned to look at Li Rui, his voice low like rumbling thunder. This girl has awakened and shrank talent. Even so, she's just an employee at this pet shop. Luo Yan's heart pounded. With his experience as a Radiant-level Beastmaster, he had encountered several strength talents, and the Blood Sea Aura Li Rui had just released was no less powerful. Such a talent willing to work as a shop employee? All the signs pointed to one conclusion. Perhaps everything this young shop owner had said was completely true. Shrank. Luo Beiqian recalled that boiling sea of blood, his face turning from pale to ashen as inferiority crashed over him like a tide. Luo Yin took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Shop owner, I'd like to purchase this earthworm pet. Would that be possible? Luo Beiqian's eyelids twitched frantically, barely able to accept it. Was he really going to contract that weak earthworm? I'm sorry. Lu Yu's expression remained indifferent as he pulled the transparent container into his arms. It's not for sale. Luo Beiqian's earlier actions had nearly crossed the line. If not for Li Rui's instinctive intervention, he might have lost control completely. Lu Yu turned around and said gently to Li Rui, "Stop blaming yourself." But Li Rui looked down, her voice barely audible. I broke his wrist. He had it coming. Lu Yu shrugged. Li Rui hadn't expected Lu Yu to respond like that. She couldn't help but laugh, and the heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. She whispered, "But shop owner, the pet you cultivated didn't sell. They don't know quality when they see it. Someone who understands will come along." Lu Yu was completely unconcerned. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up toward the shop entrance and saw two pure and beautiful figures walking side by side. Shop owner. Shen Yinyan was still on the street when she cheerfully waved and called out. Du Riyun and Shen Yinyan walked side by side. Du Riyun shyly pressing her lips together and occasionally glancing up at Lu Yu with eyes full of anticipation. A few days ago, they had informed the shop owner in advance that they would come today specifically to select pet beast cubs, and now that the day had finally arrived, Both girls felt nervous and excited. Welcome to our store. Lu Yu walked directly past Luo Yin and Luo Beiqian, who were standing to the side, and strode forward to greet the girls. Shen Yinyin and Du Ryun were among the earliest customers of this pet beast shop, and they had even provided startup funds to help him through the most difficult times, so naturally, he wanted to show them proper attention. Huh. As soon as she stepped through the door, Shen Yinyin was drawn to the pitch-black stone sculpture on the left side, pointing and exclaiming, "Shop owner, how did you commission a black dragonstone sculpture? It looks so realistic." It really does. Du Ruyun's eyes lit up. Though she wasn't from a beast-tamer family, she came from a scholarly household. Her father was a calligrapher and her mother a painter. Having been exposed to art from childhood, she was particularly sensitive to artistic works. She circled the sculpture, examining it carefully, and the more she looked, the stranger her expression became. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the scales and felt a hint of warmth at her fingertips. "This is real," Du Ruyun gasped. Lu Yu replied casually, "Of course it's real. This is a king-level black dragon." Shen Yinyan's mouth dropped open in shock. "Shop owner, what kind of extravagance is this? Using a king-level black dragon as a guardian beast is way too luxurious. A king-level black dragon is nothing special." Lu Yu smiled and patted the dragon's wing. "Want to take a ride and fly a couple of laps? It's free." "Yes." Shen Yinyan's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Du Ryun, who had taken half a step back, and said playfully, "Hee hee, then we'll trouble you, shop owner." Ah. Du Ryun still felt somewhat fearful, but couldn't resist her friend's enthusiasm, so she timidly remained in place. Watching the two girls' interaction, Lu Yu felt pleased and gently patted the black dragon's shoulder armor. The next second, the sculpture seemed to awaken. Its pitch-black dragon eyes slowly opened, and its fearsome wings spread upward as if to pierce through the roof. Boom. The originally 2-meter-tall statue instantly expanded dozens of times, transforming into a terrifying giant dragon nearly 30 meters high. Overwhelming dragon might poured forth like an ocean, yet it obediently prostrated itself on the ground, allowing the two girls to climb along its wing ridge onto its back. Only then did Luo Yin, standing in the shop, come to his senses. His corpulent body trembled uncontrollably, his face deathly pale. How could he not recognize this black dragon? This was Madame Sue's core contracted king-level black dragon, and this young shop owner was using it as a doorway sculpture? Had the world gone mad? "Gentlemen." Lu Yu watched the black dragon spread its wings and take flight, then turned around with sudden coldness, saying slowly, "Since we can't do business, please leave." Luo Beiqian's mind was in complete chaos. When he first entered the mythical pet shop, his gaze had swept over the black dragon stone sculpture at the entrance, but he hadn't given it much thought. However, when the sculpture suddenly came to life, transforming into a genuine king-level black dragon, the invisible pressure it released struck his heart like a massive hammer. It was a terror he had never experienced before. Luo Beiqian's entire body went rigid, panic and fear churning in his chest. That's the matriarch of the dragon taming family, who has formed a core contract with a king-level black dragon. His father Luo Yin whispered as a reminder. Only at this moment did Luo Beiqian truly realize just how much trouble he had gotten himself into. Using a king-level black dragon as a doorkeeper? Such extravagance completely exceeded the limits of his understanding. Looking up again, Lu Yu's indifferent eyes fell upon him, and a chill instantly crawled up his spine. Luo Beiqian trembled as he understood this young shop owner before him was someone even his father couldn't afford to offend. "Shop owner." Luo Yin couldn't maintain his usual composure either, his voice slightly trembling. "Please don't be angry. This rebellious son of mine has grown accustomed to being insolent, and I will discipline him properly. I humbly request that you give him one more chance to contract that earthworm pet. I already said I'm not selling it. Don't you understand?" Lu Yu frowned slightly. In this beast-taming world where strength reigned supreme, as long as one displayed sufficient power and background, even those of higher ranks would have to bow their heads. Luo Beiqian's earlier behavior had undoubtedly offended Lu Yu, but Lu Yu wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge, simply didn't want to sell the pet to him. As the director of the Magic City Beast Tamer Association, Luo Yin had his own survival strategies. Faced with this influential figure who could make a king-level black dragon willingly serve as a doorkeeper, how could he dare to offend him? Not to mention that Lu Yu also had close ties with Principal Duan. Under such circumstances, Luo Yin no longer doubted the special nature of the earthworm pet. Lu Yu had no need to deceive him with clumsy lies. "You rebellious son, kneel down." Luo Yin roared angrily, his eyes full of self-reproach. "It's my fault for indulging you all this time, which has shaped your current character." The pressure descended like a heavy iron curtain. When the radiant sun-level aura spread out, Luo Beiqian found it difficult to even breathe. His usually gentle father, with just a trace of his aura, made his knees buckle. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold floor, his throat completely constricted by the pressure, unable to utter a single word. Luo Yin took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and retrieved a jet black box from his spatial storage container, offering it with both hands. Shop owner, this is a precious diamond-level resource crystal sand, please accept it. Luo Beiqian suddenly looked up, staring intently at the box, his breathing rapid. That was something his father had spent a fortune to acquire at an auction, originally intended to be used for nurturing his initial pet after he broke through to the transcendent level. But now it had become an apology gift. Liu was somewhat surprised. This Luo Yan's apology routine was executed so smoothly that it truly opened Liu Yu's eyes. Liu Yu pondered for a moment. Although he didn't think much of an Earth-type diamond-grade resource, incorporating it into his beast-taming space's soil could accelerate the maturation of various spiritual plants. He nodded indifferently, reaching out to take the palm-sized crustal gravel embedded with crystalline sand patterns. With a thought, he tossed it into his beast-taming space. The moment the spiritual soil devoured the gravel, the brown earth took on a pale golden hue, faintly emanating warm earth pulse vibrations. From the corner of his eye, Liu Yu noticed Luo Beiqian's eyes had turned slightly red. Liu Yu found it amusing this process of disciplining spoiled second-generation beast tamers was more enjoyable than collecting resources itself. As for Luo Beiqian's feelings, he couldn't care less. At this moment, Luo Beiqian's chest was filled with regret, making even his breathing seem bitter. Seeing Liu Yu accept the apology gift, Luo Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was about to make small talk when wind pressure suddenly descended from above. A king-tier black dragon swooped down with beating wings. Its black wings shrouded the entire pet shop like a canopy, and its chilling aura seemed to freeze the very air. Luo Yan's heart pounded wildly, feeling even more grateful for his earlier wisdom. If this black dragon breathed out dragon fire, the few contracted beasts Luo Beiqian had would instantly turn to ash. With his status as a supervisor of the Magic Capital Beast Taming Association, unless he were at the association's headquarters, no one would intervene if such a being targeted him. Roar, the black dragon crouched low, its eyes dimming to a deathly stone-like luster. The next second, it transformed back into a stone sculpture, all its imposing aura completely dissipating. So amazing. A king-tier's speed is incredibly fast, at least several times the speed of sound, right? At the glass door, Shen Yinyan excitedly patted her chest. Truly worthy of the dragon, specie so powerful. I want to contract one too someday. So cool. Du Ryun's pale cheeks flushed pink, the weightless sensation from soaring through the sky still echoing through her limbs. The intertwining pressure and sense of security from riding the king-tier black dragon made her heart flutter. Who would have thought that such a powerful black dragon could be easily slain by the shop owner's contracted demon dragon? Shen Yinyan snorted softly. Need you ask? The shop owner's demon dragon species is a tier higher than giant dragons, comparable to legendary divine dragons. Giant dragon species are merely blood food before it. The two entered through the door with lingering excitement, their gazes falling on Luo Beiqian, who was still kneeling. Shen Yinyan raised an eyebrow, quickly piecing together what had happened, her eyes showing complex emotions. Junior, questioning the shop owner is one thing, but you obviously did something even more foolish to truly anger him. Luo Beiqian pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, shame flooding to his ears like a tide. If he hadn't felt embarrassed and wanted to publicly crush that earthworm pet, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Luo Yan looked at his nephew with an even more complex expression, but ultimately remained silent. Liu Yu paid no attention to the uncle and nephew, turning to smile. Didn't you two want to contract second pets? Any special requirements? I want water type. I want support type. Shen Yinyan and Du Ryun exchanged glances, speaking almost simultaneously. Fine. Liu Yu nodded lightly. Limiting only attributes or cultivation paths was simple enough for him. He produced two palm-sized transparent containers and placed them before the two women. Luo Yan's mind stirred, and he quietly probed with his perception, only for his pupils to contract sharply. Just a water blue turtle and a white feathered dove? An adult water blue turtle is only second tier awakened, and even a water blue turtle king is only third tier awakened, weaker than goblin hatchlings. White feathered doves are purely ornamental pets. If not for the black dragon's lingering pressure still resonating in his mind, he almost lost control and questioned again, but ultimately forced himself to stay silent. A water blue turtle. Shen Yinyan's eyes lit up. So cute. The little turtle in the container was entirely azure blue, tilting its head curiously as it stared at the outside world. Its adorable appearance instantly hit her soft spot. She simply lifted out the water blue turtle, letting the cool water soak the fabric on her chest without caring, asking happily, "Shop owner, what's special about this water blue turtle?" Nothing particularly special. Liu explained casually. It contains a trace of pure vast sea giant turtle bloodline. If you continuously feed it high-quality water-type resources, that bloodline will gradually awaken, eventually allowing it to evolve into a true vast sea giant turtle. Vast sea giant turtle? Shen Yinyan blinked, looking somewhat confused. Impossible, Luo Yin suddenly exclaimed. The vast sea giant turtle is one of the strongest fierce beasts of the boundless oceania, holy spiritier, terrifying creature. How could this ordinary water blue turtle possibly evolve into a vast sea giant turtle? You're quite knowledgeable. Lu Yu looked up with an appreciative smile and nodded. The vast sea giant turtle reaches Saint Spirit level upon maturity. However, that vast sea giant turtle never left any offspring. The aqua turtle's ability to possess the vast sea giant turtle's bloodline is entirely due to its own special talent. What kind of talent does the aqua turtle have? Shin Yin widened her eyes and asked in surprise. Can it evolve into a vast sea giant turtle just through regular cultivation? A special growth type talent, bloodline purification. Lu Yu explained slowly. This type of talent is one of the most favored gifts from the realm's origin, allowing continuous purification of one's bloodline. I directly implanted a strand of vast sea giant turtle bloodline into the aqua turtle, which perfectly suits its path. Even after its bloodline is purified to the extreme, it can continue refining further. Its future has no limits, and it might even have a chance to reach an even higher evolutionary form beyond the vast sea giant turtle. He shifted his tone. However, once the aqua turtle evolves into a vast sea giant turtle, further bloodline purification would fall into the realm of Saint Spirit level potential enhancement. That would require at least Crimson Star grade resources throughout the entire Blue Star. Such resources are pitifully scarce. This isn't something you transcendent level beast tamers need to worry about right now. That amazing. Shun Yin was both shocked and delighted, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the aqua turtle, growing more satisfied with each look. Shop owner, I'll buy this aqua turtle. Will it still be the original price? Of course. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. That'll be 3 million, thank you. Great, I'll pay by card right now. Shun Yin's cheeks flushed with excitement as she immediately swiped her card for payment, then formed a beast-taming contract with the aqua turtle. As the contract's power flowed in, she hugged the aqua turtle tightly in her arms. The little creature was squeezed so tight it could barely breathe, struggling frantically but unable to break free, only able to droop its head with a helpless expression. After Shin Yin completed the contract, Luo Yin fell silent. He never expected that this seemingly young and inexperienced genius who had already broken through to transcendent level would choose an aqua turtle. But recalling Lu Yu's explanation, it seemed perfectly logical who would refuse a special growth type talent. Luo Yin sighed softly, then suddenly thought of something and looked toward Lu Yu. Shop owner, does that earthworm beast from earlier also have a special growth type talent? That's right. Lu Yu nodded. The little earthworm has the same talent as the aqua turtle. Luo Yin's expression turned bitter. He knew all too well how heaven-defying growth-type talents could be. Once contracted, one's fate would be completely reversed. He finally understood why Li Rue, who had awakened and shrank talent at the Mythical Beast shop, remained as a shop assistant instead of being specially recruited by Magic Capital Beast Taming University. The 3 top-tier universities always offered special admission to shrank talent students. The only reasonable explanation was that Li Rue had completed her evolution with Lu Yu's help. In comparison, staying by this shop owner's side was obviously more worthwhile. With this realization, Luo Yin looked at Luo Beiqian with a complex expression, sighing inwardly. You have no idea what you've missed, shop owner. Du Ryun gazed at the container, seemingly worried the white dove might fly away, not daring to reach out and touch it. She whispered softly, is this white dove the same as Yin's water blue turtle? Exactly. Lu Yu nodded slightly with a gentle smile. It has also awakened a growth-type special talent bloodline purification. However, the white dove originally had no high-tier bloodline, so if left to purify on its own, its growth would be painfully slow. To avoid this, I implanted a trace of the glazed sacred bird's bloodline into it. He lightly tapped the glass with his fingertip. The white dove's snow-white feathers ruffled slightly, and tiny points of light flickered between the feather roots, as if heralding the potential of that ancient bloodline. This gives it unlimited possibilities for the future, even the chance to evolve into a true glazed sacred bird. Glazed sacred bird. Du Ruoyun looked completely puzzled, turning to Lu Yu for help. Lu Yu shook his head with helpless laughter. You too. You've taken my beast cultivation course, yet you don't even know about the vast sea giant turtle or the glazed sacred bird. Don't tell anyone you're my students in the future. Du Ryun's pretty face flushed red as she mumbled. Yin and I didn't take the beast identification elective, so we're not very familiar with them. That's right. Shin Yin giggled. If we're a bit slower, Teacher Lu has more room to guide us. Isn't that nice? Don't make being an idiot sound so righteous. Lu Yu shook his head. Don't call me teacher outside Magic City University. I don't have students this dense. Shin Yin blinked, suddenly finding this perpetually exasperated shop owner rather interesting. Meanwhile, Luo Yin stared intently at the white dove in the container, whispering in disbelief. Shop owner, did you just say, this white dove actually carries the bloodline of the glazed sacred bird? Oh, You know about the glazed sacred bird. Shen Yinyan's eyes lit up. Luo Yin took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. The glazed sacred bird is the totem of the sacred beast empire. Its status is even higher than the guardian divine beasts of the 6 human nations. It possesses the most ultimate healing and support abilities, commanding the beast legions of the sacred beast empire. If not for its naturally kind disposition, the war between the sacred beast empire and the 6 human nations would have continued for another 300 years. The sacred beast empire's totem? Du Ruiyun was also shocked. To ordinary people, the sacred beast empire was just a vague and terrifying beast nation beyond the 6 countries. But in the classrooms of Blue Star University, every student had to learn about its existency 1,000 years ago. Numerous Holy Spirit-level beasts united to establish this empire, controlling vast lands through sacred beast totems. Only now did she realize that the glazed sacred bird was one of them. If I contract this white dove, could it really evolve into a glazed sacred bird in the future? Du Ruiyun felt an unprecedented hope rising in her heart. Even the guardian divine beasts craved the glazed sacred bird's blessing. Shen Yinyan was practically glowing with excitement. Ruiyun, once you evolve a glazed sacred bird, you could command beast legions in the Xia kingdom too. As she spoke, she hugged Du Ruiyun tightly, with the water blue turtle squeezed between them, its limbs struggling as it nearly suffocated. Lu Yu secretly chuckled. This little turtle was truly blessed without knowing it. Du Ruiyun's cheeks flushed, but she couldn't help feeling hopeful. If she could truly possess a Holy Spirit-level support beast, commanding beast legions might not be just a pipe dream. So what do you think? Lu Yu smiled, looking at Du Ruiyun. Would you like to contract this white dove? Yes. Du Ruiyun nodded without hesitation. That'll be 3 million, thank you. Lu Yu announced the price with satisfaction. On the surface, he offered choices, but in reality, with a 7-star beast cultivator's insight, the young beasts he selected were inevitably the most suitable for his customers. Even the earthworm he had previously chosen for Luo Beiqian could evolve into a Skyrock true dragon in the future, perfectly matching the man's rank beast mastery talent, thick earth. It was just a pity that person didn't treasure it. After the card payment was completed, contract markings lit up on Du Ruiyun's hand, and the white dove let out a clear, melodious cry. 300 points credited. The system notification rang out clearly, and Lu Yu's total points broke through once again 1,000 points. At some point, Luo Yin had already dragged Luo Beiqian away from the scene. Once they turned the street corner, he released his grip but continued to glare at his son with cold, stern eyes. Luo Beiqian brushed the dust off the back of his hand and looked up defiantly. Father, why did you make me kneel? I just wanted to confirm whether that earthworm truly carries true dragon bloodline. Slap. A crisp smack landed on Luo Beiqian's face, the stinging pain spreading instantly. Luo Yin lowered his voice, frustrated with his son's foolishness. I only have radiant sun level strength, yet you think we can run wild in the demon capital? Do you have any idea how deep the waters truly run here? Only king-tier warriors can claim dominance, and the true overlords remain hidden in the shadows. Luo Beiqian was stunned into silence. Luo Yin exhaled heavily. In any case, you've lost your chance with that earthworm beast companion. That was a life-changing opportunity, and you've missed it. He paused briefly, his tone softening slightly. In 3 days, the demon capital's premier trading house will hold an auction. I'll take you there to find a suitable beast companion. Until then, stay home and reflect on your actions. Do you understand? I understand. Luo Beiqian nodded reluctantly, suppressing his resentment. Inside the mythical beast companion shop, Shen Yinyan cradled her aqua blue turtle, while Du Ruiyun had a white feather dove perched on her shoulder, both women unable to hide their joy. Tea fragrance wafted through the air, its subtle freshness seeming to cleanse the soul. It smells wonderful. Shen Yinyan's eyes sparkled. She lifted her teacup, which contained only a single emerald leaf that gleamed with crystalline luster. Taking a small sip, the sweet, refreshing taste rushed straight to her heart, the pleasant sensation causing her long legs and tight jeans to cross unconsciously. Du Ruiyun also sipped delicately, her eyes shy as her slender hand pressed against her knees beneath her short skirt. Delicious. Even my beast-taming space has stabilized, and its range has expanded considerably. I've already reached Transcendent 3rd tier. I'm at Transcendent 4th tier. Shen Yinyan exclaimed in surprise, turning toward Lu Yu behind the counter. Shop owner, such precious tea leaves, and you're willing to share them with Usho generous. Lu Yu admired the slight flush on both women's faces and smiled casually. Is it precious? This is just tea I made on a whim. The 1,000-star vine was a Yu symbiotic plant, initially numbering only 10 stalks. As Yu broke through to Abyssal Moon's 6th tier, the capacity for symbiotic plants doubled, increasing both the 1,000-star vine and star-severing grass to 30 stalks. Now, all these vines and grass had advanced to Abyssal Moon's 6th tier, their vitality so robust that even if uprooted completely, they could regrow from the tiniest remaining root fragment. The tender leaves were inexhaustible, naturally not affecting their growth. From a worldly perspective, thousand-star vine tea was indeed rare. But to Lu Yu, it was nothing special. Shen Yinyan was the shop's first customer, and Du Riyun's shy demeanor was quite endearing naturally. He wouldn't be stingy. Lu Yu set down the teapot, his tone gentle yet confident. Given your current cultivation levels, 1 leaf is already your limit. This first brewing, he paused, the corner of his mouth curving upward, contains over 90 of the life essence. Adding more hot water later won't have much effect, but the flavor will linger for a long time. Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun each held their teacups, their fingertips still feeling the warmth from the ceramic walls. The gentle spiritual energy continued to flow slowly through their bodies, and both could sense a slight resistance clearly. Their bodies hadn't fully absorbed all the benefits from this cup of tea. Shop owner, Shen Yinyan suddenly looked up, her bright black and white eyes sparkling with hope. I'd like you to help me cultivate my slime and water blue turtle. Would that be possible? As soon as she finished speaking, Du Riyun also mustered her courage and quietly added, and my moonlight butterfly and white dove. Could they be included too? Lu Yu set his cup back on the table and waved his hand casually. I wouldn't recommend it. The beast companions you've contracted are only at awakening and extraordinary levels right now, and they already have very clear growth paths. As long as you provide adequate resources, they'll naturally continue to develop. There's no need for me to cultivate them. But wouldn't it be faster if the shop owner cultivated them? Du Riyun lowered her voice, though her eyes were full of longing. It's just, we probably can't afford the price. The price doesn't matter, Lu Yu shrugged matter-of-factly. The system's base price is 10 million. Considering how miraculous the cultivation system is, that's actually ridiculously cheap. He raised his hand to signal for quiet, his tone becoming serious. As I said, your beast companions have already received the best possible care. Unless you've already broken through to stellar level, or even lunar or solar levels, and then contracted an awakening level cub to save time, only then would I intervene. Otherwise, given your current beast space capacity, even if I helped cultivate them, I could only raise them to stellar level 3rd tier at most. It would be wasteful. You can directly cultivate them to stellar level 3rd tier. Du Riyun exclaimed, her eyes wide and bright. Think of how much time that would save. All right, since the shop owner has explained it this way, we shouldn't be too dependent. Shen Yinyan gently patted Du Riyun's arm, consoling her. We're only extraordinary level beast tamers right now, still beginners. Building a solid foundation is most important. We can't aim too high too soon. Yes, yes. Du Riyun nodded repeatedly, though her excitement was still barely contained. Lu Yu smiled at both of them. I'm glad you understand. Deep down, he had plans he couldn't voice. Both Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun were talents he intended to bring under his wing, and he hoped they would eventually become capable of standing on their own rather than just relying on him. Once these two young women truly matured, he certainly wouldn't be stingy with resources. Beast tamer levels starting from awakening and extraordinary were still considered novice. Stellar, lunar, and solar levels marked true entry into the path of beast taming. Only king, overlord, and even Holy Spirit levels could be considered truly powerful. If you want my help with cultivation, break through to stellar level first, Lu Yu said calmly, but with an undeniable authority. It'll take us forever to reach stellar level. Shen Yinyan's face fell. So many upperclassmen take 2 years just to advance from extraordinary to stellar level. 2 years, that really isn't short. Du Riyun looked at Lu Yu and sighed softly. By then, the shop owner will definitely be at least king level, right? The gap will only grow larger. Lu Yu chuckled. What are you talking about? You've each contracted 2 growth-type beast companions with special talents. With proper cultivation, your own beast taming talents will quickly evolve to S-level. Your cultivation speed will increase dramatically then. S-level. It can't happen that fast. Shen Yinyan said helplessly. There are only a few students in the entire Magic City University who have awakened S-level talents. It's just that your compatibility isn't high enough. Lu Yu patted the shoulder of the girl beside him and smiled. She's a clerk in my shop who contracted with a blood willow. Her compatibility with the blood willow is extremely high, and her beast taming talent has already evolved to S-level. Li Rue looked at Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun with great admiration. They were both students at Magic City University, and Li Rue really wanted to get into Magic City University. Li Rue then turned to look beside her, but suddenly didn't feel envious anymore. Compared to entering Magic City University, staying by the shop owner's side seemed infinitely better. That's right. Li Rue cooperatively demonstrated her beast-taming talent, and immediately the immortal true blood spread out. The sinister and ominous aura made both Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun's faces turn pale involuntarily. It really isn't S-level talent. Du Riyun exclaimed in amazement. I didn't expect that besides Teacher Lu, someone else has evolved their beast-taming talent to S-level. Shop owner, are you still hiring clerks? Shen Yinyan suddenly asked. I want to work at the shop too. Is that okay? Me too, Du Riyun quickly chimed in. Huh. Li Rue looked stunned and immediately became nervous. We're not short-staffed at the moment, Lu Yu said with an amused smile. This pet shop is only so big, how could we possibly hire more people? Upon hearing this, both Du Riyun and Xin Yinyan felt disappointed. Li Rui, however, breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly glanced at Lu Yu, thinking that although Yu was usually around too, at least she still had many opportunities to be alone with the shop owner. Even if I'm not worthy of the shop owner, as long as I can occasionally be alone with him, I'll be satisfied, Li Rui thought with some heartache. Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly as his gaze turned toward the door, and he smiled. It looks like we're about to have more customers. Senior. Luo Tianyan entered the mythical beast pet shop and bowed respectfully. Come have some tea first. Lu Yu toyed with his teacup, his tone casual, yet carrying an undeniable composure. All right. Luo Tianyan sat down somewhat stiffly, cupping the teacup with both hands and taking a small sip. The moment the tea touched his lips, he immediately sensed a sharp, almost bone-piercing aura exploding deep within his soul. Though it caused no harm, it seemed to open new pathways of perception within him. Simultaneously, his rank beast-taming talent cold flame began to stir faintly, as if gathering strength for a transformation. Senior, what kind of tea is this? How can it have such effects? Luo Tianyan couldn't hide his amazement. Tea made from star-severing grass buds, Lu Yu chuckled softly. Among all my customers so far, only your cold flame talent can withstand the baptism of the star-severing true intent. He tapped his finger on the table as the tea's fragrance spread with the rising steam. Thousand Star Vine and Star-Severing Grass are both rare resources, each with unique properties. Thousand Star Vine provides solid suppression and can stabilize beast space. It has broad applications. Star-Severing Grass, even after special processing, retains its star-severing true intent, making it most suitable for offensive talents. With good fortune, it can even trigger talent evolution. Your cold flame excels in combat, making it a perfect match. Shen Yinyan's heavy water and Du Riyun's holy light would struggle to bear such sharpness. Du Riyun looked puzzled upon hearing this. Star-severing grass? Luo Tianyan explained. It's normal that you don't know, Junior. Star-severing grass is a stellar plant life form that reaches Holy Spirit rank 10 upon maturity. It's naturally sharp and can shatter stars. At this point, he looked at Lu Yu again with increased reverence in his voice. Senior, to turn its tender leaves into tea, such extravagance. You're quite knowledgeable. Lu Yu nodded. Though he privately assessed that Luo Tianyan's understanding of star-severing grass remained limited, this extreme plant life possessed only one technique, star-severing, yet had perfected it to the ultimate degree. In the corner, Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun exchanged glances, both acutely aware of their knowledge gaps and silently resolving to spend time in the library catching up on materials once they returned to Magic Capital University. After finishing his tea, Luo Tianyan carefully set down his cup. Senior, might I ask if you could help train my pets? With those words, he directly summoned his beasts, a giant wolf engulfed in crimson flames, and a snow-white serpent with strange fire burning atop its head, the Crimson Flame Wolf King and White Flame Snake. As for the Crimson Flame Rooster, Luo Tianyan added, its growth path is already optimal. I wouldn't dare trouble you further with it, Senior. Of course I can. Lu Yu surveyed the two pets, his gaze filled with approval. Though Luo Tianyan had only recently broken through to stellar rank, he had cultivated his Crimson Flame Wolf King to stellar 3rd tier and his White Flame Snake to stellar 5th tier, both with potential reaching lunar rank. His talent and dedication were beyond reproach. Even more remarkably, he had arranged one evolution for his Crimson Flame Wolf King, granting it Wolf Kings while his training approach was both clear and precise. However, in Lu Yu's eyes, this achievement still seemed immature. Still too immature. Lu Yu silently mused to himself that for a Starlight-level beast tamer to achieve such results was already quite impressive. He gestured to the Crimson Flame Wolf King and White Flame Serpent. With a howl and a hiss, the two beasts immediately followed, their fur and scales rippling as they moved with the obedience of well-trained soldiers. Luo Tianyan's knuckles turned white as he gripped his teacup, his heart burning with anticipation. Just how much could his Crimson Flame Wolf King and White Flame Serpent be enhanced under the senior's personal guidance? When he came back to his senses, he noticed 3 envious gazes fixed upon him. What's wrong? Luo Tianyan asked, puzzled. Du Riyun chuckled softly. Nothing really. We're just envious of you, Senior. Exactly, Shen Yinyan sighed. Our levels are all too low. The shop owner said he'll only personally train beasts for those who've at least broken through to Starlight level. I'm still only at Awakening level. Li Rui nodded with pursed lips, having just become a beast tamer. Despite her beast space steadily improving through daily tea sessions with the senior, she remained stuck at Awakening level 10th tier. Breaking through to Transcendent level required 10 times the foundation, and she dared not even predict when she might break through, let alone reach the distant Starlight level. I've only just met the senior's standards myself. Luo Tianyan smiled bitterly. Actually, I should be the one envying you. You became beast tamers and reached transcendent level within days. It took me a whole 6 months back then. Hee hee, it's all thanks to the shop owner. Shen Yin giggled behind her hand. Who told the shop owner to spoil us? It was only because he helped train our slime and moonlight butterfly that we could break through to transcendent level. Du Ruyan added. The shop owner said that kind of training was just the most basic level, completely different from his current formal services. Most basic? Luo Tianyan's heart trembled. He remembered that public lesson where the senior had used the lowest grade resources to create the perfect combination, allowing the slime and moonlight butterfly to consecutively break through their limits. Such tailor-made resource integration was probably unmatched throughout all of Xia Kingdom, yet it was still considered most basic. He couldn't help but peer toward the pet shop. He wondered how the senior would train his Crimson Flame Wolf King and White Flame Serpent. Even as their contracted beast tamer, he knew he had no right to make any suggestions and could only place complete trust in Senior Lu. The door curtain lifted gently. Lu Yu emerged carrying 2 transparent containers, his steady steps carrying an almost imperceptible aura of authority. Senior. Luo Tianyan immediately stood up. Shen Yinyan, Du Riyun, and Li Rue also gathered around curiously. Lu Yu placed the containers on the table and smiled. The training is complete. This. Luo Tianyan's expression changed instantly as Beast Space was frantically feeding back source power. His aura surged like a raging torrent, rocketing from Starlight 2nd tier all the way to Starlight 10th tier, nearly touching the threshold of Abyssal Moon level. The contract feedback made me break through 8 tiers consecutively and almost step into Abyssal Moon level, he exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Yinyan and Du Riyun were equally shocked. Such improvement speed was simply absurd. The two couldn't help but fantasize if they broke through to Starlight level in the future and had the shop owner personally intervene. Wouldn't they also be able to advance effortlessly? Lu Yu remained composed, as if Luo Tianyan's breakthrough was entirely expected, and gestured. Won't you look at your beasts first? Yes. Luo Tianyan took a deep breath and first examined the Crimson Flame Wolf King in the left container. Contract information flooded in, making his arms tremble with excitement. Senior, tell us quickly. Shen Yinyan urged anxiously. The Crimson Flame Wolf King's current realm is Starlight 10th tier. Its potential is Sovereign 6th tier. Luo Tianyan exclaimed with joy. Moreover, it has evolved, and its current form is Inverse Flame Celestial Wolf, Sovereign 6th tier. Shen Yinyan gasped. From Abyssal Moon level potential directly to Sovereign 6th tier? How is that possible? Absolutely incredible. Durian drew in a sharp breath. Any beast with sovereign level potential is priceless, capable of changing a beast tamer's destiny. Yet the shop owner casually trained one. Luo Tianyan then looked toward the right container. The white flame serpent's flame-like scales shimmered brilliantly. He closed his eyes to sense carefully, feeling as if he were in a dream, his voice trembling. The white flame serpent has also evolved. Its current form is Blazing Winged Serpent. Its realm is Starlight 10th tier, and its potential is Sovereign 7th tier. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.